Prologue, Belgravia, London, July 3rd, 1912. "That's going to leave a nasty scar," said the doctor, without looking up. Paul managed a wry smile. "Well, better than the amputation Miss Worryguts here was predicting, anyway." "Very funny," Lucy snapped. "I am not a worrygut, and as for you, Mr. Thoughtless Idiot, don't go joking about it. You know how quickly wounds can get infected, and then you'd be lucky to survive at all in this state. No antibiotics, and all the doctors are ignorant and useless." "Thank you very much," said the doctor, spreading a brownish paste on the wound he had just stitched up. It burned like hell, and Paul had difficulty in suppressing a grimace. He only hoped he hadn't left bloodstains on Lady Tilney's elegant chaise lounge. Not that they can help it, of course. Lucy was making an effort to sound friendlier. She even tried a smile. Rather a grim smile, but it's the thought that counts. "I'm sure you're doing your best," she told the doctor. "Dr. Harrison is the best," Lady Tilney assured her. "And the only one available," murmured Paul. Suddenly he felt incredibly tired. There must have been a sedative in the Swedish stuff that the doctor had given him to drink. "The most discreet, anyway," said Dr. Harrison. He put a snow-white bandage on Paul's arm. "And to be honest, I can't imagine what the treatment of cuts and stab wounds will be so very different in 80 years' time." Lucy took a deep breath, and Paul guessed what was coming. A lock of hair had strayed from the ringlets piled up on top of her head, and she put it back behind her ear with a look of spirited defiance. "Well, maybe not as a general rule, but if bacteria, those are single-celled organisms that—" "Drop it, Luce," Paul interrupted her. "Dr. Harrison knows perfectly well what bacteria are." The wound was still burning horribly, and at the same time he felt so exhausted that he wanted to close his eyes and drift away into sleep. But that would only upset Lucy even more. Although her blue eyes were sparkling furiously, he knew her anger only hid her concern for him, and, even worse, her fears. For her sake, he mustn't show either his poor physical state or his own desperation. So he went on talking. "After all, we're not in the Middle Ages, we're in the 20th century. It's a time of trailblazing medical advances. The first ECG device is already yesterday's news, and for the last few years they've known the cause of syphilis and how to cure it." Someone was paying attention like a good boy in his study of the mysteries. Lucy looked as if she might explode any minute now. "How nice for you!" Dr. Harrison made his own contribution. "And last year that French woman Marie Curie was awarded the Nobel Prize for Chemistry." "What did she invent? The nuclear bomb?" "Sometimes you're shockingly uneducated, Lucy. Marie Curie invented radio—" "Oh, do shut up!" Lucy had crossed her arms and was staring angrily at Paul, ignoring Lady Tilney's reproachful glance. "You can keep your lectures to yourself right now. You could have been dead. So, will you kindly tell me how I was supposed to avert the disaster ahead of us without you?" At this point her voice shook. "Or how I could go on living without you at all." "I'm sorry, Princess." She had no idea just how sorry he was. "Huh," said Lucy. "You can leave out that remorseful doggy expression." "There's no point in thinking about what might have happened, my dear child," said Lady Tilney, shaking her head as she helped Dr. Harrison to pack his instruments back in his medical bag. "It all turned out for the best. Paul was unlucky, but lucky as well." "Well, yes, it could have ended much worse, but that doesn't mean it was all for the best," cried Lucy. "Nothing turned out for the best, nothing at all." Her eyes filled with tears, and the sight almost broke Paul's heart. "We've been here for nearly 3 months, and we haven't done any of the things we planned to do. Just the opposite. We've only made matters worse. We finally had those wretched papers in our hands, and then Paul simply gave them away." "Maybe I was a little too hasty." He let his head drop back on the pillow. "But at that moment I felt it was the right thing to do. Because at that moment I felt horribly close to death. Lord Alistair's sword could easily have finished him off. However, he mustn't let Lucy know that. If we have Gideon on our side, there's still a chance. As soon as he's read those papers, he'll understand what we're doing and why." Or, let's hope so, he thought. "But we don't know exactly what's in the papers ourselves. They could all be in code, or "Oh, you don't even know what you just handed to Gideon," said Lucy. "Lord Alistair could have palmed anything off on you. Old bills, love letters, blank sheets of paper." This idea had occurred to Paul himself some time ago, but what was done was done. "Sometimes you just have to trust things will be all right," he murmured, wishing that applied to himself. The thought that he might have handed Gideon a bunch of worthless documents was bad enough. Even worse was the chance that the boy might take them straight off to Count Saint-Germain. That would mean they'd thrown away their only trump card. But Gideon had said he loved Gwyneth, and the way he said it had been, well, convincing. "He promised me," Paul tried to say, but it came out as an inaudible whisper. It would have been a lie, anyway. He hadn't had time to hear Gideon's answer. "Trying to work with a Florentine alliance was a stupid idea," he heard Lucy say. His eyes had closed. Whatever Dr. Harrison had given him, it worked fast. "And yes, I know," Lucy went on. "We ought to have dealt with the situation ourselves." "But you're not murderers, my child," said Lady Tilney. "What's the difference between committing a murder and getting someone else to do it?" Lucy heaved a deep sigh, and although Lady Tilney contradicted her vigorously, "My dear, don't say such things. You didn't ask anyone to commit a murder. You only handed over a little information." She sounded suddenly inconsolable. "We've got everything wrong that we could get wrong, Paul. All we've done in 3 months is to waste any amount of time and Margaret's money, and we've involved far too many other people." "It's Lord Tilney's money," Lady Tilney corrected her, "and you'd be astonished to hear what he usually wastes it on. Horse races and dancing girls are the least of it. He won't even notice the small sums I've abstracted for our own purposes, and if he ever does, I'll trust he'll be enough of a gentleman to say nothing about it." "Speaking for myself, I can't feel at all sorry to be involved," Dr. Harrison assured them, smiling. "I'd just begun to find life rather boring. But it isn't every day of the week you meet time travelers from the future who know your own job better than you do. And between ourselves, the high and mighty manner of the Devier and Pinkerton Smith gentlemen among the guardians here is quite enough to make anyone feel a little rebellious in secret." "How true," said Lady Tilney. "That self-satisfied Jonathan Devier threatened to lock his wife in her room if she didn't stop sympathizing with the suffragettes." She imitated a grumpy male voice. "What will it be next, I wonder? Votes for dogs?" "Ah, so that's why you threatened to slap his face," said Dr. Harrison. "Now that was one tea party when I was not bored." "It wasn't quite like that. I only said I couldn't guarantee what my right hand might not do next if he went on making such remarks." "If he went on talking such utter balderdash, those were your precise words," Dr. Harrison set her right. "I remember because they impressed me deeply." Lady Tilney laughed and offered the doctor her arm. "I'll show you to the door, Dr. Harrison." Paul tried to open his eyes and sit up to thank the doctor. He didn't manage to do either of those things. Thanks," he mumbled with the last of his strength. "What on earth was in that stuff you gave him, doctor?" Lucy called after Dr. Harrison. He turned in the doorway. "Only a few drops of tincture of morphine. Perfectly harmless." But Paul was past hearing Lucy's screech of outrage. As according to our Secret Service sources, London may expect air raids by German squadrons in the next few days, we have decided to proceed at once to Stage 1 of the security protocol. The chronograph will be deposited for an unknown period of time in the documents room, from which location Lady Tilney, my brother Jonathan, and I will elapse, thus limiting the time spent elapsing to 3 hours a day. Traveling to the 19th century from the documents room ought not to present any problems. There was seldom anyone there by night, and there is no mention in the annals of visitors from the future, so it is to be presumed that our presence was never noticed. As was to be expected, Lady Tilney objected to this departure from her usual routine, and, according to herself, could see no kind of logic in our arguments. But in the end, she had to accept the decision of our Grand Master. Times of war call for special measures. Elapsing this afternoon to the year 1851 went surprisingly smoothly, perhaps because my dear wife had given us some of her wonderful tea cakes to take with us, and because, remembering heated debates on other occasions, we avoided such subjects as women's suffrage. Lady Tilney greatly regretted being unable to visit the great exhibition in Hyde Park, But as we shared her feelings in that respect, the conversation did not degenerate into argument. She did, however, give further evidence of her eccentricity in proposing that from now on we should pass the time by playing poker. Weather today, fine, drizzling rain. Temperature, a spring-like 50 degrees Fahrenheit. From The Annals of the Guardians, March 30th, 1916. Report, Timothy Devier, Inner Circle. Potius sero quam nunquam. Livy. Chapter 1. The end of the sword was pointing straight at my heart, and my murderer's eyes were like black holes, threatening to swallow up everything that came too close to them. I knew I couldn't get away. With difficulty, I stumbled a few steps back. The man followed me. "I will wipe that which is displeasing to God off the face of the earth," he boomed. "The ground will soak up your blood." I had at least 2 smart retorts to these sinister words on the tip of my tongue. Soak up my blood? Oh, come off it, this is a tiled floor. But I was in such a panic that I couldn't get a word out. The man didn't look as if he'd appreciate my little joke at this moment anyway. In fact, he didn't look as if he had a sense of humor at all. I took another step back and came up against a wall. The killer laughed out loud. Okay, so maybe he did have a sense of humor, but it wasn't much like mine. "Die, demon!" he cried, plunging his sword into my breast without any more ado. I woke up screaming. I was wet with sweat, and my heart hurt as if a blade really had pierced it. What a horrible dream! But was that really surprising? My experiences of yesterday, and the day before, weren't exactly likely to make me nestle down comfortably in bed and sleep the sleep of the just. Unwanted thoughts were writhing around in my mind like flesh-eating plants gone crazy. Gideon was only pretending, I thought. He doesn't really love me. He hardly has to do anything to attract girls, I heard Count Saint-Germain saying in his soft, deep voice again and again, and nothing is easier to calculate than the reactions of a woman in love. Oh yes? So how does a woman in love react when she finds out that someone's been lying to her and manipulating her? She spends hours on the phone to her best friend, that's how. Then she sits about in the dark, unable to get to sleep, asking herself why the hell she ever fell for the guy in the first place, crying her eyes out at the same time because she wants him so much. Right, so it doesn't take a genius to calculate that. The lighted numbers on the alarm clock beside my bed said 3:10, so I must have nodded off after all. I'd even slept for more than 2 hours. And someone, my mum, must have come in to cover me up, because all I could remember was huddling on the bed with my arms around my knees, listening to my heart beating much too fast. Odd that a broken heart can beat at all, come to think of it. It feels like it's made of red splinters with sharp edges, and they're slicing me up from inside so that I'll bleed to death, I'd said, trying to describe the state of my heart to Lesley. Okay, so it sounds at least as corny as the stuff the character in my dream was saying, but sometimes the truth is corny. And Lesley had said sympathetically, "I know just how you feel. When Max dumped me, I thought at first I'd die of grief and multiple organ failure. Because there's a grain of truth in all those things they say about love. It goes to your kidneys, it punches you in the stomach, it breaks your heart, and it scurries over your liver like a louse. But first, that will all pass off. Second, it's not as hopeless as it looks to you. And third, your heart isn't made of glass." "Stone, not glass," I corrected her, sobbing. "My heart is a gemstone, and Gideon's broken it into thousands of pieces, just like in Aunt Mattie's vision." Sounds kind of cool, but no. Hearts are really made of very different stuff. You take my word for it. Lesley cleared her throat, and her tone of voice got positively solemn, as if she were revealing the greatest secret in the history of the world. "Hearts are made of something much tougher. It's unbreakable, and you can reshape it any time you like. Hearts are made to a secret formula." More throat clearing to heighten the suspense. I instinctively held my breath. "They're made of stuff like marzipan," Lesley announced. "Marzipan?" For a moment I stopped sobbing and grinned instead. "That's right, marzipan," Lesley repeated in deadly earnest. The best sort, with lots of real ground almonds in it. I almost giggled. But then I remembered that I was the unhappiest girl in the world. I sniffed and said, "If that's so, then Gideon has bitten off a piece of my heart, and he's nibbled away the chocolate coating around it too. You ought to have seen the way that he looked when—" But before I could start crying all over again, Lesley sighed audibly. "Gwenny, I hate to say so, but all this miserable weeping and wailing does no one any good. You have to stop it." "I'm not doing it on purpose," I told her. "It just keeps on breaking out of me. One moment I'm still the happiest girl in the world, and then he tells me he—" "Okay, so Gideon behaved like a bastard," Lesley interrupted me, "although it's hard to understand why. I mean, hello, why on earth would girls be in love make it easier to manipulate them? I'd have thought it just the opposite. Girls in love are like ticking time bombs. You never know what they'll do next. Gideon and his male chauvinist friend the Count have made a big mistake." "I really thought Gideon was in love with me. The idea that he was only pretending is so—" "Mean? Cruel?" No word seemed enough to describe my feelings properly. "Oh, sweetie, look, in other circumstances you could wallow in grief for weeks on end, but you can't afford to do that right now. You need your energy for other things, like surviving, for instance." Lesley sounded unusually stern. "So kindly pull yourself together." "That's what Samirius said, too, before he went off and left me all alone." "Your little invisible monster is right. You have to keep a cool head now and put all the facts together. Ugh, what was that? Hang on, I have to open a window. Bertie just did a disgusting fart. Bad dog! Now, where was I? Yes, that's it. We have to find out what your grandfather hid in your house." Lesley's voice rose slightly. "I must admit Raphael has turned out pretty useful. He's not as stupid as you might think." "As you might think, you mean." Raphael was Gideon's little brother, who had just started going to our school. He discovered that the riddle my grandfather had left behind was all about geographical coordinates, and they had led straight to our house. I'd love to know how much Raphael has found out about the secrets of the Guardians and Gideon's time traveling. "Could be more than we might assume," said Lesley. "Anyway, he wasn't swallowing my story when I told him the coordinates were only because puzzle games like this were the latest fad in London. But he was clever enough not to ask any more questions." She paused for a moment. "He has rather attractive eyes." "Yep, they were really attractive." Which reminded me that Gideon's eyes were exactly the same, green and surrounded by thick, dark lashes. Not that that impresses me, only making an observation. "I've fallen in love with you." Gideon had sounded deadly serious when he said that, looking straight at me, and I'd stared back and believed every word of it. My tears started flowing again, and I could hardly hear what Lesley was saying. "But I hope it's a long letter or a kind of diary with your grandfather explaining everything the rest of them wouldn't tell you and a bit more. Then we can finally stop groping around in the dark and make a proper plan." "Eyes like that shouldn't be allowed. Or there ought to be a law saying boys with such gorgeous eyes had to wear sunglasses all the time. Unless they canceled out the eyes by having huge jug ears or something like that." "Gwenny, you're not crying again, are you?" Now Lesley sounded just like Mrs. Counter, our geography teacher, when people told her they were afraid they'd forgotten to do their homework. "Sweetie, this won't do. You must stop twisting the knife in your own heart with all this drama. We have to keep a cool head. Yes, you're right." It cost me an effort, but I tried to put the thought of Gideon's eyes out of my mind and inject a little confidence into my voice. I owed Lesley that. After all, she was the one who'd been propping me up for days. Before she rang off, I had to tell her how glad I was that she was my friend, even if it made me start to cry again, but this time because it made me so emotional. "Same here," Lesley assured me. "My life would be dead boring without you." When she ended the call, it was just before midnight, and I really had felt a little better for a few minutes. But now, at 3:10, I'd have loved to call her back and go over the whole thing again. Not that I was naturally inclined to be such a moaning Minnie. It's just that this was the first time in my life I'd ever suffered from unrequited love. Real unrequited love, I mean. The sort that genuinely hurts. Everything else retreated into the background. Even survival didn't seem to matter. Honestly, the thought of dying didn't seem so bad at that moment. I wouldn't be the first to die of a broken heart, after all. I'd be in good company. There was the little mermaid, Juliet, Pocahontas, the Lady of the Camelot, Madame Butterfly, and now me, Gwyneth Shepherd. The good part of it was that I could leave out anything dramatic with a knife, as suggested by Lesley's remark, because the way I felt now, I must have caught TB ages ago, and dying of consumption is much the most picturesque way to go. I'd lie on my bed, looking pale and beautiful like Snow White, with my hair spread out on the pillow. Gideon would kneel beside me, feeling bitterly sorry for what he had done when I breathed my last words. But first I had to go to the toilet. Urgently. Peppermint tea with masses of lemon and sugar was a cure for all ills in our family, and I must have drunk pints of it. Because when I came in yesterday evening, my mother had noticed right away that I wasn't feeling good. It wasn't difficult to spot that, because crying had made me look like an albino rabbit. And if I'd told her, as Zemirius suggested, that I'd had to chop onions in a limousine on the way back home from the Guardian's headquarters, she'd never have believed my story. "Have those damned Guardians been doing something to you? What happened?" she had asked, managing to sound sympathetic and furiously angry at the same time. "I'll murder Falk if—" "No one's done anything to me, Mum," I'd said quickly to reassure her. "And nothing has happened." As if she was going to believe that! Why didn't you try the onion excuse? You never take my good advice. Zemirius had stamped his clawed feet on the floor. He was a small, stern gargoyle demon with big ears, bat's wings, and a scaly tail like a dragon, and two little horns on a cat-like head. Unfortunately, he wasn't half as cute as he looked, and no one except me could hear his outrageous remarks and answer him back. There were two odd things about me, by the way, and I just had to live with them. One was that I'd been able to see gargoyle demons and other ghosts and talk to them from early childhood. The other was even odder, and I hadn't known about it until under 2 weeks ago, when I found out that I was one of a strictly secret bunch of 12 time travelers, which meant going back to somewhere in the past for a couple of hours every day. The curse of time travel, well, okay, so it was supposed to be a gift, ought to have affected my cousin Charlotte, who would have been much better at it, but it turned out that I'd drawn the short straw. No reason why I should be surprised. I was always left holding the last card when we were played old maid. If we cast lots in class to see who bought Mrs. Counter's Christmas gift, I always got the piece of paper with her name on it. And how do you decide what to give a geography teacher? If I had tickets for a concert, you'd bet I fell sick. And when I particularly wanted to look good, I got a zit on my forehead the size of a third eye. Some people may not understand right away how a zit is like time travel. They may even envy me and think time travel would be fun. But it isn't. It's a nuisance, nerve-wracking, and dangerous as well. Not forgetting that if I hadn't inherited that stupid gift, I'd never have met Gideon, and then my heart, whether or not it was made of marzipan, would still be just fine, because that guy was another of the 12 time travelers, one of the few still alive. You couldn't meet the others except back in the past. "You've been crying," my mother had said in a matter-of-fact way. "There, you see," Zemirius had said. "Now she's going to squeeze you like a lemon until the pips squeak. She won't let you out of her sight for a second, and we can wave goodbye to tonight's treasure hunt." I'd made a face at him to let him know that I didn't feel like treasure hunting tonight any more. Well, you have to make faces at invisible friends if you don't want other people to think you're crazy because you talk to the empty air. "Tell her you were trying out the pepper spray," the empty air had answered me back, "and it got in your own eyes by mistake." But I'd been far too tired to tell lies. I just looked at my mother with red-rimmed eyes and tried telling the truth. Here goes then, I'd thought. It's just, "No, I don't feel too good. It's kind of a girl thing, you know." "Oh, darling. If I phone Lesley, I know I'll feel better." Much to the surprise of Zemirius. Me too. Mom had been satisfied with this explanation. She made me peppermint tea, left the teapot and my favorite cup with its pattern of spots beside my bedside table, stroked my hair, and otherwise left me in peace. She didn't even keep reminding me of the time, as usual. "Gwyneth, it's after 10, and you've been on the phone for 40 minutes. You'll be seeing each other at school tomorrow." Sometimes she really was the best mother in the world. Sighing, I swung my legs over the edge of the bed and stumbled off to the bathroom. I felt a cold breath of air. Zemirius, are you there? I asked under my breath, and felt for the light switch. That depends. Zemirius was dangling head down from the ceiling fixture in the corridor, blinking at the light. I'm here so long as you don't turn back into a watering can. He raised his voice to a shrill, tearful pitch as he imitated me. Rather well, I'm sorry to say. And then he said, I have no idea what you're talking about. And then I said, yes or no. And then he said, yes, but do stop crying. He sighed theatrically. Girls get on my nerves worse than any other kind of human being, along with retired taxmen, saleswomen in hosiery departments, and presidents of community garden societies. I can't guarantee anything, I whispered, so as not to wake the rest of my family up. We'd better not mention you-know-who, or the indoor fountain will come back on again. I was sick of the sound of his name anyway. Couldn't we do something sensible for a change? Go treasure hunting, for instance? Getting some sleep might have been sensible, but unfortunately I was wide awake now. Okay, we can start if you like, but first I have to get rid of all that tea. What? I pointed to the bathroom door. Oh, I see, said Zemirius. I'll just wait here. I looked better than I expected in the bathroom mirror. Unfortunately, there wasn't a sign of galloping consumption. My eyelids were a little swollen. That was all, as if I'd been using pink eyeshadow and put on too much. Where were you all this time, Zemirius? I asked, when I came out into the corridor again. Not by any chance with... With whom? Zemirius looked indignant. Are you asking me about the person whose name we don't mention? Well, yes. I would have loved to know what Gideon did yesterday evening. How was the wound in his arm healing up? And had he maybe said something to anyone about me? Like, it's all a terrible misunderstanding. Of course I love Gwyneth. I wasn't pretending at all when I told her so. Oh, no, you don't. I'm not falling for that one. Zemirius spread his wings and flew down to the floor. When he was sitting there in front of me, he hardly came above my knee. But I didn't go out. I was having a good look around this house. If anyone can find that treasure, then I can. If only because none of the rest of you can walk through walls, or rummage around in your grandmother's chest of drawers without being caught at it. Yes, there must be some advantages to being invisible, I said. I didn't point out that Zemirius couldn't rummage around in anything because his ghostly claws couldn't even open a drawer. No ghost I'd ever met could move objects. Most of them, unlike Zemirius, couldn't even manage a breath of cold air. But you know, we're not looking for a treasure, only something left by my grandfather that will help us to find out more. This house is full of stuff that might be treasure, not to mention all of the possible hiding places for it, Zemirius went on, taking no notice of me. Some of the walls on the first floor are double, with passages in between them, passages so narrow you can tell they're not built for people with big bums. Really? I'd never discovered those passages myself. How'd you get in them? The doors are covered up with wallpaper in most of the rooms, but there's still a way in through your great-aunt's wardrobe, and another behind that big solid sideboard in the dining room, and the one in the library hidden behind a swiveling bookcase. Oh, and there's a link between the library and the stairwell leading to Mr. Bernard's rooms, and another going up to the second floor. Which would explain why Mr. Bernard always seems to appear out of nowhere, I murmured. And that's not all. There's a ladder inside the big chimney shaft on the wall next to number 83 next door. You can climb it all the way up to the roof. You can't get into the shaft from the kitchen anymore because the old fireplace there has been bricked up. But there's a way in with a flap over it at the back of the built-in cupboard at the end of the first floor corridor, big enough to let Santa Claus through, or your weirdo of a butler. Or the chimney sweep. And then there's the cellar. Zemirius acted as if he hadn't heard my down-to-earth remark. Do your neighbors know that this house has a secret, and there's a second cellar underneath the cellar that everyone knows about? Although if you're looking for anything there, you'd better not be scared of spiders. Then we'd better look somewhere else first, I said, quite forgetting to whisper. If we knew what we're looking for, of course it would be easier. Zemirius scratched his chin with one of his back paws. I mean, basically it could be anything. The stuffed crocodile in the recess, the bottle of scotch behind the books in the library, the bundle of letters in the secret drawer of your great-aunt's desk, the little chest in a hollow place in the brickwork. A chest in the brickwork? I interrupted him. And what recess was he talking about? Zemirius nodded. Oh dear, I think you've woken your brother up. I spun round. My 12-year-old brother Nick was standing in the doorway of his room, running both hands through his untidy red hair. "Who are you talking to, Gwenny?" "It's the middle of the night," I whispered. "Go back to bed, Nick." Nick looked at me undecidedly, and I could see him waking up more and more every second. "What was all that about a chest in the brickwork?" I was going to look for it, but I think I'd better wait until it's light." "Nonsense," said Zemirius. "I can see in the dark like well, let's say an owl. And you can't very well search the house when everyone's awake. Not unless you want even more company." "I can bring my flashlight," said Nick. "What's in the chest?" "I don't know exactly." I thought for a moment. "It could be something left there by Grandpa." "Oh," said Nick, interested. "And whereabouts is this chest hidden?" I looked inquiringly at Zemirius. "I saw it to one side of the secret passage behind that fat man with whiskers, the one sitting on his horse," said Zemirius. "But who goes hiding secrets, treasures, in a boring old chest? I think the crocodile is much more promising. Who knows what it's stuffed with? I'm in favor of slitting it open." I wasn't. I had an idea I'd met that crocodile before. "Let's look in the chest first. A hollow place doesn't sound so bad." "Boring, boring, boring," repeated Zemirius. "One of your ancestors probably hid his tobacco from his wife in it, or—" Obviously, he had just had an idea he liked, because now he suddenly grinned. "Or the chopped-up body of a maid who stepped off the straight and narrow and went astray." "The chest is in the secret passage behind the picture of great-great-great-great-great-Uncle Hugh," I explained to Nick. "But I'll just get that flashlight." My brother had already turned back to his room. I sighed. "Why are you sighing again?" Zemirius rolled his eyes. "It can't hurt if your brother comes along." He spread his wings. "I'll just do a round of the house and make sure the rest of the family are fast asleep. We don't want that sharp-nosed aunt of yours catching us when we find the diamonds." "What diamonds?" "Think positive for once." Zemirius was already hovering in the air. "Which would you rather, diamonds or the remains of a murdered maidservant? It's all a question of attitude. We'll meet in front of your fat uncle on his horse." "Are you talking to a ghost?" Nick had reappeared behind me. He switched off the ceiling light in the corridor and put his flashlight on instead. I nodded. Nick had never doubted that I could really see ghosts. Quite the opposite. Even when he was only 4 and I was 8, he used to stand up for me if people didn't believe it. Aunt Glenda, for instance. We always quarreled when she went to Harrod's with us, and I talked to the nice uniformed doorman, Mr. Grizzle. Mr. Grizzle had been dead for 50 years, so of course people wondered why I stopped and started talking about the royal family. Mr. Grizzle was a great admirer of the Queen. And the unseasonably wet June we were having. The weather was Mr. Grizzle's second favorite subject of conversation. A lot of passers-by laughed, said some children had such wonderful imaginations, ruffling up my hair to emphasize their point, and many others shook their heads, but no one got as worked up as Aunt Glenda. She used to look terribly embarrassed and haul me on after her, scolding if I braced my feet and stood my ground. She said I ought to follow Charlotte's example. Even then, Charlotte was so perfect that she never lost a barrette out of her hair. And worst of all, she threatened me with getting no dessert that evening. But although she carried out her threat, and I loved all desserts, even stewed plums, I simply couldn't bring myself to walk past Mr. Grizzle without a word. Nick always tried to help by begging Aunt Glenda to let go of me because there was no one else for poor Mr. Grizzle to talk to. And Aunt Glenda cleverly got the better of him by saying, in sugary sweet tones, "Oh, little Nick, will you understand that your sister is just trying to attract attention? There are no such thing as ghosts. Do you see a ghost here?" Nick always had to shake his head sadly, and then Aunt Glenda would smile triumphantly. On the day when she decided never to take us to Harrod's with her again, Nick had surprised me by changing his tactics. Tiny and plump-cheeked at the time, he was such a cute little boy, with an adorable lisp. He had stopped right in front of Aunt Glenda and asked, "Do you know what Mr. Grizzle said to me, Aunt Glenda? He said you're a nasty, frowsty old witch." Of course, Mr. Grizzle would never have said such a thing. He was much too polite, and Aunt Glenda was too good a customer. But my mum had said something rather like it the evening before. Aunt Glenda pressed her lips together and stalked on, holding Charlotte's hand. Back home, there had been an unpleasant scene with my mother, who was cross because we'd had to find our way home on our own, and Aunt Glenda had said in icy tones that Mom was responsible for the frowsty witch remark, and the upshot was that we weren't allowed to go shopping with Aunt Glenda ever again. But even now we liked saying frowsty. When I got older, I stopped telling people I could see things that they couldn't. That's best if you don't want to be thought crazy. But I never had to pretend to Nick, Caroline, and Lesley because they believed in my ghosts. I wasn't quite sure about Mum and Great Aunt Mattie, but at least they never laughed at me. Aunt Mattie had strange visions herself at regular intervals, so she probably knew just how it felt when no one believed you. "Is he nice?" whispered Nick. The beam of his flashlight danced over the stairs. "Who? Your ghost, of course." "It all depends," I said truthfully. "What does he look like?" "He's rather cute, but he thinks he's dangerous." As we went down on tiptoe to the second floor, which was occupied by Aunt Glenda and Charlotte, I tried describing Zemirius as well as I could. "Cool," Nick whispered. "An invisible pet. I wish I had one." "Pet? Don't you ever say that when Zemirius is within earshot." I half hoped to hear my cousin snoring through her bedroom door, but of course Charlotte didn't snore. People who are perfect don't make nasty frowsty noises in their sleep. Halfway down to the next floor, my little brother yawned, and I instantly felt guilty. "Listen, Nick, it's 3:30 in the morning, and you have to go to school later. Mum will murder me if she finds out I've kept you awake." "I'm not a bit tired, and it would be mean of you to leave me out now. What did Grandfather hide in the chest?" "I've no idea. Maybe a book explaining everything to me, or at least a letter. Grandpa was Grand Master of the Lodge and its guardians. He knew all about me and this time travel stuff, and by the time he died, he knew it wasn't Charlotte who inherited the gene, because I met him in the past, in person, and explained it all to him." "You're so lucky," whispered Nick, adding almost as if ashamed of himself. "To be honest, I can hardly remember him, but he was always so good-tempered and not a bit strict, just the opposite of Lady Arista, and he used to smell of caramel and something herby. That was the tobacco he smoked in his pipe. Careful!" I stopped Nick just in time. By now we were past the second floor, but there were a few tricky steps on the stairs down to the first floor that creaked badly. Years of sneaking down to the kitchen by night had taught me to avoid them. We carefully walked around the creaking places and finally reached great Uncle Hugh's portrait. "Okay, here we are." Nick shone his flashlight on our ancestor's face. "It was mean of him to call his horse Fat Annie. She's lovely and slender. He's the one who looks like a fat pig with whiskers." "I agree with you." I was feeling behind the picture frame for the bolt that started the mechanism to open the secret door. As usual, it stuck a bit. "All sleeping like babies." Zemirius landed on the stairs beside us, puffing. "That's to say, all but Mr. Bernard. He obviously suffers from insomnia. But don't worry, he's eating a plate of cold chicken in the kitchen and watching a Clint Eastwood film." "Good." The picture swung out with its usual squealing sound, showing a few steps fitted behind the walls. They ended only about 6 or 7 feet away in front of another door. This door led into the first floor bathroom, and it was hidden on the bathroom side by a floor-length mirror. We often used to come through it for fun. We got our kicks by not knowing if there'd be anyone in there using the bathroom, but we hadn't yet found out what the point of this secret passage was. Maybe one of our ancestors had just thought it would be nice to be able to get away to this quiet place whenever he liked. "So where's the chest, Zemirius?" I asked. "On the left, between the walls." I couldn't quite make him out clearly in the dim light, but it sounded as if he was picking something out of his teeth. "Zemirius is a bit of a tongue-twister," said Nick. "I'd call him Zemi, or Mary. Can I go in and get the chest?" "It's on the left," I said. "Tongue-twister yourself," said Zemirius. "Shemey or Mary. No way. I come from a long line of mighty ancestral demons, and our name's... Have you got something in your mouth?" Zemirius spat and smacked his lips. "Not now. I ate the pigeon I found asleep on the roof. Stupid feathers." "But you can't eat at all." "No idea of anything, but always gives us the benefit of her opinion," said Zemirius, offended. "Won't even let me eat a little pigeon." You can't eat a pigeon, I repeated. You're a ghost. I'm a demon. I can eat anything I like. I once ate a whole priest, vestments and all. Why are you looking at me so incredulously? Why don't you keep your eyes open for anyone coming? Hey, don't you believe me? Nick had already climbed down the steps into the bathroom and was shining his flashlight along the wall. I can't see anything. The chest is behind the brickwork, like I said. In a hollow space, bonehead, said Zemirius, and I'm not lying. If I say I ate a pigeon, then I did eat a pigeon. It's in a hollow space behind the brickwork, I told Nick. But I can't see a loose brick anywhere. My little brother knelt down on the floor and pressed his hands against the wall, testing it out. Hello, I'm speaking to you, said Zemirius. Are you ignoring me, crybaby? When I didn't reply, he said, Well, okay, so it was the ghost of a pigeon. Comes to the same thing. Ghost of a pigeon, are you trying to be funny? Even if pigeons did have ghosts, and I've never seen one, you still couldn't eat them. Ghosts can't kill one another. These bricks are all solid as rocks, said Nick. Zemirius snorted angrily. First, even pigeons can sometimes decide to stay on Earth and haunt it. Don't ask me why. Maybe they have unfinished business with a cat somewhere. Second, kindly tell me how you can tell a ghost pigeon from all the other pigeons. And third, their ghostly life is over if I eat them, because, as I've told you, I don't know how often, I'm not an ordinary ghost. I'm a demon. Maybe I can't do much in your world, but I'm big news in the world of ghosts. When will you finally get the hang of that? Nick stood up again and kicked the wall a couple of times. Nope, nothing we can do about it. Shh! Stop that! It makes too much noise! I put my head into the bathroom and looked at Zemirius reproachfully. So you're big news. Great. Now what? How do you mean? I never said a word about loose bricks. Then how are we to get at that chest? With a hammer and chisel. That was a very helpful answer, only it wasn't Zemirius who gave it, but Mr. Bernard. I froze with horror. There he stood, only a couple of feet above me on the steps. I could see his gold-rimmed glasses sparkling in the dark, and his teeth. Could he be smiling? Oh, shit! Zemirius was so upset that he spat water out on the carpet over the steps. He must have inhaled the cold chicken to get it inside him so fast. Or else the film was no good. You can't rely on Clint Eastwood these days. Unfortunately, I was unable to say anything but, What? A hammer and chisel would be the best solution, repeated Mr. Bernard calmly. But I suggest you put it off until later, if only as not to disturb the rest of the family when you take the chest out of its hiding place. Ah, I see Master Nick is here too. He looked into the beam of Nick's flashlight without blinking. Barefoot! You'll both catch your death of cold. He himself was wearing slippers and an elegant dressing gown with an embroidered monogram, W.B. Walter? William? Wilfred? I'd always thought of Mr. Bernard as the man without any first name. How do you know it's a chest we're looking for? Asked Nick. His voice didn't tremble, but I could tell from his wide eyes that he was as startled and baffled as I was. Mr. Bernard straightened his glasses. I expect because I've walled up that chest in there myself. It's a kind of a wooden box decorated with valuable inlaid intasia work, an antique from the early 18th century that belonged to your grandfather. And what's in it? I asked, finding that I could speak again at last. Mr. Bernard looked at me with reproof in his eyes. Naturally, it was not for me to ask that question. I simply hid the chest there on behalf of your grandfather. He can't try telling me that, said Zemirius grumpily. Not when he goes around poking his nose into everything else, and slinking here along there, after lulling a person into a false sense of security with cold chicken. But it's all your fault, you silly watering can. If you had believed me, the senile old sleepwalker could never have taken us by surprise. I will, of course, be happy to help you to extricate the chest again, Mr. Bernard went on, but preferably this evening, when your grandmother and aunt will be on their way to the meeting of the ladies of the Rotary Club. So I suggest that we all go back to bed now. After all, you two have to go to school later. Yes, and meanwhile he'll hack the thing out of the wall himself, said Zemirius. Then he can get his hands on the diamonds and leave a few withered old walnuts for us to find. I know his sort. Don't be daft, I muttered. If Mr. Bernard had wanted to do anything like that, he could have done it long ago, because no one knew a thing about that chest. What on earth could be in it for Grandpa to have wanted bricked up inside his own house? Why do you want to help us? Asked Nick bluntly, getting in ahead of me with that question. Because I'm good with a hammer and chisel, said Mr. Bernard, and he added, even more quietly, and because your grandfather, unfortunately, cannot be here to help Miss Gwyneth. Suddenly I felt it hard to breathe again, and I had to fight back tears. Thanks, I murmured. Don't get hopeful too soon. I'm afraid that the key to the chest has been lost, and I really don't know that I can bring myself to take a sledgehammer to such a beautiful and valuable antique, said Mr. Bernard, sighing. Meaning you're not going to tell our mum and Lady Arista anything? Asked Nick. Not if you go to bed now. I saw Mr. Bernard's teeth flash in the darkness again before he turned and went back up the stairs. Good night, and try to get some sleep. Good night, Mr. Bernard, Nick and I murmured. The old villain, said Zemirius. He needn't think I'm letting him out of my sight. The circle of blood its perfection will find, the philosopher's stone shall eternity bind. New strength will arise in the young at that hour, making one man immortal, for he holds the power. But beware, when the 12th star shows its own force, his life here on earth runs its natural course, and if youth is destroyed, then the oak tree will stand, to the end of all time, rooted fast in the land. And as the star dies, the eagle arises supreme, fulfilling his ancient and magical dream. For a star goes out in the sky above, if it freely chooses to die for love. From the Secret Writings of Count Saint-Germain. Chapter 2. Well, Cynthia Dale, who was in our class at school, had planted herself in front of us with her hands on her hips, elbows pointing out, thus barring our way up to the first floor. Other students, who had to push past to the right or left of us, were complaining of the traffic jam. Cynthia was twisting the ugly tie that was part of the St. Lennox High School uniform in her fingers, and she had a stern expression on her face. What are your costumes going to be like? It would be her birthday at the weekend, and she'd asked us to the costume party she gave every year. She was getting on our nerves. Lesley shook her head. Did you know you're nuttier all the time these days, Sin? I mean, you were nuts to begin with, but it's been getting worse and worse. People don't go about asking their guests what they're going to wear to a costume party. Exactly, unless you want to have a party all on your own, I said, trying to squeeze past Cynthia to one side, but her hand came out quick as lightning and grabbed my arm. I think up such fascinating themes for my costume parties, but there are always spoil-sports who don't stick to the rules, she said. Remember the Carnival of Animals party? And some people turned up with a feather in their hair and said they were in chicken costume? Yes, you may well look guilty, Gwenny. I know whose idea that was. Not everyone has a mum whose hobby is making papier-mâché elephant masks, said Lesley. Feeling cross, I just muttered, let us buy. I didn't bother to say how little Cynthia's party mattered to me right now, but I expect anyone could see that from my face anyway. The grip on my arm only tightened. And then there was Barbie's beach party. An obvious shudder ran down Cynthia's spine at the thought of that one. For very good reasons, by the way. She took a deep breath. This time I want to make sure. Green sleeves was my delight, is a wonderful theme, and I'm not having anyone spoil the party this time. Just so as you know, green nail varnish or a green scarf won't do. Would you let me pass if I gave you a black eye? I snapped. It's sure to be fading to green by the time you throw your party. Cynthia made out she hadn't heard me. I'm coming as a flower girl in a green dress, with a basket full of green posies. Sarah is coming as a green pepper. She says her costume is brilliant, but I don't know any more about it yet, because she suddenly had to go to the toilet. Gordon is coming as a field of daisies. He'll be in artificial turf all over. Sin. There was just no getting past her. And Charlotte is having a special costume made by a dressmaker, but it's still a secret. Isn't that right, Charlotte? My cousin Charlotte, jammed in between a lot of other students, tried to stop, but she had to go with the flow, climbing up the stairs. It's not all that difficult to guess, she told us in passing. I'll just say tulle and 7 different shades of green. And it looks like I'll be coming with King Oberon. She called that last remark back over her shoulder, and she was looking at me with a sort of funny smile, the same as at breakfast, when I'd felt like throwing a tomato at her. Good for Charlotte, said Cynthia, pleased, coming in green and bringing a boy. That's the kind of guest I like. Surely the boy Charlotte was bringing wouldn't be. No, impossible. Gideon would never stick on pointy ears. Or would he? I watched Charlotte moving through the crowd like a queen. She had done her glossy red hair in a kind of braided retro style, and the girls from the younger classes were all looking at her with that mixture of dislike and admiration that only comes from genuine envy. There'd probably be cute braided hairstyles all over the schoolyard tomorrow. "So, what are you two coming as, and who are you bringing?" asked Cynthia. "We are coming as little green men from Mars. Oh, best party hostess of all time," said Lesley, with a sigh of resignation. "And you'll have to wait and see who we're bringing. It's a surprise." "Okay, then." Cynthia let go of my arm. "Little green men from Mars. Not exactly attractive, but original. Don't you dare change your minds." Without saying goodbye, she honed in on her next victim. "Katie! Hi! Stop right there! About my party!" "Little green men from Mars?" I repeated as I looked automatically at the niche where James, the school ghost, usually stood. This morning it was empty. "We had to shake her off somehow or other," said Lesley. "Her party! Who wants to bother with that kind of thing?" "Did I hear something about a party? I'll be there." Gideon's brother Raphael had emerged behind us and made his way in between us with a confident look, taking my arm and putting his other arm around Leslie's waist. He'd done his tie-up in a very peculiar way. Well, strictly speaking, he just tied a double knot in it. "And there I was thinking you Brits don't have much to celebrate. Closing time in the pubs and all that." Lesley shook free of him. "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Cynthia's annual costume party isn't the sort of party you'd enjoy. Unless you like the kind where parents keep a beady eye on the buffet to make sure no one mixes anything alcoholic into the drinks or tips over the dessert." "Yes, Cynthia's mom and dad do that, but they always try playing funny games with us," I defended them. "And they're usually the only ones who dance." I glanced at Raphael sideways, and quickly looked away again because his profile was so like his brother's. "To be honest, I'm surprised Cyn hasn't invited you yet." "She did," Raphael sighed. "I said I was afraid I had another engagement. I hate themed parties where you have to dress up. But if I'd known you two were going..." I was about to offer to tie his tie properly for him. The school rules were pretty strict about that, when he put his arm around Leslie's waist again and said cheerfully, "Did you tell Gwyneth that we tracked down the location of the treasure in your mystery game? Has she found it yet?" "Yes," said Lesley briefly. I noticed that she didn't shake herself free this time. "So how's the game getting along, Mignon?" "It's not really I began, but Lesley interrupted me. "I'm sorry, Raphael, but you can't play anymore," she said coolly. "What? Oh, come on. I don't think that's fair." I didn't think it was fair either. After all, we weren't playing a game for poor Raphael to be kept out of, and he'd been a help so far. "Lesley only means that..." Lesley interrupted me again. "Life isn't fair," she said, if possible, even more coolly. "You have your brother to thank for that. As I'm sure you know, we're on different sides in what you call the game, and we can't risk you passing on information to Gideon, who, by the way, is an absolute not a particularly pleasant person." "Lesley!" Was she out of her mind? "What? This treasure hunt has something to do with my brother and the time-traveling business?" Raphael had let go of Lesley and was standing there as if rooted to the ground. "So, what's he supposed to have done to you two?" "Don't act so surprised," said Lesley. "I'm sure you and Gideon talk everything over together." She winked at me, but I could only stare back, baffled. "No, we don't!" cried Raphael. "We hardly spend any time together. Gideon is always off somewhere on some secret mission, and if he does happen to be home, he's brooding over mysterious documents or staring into the depths of space. Or, even worse, Charlotte turns up and gets on my nerves." He looked so unhappy that I'd have liked to put my arms around him, particularly when he added quietly, "I thought we were friends. Yesterday afternoon I felt sure we were going to get on really well together." Lesley, or perhaps I'd better call her my friend at the fridge, just shrugged her shoulders. "Yes, yesterday was nice, but let's be honest, we hardly know each other at all. You can't talk about friendship right away." "So you were only making use of me to find out those coordinates," said Raphael, looking hard at Lesley, probably hoping she'd contradict him. "Like I said, life isn't always fair." That was obviously the end of it so far as Lesley was concerned. She made me walk on. "Gwen, we have to hurry," she said. "Mrs. Counter's handing out the essay subjects today, and I don't want to be landed with research into the extent of the eastern delta of the river Ganges." I glanced back at Raphael, who was looking rather stunned. He tried to put his hands in his trouser pockets, only to find out that there weren't any in the school uniform. "Oh, Lesley, do look at him," I said, "or into ethnic groups with names I can't pronounce." I grabbed her arm the way Cynthia had grabbed mine just now. "What's the matter?" I whispered. "A proper little ray of sunshine, aren't you? Why'd you have to go for Raphael like that? Is this part of some plan that I don't know about?" "I'm only keeping it on the safe side." Lesley looked past me at the bulletin board. "Oh, great, there's a new ad up on it. Jewelry design. Speaking of jewelry," she added, fishing me inside the neck of her blouse and bringing out a little chain. "Look at this. I'm wearing that key you brought back from your travels in time as a pendant. Isn't that cool? I tell everyone it's the key to my heart." Her diversionary tactics cut no ice with me. "Lesley, Raphael can't help it if his brother is a bastard, and I believe him when he says he doesn't know any of Gideon's secrets. He's new to this country and this school, and he doesn't know anyone yet. He's sure to find plenty of people who will enjoy taking care of him," Lesley went on, staring straight ahead. The freckles on her nose danced in the sunlight. "You wait and see. This time tomorrow he'll have forgotten all about me, and he'll be calling some other girl mignon." "Yes, but—" Only when I spotted the giveaway blush on Lesley's face did light dawn on me. "Oh, now I get it. Giving his brother the cold shoulder has nothing to do with Gideon. You're just shit scared of falling in love with Raphael." "Nonsense. Anyway, he's not my type." Aha. That said it all. Well, I was Lesley's best friend. I'd known her forever, and that reply wouldn't have thrown anyone off the right track. Even Cynthia. "Come off it, Lesley. Who's going to believe that?" Lesley finally looked away from the announcements on the bulletin board and gave me a grin. "So what? We can't both afford to be suffering from hormonal softening of the brain at this particular moment, can we? It's quite enough for one of us not to be responsible for her actions." "Thanks a lot." "But it's true. You think of nothing but Gideon, so you simply don't see how serious the situation is. You need someone who can think straight, like me. And I'm not about to be taken in by that Frenchman." "Oh, Lesley." I gave her a big hug. No one else in the world had such a wonderful, crazy, clever friend as I did. "But it would be terrible if you had to give up your chance of being lucky in love because of me." "There you go, exaggerating again." Lesley lowered her voice and breathed into my ear. "If he's anything like his brother, he'd have broken my heart after a week at the latest." "So?" I said, giving her a little tap on the hand. "It's made of marzipan, so you can reshape it any time you like." "Don't laugh at me. All that about marzipan hearts is a metaphor, and I'm really proud of it." "Of course. One day you'll be quoted all over the world." "Hearts can't be broken because they're made of marzipan." From The Wit and Wisdom of Lesley Hay. "Wrong, I'm afraid," said a voice behind us. It belonged to our English teacher, Mr. Whitman, who was much too good-looking for a teacher. I'd have liked to ask what he thought he knew about female hearts, but it was better not to answer Mr. Whitman back. Like Mrs. Counter, he was apt to hand out extra homework on way-out subjects, and casual as he might seem, he could be very strict. "Wrong about what?" asked Lesley, throwing caution to the winds. He looked at us, shaking his head. "I thought we'd gone over the differences between metaphors, similes, symbols, and images quite sufficiently. You can call it a metaphor to speak of broken hearts, but how do you classify marzipan? Who on earth was interested? And since when did classes begin out in the corridor?" Simile?" I asked hopefully. Mr. Whitman nodded. "Yes, although not a very good one," he said, laughing. Then he turned serious again. "You look tired, Gwyneth. You've been lying awake all night brooding, at odds with the world, am I right?" So what business of his was it? And I could do without his sympathetic tone of voice, too. He sighed. "Oh, this is rather too much for you." He was fidgeting with the signet ring that he wore as one of the guardians. "That was only to be expected. Maybe Dr. White could prescribe you something to help you at least to sleep at night." I cast him an indignant glance, whereupon he gave me an encouraging smile before he turned and went into the classroom ahead of us. Did I fail to hear properly, or did Mr. Whitman just suggest giving me sleeping pills? I asked Lesley. Right after letting me know I looked terrible, I think. "Just like him," snorted Lesley. He wants you to be a puppet of the Guardians all day and then drugged out of your mind at night, so as to keep you from getting any ideas of your own. Well, he's not fooling us." She energetically brushed a lock of hair back from her face. "We're going to show those Guardians that they underestimate you." I said doubtfully, but Lesley was looking at me with grim determination. "We'll draw up our master plan at first break in the girls' toilets." Anyway, Mr. Whitman was wrong. I didn't look tired. I'd checked in the mirror in the girls' toilets several times. And, oddly enough, I didn't feel tired either. After our nocturnal treasure hunt, I'd soon fallen asleep again, and this time the nightmare stayed away. It could be I'd even had a nice dream, because in those magic seconds between sleeping and waking, I'd felt confident and hopeful. Although it's true that when I was fully awake, the gloomy realities came back into my mind. First and foremost, Gideon was only pretending to love me. However, a little of that hopeful mood had lasted into daytime. Maybe that was because I'd finally had a few hours uninterrupted sleep. Or possibly it could have occurred to me even in my dreams that galloping consumption could be cured these days. Then again, it could just be that my tear ducts were empty. Do you think it's possible that maybe Gideon set out to make me fall in love with him, but then he really did fall in love with me himself, kind of by mistake? I cautiously asked Lesley when we were packing up our things after classes. I'd avoided the subject all morning, so as to have a clear head when we were drawing up this master plan, but now I just had to talk about the idea, or I'd have burst. "Yes," said Lesley after a moment's hesitation. "Really?" I asked, surprised. Maybe that was what he still had to tell you yesterday evening. I mean, in films, we always get so annoyed with those artificial misunderstandings that are meant to heighten suspense before the happy ending, although a few words could clear them up for good. "Exactly! That's where you always shout at the screen, 'Just tell him, you silly cow!'" Lesley nodded. "But in the film, something always gets in the way. The dog's bitten through the phone cable, the other girl is feeling mean and doesn't pass on the news, the boy's mother says he's gone to California. You know the kind of thing." She gave me her hairbrush and looked at me hard in the mirror. "You know, the more I think about it, the less likely it seems to me that he could have failed to fall in love with you." My eyes felt damp with sheer relief. "In that case, he'd still be a bastard. But I think I could forgive him." "So could I," said Lesley, beaming at me. "I have some waterproof mascara and lip gloss here. Want to borrow some?" Well, it couldn't hurt anyway. We were last to leave the classroom again. I was in such a good mood now that Lesley felt it was her duty to dig her elbow into my ribs. "I really don't want to put a damper on your enthusiasm, but we could be wrong, because we've seen too many romantic films." "Yes, I know," I said. "Oh, there's James." Most of the students were already on their way out, so there were only a few left to wonder why I was talking to an empty niche in the wall. "Hello, James." "Good day, Miss Gwyneth." As always, he was wearing a flowered tailcoat, knee breeches, and cream stockings. He had brocade shoes with silver buckles on his feet, and his cravat was so elaborately arranged that he couldn't possibly have tied it for himself. The oddest thing about him were his curly wig, the powder on his face, and the patches like moles that he had stuck to it. For some reason that I couldn't understand, he called them beauty spots. Without all that, and in sensible clothes, James would probably have been quite good-looking. "Where were you this morning, James? We had a date to meet at second break, remember?" James shook his head. "How I hate this fever, and I don't like the dream either. Everything here is so ugly." He sighed heavily and pointed to the ceiling. "I wonder what Philistines painted over the frescoes. My father paid a fortune for them. I like the shepherdess in the middle very much, even if my mother says she's too scantily clad." He looked disapprovingly at me, and then at Lesley, his eyes resting for a long time on the pleated skirts of our school uniform, and then our knees. "Although if my mother knew the way young persons dress in my fevered dream, she'd be horrified. I'm horrified myself. I would never have thought I could indulge in such a depraved fantasy." James didn't seem to be having a particularly good day. At least Zemirius had decided to stay home. James hated Zemirius. To keep an eye on the treasure and Mr. Bernard, or so he said, but I secretly suspected he wanted to look over Aunt Mattie's shoulder again while she was reading. She was halfway through a romantic novel at the moment, and he seemed to be enjoying it. "Depraved? What a charming compliment, James," I said mildly. I had long ago given up explaining to James that he was not dreaming, but had been dead for about 230 years. I suppose no one likes to hear such news. Dr. Barrow bled me again just now, and I was even able to drink a few sips of water, he went on. I had hoped for a different dream this time, but alas, here I am again. And I'm very glad to see you, I said warmly. I'd miss you very much if you went right away. James managed to smile. Well, I'd be lying if I were to deny that I've developed a certain affection for you, Miss Gwyneth. And now, shall we go on with our lessons in etiquette? I'm afraid there isn't time, but let's go on tomorrow, okay? On the stairs I turned back. Oh, by the way, James, what was the name of your favorite horse in September of the year 1782? Two boys, pushing a table with an overhead projector on it along the corridor, stopped, and Lesley giggled when they both asked, at the same time, Do you mean me? September last year? Asked James. Hector, of course. Hector will always be my favorite horse, the most magnificent gray you can imagine. And what's your favorite food? The boys with the overhead projector looked at me as if I'd lost my mind. James himself frowned. What sort of question is that? I have absolutely no appetite just now. Never mind, that can wait till tomorrow, too. Goodbye, James. I'm Finley, you daft cow, said one of the projector pushers, and the other grinned and said, And my name's Adam, but hey, I don't mind. You're welcome to call me James if you like. I ignored them both and linked arms with Lesley. What was that all about? She asked on the way downstairs. When I meet James at that ball, I want to warn him against catching smallpox, I explained. He was only 21. Too young to die, don't you agree? I'm not sure you ought to meddle with that kind of thing, said Lesley. You know what I mean. Fate, predestination, and so on. But there must be some reason why he's still haunting this building. Maybe I'm predestined to help him. Why exactly do you have to go to this ball? Lesley inquired. I shrugged my shoulders. Apparently Count Saint-Germain said I had to in those nutty annals, so he can get to know me better, or something. Lesley raised her eyebrows. Or something? I sighed. Whatever. Anyway, the ball is held in September of 1782, but James didn't catch smallpox until 1783. If I can manage to warn him, he might be able to go into the country, for instance, when the epidemic breaks out. Or at least keep away from Lord Thingy's house, where he caught it. Why are you grinning like that? You're going to say you come from the future, and you know he's going to be infected with smallpox, and by way of proof, you'll tell him the name of his favorite horse? Well, I haven't quite worked out all the details of the plan yet. Vaccination would be better, said Lesley, pushing the door to the schoolyard open. But that wouldn't be easy to fix either. No, what is easy to fix these days? I said, and groaned. Oh, damn it. Charlotte was standing beside the limousine, waiting to take me to the Guardian's HQ, where I went every day now. And that could only mean one thing. I was to undergo more torture by minuets, the right way to curtsy, and the date of the siege of Gibraltar. Useful knowledge for someone going to a ball in 1782, or at least the Guardians thought so. Oddly enough, that left me cold today. Or almost. Maybe because I was too excited by the thought of my next meeting with Gideon. Lesley narrowed her eyes. Who's that guy with Charlotte? She was pointing to red-haired Mr. Marley, an adept first degree, whose main distinction, along with that resounding title, was an ability to blush all over his face and both ears. He was standing beside Charlotte, head hunched down. I told Lesley who he was. I think he's scared of Charlotte, I added, but he still thinks she's great. Charlotte had spotted us and was waving impatiently. At least they go wonderfully well together where their hair color is concerned, said Lesley, hugging me. Good luck. Remember what we were discussing, and go carefully. Oh, and please take a photo of that Mr. Giordano. Giordano, just Giordano, if you please, I said, imitating my dancing master's nasal tone of voice. See you this evening. Yes, and Gwenny, don't make it too easy for Gideon, will you? At last, Charlotte snapped at me as I went over to the car. We've been waiting here forever, with everyone staring at us. As if that would bother you. Hello, Mr. Marley, how are you? Fine. How are you? And Mr. Marley was already blushing. I felt sorry for him. I blushed easily myself, but with Mr. Marley the blood didn't just go to his cheeks. His ears and his throat also turned the color of ripe tomatoes. Terrible. Very well indeed, I said, although I'd have loved to see his face if I'd said, bloody awful, instead. He held the car door open for us, and Charlotte sat down gracefully on the back seat. I took the seat opposite her. The car began moving off. Charlotte looked out of the window, and I stared into space as I wondered whether I ought to be cool and offended when I met Gideon, or perfectly friendly but indifferent. I'd wished I'd discussed that with Lesley. When we were halfway along the Strand, Charlotte stopped looking at our surroundings and turned her attention to her fingernails instead. Then she suddenly looked up, scrutinized me from head to foot, and asked aggressively, "Who are you going to Cynthia's party with?" She was obviously spoiling for a fight. What a good thing we'd soon have arrived. The limousine was already turning into the parking area in Crown Office Road. I said, I haven't decided yet. Either Kermit the Frog or Shrek if he has time. How about you? Gideon said he'd come with me, said Charlotte, looking at me intently. She was only too clearly expecting some reaction. Well, that's nice of him, I said in a friendly way, smiling. It wasn't even difficult for me, because by now I was pretty sure how things were with Gideon. But I don't know whether I ought to accept his offer. Charlotte sighed, but the lurking, watchful look in her eyes was still the same. I'm sure he'd hate being with all those childish kids. He's complained to me often enough of the naivety and immaturity of some 16-year-olds. For a fraction of a second, I considered simply keeping my temper and telling her the truth. But even if I did, well, I wasn't going to give her the satisfaction of having scored a hit. My nod was very understanding. However, he'll have your mature and enlightened company, Charlotte, and if that's not enough for him, he can always have a serious conversation with Mr. Dale about the terrible consequences of alcohol consumption by the young. The car braked and went into one of the reserved parking slots outside the house, which for centuries had been the headquarters of the secret society of the Guardians. The driver switched off the engine, and at the same moment Mr. Marley jumped out of the passenger seat at the front. I managed to open the back door of the car just before he reached it. By now I had a good idea how the Queen must feel, not even allowed to get out of a car by herself. I picked up my bag, climbed out of the car, ignoring Mr. Marley's hand, and said as cheerfully as I could, I'd say that green is Gideon's color too. Aha! Charlotte didn't move a muscle, but that round had definitely gone to me. When I'd taken a few steps and could be sure no one would see it, I allowed myself a tiny little triumphant grin. However, next moment the grin froze on my face. Gideon was sitting in the sun on the steps outside the entrance to the Guardian's HQ. Damn! I'd been much too busy thinking up a good answer to Charlotte to notice my surroundings. My stupid marzipan heart didn't know whether to shrink in discomfort or beat faster for joy. When Gideon saw us, he stood up and knocked the dust off his jeans. I slowed down, still trying to decide how to behave to him. The friendly but indifferent approach probably wouldn't be very convincing if my lower lip was trembling. Unfortunately, the cool but offended for very good reasons approach couldn't be put into practice either, in view of my overwhelming need just to fling myself into his arms. So I bit my uncooperative lower lip and tried to look as neutral as possible. As I came closer, I saw with a certain satisfaction that Gideon was chewing on his own lower lip, and he too seemed rather nervous. Although he needed a shave and his brown hair looked as if he'd been combing it with his fingers, if at all, I was captivated all over again by the way he looked. I stood at the foot of the steps, feeling undecided, and we looked straight into each other's eyes for about 2 seconds. Then his gaze moved to the front of the house opposite, and he said hello to it. At least I didn't feel that he was speaking to me. Charlotte pushed past me on her way up the steps. She put one arm around Gideon's neck and kissed him on the cheek. Hello, you, she said. Admittedly, that was much more elegant than standing rooted to the spot and goggling stupidly. My behavior must have seemed to Mr. Marley like a little attack of faintness, because he asked, Would you like me to carry your bag, Miss Shepherd? No, thank you, I'm fine, I said. I pulled myself together, picked up the bag, which had slipped to the ground, and started moving again. Instead of tossing my hair back and sweeping past Gideon and Charlotte with an icy glance, I climbed the steps with all the carefree verve of a snail dying of old age. It could be that Lesley and I had just seen far too many romantic films, But then Gideon moved Charlotte to one side and reached for my arm. "Can I have a quick word with you, Gwen?" he asked. I was so relieved that my knees almost gave way. "Of course." Mr. Marley shifted nervously from foot to foot. "We're a little late already," he murmured, his ears fiery red. "He's right," chirruped Charlotte. "Gwenny has to practice dancing before she elapses, and you know what Mr. Giordano is like if anyone keeps him waiting." I had no idea how she did it, but her peal of silvery laughter really sounded genuine. "She'll be there in 10 minutes' time," said Gideon. "Can't it wait until later?" "I said 10 minutes." Gideon's tone of voice was on the verge of downright rude, and Mr. Marley looked really alarmed. I expect I did too. Charlotte shrugged her shoulders. "As you like," she said, tossing her head and sweeping past. She did it very well. Mr. Marley dutifully followed her. When the pair of them had disappeared into the front hall of the house, Gideon seemed to have forgotten what he wanted to say. He went on staring at the stupid house opposite, and rubbed the back of his neck with his hand, as if it felt very tense. Finally, we both took a deep breath at the same time. "How's your arm?" I asked, and at the same moment Gideon asked, "Are you all right?" and that made us both grin. "My arm is fine." At last he looked at me. Oh my God, those eyes! I instantly felt weak at the knees again, and I was glad that Mr. Marley wasn't there with us anymore. "Gwyneth, I'm terribly sorry about all this. I behaved very irresponsibly. You really didn't deserve that." He was looking so unhappy that I could hardly bear it. "I tried calling you on your mobile about 100 times yesterday evening, but I couldn't get through." I wondered whether to cut this short and fling myself straight into his arms. But Lesley had said I shouldn't make it too easy for him, so I just raised my eyebrows and waited for more. "I didn't want to hurt you. Please believe that," he said, and he obviously meant it. His voice was so husky. "You looked so dreadfully sad and disappointed yesterday evening." "It wasn't as bad as all that," I said quietly. I thought I could be forgiven for that lie. No need to rub it in about all the tears I'd shed in my fervent wish to die of galloping consumption. It rather hurt. Okay, so that was the understatement of the century. "It rather hurt to think that you'd only been pretending all along. I mean the kisses, saying you loved me." I was getting embarrassed, so I stopped. He looked, if possible, even more remorseful. "I promise you, nothing like that will ever happen again." What exactly did that mean? I couldn't quite make it out. "Well, now that I know, of course, it wouldn't work another time," I said a bit more firmly. "And, between you and me, it was a silly plan anyway. People in love aren't influenced more easily than anyone else. Far from it. With all those hormones churning around, you never know what they'll do next." I was living proof of that, after all. "But people do things out of love that they wouldn't do at all, usually." Gideon raised a hand as if to caress my cheek, and then he let it fall again. "If you are in love, the other person doesn't suddenly seems more important than yourself. If I hadn't known better, I'd almost have thought he was about to burst into tears. You make sacrifices. That's probably what the Count meant." "I don't think the Count has any idea what he's talking about," I said scornfully. "If you ask me, he's not what you might call an expert on love, and as for his knowledge about the female mind, it's pathetic. Now kiss me. I want to know if stubble feels prickly." A smile lit up Gideon's face. "You could be right," he said, taking a deep breath, like when someone has had a heavy weight fall from his heart. "I'm glad we've cleared that up anyway. We'll always stay good friends, won't we?" "What?" "Good friends?" he repeated, and suddenly my mouth felt dry. "Good friends who know they can trust and rely on each other," he added. "It's really important for you to trust me." It took a couple of seconds, but then it began to dawn on me that somewhere in this conversation we'd branched off in different directions. What Gideon had been trying to say wasn't, "Please forgive me, I love you," but, "Let's stay good friends." And every idiot knows that those are two totally different things. It meant that he hadn't fallen in love with me. It meant that Lesley and I had seen too many romantic films. It meant... "You bastard!" I cried. Fury, bright, hot fury, was pouring through me so violently that it made my voice hoarse. "What a nerve! How dare you! One day you kiss me and say you've fallen in love with me, the next you say you're sorry for telling such horrible lies, and then you want me to trust you?" Now Gideon also realized that we'd been talking at cross purposes. The smile disappeared from his face. "Gwen, shall I tell you something? I regret every single tear I shed over you." I was trying to shout at him, but I failed miserably, and you needn't imagine that there were all that many of them. I just about managed to croak. "Gwen," Gideon tried to take my hand. "Oh, God, I'm so sorry. I really didn't want to. Please." "Please what?" I stared angrily at him. Didn't he notice that he was just making everything even worse? And did he think that pleading look in his eye would change anything? I wanted to turn around, but Gideon had a firm grasp on my wrist. "Gwen, listen to me. There are dangerous times ahead of us, and it's important for the two of us to stand by each other. I really do like you very much. I want us to—" He surely wasn't going to say it again. Not that corny old bit about good friends. But he did exactly that. "Be good friends. Don't you see? Unless we can trust each other—" I tore myself away from him. "As if I wanted to be friends with someone like you." Now my voice was back, and it was so loud that it made the pigeons fly up from the roof. "You don't have the faintest idea what friendship means." And suddenly it was dead easy. I tossed my hair back, turned on my heel, and swept away. You've got to jump off cliffs and build your wings on the way down. Ray Bradbury. Chapter 3. Let's stay friends. I mean, that really was the end. What do you bet a fairy dies every time someone says that anywhere in the world? I asked. I'd locked myself into the ladies to call Lesley on my mobile, and I was doing my best not to scream. Although only half an hour after my conversation with Gideon, that's what I still felt like doing. "He said he wants you to be friends," Lesley corrected me. As usual, she'd noticed every word. "It's exactly the same," I said. "No, I mean, yes, maybe," Lesley sighed. "I don't understand. Are you sure you definitely let him finish what he was saying? Remember how in 10 Things I Hate About You? I did let him finish what he was saying. Unfortunately, I'd add." I looked at the time. "Oh, shit. I told Mr. George I'd be back in a minute." I glanced at myself in the mirror above the old-fashioned wash basin. "Oh, shit," I said again. There were 2 circular red patches on my cheeks. "I think I have some kind of allergic reaction." "Only caused by rage," was Lesley's diagnosis when I told her what I saw. "How about your eyes? Are they flashing dangerously?" I stared at my reflection. "Yes, sort of. I look a bit like Helena Bonham Carter as Bellatrix Lestrange in Harry Potter. Rather threatening." "That sounds okay. Listen, you go out now and flash them at everyone for all you're worth, right?" I nodded obediently and promised to do just that. After that phone call, I felt a bit better, even if cold water couldn't wash away my fury or the 2 red spots on my cheeks. If Mr. George had been wondering where I'd been for so long, he didn't show it. "Everything all right?" he asked in kindly tones. He'd been waiting for me outside the old refectory. "Everything's fine." I glanced through the open doorway, but there were no sign of Giordano and Charlotte after all, even though I was far too late for my lesson by now. "I just had to, put some new rouge on." Mr. George smiled. Apart from the laughter lines around his eyes and at the corner of his mouth, nothing in his round, friendly face showed that he was well over 70. The light was reflected on his bald patch, so that his whole head reminded me of a bowl polished until it shone. I couldn't help it. I had to smile back. The thought of Mr. George always had a soothing effect on me. "Honestly, you rub it into your face there," I said, pointing to my 2 furious red spots. Mr. George gave me his arm. "Come along, my brave girl," he said. "I've let them know that we're going downstairs for you to elapse." I looked at him in surprise. "But what about Giordano and colonial policy in the 18th century?" Mr. George smiled slightly. "Let's put it this way. I used the short wait while you were in the bathroom to tell Giordano we were afraid you wouldn't have time for his lessons today." Dear good Mr. George, He was the only one of the guardians who seemed to bother about me as a real person at all, although maybe a little minuet dancing might have calmed me down a bit, like the way some people work off their aggression on a punching bag, or by going to the gym. On the other hand, I could really do without Charlotte's supercilious smile right now. "The chronograph is waiting," he added. I was happy to take Mr. George's arm. For once, I was even looking forward to relapsing, my daily few hours of controlled travel back into the past, and not just to get away from the horrible present day that meant Gideon, because today's journey back in time was the key point to the master plan that Lesley had thought up with me, if it worked as we hoped. On the way down to the depths of the huge vaulted cellars, Mr. George and I went right through the Guardian's headquarters. It was hard to get a clear idea of the place, which occupied several buildings. There was so much to see, even in the winding corridors, that you might easily think you were in a museum. Countless framed paintings, ancient maps, handmade tapestries, and whole collections of swords hung on the walls. China that looked valuable, leather-bound books, and old musical instruments were on display in glass-fronted cupboards, and there were any number of chests and carved wooden boxes. In other circumstances, I'd have loved to find out what was inside them. "I don't know much about cosmetics, but if you want to let off steam to someone about Gideon, well, I'm a good listener," said Mr. George. "About Gideon?" I said slowly, as if I had to stop and work out who Gideon was. "Oh, everything's fine between Gideon and me. So there." I punched the wall in passing. "We're friends. Nothing more. Just friends." Unfortunately, the word didn't really come out very easily. I was kind of grinding my teeth as I said it. "I was 16 once myself, Gwyneth." Mr. George's little eyes twinkled kindly at me, "and I promise I won't say I warned you, even though I did. I'm sure you were a really nice boy when you were 16. Hard to imagine Mr. George ever cunningly deceiving someone by kissing her and saying nice things without meaning them. You only have to be in the same room, and I need to touch you and kiss you. I tried to shake off the memory of the way Gideon had looked at me by treading extra firmly as I walked along. The china in the glass-fronted cupboards shook slightly, clinking. Right. Who needs to dance a minuet to work off aggression? This would do just fine, although smashing one of those expensive-looking vases might have had an even better effect. Mr. George looked sideways at me for some time, but finally he just pressed my arm inside. We were passing suits of armor at irregular intervals, and, as usual, I had an uncomfortable feeling that I was under observation. "There's someone inside that armor, isn't there?" I whispered to Mr. George. "Some poor novice who can't go to the toilet all day, right? I can tell he's staring at us." "No," said Mr. George, laughing quietly, "but there are security cameras installed behind the visors of the helmets. That's probably why you feel you're being watched." "Oh, security cameras. At least I didn't have to feel sorry for security cameras." When we had reached the first flight of stairs down to the vaults, it struck me that Mr. George had forgotten something. "Don't you want to blindfold me?" "I think we can dispense with that today," said Mr. George. "There's no one here to say otherwise, is there?" I looked at him in surprise. Normally I had to go the whole way with the black scarf tied around my eyes, because the guardians didn't want me to be able to find my own way to the place where they kept the chronograph that made controlled time travel possible. For some reason they thought that if I knew the way I'd steal it, which of course was utter nonsense. I didn't think the thing uncanny. I mean, it was fueled by blood. I ask you. I hadn't the faintest idea how you set the countless little cogwheels, levers, and flaps to get it to work, but all the guardians were absolutely paranoid about the possibility of theft. That was probably because there once had been 2 chronographs, and almost 17 years ago my cousin Lucy and her boyfriend Paul, numbers 9 and 10 in the circle of 12, the time travelers, had gone off with one of them. So far I hadn't found out just why they stole it, but I was groping around blindly in the dark about this whole business anyway. "Oh, and by the way, Madame Rossini asked me to tell you that she's decided on a different color for your ball dress. I'm afraid I've forgotten what color, but I'm sure you'll look bewitching in it." Mr. George chuckled. "Even if Giordano has been telling me, yet again, about all the many terrible faux pas you're bound to make in the 18th century. My heart jumped. I'd have to go to that ball with Gideon, and I couldn't imagine being in any fit state to dance a minuet with him tomorrow, without really breaking something. His foot, for instance. Why the hurry? I asked. I mean, from our point of view, why does the ball absolutely have to be tomorrow evening? Why can't we simply wait a few weeks? After all, surely the ball is held on that one day in 1782 anyway, whatever the date here when we go to it. Quite apart from Gideon, this was a question that had been on my mind for some time. Count Saint-Germain has worked out precisely how much time in the present should be allowed to pass between your visits to him, said Mr. George, letting me go down the spiral staircase first. The farther and deeper down we went through the labyrinth of cellars, the stronger the musty smell. Down here there were no pictures on the walls, and although movement detectors saw to it that a bright light came on wherever we went, the corridors branching off to our left and right were lost in eerie darkness after a few yards. Apparently people had been lost down here several times. Some hadn't come up until several days later, in parts of the city far away from the temple. But that was just hearsay. But why did the Count say it had to be tomorrow, and why did the guardians follow his instructions so slavishly? Mr. George didn't answer that. He only sighed heavily. I was thinking that if we gave ourselves a couple of weeks more time, well, the Count wouldn't notice, would he? I said. He's sitting there in 1782, and time isn't going any more slowly for him. But then I could learn all that minuet stuff at my leisure, and I might even know who was besieging whom in Gibraltar and why. I preferred to leave Gideon out of it. Then no one would have to go on at me and be afraid of all the dreadful mistakes I'd make at the ball, just in case the way I behave shows that I come from the future. So why does the Count say it absolutely has to be tomorrow in our time, when I go to the ball? Yes, why? Murmured Mr. George. It's almost as if he were afraid of you, and of what you might find out if you had more time. It wasn't far now to the old alchemical laboratory. Unless I was mistaken, it must be just around the next corner. So I slowed down. Afraid of me? He throttled me without even touching me, and since he can read thoughts, he knows perfectly well that I am terrified of him, not the other way around. He throttled you? Without touching you? Mr. George had stopped and was staring at me. He looked shocked. Dear heavens, Gwyneth, why didn't you tell us about this before? Would you have believed me? Mr. George passed the back of his hand over his bald patch, and was just opening his mouth to say something, when we heard footsteps coming, and a heavy door slammed shut. Mr. George looked alarmed, more alarmed than I'd have expected, led me around the corner, in the direction from which the sound of the door had come, and took a black scarf out of his jacket pocket. It was Falk Devier, Gideon's uncle and Grand Master of the lodge, walking energetically along the corridor, but he smiled when he saw us. Ah, there you are. Poor Marley has just been ringing up to the house to ask what had become of you, so I thought I'd take a look. I blinked and rubbed my eyes, as if Mr. George had only just taken the blindfold off. That was obviously an unnecessary bit of play-acting, because Falk Devier didn't even notice. He opened the door to the chronograph room, once the old alchemical laboratory. Falk was maybe a year or so older than my mum, and very good-looking, like all the members of the Devier family I'd met so far. I'd always thought of him as the lead wolf of the pack. His thick hair had gone gray early, and made an intriguing contrast with his amber eyes. There, you see, Marley, no one's gone missing, he said in a jovial tone to Mr. Marley, who had been sitting on a chair in the chronograph room, and now jumped up, nervously kneading his fingers. I thought that, to be on the safe side, he stammered. I do apologize, sir. No, we're glad to know that you take your duties so seriously, said Mr. George, and Falk added, Where's Mr. Whitman? He and I had a date to see Dean Smith over a cup of tea, and I was going to collect him. He's just left, said Mr. Marley. They said they really did have to meet him. Right, then I'll be off. I may catch up with him on the way. Coming, Thomas? After a brief sidelong glance at me, Mr. George shook his head. And we'll see each other tomorrow, Gwyneth, when you're off to the great ball. But halfway out the door, Falk turned again and said, as if casually, Oh, and give your mother my regards, Gwyneth. Is she all right? My mum? Yes, she's fine. Glad to hear it. I must have been looking rather bewildered, because he cleared his throat and added, Mothers who are on their own and working full-time don't always have an easy life these days, so I'm pleased for her. Now I was intentionally looking bewildered. Or maybe she isn't on her own? An attractive woman like Grace is bound to meet a lot of men, so perhaps there's someone in particular. Falk was looking at me expectantly, but when I frowned, puzzled, he looked at his watch and cried, "Oh, so late already! I really must be on my way." "Was that a question?" he asked. I said, when Falk had closed the door behind him. "Yes," said Mr. George and Mr. Marley at the same time, and Mr. Marley went scarlet. He added, "At least, it sounded to me as if you wanted to know whether your mother had a steady boyfriend," he muttered. Mr. George laughed. "Falk's right. It really is late. If Gwyneth is to get any homework done this evening, we have to send her back in the past now. What year shall we pick, Gwyneth?" As I'd agreed with Lesley, I said as indifferently as I could, "I don't mind. It was 1956 the other day. Am I right? Was it 1956? There were no rats in the cellar then. It was even quite comfortable." Of course, I didn't breathe a word about meeting my grandfather in secret, in the comfort of the rat-free cellar. I managed to learn my French vocabulary there without trembling with fright the whole time. "No problem," said Mr. George. He opened a thick journal, while Mr. Marley pushed aside the wall hanging that hid the safe containing the chronograph. I tried to peer over Mr. George's shoulder as he leafed through the journal, but his broad back got in the way. "Let's see. That was July 24th, 1956, said Mr. George. "You spent all afternoon there and came back at 6:30 in the evening." 6:30 would be a good time, I said, crossing my fingers that our plan would work out. If I could go back to the exact time when I had left the room on that visit, my grandfather would still be down there, and I wouldn't have to waste any time looking for him. "I think we'd better make it 6:31, said Mr. George. "We don't want you colliding with yourself." Mr. Marley, who had put the chest containing the chronograph on the table, was now taking the device, which was about the size of a mantelpiece clock, out of its velvet wrappings, murmured, "But strictly speaking, it's not night there yet. Mr. Whitman said—" "Yes, we know that Mr. Whitman is a stickler for the rules," said Mr. George as he fiddled with the little cogwheels. In between delicate colored drawings of patterns, planets, animals, and plants, there were gemstones set into the surface of the strange machine, so big and bright that you felt they must be imitations, like the interlinking beads that my little sister liked to play with. All the time travelers in the circle of 12 had different jewels allotted to them. Mine was the ruby, and the diamond, so big that it was probably worth the size of a whole apartment block in the West End of London, belonged to Gideon. However, I think we are gentlemen enough not to leave a young lady sitting on her own in a vaulted cellar at night. Don't you agree, Leo? Mr. Marley nodded uncertainly. "Leo?" I said. "That's a nice name." "Short for Leopold," said Mr. Marley, his ears shining like the rear lights of a car. He sat down at the table, put the journal in front of him, and took the top off a fountain pen. The small, neat handwriting in which a long series of dates, times, and names had been recorded there was obviously his. My mother thinks it's a terrible name, but it's tradition to call every eldest son in our family Leopold. Leo is a direct descendant of the Baron Miroslav Alexander Leopold Rákóczi, explained Mr. George, turning around for a moment and looking me in the eye. "You know, Count Saint-Germain's legendary traveling companion, known in the annals as the Black Leopard." I was baffled. "Oh, really?" In my mind, I was comparing Mr. Marley with the thin, pale figure of Rákóczi, whose black eyes had terrified me so badly. But I didn't really know whether I ought to tell him he was lucky not to look like his shady ancestor, or whether maybe it was even worse to be red-haired, freckled, and moon-faced. "You see, my paternal grandfather," Mr. Marley was beginning, but Mr. George quickly interrupted him. "I am sure your grandfather would be very proud of you," he said firmly, "particularly if he knew how well you have passed your exams." "Except in the use of traditional weapons," said Mr. Marley. "I was marked only satisfactory there." "Well, no one needs that these days. Use of traditional weapons is an outmoded subject." Mr. George put his hand out to me. "Here we are, Gwyneth. Off to 1956 you go. I have set the chronograph to exactly 3.5 hours. Keep a tight hold on your bag, and be sure not to leave anything lying around in the cellar when you travel back, remember? Mr. Marley will be waiting for you here." I clutched my school bag with one arm, and gave Mr. George my free hand. He put my forefinger into one of the tiny compartments behind flaps in the chronograph. A needle went into it, and the magnificent ruby lit up and filled the whole room with red light. I closed my eyes while I let the usual dizzy feeling carry me away. When I opened them a second later, Mr. Marley and Mr. George had disappeared, and so had the table. It was darker. The room was lit by only a single electric bulb, and my grandfather Lucas was standing in the light of it, looking at me, puzzled. You, didn't it work then?" he cried, alarmed. In 1956, he was 32 years old, and he didn't look much like the old man of 80 I'd known when I was a little girl. "You disappeared over there, and now here you are again." "Yes," I said proudly, suppressing my instinct to hug him. It was the same as at our other meetings. The sight of him brought a lump to my throat. My grandfather had died when I was 10 years old, and it was both wonderful and sad to see him again 6 years after his funeral. Sad not because when we met in the past he wasn't the grandfather I'd known, but a kind of unfinished version of him, but because I was a complete stranger to him. He hadn't the faintest idea how often I sat in his lap, or that when my father died, he was the person who comforted me by telling me stories, and we always used to say good night in a secret language of our own invention that no one else understood. He didn't know how much I loved him, and I couldn't tell him. No one likes to hear that kind of thing from someone after spending only a few hours with her. I ignored the lump in my throat as well as I could. "For you, only about a minute has probably passed, so I'll forgive you for not shaving that mustache off yet, but for me it's been a few days, and all kinds of things have happened." Lucas stroked his mustache and grinned. "So you simply— Well, that was very clever of you, granddaughter." "Yes, wasn't it? But to be honest, it was my friend Lesley's idea, so that we could be sure I'd meet you, and then we wouldn't have to waste any time. And I haven't had a moment to wonder what to do next. I was just beginning to get over your visit and thinking about it all." He examined me with his head to one side. "Yes, you do look different. You didn't have that barrette in your hair earlier, and somehow you seem thinner." "Thanks," I said. "It wasn't a compliment. You look as if you were rather in a bad way." He came a little closer and scrutinized me critically. "Is everything all right?" he asked gently. "Everything's fine," I meant to say, cheerfully, but to my horror I burst into tears. "Everything's fine," I sobbed. "Oh dear," said Lucas, patting me clumsily on the back. "As bad as all that?" For several minutes I couldn't do anything but let the tears flow, and I'd thought I was back in control of myself. Fury at the way Gideon had behaved seemed the right reaction, very brave and adult, and it would look much better in a film than all this crying. I'm afraid Zemirius was only too right to compare me to an indoor fountain. "Friends," I finally sniffed because my grandfather had a right to an explanation. "He wants us to be friends, and for me to trust him." Lucas hunched his head down and frowned, looking baffled. "And that makes you cry because—" "Because yesterday he said he loved me." If possible, Lucas looked even more confused than before. "Well, that doesn't necessarily seem a bad way to start a friendship." My tears dried up as if someone had turned off the electricity powering the indoor fountain. "Grandpa, don't be so dim," I cried. "First he kisses me, then I find out that it was all just tactics and manipulation, and then he comes out with all that 'let's be friends' stuff." "Oh, I see. What a scoundrel." Lucas still didn't look entirely convinced. "Forgive me for asking silly questions, but I hope we're not talking about that Devier boy, are we? Number 11, the diamond?" "Yes, we are," I said. "That's exactly who we're talking about." My grandfather groaned. "Oh, really, teenagers. As if all this weren't complicated enough already." He threw me a fabric handkerchief, took out my school bag from my hand, and said firmly, "That's enough crying. How much time do we have?" "The chronograph's set for me to travel back at 10 p.m. your time." Funnily enough, crying had been good for me, much better than the adult being furious variant. "Do you have anything to eat? I'm feeling a bit peckish." That made Lucas laugh. "In that case, we'd better go upstairs, little chicken, and find something for you to peck at. It's claustrophobic down here. and I'll have to call home and say I'll be late back." He opened the door. "Come along, and you can tell me all about it on the way. And if anyone sees you, don't forget that you're my cousin Hazel from the country." Almost an hour later, we were sitting in Lucas's office, thinking so hard that the steam was practically coming out of our ears. In front of us we had piles of paper with scribbled notes, mostly consisting of dates, circles, arrows, and question marks, as well as thick, leather-bound folio volumes, the annals of the Guardians for several decades back, and the usual plate of biscuits. All through the ages, the Guardians seemed to have ample stocks of those. "Too little information to go on, too little time," Lucas kept saying. He was prowling restlessly up and down the room, ruffling his hair. In spite of the stuff he put on to keep it smooth, it was beginning to stick out in all directions. "What do you think I can have hidden in that chest?" "Maybe a book containing all the information I need," I said. We had passed the young man on guard by the stairs without any difficulty. He had been asleep, the same as on my last visit, and the fumes of alcohol he gave off were enough to make any passerby feel drowsy too. In fact, the Guardians seemed to be much less strict than I expected in 1956. No one thought it odd for Lucas to be working late, or for his cousin Hazel from the country to be keeping him company. Not that there were many people left in the building at this time of evening. Young Mr. George had obviously gone home, which was a pity. I'd have liked to see him again. "A book, well, maybe," said Lucas thoughtfully, munching a biscuit. He had been about to light a cigarette 3 times, but I'd taken it out of his hand. I didn't want to be smelling of cigarette smoke again when I traveled back. "The code and the coordinates make sense. I like that bit, and it sounds like me. I've always had a weakness for codes. Only how did Lucy and Paul know it was in the thingy? In the Yellow Horse book?" "Green Rider, Grandpa," I said patiently. "The book was in your library, and the piece of paper with the code was between its pages. Maybe Lucy and Paul left it there. But that's not logical. If they disappear into the past in 1994, then why do I leave a chest walled up in my own house so many years later?" He stopped prowling and bent over the books. "This is driving me crazy. Do you know what it's like to feel the solution is within reach? I wish travel into the future by chronograph were possible. Then you could interview me in person." Suddenly I had an idea, and it was such a good one that I was tempted to pat myself spontaneously on the back. I thought of what Grandpa had told me last time we met. According to him, Lucy and Paul, getting bored with the time they spent elapsing here, had traveled farther back into the past and seen exciting things, like a performance of Hamlet in 1602, in Shakespeare's own lifetime. "I know!" I cried, doing a little dance for joy. My grandfather frowned. "You know what exactly?" he asked, intrigued. "Suppose you send me farther back into the past with your chronograph," I said excitedly. "Then I could meet Lucy and Paul and simply ask them." Lucas raised his head. "And when would you meet them? We don't know what time they're hiding in." "But we do know when they visited you here. If I joined them then, we could all discuss it together." My grandfather interrupted me. "But at the time of their visits here in 1948 and 1949, when they arrived from the years 1992 and 1993, at the mention of each date he tapped our notes and ran his forefinger along several lines with arrows pointing to them. At those times, Lucy and Paul didn't know enough either, and they told me everything that they did know then. No, if you want to meet them at all, it would have to be after they ran away with the chronograph." Once again he tapped our notes. "That would make sense. Anything else would just add to the confusion." Then I'll travel to the year 1912, when I met them once before at Lady Tilney's house in Eaton Place." "That would be a possibility, but it doesn't work out in terms of time." Lucas looked gloomily at the clock on the wall. "You weren't even sure of the exact date, let alone the time of day. Not forgetting that we'd have to read your blood into the chronograph first, otherwise you couldn't use it for time travel." He ruffled his hair up again. "And finally, you'd have to get from here to Belgravia on your own, and that's probably not so simple in 1912. Oh, and we'd need a costume. No, with the best will in the world, it can't be done in such a short time span. We'll have to think of something else. The solution's on the tip of my tongue. I just need more time to think it over. And maybe a cigarette." I shook my head. I wasn't giving up so easily. I knew it was a good idea. We could take the chronograph to just outside Lady Tilney's house in this time, and then I'd travel straight back to the 1912. That would save us a lot of time, wouldn't it? And as for the costume, why are you staring at me like that? All of a sudden, Lucas's eyes were wide open. Oh my God, he whispered. That's it! What? The chronograph! Granddaughter, you're a genius! Lucas came around to the table and hugged me. I'm a genius? I repeated. It was my grandfather's turn to do a kind of dance of joy this time. Yes, and I'm another. Geniuses, the pair of us, because now we know what's hidden in that chest. Well, I didn't. So what is it? The chronograph, cried Lucas. The chronograph? I echoed him. It's only logical. Whatever period Lucy and Paul took it to, somehow or other it must have made its way back to me, and I hid it. For you. In my own house. Not particularly original, but very logical. You think so? I stared at him uncertainly. It seemed to me very far-fetched, but then, logic had never been in my strong points. Trust me, granddaughter, I just know I'm right. The enthusiasm in Lucas's face gave way to a frown. Of course, that opens up all sorts of new possibilities. Now we must think hard. He cast another glance at the clock on the wall. Damn it, we need more time. I can try to get them to send me back to 1956 again next time I elapse, I said, only it won't be tomorrow afternoon, because that's when I have to go to that ball and see the Count again. The mere idea immediately made me feel queasy once more, and not just because of Gideon. No, 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 cried Lucas, that won't do. We must be one step ahead before you face the Count again. He rubbed his forehead. Think, think, think! Can't you see the steam coming out of my ears? I've done nothing but think for the last hour, I assured him, but he'd obviously been talking to himself. First, we must read your blood into the chronograph. You won't be able to do that without help in the year 2011. It's much too complicated. And then I must explain how to set the chronograph itself. Another anxious look at the clock. If I call our doctor now, he could be here in half an hour. That is if we're lucky to find him at home. The only trouble is, how do I explain why I want him to take some of my cousin Hazel's blood? Back when Lucy and Paul were here, we took their blood officially, for scientific purposes. But you're here incognito, and it must stay that way, or— Hang on, I interrupted him. Can't we take some of my blood ourselves? Lucas looked at me, intrigued. Well, I'm trained in a good many skills, but I'm no use with medical needles. To be honest, I can't even stand the sight of blood. It turns my stomach. I can take the blood for myself, I said. Really? He looked astonished. They teach you how to use medical needles in school in your time? No, Grandpa, they don't, I said impatiently, but we do learn that if you cut yourself with a knife, blood flows. Do you have a knife? Lucas hesitated. Well, I don't know if that's a good idea. Okay, I have one of my own. I opened my school bag and took out the glasses case in which Lesley had hidden the Japanese vegetable knife, in case I was attacked while traveling in time and needed a weapon. My grandfather looked very surprised when I opened the case. Before you ask, no, this isn't part of the usual student's school equipment in 2011, I said. Lucas swallowed. Then he straightened his back and said, All right, then let's go to the Dragon Hall, stopping off on the way to collect a pipette from the doctor's laboratory. He glanced at the volumes of the annals on the table and stuck one under his arm. We'll take this with us. And the biscuits. For my nerves. Don't forget your bag. But why are we going to the Dragon Hall? I put the glasses case back in my bag and stood up. That's where the chronograph is. Lucas closed the door behind me and listened for sounds in the corridor, but all was quiet. If we meet anyone, we'll say I'm giving you a guided tour of the building, right, Cousin Hazel? I nodded. You mean the chronograph is just left standing around? In our time, it's locked in a safe down in the cellar for fear of thieves. Its shrine in the Dragon Hall is locked too, of course, said Lucas, urging me on down the stairs. But we're not really afraid of theft. There aren't even any time travelers among us who could use it. The only real excitement was when Lucy and Paul elapsed to spend time with us, but that's years ago now. At the moment, the chronograph isn't the focus of the Guardian's attention. Which is lucky for you and me, I'd say. The building did indeed seem to be empty, although Lucas told me in a whisper that it was never entirely deserted. I looked longingly out of the windows at the mild summer evening. What a pity I couldn't go out again and explore the year 1956 more closely. Lucas noticed my glance and said, smiling, "Believe me, I'd far rather be sitting somewhere comfortable with you, smoking a cigarette, but we have work to do." "You should really lay off the cigarettes, Grandpa. Smoking is so bad for your health. And please do shave that mustache off. It doesn't suit you a bit." "Shh," whispered Lucas. "If anyone hears you calling me Grandpa, that will really take some explaining." But we didn't meet anyone, and when we entered the Dragon Hall a few minutes later, we could see the evening sun still sparkling on the Thames, beyond the gardens and walls. The Dragon Hall was as overwhelmingly beautiful a sight in 1956 as in 2011, with its majestic proportions, deep windows, and elaborate painted carvings on the walls. And as always, I put my head back to admire the huge carved dragon winding its way over the ceiling past the huge chandeliers, looking as if it was just about to take off into the air. Lucas bolted the door. He seemed much more nervous than I was, and his hands were shaking when he took the chronograph out of its shrine, a small cupboard, and put it on the table in the middle of the hall. "When I was sending Lucy and Paul back with it, it was a tremendous adventure. We had such fun," he said. I thought of Lucy and Paul and nodded. Yes, I'd met them only once, at Lady Tilney's house, but I could imagine what my grandfather meant. Stupidly, at the same moment, I thought of Gideon. Had his enjoyment of our adventures together just been pretense as well, or only the bit where he pretended to love me? I swiftly brought the Japanese vegetable knife and what I was about to do with it to the front of my mind instead. And guess what? It worked. At least, I didn't burst into tears. My grandfather wiped the palm of his hands on his trousers. "I'm beginning to feel too old for these adventures," he said. My eyes went to the chronograph. To me, it looked exactly like the one that had sent me here, a complicated device full of flaps, levers, little drawers, cogwheels, and knobs, covered all over with miniature drawings. "I don't object if you contradict me," said Lucas, sounding slightly injured, "but something along the lines of, 'But you are much too young to feel old.'" "Oh, yes, of course you are, although that mustache makes you look decades older." "Arista says it makes me look serious and statesmanlike." I merely raised my eyebrows in a meaningful way, and my young grandfather, muttering to himself, bent over the chronograph. "Now watch carefully. You set the year with these 10 little wheels. And before you ask why so many, we feed in the date in Roman numerals. I hope you know those." "I think so." I took a spiral notebook and a pen out of my bag. I was never going to remember all of this unless I wrote it down. "And you set this one," said Lucas, pointing to another cogwheel, "to the month you watch. But watch out. With this one, for some reason, and only this one, we work to an old Celtic calendar system in which month 1 is November, so October is number 12. I rolled my eyes. That was so typical of the Guardians. I'd expected for a long time that they coded simple things to make them as complicated as possible, just to emphasize their own importance. But I gritted my teeth, and after about 20 minutes, I realized that the whole thing wasn't witchcraft after all, once you understood the system. "I can do it now," I interrupted my grandfather as he was about to begin again from the beginning, and I closed my notebook. "Now, we must read my blood in, and then, how late is it?" "It's important that you don't make any mistakes at all setting the chronograph." Lucas was staring unhappily at the Japanese vegetable knife, now that I'd taken it out of the glasses case again. "Otherwise you'll land somewhere, well, sometime else, and even worse, you won't have any control over when you go back to. Oh my God, that knife looks terrible. Are you really going to do it?" "Of course I am." I rolled up my sleeve. "I just don't know the best place to cut myself. A cut on the hand would attract attention when I travel back, and we wouldn't get more than a few drops out of a finger." "Not if you nearly saw off your fingertip," said Lucas, with a shudder. "You bleed like a stuck pig then. I did it myself once." "I think I'll go for my forearm. Ready?" It was kind of funny that Lucas was more scared than I was. He swallowed with difficulty and clutched the flowered teacup that was supposed to catch my blood. "Isn't there a main artery running along just there? Oh my God, I feel weak at the knees. You'll end up bleeding to death here in 1956 because of your own grandfather's carelessness." Yes, it's a good big artery, but you have to slit it lengthwise to bleed to death. Or so I've read. That's where many would-be suicides go wrong. And then they're found and survive, but next time they know how to do it properly. For God's sake! Cried Lucas. I did feel a little queasy myself, but there was no alternative. Desperate times call for desperate measures, as Lesley would say. I ignored Lucas's shocked expression and put the blade to the inside of my forearm for about 4 inches above my wrist. Without pressing very hard, I ran it over the pale skin. It was meant to be only a trial cut, but it went deeper than I'd expected, and the thin red line quickly grew broader. Blood dripped from it. The pain, an uncomfortable burning sensation, began a second later. A thin but steady rivulet of blood ran into the teacup, trembling in Lucas's hand. Perfect. Cuts through skin as if it were butter, I said, impressed. Lesley said so too. It really is a murderously sharp knife. Put it away, Lucas insisted. He looked as if he might throw up any moment. Good heavens, you're a brave girl. A real Montrose. True to the family motto. I giggled. Yes, I must inherit it from you. Lucas's grin was rather wry. Doesn't it hurt? Of course it does, I said. Is that enough? Yes, it ought to be enough. Lucas retched a little. Want me to open a window? All right. He put the cup down beside the chronograph and took a deep breath. The rest is easy. He picked up the pipette. I just have to put 3 drops of your blood into each of these 2 openings. See, under the tiny raven here, and under the yin and yang sign. Then I turn the wheel and press this lever down. There we go. Hear that? Inside the chronograph, several little cogwheels began turning. There was a grinding, crunching, humming sound, and the air seemed to be warming up. The ruby flickered briefly, and then the sound of the little wheels died away, and all was still again. Uncanny, isn't it? I nodded, and tried to ignore the goosebumps all over me. So now the blood of all the time travelers except Gideon is in the original chronograph, right? What would happen if his blood was read in as well? I had folded Lucas's handkerchief and was pressing it to the cut. Apart from the fact that no one knows for sure, the information is strictly secret, said Lucas. Some color was coming back into his face. Every guardian has to kneel down and swear an oath never to mention the secret to anyone outside the lodge. He swears on his life. Oh. Lucas sighed. But, I tell you what, I have rather a weakness for breaking oaths. He pointed to a little compartment on the chronograph, decorated with a 12-pointed star. One thing's certain. When the blood of all the 12 is read in, it will complete a process inside the chronograph, and something will land in this compartment. The prophecies speak of the essence under the 12-pointed star, or, alternatively, of the philosopher's stone. The precious stones shall all unite. The scent of time shall fill the night. Once time links the fraternity, one man lives for eternity. Is that all there is to the secret? I said, disappointed. Just vague, confused stuff again. Well, if you put all the hints together, it's fairly concrete. Under the sign of the 12-fold star, all sickness and ills will flee afar. Sounds as if, used properly, the substance produced in the chronograph will be able to cure all human diseases. That sounded a good deal better. Well, in that case, I suppose going to all this trouble would pay off, I murmured, thinking of the Guardians' mania for secrecy and their complicated rules and rituals. If a cure for all diseases was the outcome, you could almost understand why they thought so well of themselves. Yes, it would be worth waiting a few hundred years for a miraculous medicine, and Count Saint-Germain would definitely deserve respect for finding out about it and making the discovery possible. If only he weren't such a repellent character. But Lucy and Paul doubt whether we really ought to believe the Philosopher's Stone theory, said Lucas, as if he had guessed my thoughts. They say that someone who doesn't shrink from murdering his own great-great-great-grandfather won't necessarily have the good of all mankind at heart. He cleared his throat. Has it stopped bleeding? Not yet, but it's slowing down. I held my hand in the air to speed up the process. And now what do we do? Shall I just try the thing out? For heaven's sakes, it's not a car to be taken for a test drive, said Lucas, wringing his hands. Why not? I asked. Wasn't that the whole idea?
Well, yes, he said, squinting at the thick folio volume he had brought. I suppose you're right. At least, that way we can make sure it works, even if we don't have much time left. Suddenly he was all eager again. Leaning forward, he opened the volume of the Annals. We have to take care not to pick a date when you'd burst into the middle of a lodge meeting here, or run into one of the Devier brothers. They spent hours and hours of their lives elapsing in the Dragon Hall. Could I maybe meet Lady Tilney, alone? I'd had another good idea. Preferably sometime after 1912. I wonder if that would be wise. Lucas was leafing through the volume. We don't want to make things more complicated than they already are. But we can't afford to waste our few chances, I cried, thinking of what Lesley kept on telling me. I was to exploit every opportunity, she said, and above all, ask as many questions as I could think of. Who knows when the next chance may come? I asked. There could be something else in the chest, and it might not get to me any farther. When did you and I first meet? On August 12th, 1948, at 12 noon, said Lucas, deep in the Annals. I'll never forget it. Exactly, and to make sure you never forget it, I'm going to write it down for you, I said. Yes, I really was a bit of a genius, I thought. I scribbled on a page in my notebook. For Lord Lucas Montrose. Important. August 12th, 1948. 12 noon. The Alchemical Laboratory. Please come alone. Gwyneth Shepherd. I tore the page out with a flourish and folded it. My grandfather glanced up from the folio for a moment. I could send you to the year 1852, February 16th, at midnight. That's where Lady Tilney elapses after leaving her own time on December 25th, 1929, at 9 a.m., he murmured. Poor thing, she couldn't even spend Christmas Day in comfort at home. At least they gave her a kerosene lamp. Listen, this is what it says here. 12:30 p.m. Lady Tilney comes back from the year 1852, seeming very cheerful. By the light of the kerosene lamp she took, she finished making 2 crochet-work piglets for the charity bazaar on 12th night, to be held this year on the theme of country life. He turned to look at me. Crochet-work pigs, can you imagine it? Of course, she may get the shock of her life if you suddenly appear out of nowhere. Do we really want to risk it? She's armed only with a crochet hook, and they have blunt ends as far as I can remember. I bent over the chronograph. Right. First the year. 1852. That begins with M, right? MDCCCLII. And the month of February is number 3 in the Celtic calendar you were talking about. No, 4. What are you doing? We have to bandage that cut and do some thinking first. No time, I said. The day, this lever sets it, right? Lucas was looking anxiously over my shoulder. Not so fast. It has to be exactly right. Or else... He was looking likely to throw up again. And you must never be holding the chronograph, or you'll take it into the past with you, and then you couldn't get back. Like Lucy and Paul, I whispered. Let's choose a brief 3-minute window of time to be on the safe side. Make it 12:30 to 12:33 a.m. Then at least she'll be sitting comfortably making crochet-work piglets. If she happens to be asleep, don't wake her, or she might have a heart attack. But then wouldn't it say so in the Annals? I interrupted him. When I met Lady Tilney, I got the impression she was a pretty tough character. Not the sort to fall down in a faint. Lucas moved the chronograph over to the window and put it down behind the curtain. We can be sure there won't be any furniture standing here. No need to roll your eyes. Timothy Devier once made a crash landing on a table and broke his leg. So suppose Lady Tilney is standing right here looking dreamily out at the night. Oh, don't look at me like that. Only joking, Grandpa. I pushed him gently aside, knelt on the floor in front of the chronograph, and opened the little flap just under the ruby. It was exactly the right size for my finger. Wait a moment. You're cut. We can see to that in 3 minutes' time. See you then, I said, taking a deep breath and pressing my fingertip down firmly on the needle. The familiar, dizzy roller coaster sensation came over me as the red light began to glow, and Lucas was saying, But I still have to... Everything blurred before my eyes. While rumor has it that the Jacobite army has reached Derby and is now advancing on London, we have moved into our new headquarters.
We sincerely hope that reports of 10,000 French soldiers joining the forces of Prince Charles Edward Stuart, the young pretender to the throne, known to the populace as Bonnie Prince Charlie, will prove mistaken, so that we can celebrate a peaceful Christmas in the city. It is impossible to imagine more suitable accommodation for the guardians than the venerable buildings here in the temple. The Knights Templar themselves were, after all, guardians of great mysteries. Not only is Temple Church within sight of our premises, its catacombs are connected to ours. Officially, we will be going about our everyday professions from the temple, but there will also be accommodations for adepts, novices, and guests, and of course for our servants, as well as several laboratories designed for alchemical purposes. We are glad to say that the slanders spread by Lord Alistair, see report of December 2nd, have not succeeded in disrupting the good relations of Count Saint-Germain with the Prince of Wales, and that, thanks to the patronage of His Highness, we have been able to acquire this complex of buildings. The solemn ceremony in which the secret documents of the lodge are transferred from the hands of Count Saint-Germain to the members of the inner circle is to take place in the Dragon Hall today. From the Annals of the Guardians, December 18th, 1745. Report, Sir Oliver Newton, Inner Circle. Chapter 4. It took me a few seconds to get used to the different lighting conditions. The hall was lit only by an oil lamp on the table. The picture I saw, by its warm but meager light, was a comfortable still life. A basket, several balls of pink wool, a teapot with a felt tea cozy, and a cup decorated with roses. Also Lady Tilney, who was sitting on a chair doing crochet, and at the sight of me let her hands sink to her lap. She was obviously older than when we had last met, with silver strands in her red hair, which had been neatly permed. All the same, she still had the same majestic, unapproachable look as my grandmother, and she didn't look in the least likely to scream or go for me brandishing her crochet hook. "Happy Christmas," she said. "Happy Christmas," I replied, slightly bewildered. For a moment I didn't know what to say next, but then I pulled myself together. "Don't worry, I'm not after some of your blood or anything like that." I stepped out of the shadow of the curtain. "Oh, we settled all that business about blood long ago, Gwyneth," said Lady Tilney, with a touch of reproof in her voice, as if I ought to know exactly what she was talking about. "I've been wondering when you'd turn up again. Tea?" "No, thank you. Look, I'm afraid I only have a few minutes." I went a step closer and handed her the note. "My grandfather has to get this so that everything will happen the way it did happen. It's very important." "I understand." Lady Tilney took the note and unfolded it at her leisure. She didn't seem in the least annoyed. "Why were you expecting me?" I asked. "Because you told me not to be scared when you visited me. Unfortunately, you didn't say when that would be, so I've been waiting years and years for you to try scaring me." She laughed quietly. "But making crochet pigs has a very soothing effect. To be honest, it easily sends you to sleep out of sheer boredom." I had a polite, "It's for a good cause, though," on the tip of my tongue, but when I glanced at the basket, I exclaimed instead, "Oh, aren't they cute?" And they really were. Much larger than I'd have expected, like real soft toys, and true to life. "Take one," said Lady Tilney. "Do you mean it?" I thought of Caroline, and put my hand into the basket. The pigs felt all soft and fluffy. "Angora and cashmere wool," said Lady Tilney with a touch of pride in her voice. "I never use any other. Most people crochet with sheep's wool, but it's so scratchy." Yes, thank you." Clutching the little pink pig to my breast, I spent a moment pulling my thoughts together. Where had we been? I cleared my throat. "When do we meet next time? In the past, I mean." "That was 1912, although it's not next time from my point of view." She sighed. "What exciting days those were." "Oh, hell!" My stomach was doing its roller coaster ride again. Why on earth hadn't we chosen a larger window of time? "Then again, you know more than I do," I said hastily. "There's no time to go into detail, but maybe you could give me some good advice to help me?" I had taken a couple of steps back in the direction of the window, out of the circle of lamplight. "Advice?" "Yes. Well, something like, beware of—" I looked at her expectantly. "Beware of what?"
Lady Tilney looked back at me just as expectantly. That's just what I don't know. What ought I be aware of? Pastrami sandwiches, for one thing, and too much sunlight. It's bad for the complexion, said Lady Tilney firmly. And then she blurred in front of my eyes, and I was back in the year 1956. Pastrami sandwiches, for heaven's sakes! I ought to have asked who I ought to beware of, not what, but it was too late now. I'd lost the opportunity. What on earth is that? Cried Lucas when he saw the piglet. Yes, and instead of making use of every precious second to get information out of Lady Tilney, I'd been an idiot enough to spend time on a pink soft toy. It's a crochet pig, grandfather, you can see it is, I said wearily. I was really disappointed in myself. Angora and cashmere, other people use scratchy sheep's wool. Our test seems to have worked anyway, said Lucas, shaking his head. You can use the chronograph and we can make a date to meet, in my house. It was over much too quickly, I wailed. I didn't find anything out. At least you have a pig, and Lady Tilney didn't have a heart attack. Or did she? I shook my head helplessly. Of course not. Lucas put the chronograph back in its velvet wrappings and took it over to the shrine. Don't worry, this way we have enough time to smuggle you back down to the cellar and go on making plans while we wait for you to travel back. Although if that useless Cantrell has slept off his hangover, I don't know how we'll talk our way out of it this time. I felt positively euphoric when I finally landed back in the chronograph room in my own time. So maybe the trip to acquire the pink piglet, I'd stuffed it into my school bag, hadn't brought much in the way of results, but Lucas and I had worked out a cunning plan. If the original chronograph really was in that chest, we wouldn't have to depend on chance anymore. Any special incidents? Mr. Marley asked. Well, let's think. I've spent all afternoon conspiring with my grandfather, breaking all the rules. We read my blood into the chronograph, then we sent me back to the year 1852 to conspire with Lady Tilney. Okay, I hadn't actually been conspiring with her, but it was a forbidden meeting all the same. The light bulb in the cellar flickered now and then, I said, and I learned French vocabulary by heart. Mr. Marley bent over the journal, and in his neat, small handwriting, he actually did enter 1943 hours, the ruby back from 1956, did her homework there, light bulb flickered. I suppressed a giggle. He had to keep such meticulous records of everything. I'd bet his star sign was Virgo. But it was later than I'd liked. I hoped Mum wouldn't send Lesley home before I was back. However, Mr. Marley didn't seem to be in any hurry. He screwed the top back on his fountain pen infuriatingly slowly. I can find my own way out, I said. No, you mustn't, he said in alarm. Of course I'll escort you to the limousine. Mr. Marley closed the journal and stood up. And I have to blindfold you. You know I do. Sighing, I let him tie the black scarf around my head. I still don't understand why I'm not supposed to know the way to this room, quite apart from the fact that I knew it perfectly well by now. Because that's what it says in the annals, said Mr. Marley, sounded surprised. What? I exclaimed. My name's in the annals, and they say I mustn't know the way here and back? Why not? Now Mr. Marley's voice was distinctly uncomfortable. Naturally your name isn't there, or all these years the other Ruby, I mean Miss Charlotte, of course, wouldn't have... He cleared his throat, then fell silent, and I heard him opening the door. Allow me, he said, taking my arm. He led me out into the corridor. I couldn't see him, but I felt sure he was blushing furiously again. I felt as if I were walking along beside a radiant heater. What exactly does it say about me in there? I asked. I'm sorry, but I really can't. I've said too much already. You could almost hear him wringing his hands, or at least the hand that wasn't holding me. And this character claimed to be a descendant of the dangerous Rakosi. What a joke. Please, Leo, I said, sounding as friendly as I could. I'm sorry, but you won't learn any more from me. The heavy door latched behind us. Mr. Marley let go of my arm to lock it, which seemed to take a good 10 minutes, while I tried to save a bit of time by taking a firm step forward, not too easy with my eyes blindfolded. Mr. Marley had grabbed my arm again, and a good thing, because without a pilot I could have run straight into a wall down here. I decided to try flattering him. It couldn't hurt.
Maybe he'd be prepared to come out with more information later. Did you know that I've met your ancestor in person? In fact, I'd even taken a photograph of him, but unfortunately I couldn't show it to Mr. Marley. He'd have told tales of me for bringing forbidden objects back from the past. Really? I envy you. The Baron must have been an impressive personality. Yes, very impressive. You bet he was, that creepy old junkie. He asked about Transylvania, but unfortunately there wasn't much I could tell him about it. Yes, living in exile must have been hard for him, said Mr. Marley. Next moment he let out a shrill, "Eek!" A rat, I thought, and in panic I snatched the blindfold off. But it wasn't a rat that had made Mr. Marley squeal. It was Gideon, still as unshaven as this afternoon, in fact more so, but with his eyes extremely bright and watchful, and looking so incredibly, outrageously, impossibly good. "Only me," he said, smiling. "I can see that," groused Mr. Marley. "You scared me stiff." Me too. My lower lip began trembling again, and I dug my teeth into it to keep the stupid thing still. "You can go home now. I'll escort Gwyneth to the car," said Gideon, holding out his hand to me as if I was sure to take it. I looked as haughty as you can, with your front teeth digging into your lower lip. Probably I just looked like a beaver, if a haughty beaver, and ignored his hand. "You can't," said Mr. Marley. "It's my job to escort Miss Gwyneth to the—" "Ah!" He was staring at me in horror. "Oh, Miss Gwyneth, why did you take the scarf off? That's against the rules." "I thought it was a rat you'd seen," I said, casting a dark glance at Gideon, "and I wasn't all that wrong, either." "Now look what you've done," said Mr. Marley accusingly to Gideon. "I don't know what I can— The rules say that, and if we— Don't be so uptight, Marley. Come on, Gwen, let's go." "But you can't! I must insist that—" Mr. Marley stammered. And you have no right to tell me what to do." "Then go tell tales of me." Gideon took my arm and simply hauled me on. I thought of resisting, but then I realized that would only lose me even more time. We'd probably still be standing here arguing tomorrow morning, so I let him lead me away, glancing apologetically at Mr. Marley. "See you, Leo." "Yes, exactly. See you, Leo," said Gideon. You haven't heard the last of this," stammered Mr. Marley behind us. His face was shining like a beacon in the dark corridor. "No, sure, we're trembling with fright already." Gideon didn't seem to mind that Mr. Marley could still hear him as he added, "Stupid show-off." I waited until we had turned the next corner, and then shook myself free of his hand and quickened my pace until I was almost running. "Ambitious to compete in the Olympic Games?" inquired Gideon. I spun around to face him. "What do you want?" Lesley would have been proud of the way I spat that at him. "I'm in a hurry." "I only wanted to make sure you understood my apology this afternoon." All the mockery had gone out of his voice now, but not out of mine. "Yep, I did," I snorted, "which doesn't mean I accepted it." "Gwen." "Okay, you don't have to say you really liked me again. Guess what? I liked you too. In fact, I liked you a lot. But that's all over now." I was running up the spiral staircase as fast as I could go, with the result that by the time I reached the top, I was right out of breath. I felt like hanging over the banisters, gasping for air. But I wasn't going to expose my weakness like that, particularly as Gideon didn't seem to have been exerting himself at all to keep up. So I hurried on until he grabbed my wrist and made me stand still. I winced as his fingers pressed on my cut. It started bleeding again. "It's okay for you to hate me, really. I don't have any problem with that," said Gideon, looking seriously into my eyes. "But I've discovered things that make it necessary for you and me to work together, so that we'll get out of all this alive." I tried to free myself, but he only held my wrist more firmly. "What sort of things?" I asked, although I would rather have shrieked, "Ouch!" "I don't know yet. Not exactly. But it could turn out that I was wrong about Lucy and Paul and their intentions. So it's important for you to—" He stopped, let go of me, and looked at the palm of his hand. "Is that blood?" Damn. I mustn't look guilty. "Nothing to speak of. I cut myself on the edge of a piece of paper at school this morning. So stick to the subject. Unless you can be more specific." I felt really proud of coming out with that phrase. I'm definitely not working with you on anything. Gideon tried to take my arm again. Here, that cut looks nasty. Let me look. We'd better go see Dr. White. He may still be in the building. You probably mean you don't want to say anything more precise about what you claim to have discovered. I had my arm stretched right out, to keep him away, and so that he couldn't examine my wound. Because I'm not quite sure myself what to make of it yet, said Gideon. And like Lucas, just now, he added in a rather desperate tone of voice, I need more time. Who doesn't? I started off again. We had already reached Madame Rossini's studio, and it wasn't far from there to the front door. Goodbye, Gideon. See you tomorrow. Unfortunately. I was secretly waiting for him to grab me and hold me back again, but he didn't. He didn't follow me either. I'd have loved to see the expression on his face, but I didn't turn back to look at him. Anyway, that would have been a silly thing to do, because then he'd have seen the tears pouring down my cheeks once more. Nick was waiting at the front door of our house for me. At last, he said. I wanted us to start without you, but Mr. Bernard said we ought to wait. He's made sure the flush of the toilet in the blue bathroom is out of order, so no one can use it, and he says he'll have to take out the tiles there to dismantle the cistern. We've bolted the secret door on the inside. Clever, eh? Very clever. But Lady Arista and Aunt Glenda will be home in an hour's time, and they're sure to say he'd better put off the repair work until tomorrow. Then we'll have to hurry. I gave him a quick hug and dropped a kiss on his untidy red hair. There had to be time for that. You didn't tell anyone, did you? Nick looked a little guilty. Only Caroline. She was so... Oh, well, you know how she always knows when there's something in the air, and she asks lots of questions. But she'll keep quiet and help us throw Mum, Aunt Mattie, and Charlotte off the scent. Particularly Charlotte, I said, talking more to myself than Nick. They're all still upstairs in the dining room. Mum invited Lesley to stay to supper. In the dining room, they were just leaving the table, which meant that Aunt Mattie moved to her armchair by the fireplace and put her feet up, while Mr. Bernard and Mum cleared the supper things away. They were all pleased to see me. All but Charlotte, that is. Oh, well, maybe she was just very good at hiding her delight. Zemirius came down from the chandelier and cried, There you are at last! I was nearly dying of boredom. Although there was still a delicious smell of supper, and Mum said she was keeping something hot for me, I heroically claimed that I wasn't hungry because I'd already had supper at the temple. My stomach cramped indignantly at this shocking lie, but I couldn't possibly waste time satisfying its demands. Lesley grinned at me. It was a wonderful curry. I could hardly stop eating. My mum is in one of her terrible experimental phases right now. Even our dog won't eat the macrobiotic stuff she cooks these days. All the same, you look quite, well, let's say well-nourished, Charlotte said sharply. She'd braided her hair and pinned it up again, but a few little locks had come loose and were framing her face very prettily. How could anyone look so beautiful and be so mean? You're lucky. I wish I had a dog, too, said Caroline, or any kind of pet. Never mind, we have Nick, said Charlotte. That's almost like having a monkey. Not forgetting you, you nasty poisonous spider, said Nick. Well said, young man, crowed Zemirius, back up on the chandelier. He clapped his paws. Mum was helping Mr. Bernard to stack the dirty dishes in the dumbwaiter. You know you can't have a pet because Aunt Glenda's allergic to animals, Caroline. We could get a naked mole rat, said Caroline. That would be better than nothing. Charlotte opened her mouth and then shut it again, obviously because she couldn't think of anything nasty to say about naked mole rats. Aunt Mattie had made herself comfortable in her chair. She pointed sleepily to her round, rosy cheek. Give your great old aunt a kiss, Gwyneth. It's a shame we see so little of you these days. Last night I had another dream about you, and I have to say it wasn't a nice dream. Could you tell me about it later? As I kissed her, I whispered in her ear, And could you please help to keep Charlotte away from the blue bathroom? Aunt Mattie's dimples deepened, and she winked at me. All of a sudden, she looked wide awake again. Mum, who had a date to meet a friend of hers, was in a much better mood today than for the last few days. No worried expression, no exaggerated sighing when she looked at me. To my surprise, she even said Lesley could stay a bit longer, and spared us the usual lecture on the dangers of traveling by bus at night. Even better, she said Nick could help Mr. Bernard to repair the lavatory cistern that was supposed to have gone wrong, however long it took. Caroline was the only one out of luck. She was sent to bed. "But I want to be there when they discover when they dismantle the cistern," she'd begged, holding back a tear when she couldn't soften Mum's heart. "I'm going to bed now, too," Charlotte told Caroline, "with a good book." "In the Shadow of Vampire Mountain," said Zemirius. "She's reached page 413, where the young, although also undead, Christopher St. Ives finally gets beautiful Mary Lou into bed." I looked at him with amusement, and, to my surprise, he suddenly seemed slightly embarrassed. "I only peeked at it, honest," he said, jumping off the chandelier and down to the windowsill. Aunt Mattie quickly moved in on Charlotte's announcement. "Oh, my dear, I thought you might keep me company in the music room for a while," she said. "I'd love a game of Scrabble." Charlotte rolled her eyes. "Last time we had to throw you out of the game because you insisted that there was such a word as ear cat." "And so there is. It's a cat with ears." Aunt Mattie got up and took Charlotte's arm. "But I don't mind if you say it doesn't count today." "Nor do Springbird and Cow Juice," said Charlotte. "Oh, but there's definitely a Springbird, darling," said Aunt Mattie, winking at me again. I hugged my mum before going up to my room with Lesley. "And, by the way, I'm to give you regards from Falk Devier. He wanted to know if you had a steady boyfriend." I'd have done better to keep this message until Charlotte and Aunt Mattie had left the room, because they both stopped dead, rooted to the spot, and looked at Mum with great interest. "What?" Mum blushed slightly. "And what did you tell him?" "Well, I said it was ages since you'd been out with a man, and the last guy you did see regularly was always scratching himself when he thought no one was looking." "You never said that!" I laughed. "No, I didn't." "Oh, are you two talking about that good-looking banker Arista wanted to marry off to, Grace? Mr. Itchman," said Mattie. "Bet you he had lice or something." Lesley giggled. "His name was Hitchman, Aunt Mattie." My mother rubbed her arms, shivering. "A good thing I never got to find out for sure about the lice or whatever he had." "What did you really tell him then?" "Falk, I mean." "Nothing," I said. "Want me to ask next time I get the chance whether he has a steady girlfriend?" "Don't you dare," said Mum. Then she grinned and added, "He doesn't. I happen to know that from a friend. She has a friend who knows him quite well. Not that I'd be interested in any of that." "No, of course not," said Zemirius. He flew off the windowsill and settled in the middle of the dining room table. "Can we finally get a move on?" Half an hour later, Lesley was up to date with the latest developments, and Caroline was the owner of a genuine vintage pink crochet piglet from the year 1929. When I told her where it came from, she was very impressed and said she was going to call her pig Margaret in honor of Lady Tilney. She dropped happily off to sleep, cuddling the piglet when everything was quiet again. Except for Mr. Bernard's hammering and chiseling, of course. That could be heard all over the house. We'd never have managed to get any bricks out of the wall in secret. And Mr. Bernard and Nick didn't get the little chest up to my room in secret either. Aunt Mattie came in right behind them. "She caught us on the stairs," said Nick apologetically. "And she recognized that little chest at once," said Aunt Mattie. She sounded excited. "Oh, it belonged to my brother Lucas. It stood in the library for years, and then, just before his death, it suddenly disappeared. So I think I have a right to know what you're planning to do with it." Mr. Bernard sighed. "I'm afraid we have no choice," he told me. "Lady Arista and Miss Glenda were coming home at that very moment." "Yes, so I was the lesser of two evils, right?" Aunt Mattie smiled with self-satisfaction. "Just so long as Charlotte doesn't know what's going on," said Lesley. "Don't worry, she went to her room in a fury just because I put down the word card scissors. Which, as everyone knows, are scissors for cutting card," said Zemirius. "Essential in every household." Aunt Mattie knelt beside the chest on the floor and stroked its dusty lid. "Wherever did you find it?" Mr. Bernard looked inquiringly at me, and I shrugged my shoulders. Since she was here anyway, we might as well let her in on the whole story. "I walled it up on your brother's instructions," said Mr. Bernard with dignity. "That was on the evening before his death." "Only the evening before his death?" I echoed him. It was news to me, too. And what's in it? Aunt Mattie wanted to know. She was standing up again, looking for somewhere to sit. Since she couldn't see anywhere else, she sat down beside Lesley on the edge of my bed. Yes, that's the vital question, said Nick. The vital question, said Mr. Bernard, is how we're going to open the chest, because the key to it disappeared, along with Lord Montrose's diaries at the time of the burglary. What burglary? Asked Lesley and Nick in chorus. Thieves broke in on the day of your grandfather's funeral, Aunt Mattie explained, while we were all saying our last goodbyes to him at the graveyard. Such a sad day, wasn't it, Mr. Bernard? She added, looking up at him. He was listening with no sign of emotion. The story did seem vaguely familiar. As far as I remembered, the burglars had been disturbed and ran away before they could take anything. But when I told Nick and Lesley that, Aunt Mattie contradicted me. No, no, my little angel. The police only assumed that nothing had been stolen because all the ready cash, the deeds to this house, and valuable jewelry were still in the safe. And that made sense only if it was the diaries and nothing else that the burglars were after, said Mr. Bernard. I allowed myself to put that hypothesis to the police at the time, but no one believed me. What's more, there was no sign that anyone had tried breaking into the safe. They'd have had to know the combination. So it was thought that Lord Montrose must have put his diary somewhere else. I believed you, dear Mr. Bernard, said Aunt Mattie, but I'm sorry to say that no one thought my opinion was much worth the time. Or at any other time, really, she added wistfully. Anyway, 3 days before Lucas died, I had a vision, and I was convinced that he hadn't died a natural death. But as usual, people thought I was crazy. Yet it was such a clear vision. A huge panther leapt at Lucas's chest and tore his throat to pieces. Oh, very clever, muttered Lesley, and I asked, What about the diaries? They never turned up, said Mr. Bernard, nor did the key to this chest, which was with them, because Lord Montrose always kept it stuck inside his current diary, as I know because I saw it with my own eyes. Zemirius was flapping his wings impatiently. Why don't you all stop this nattering and fetch a crowbar? But Grandpa had a heart attack, said Nick. Well, that's what it looked like after the event, anyway. Aunt Mattie sighed deeply. After all, he was 80 years old. He collapsed at his desk in his office at the temple. My vision obviously wasn't a good enough reason for them to have an autopsy done. Arista was very cross with me when I wanted her to insist. This is giving me goosebumps, whispered Nick, moving a little closer and snuggling up to me. For a while, no one said anything. Zemirius kept circling around the ceiling, saying, Oh, get a move on! But of course I was the only one who could hear him. That adds up to a lot of coincidences, said Lesley at last. Yes, I agreed. Lucas has the chest walled up, and purely by chance he dies the next day. Right, and purely by chance I have a vision 3 days before his death, said Aunt Mattie. And purely by chance his diaries vanished without a trace, added Nick. And purely by chance, said Mr. Bernard, almost apologetically, the key that Miss Lesley here is wearing on a chain around her neck is the very image of the key to this chest. I couldn't help staring at it all through supper. Lesley put her hand to her chain, looking baffled. What, this one? The key to my heart? But that can't be it, I said. I pinched it from a desk drawer in the temple sometime in the 18th century. That would be rather too much of a coincidence, don't you think? Chance is the only legitimate ruler of the universe, as Einstein said, and he ought to know. Aunt Mattie leaned forward to look at the key with interest. It wasn't Einstein, it was Napoleon, Zemirius called down from the ceiling, and Napoleon didn't have all his marbles at the time. I could be wrong, of course. Old keys look very like one another, said Mr. Bernard. Lesley fiddled with the clasp of the chain and handed me the key. It's worth a try, anyway. I passed the key on to Mr. Bernard. The rest of us were holding our collective breath as he knelt by the chest and put the key into the delicate little lock. It turned easily. That's amazing, whispered Lesley. Aunt Mattie nodded, satisfied. You see, it's not just chance and coincidence, it's fate. And now, Mr. Bernard, don't keep us in suspense any longer. Lift the lid. Just a moment. I took a deep breath. It's important for all of us here in this room to keep absolutely quiet about what's inside the chest. Look how fast I'd caught the habit. Only a couple of days ago I'd been grumbling about the Guardians and all their secrecy, and here I was practically founding a secret society of my own. All we needed was for me to say everyone must be blindfolded before leaving my room. Sounds like you already know what's in it, remarked Zemirius. He had already tried putting his head through the wood to see inside the chest several times, but he had withdrawn it again, each time coughing. Of course we won't breathe a word, said Nick, sounding slightly insulted, and Lesley and Aunt Mattie also looked quite indignant. There was even one eyebrow raised on Mr. Bernard's impassive face. Swear it, I demanded, and to make sure they realized how seriously I meant it, I added, Swear by your lives! Aunt Mattie was the only one to jump up and put her hand enthusiastically on her heart. The others were still hesitating. Can't we swear by anything else? Grumbled Lesley. I'd have thought our left hands would do. I shook my head. Go on, swear it. I swear by my life, cried Aunt Mattie happily. I swear, muttered the others, rather embarrassed. Nick began giggling nervously, because Aunt Mattie had begun humming the national anthem to show what a solemn occasion it was. When Mr. Bernard, glancing at me first to make sure that I agreed, lifted the lid of the chest, it creaked slightly. He carefully unfolded old velvet wrappings, and when he had finally revealed what was inside them, everyone but me went ooh and ah in surprise. Even Zemirius cried, Wow, the cunning old devil! Is that by chance what I think it is? Asked Aunt Mattie after a while. Her eyes were still as round as saucers. Yes, I said, pushing the hair back from my face. It's a chronograph. Nick and Aunt Mattie had left reluctantly, Mr. Bernard inconspicuously, and Lesley only under protest. However, her mother had already rung her mobile twice to ask whether she had A. by any chance been murdered, or B. was lying hacked to pieces somewhere in Hyde Park. So she really had no choice. First, however, she made me swear that I would stick strictly to our master plan. By your life, she demanded, and I went along with her, although, unlike Aunt Mattie, I spared her the national anthem. At last my room was quiet again, and 2 hours later, after my mum had put her head around the door to look in on me, so was the whole house. I had struggled hard with myself, deciding whether to try the chronograph out right away or not. It wouldn't make any difference to Lucas whether I traveled back to 1956 today, or tomorrow, or not for another 4 weeks. And a good night's sleep, for a change, would probably work wonders for me. On the other hand, tomorrow I had to go to that ball and face Count Saint-Germain again, and I didn't know just what he was planning. I went downstairs with the chronograph wrapped in my dressing gown. Why are you dragging that thing all around the house? Asked Zemirius. You could simply travel back in time from your own room. Yes, but how do I know who was sleeping there in 1956? And then I'd have to go all over the house, and I might be taken for a burglar again. No, I want to travel straight to the secret passage. Then I won't risk being seen by someone when I land. Lucas will be waiting for me in front of great-great-great-great-Uncle Hugh's portrait. You get the number of greats different every time, Zemirius pointed out. If I were you, I'd just say, my fat forefather. I ignored him and concentrated on the creaking steps on the stairs. A little later, I was pushing the portrait soundlessly aside. Mr. Bernard had oiled the mechanism so it didn't squeal. He had also fitted bolts to both the bathroom door and the door out to the stairs. I hesitated to bolt them both at first, because if for some reason I arrived outside the secret passage when I traveled back, I'd have shut myself out of the passage and the chronograph into it. Cross your fingers and hope it works, I told Zemirius when I finally knelt on the floor, pushing my forefinger into the little flap underneath the ruby, and pressed it firmly down on the needle. By the way, you don't get used to the pain. It hurts like hell every time. I would if I had any, Zemirius was saying, and then he had disappeared, and the chronograph with him. I took a deep breath, but the musty air in the corridor didn't really help me to get over the roller coaster feeling. I stood up rather unsteadily, grasped Nick's flashlight more firmly, and opened the door out into the stairway. It was creaking and squealing again, like something in a classic horror film, as the painting swung aside. Ah, there you are, whispered Lucas. He'd been waiting on the other side of it, and he was also armed with a flashlight. For a second I was afraid it might be a ghost appearing on the stroke of midnight. In Peter Rabbit pajamas? I had a drink or so earlier, but I'm glad that I was right about the contents of the chest. Yes, and luckily the chronograph still works. We have an hour, as agreed. Then come along, quick, before he starts bawling again and wakes the whole house up. Before who starts bawling? I whispered back in alarm. Little Harry, of course. He's getting teeth or something. Keeps on howling like a siren anyway. Uncle Harry? Arista says that we have to leave him to cry for educational reasons, or he'll grow up to be a wimp. But it's more than anyone can stand. Sometimes I go in to see him on the sly, wimp or no wimp. If you sing him The Fox Went Out on a Chilly Night, he stops yelling. Poor Uncle Harry. Sounds like a classic case of early childhood imprinting, if you ask me. No wonder he was so keen on shooting everything he could turn his sporting gun on these days. Wild duck, stags, grouse, pheasants, and, in particular, foxes. He was chairman of a society campaigning for it to be legal to hunt foxes with hounds again in Gloucestershire. Maybe you ought to try singing him something else, and buy him a cuddly fox toy. We reached the library unnoticed, and, when Lucas had closed the door and locked it behind us, he breathed a sigh of relief. We made it. The room itself was much the same as in my own time, except that the two armchairs by the fireplace had different covers, a Scottish plaid pattern in green and blue instead of the present cream roses on a moss-green background. There was a teapot on a warming plate on the little table between the chairs, plus 2 cups, and I closed my eyes, and when I opened them again it was true. It wasn't a hallucination. There was a plate of sandwiches. Not dry biscuits, but real, nourishing sandwiches. I couldn't believe it. Lucas dropped into one of the armchairs and pointed to the other. Do sit down, and if you're hungry, help But I had already helped myself. I was digging my teeth into the first sandwich. You've saved my life, I said, with my mouth full. Then something occurred to me. They're not pastrami sandwiches, I hope. No, ham and cucumber, said Lucas. You look tired. So do you. I still haven't quite recovered from all the excitement yesterday evening. Just now, like I told you, I had to have a whiskey. Well, 2 whiskeys. But now 2 things are clear to me. Yes, help yourself to another sandwich, and take the time to chew it properly. It's quite alarming to see you bolt them down like that. Carry on, I said. Oh, how good the food tasted. I felt I'd never in my life eaten such delicious sandwiches. What 2 things are clear to you? Well, first, good as it is to see you, our meetings must take place much farther in the future if they're to produce results. We should meet as close as possible to your date of birth. By then, well, perhaps I'll have understood what Lucy and Paul are planning and why, and I'll certainly know more than I do now. That means next time we meet should be in 1993. Then I'll also be able to help you over this business with the ball. Yes, that sounded logical. And second, none of it will work unless I make my way much farther into the Guardian Center of Power, right into the inner circle. I nodded vigorously. I couldn't say anything because my mouth was too full. So far, I haven't felt very keen on that kind of thing. Lucas glanced at the Montrose family's coat of arms, hanging above the fireplace. A sword surrounded by roses, and under it the words, Hic Rhodos Hic Salta, meaning something like, show what you can really do. I started out from a good position in the lodge. After all, representatives of the Montrose family were among the founding members in 1745, and I am also married to a potential gene carrier from the Jade line. However, I didn't really intend to commit myself to the lodge any more than necessary. Well, that's all changed now. For you and Lucy and Paul, I'll go so far as to butter up Kenneth Devier. I don't know whether I'll succeed, but... Oh, yes, you will. You'll even get to be Grand Master, I said, brushing crumbs off of my pajamas. I only just managed to suppress a satisfied belch. It felt wonderful to have a full stomach again. Let's think. In the year 1993, you'll be... Shh! Lucas leaned forward and put a finger on my lips. I don't want to hear it. Maybe it's not very sensible of me, but I don't want to know what the future has in store for me unless it will help where you're concerned. I have 37 years to live before we meet again, and I'd like to spend them as free of anxiety as possible. Can you understand that? Yes. I looked at him sadly. Yes, I can understand it very well. In the circumstances, It probably wasn't a good idea to tell him that Aunt Mattie and Mr. Bernard suspected he hadn't died a natural death. I could always warn him about that when we met in 1993. I leaned back in my chair and tried to smile. Then let's talk about the magic of the raven, Grandpa, because there's something you don't yet know about me. London is still under attack. Yesterday, and the day before, German squadrons were flying overhead all day, dropping bombs which severely damaged the entire London area. The London County Council has now made vaults under parts of the city and the Royal Courts of Justice accessible for use as public air raid shelters. So we have begun walling up some of our passages. We have tripled the number of guards on duty in the cellars, and we have armed them with contemporary as well as traditional weapons. The three of us elapsed from the documents room to the year 1851 again today, after going through the security process. We all brought books, and if only Lady Tilney had shown a little more sense of humor regarding my jocular marks on her reading matter, instead of starting a quarrel again, everything would have gone smoothly. I stand by my opinion that the works of this modern German poet Rilke are sheer nonsense. One cannot understand a word of them, and furthermore, it is unpatriotic to read German literature when we are in the middle of a war. I hate it when anyone tries to make me change my mind, which Lady Tilney is intent upon doing. She was just trying to explain a particularly confused passage about withered hands hopping out and about, damp and heavy like toads after rain, when there was a knock at the door. Of course. And so. Mystery why. Lady. Blood. A yard. 85. Green. Year. From the Annals of the Guardians. April 2nd, 1916. Duo cum facium idem non est idem, Terence. Marginal note, May 17th, 1986. Page obviously rendered illegible by spilt coffee. Pages 34 to 36 missing entirely. I would like to see a rule introduced to the effect that novices may read the annals only under supervision. D. Clarkson, Archivist. Sorely tried. Chapter 5. "Oh no, you've been crying again," said Zemirius, who was waiting for me in the secret passage. I simply said yes. Saying goodbye to Lucas had been very hard, and I wasn't the only one who had had to suppress a few tears. We wouldn't see each other again for another 37 years, at least, from his point of view, and that seemed an unimaginably long time to both of us. I felt like traveling to the year 1993 right away, but Lucas had made me promise to get a good night's rest, if you could call it that. It was 2 in the morning, and I'd have to get up again at 6:45. Mum would probably have to use a crane to haul me out of bed. As Zemirius didn't answer back, I shone the flashlight on his face. I was probably just imagining it, but I thought he looked a little sad, and I realized that I'd neglected him all day. "Nice of you to wait for me, Zemirius," I said, suddenly feeling a wave of affection. I'd have liked to stroke him, but you can't stroke or pet ghosts. "I wasn't waiting, I just happened to be here. I've been looking around for a good place to hide that thing." He pointed to the chronograph. I wrapped it in my bathrobe again, and got it first balanced on my hip, then tucked under my arm. Zemirius flew upstairs beside me. "If you break through the back of your wardrobe, it's only plasterboard. You can do it easily. You can crawl into the space behind it. There are all sorts of possible hiding places there." "I just think I'll put it under my bed for tonight." I felt so tired that my legs were heavy as lead. I had switched off the flashlight. I could find the way to my bedroom in the dark. I could probably even do it in my sleep. I was half asleep anyway by the time I was passing Charlotte's room, so I almost dropped the chronograph when her door suddenly opened and I was caught in the light from inside. "Oh, shit," muttered Zemirius. "Everyone was fast asleep just now, honest." "Aren't you a bit too old for Peter Rabbit pajamas?" asked Charlotte. She was leaning in the doorway, looking very pretty in a nightie with spaghetti straps, and her hair fell in glossy waves over her shoulders. That's the good thing about braided hairstyles. The braids act as if built-in curlers, so you look like a Christmas tree fairy when you undo them. "Are you crazy, scaring me like that?" I whispered so that Aunt Glenda wouldn't wake up as well. "Why are you slinking along my corridor in the middle of the night? And what's that you're carrying?" "What do you mean, your corridor? Do you expect me to climb up outside the house to reach my room?" Charlotte moved away from the doorframe and came a step closer. "What's that under your arm?" she repeated, threateningly this time. It sounded even worse because she was whispering, and she looked so, well, dangerous that I didn't dare to pass her. "Uh-oh," said Zemirius. "Someone has a bad attack of PMS. I wouldn't want to tangle with her today." I had no intention of doing any such thing. "You mean my bathrobe?" "Show me what's inside," she demanded. I stepped back. "You are crazy. Why on earth do you want me to show you my bathrobe in the middle of the night? Now please, let me by. I want to go to bed." "And I want to see what you're carrying," hissed Charlotte. "Do you really think I'm as naive as you? Do you think I didn't notice those conspiratorial looks and all that whispering? If you want to keep something secret from me, you'll have to be more subtle about it. What about the little chest that your brother and Mr. Bernard took up to you? Was that what you're carrying under your arm inside it?" "She's not stupid," said Zemirius, scratching his nose with one wing. "At any other time of day, and if I'd been less sleepy, I'm sure I'd have thought up some story on the spur of the moment, but right now my nerves just weren't up to it." "None of your business," I snapped. "Oh, yes it is," Charlotte snapped back. "I may not be the ruby and a member of the Circle of 12, but unlike you, at least I think like one. I couldn't hear everything you lot were saying up in your room. The doors in this house are too thick, but what I did hear was quite enough." She took another step toward me and pointed to my bathrobe. "So show me that this minute if you don't want me to take it." "You were eavesdropping on us?" I suddenly felt sick to my stomach. How much had she found out? Did she know that that was the chronograph? And it seemed to have doubled its weight within the last minute. I gripped it firmly in both hands, for safety's sake, dropping Nick's flashlight on the floor with a clatter. By now I wasn't so sure that I wanted Aunt Glen to go on sleeping. "Did you know that Gideon and I were trained in Krav Maga?" Charlotte took another step closer to me, and I automatically took one back. "No, but did you know that at this moment you look like that crazy rodent in Ice Age?" "Maybe we're in luck and Krav Maga is just some kind of harmless smut," said Zemirius, "like Kama Sutra." "Ha ha ha," he giggled. "Excuse me, I always think of my best lines in desperate situations." "Krav Maga is an Israeli martial arts technique and very effective," Charlotte informed me. "I could flatten you with a kick to the solar plexus, or I could break your neck with a single blow." "And I could call for help." So far, our conversation had all taken place in whispers, and it must have sounded like two snakes talking. Hiss, hiss, hiss. What would happen if I brought everyone else in this house on the scene? It would probably keep Charlotte from breaking my neck, but then everybody would want to know what I was carrying wrapped in my bathrobe. Charlotte seemed to guess my thoughts. She laughed scornfully as she came closer, dancing about on tiptoe. "Go on, then. Scream." "I would if I were you," said Zemirius. But I didn't have to, after all, because Mr. Bernard appeared behind Charlotte. As usual, he seemed to materialize out of nothing. "Can I help you young ladies in any way?" he asked, and Charlotte spun around like a scalded cat. For a fraction of a second I thought she was going to kick Mr. Bernard in the solar plexus, purely as a reflex action, but luckily she didn't, although her toes were twitching. "I sometimes feel hungry in the night myself. I'd be happy to make you a little snack, since that's what I'm off to do anyway," said Mr. Bernard impassively. I was so relieved to see him that I burst into hysterical giggles. "I've just been doing that very thing," I said, jerking my chin at the bundle I was clutching to my breast. "But the Karate Kid here is suffering from low blood sugar. I bet she urgently needs a snack." Charlotte strolled very slowly back to her room. "I'll be keeping my eye on you," she said, pointing her forefinger accusingly at me. She looked as theatrical as if she were about to declaim something dramatic. However, all she said was, "And on you too, Mr. Bernard." "We'll have to be careful," I whispered when she closed the door of her room and the corridor was dark again. "She's trained in Taj Mahal." "That's not a bad one either," said Zemirius appreciatively. I held my bathrobe more firmly. "And she suspects something. She may even know exactly what we found. She's sure to tell the guardians tales of us, and when they hear that we—" "There must be better times and places to discuss these matters," Mr. Bernard interrupted me in an unusually severe tone. He picked up Nick's flashlight from the floor, switched it on, and let the beam travel up the door of Charlotte's room to the semicircular fanlight at the top. It was tilted open. I nodded, showing that I understood. Charlotte could hear every word. "Yes, you're right. Good night, Mr. Bernard." "Sleep well, Miss Gwyneth." My mum didn't need a crane to get me out of bed in the morning. Her tactics were even meaner. She used the horrible plastic Santa Claus that Caroline had won at the Brownies last year. Once he was wound up, he kept going, "Ho, ho, ho! Merry Christmas, all!" in a hideous plastic croak. At first I tried to block out the noise with my quilt. But after 16 repetitions of "Ho, ho, ho!" I gave up and threw the quilt back. At once I was sorry I'd done that, because now I remembered what was going to happen today. The ball. If no miracle happened this afternoon, letting me travel back to my grandfather in 1993, I'd have to face the Count without whatever information Lucas could give me. I bit my tongue. I ought to have traveled back in time again last night after all. On the other hand, then presumably Charlotte would have been on my trail, so all things considered, I'd been right in deciding not to. I staggered out of bed and into the bathroom. I'd only had 3 hours of sleep. After Charlotte's performance last night, I'd played it safe, and, under Zemirius's orders, I really had broken through the back of the wardrobe and found a space behind it full of old junk, including a crocodile just like the one in the space under the musicians' gallery in the ballroom. Twin crocodiles, maybe. I slit the crocodile's belly open and hid the chronograph inside it. After that, totally exhausted, I had fallen asleep, which at least meant I didn't have bad dreams. In fact, I didn't dream at all, unlike Aunt Mattie. When I tottered down to the first floor for breakfast, late because I'd had to spend ages searching for Mum's concealer to disguise the shadows around my eyes, she intercepted me in the corridor and took me into her room. "Anything wrong?" I asked, but I knew I could have spared myself the question. If Aunt Mattie was up by 7:30, something was definitely very wrong. Her hair was tousled, and one of the 2 curlers that were meant to keep her blonde locks off her forehead had come loose and was hanging down almost over her ear. "Oh, Gwyneth, darling, you may well ask." Aunt Mattie sat down on her unmade bed and stared at the flower pattern on the lavender wallpaper. "I had a vision." "Oh, not again." "Let me guess. Someone crushed a ruby heart under the heel of his boot," I suggested. "Or maybe there was a raven flying into a shop window display of clocks?" Aunt Mattie shook her head so hard that the second curler was also in danger. "No, Gwyneth, you mustn't joke about these things. I may not always know what my visions mean, but later on they're sure to make sense." She reached for my hand and drew me close. "And this time it was so clear. I saw you in a blue dress with a full skirt, and there was candlelight everywhere and people playing stringed instruments." I couldn't help getting goosebumps. Not only did I have misgivings about that ball, Aunt Mattie had to go and have another vision, and I hadn't mentioned the ball to her, or told her the color of my ball dress. Aunt Mattie was glad to see that she finally had my full attention. "At first it all seemed very peaceful, with everyone dancing, including you, but then I saw that the ballroom had no ceiling. Terrible black clouds were gathering in the sky above you, and a huge bird came out of them ready to swoop down on you," she went on. "Then when you tried to escape, you ran straight into... Oh, it was horrible, blood everywhere, everything was red with blood. Even the sky turned red, and the raindrops were drops of blood." "Aunt Mattie?" She was wringing her hands. "Yes, I know, my love, it's so dreadful, and I do hope it doesn't mean what may be the most obvious thing to..." "You've skipped a bit, I think," I said, interrupting her again. What did the Gwyneth in your dream run into?" "It wasn't a dream, it was a vision." Aunt Mattie opened her eyes even wider, if that was possible. "A sword. You ran straight into it." "A sword? Where did it come from?" I think it was simply hanging in the air," said Aunt Mattie, flapping her hand about vaguely. "But that's not the important part," she went on, sounding slightly annoyed. "The important part is all the blood." I sat down on the bed beside her. "And what exactly do you want me to do with that information?" Aunt Mattie looked around, fished the jar of sherbet lemons off her bedside table, and put one in her mouth. "Oh, darling, I don't know myself. I just thought maybe it would come in useful to you, as a warning." "Right. I promise I'll do my best not to run into any swords hanging in the air." I gave Aunt Mattie a kiss and got up. "And maybe you ought to get a little more sleep. This isn't your good time of day." "You're right. That's what I ought to do." She stretched out and pulled the quilt over her. "But don't make light of it," she said. "Please look after yourself." "I will." At the door I turned back again.
I said, clearing my throat. There wasn't by any chance a lion in your dream, was there? Or a diamond? Or maybe the sun? No, said Aunt Mattie, her eyes already closed. That's what I thought, I muttered, closing the door quietly behind me. When I arrived at the breakfast table, I noticed once that Charlotte was missing. The poor girl is sick, said Aunt Glenda. A slight temperature and a bad headache. I should think it's the flu that's going around. Can you make our apologies for your cousin at school, please, Gwyneth? I nodded grimly. Flu. That was a real laugh. Charlotte wanted to stay here so that she could search my room in peace. The same idea had obviously occurred to Zemirius, who was crouching in the fruit bowl on the breakfast table. I told you she isn't stupid. And Mr. Bernard, coming in with a plate of scrambled eggs, gave me a warning glance. These last few weeks have been too upsetting for the poor girl, said Aunt Glenda. Nick snorted rudely, but our aunt ignored him. No wonder her body is crying out for time off now. Don't talk nonsense, Glenda, said Lady Arista sternly, sipping her tea. We Montroses have the stamina to stand up to much worse. Personally, she added, straightening her thin back, I have never had a single day's sickness in my life. To be honest, I don't feel too good myself, I said. I didn't, particularly when I remembered that there was no way to lock my bedroom door from the outside. Like almost all the doors in our house, it had only an old-fashioned bolt to lock it on the inside. My mother immediately jumped up and put her hand on my forehead. Aunt Glenda rolled her eyes. Isn't that just typical? Gwyneth simply can't bear not to be the center of attention. It feels cool. Mom actually took hold of the tip of my nose, as if I were a 5-year-old. And this is dry and warm, just as it should be. She stroked my hair. I can spoil you at the weekend if you like. We could have breakfast in bed. Oh, yes, and you can read us the Peter Rabbit stories like you used to, said Caroline, who had the pink crochet pig on her lap. Then we'll feed Gwenny chopped up apple and make her cold compresses. Lady Arista placed a slice of cucumber on her toast, where she had already neatly stacked sliced cheese, ham, tomato, and scrambled egg. Gwyneth, you don't look at the least unwell. You look the picture of health. Would you believe it? I was so tired that I could hardly prop my eyes open. I looked like something a vampire had bitten. And now this. I shall be in the house all day, said Mr. Bernard. I can make Miss Charlotte chicken soup and look after her. Although he was speaking to Aunt Glenda, it was meant for me, and I understood him only too well. Unfortunately, Aunt Glenda had other plans for him. I can look after my own daughter, Mr. Bernard. I want you to go to Walden Jones to collect my orders and Charlotte's costume for the party. That's in Islington, said Mr. Bernard, looking at me anxiously. It will mean that I'm out of the house for some time. Yes, so it will. Aunt Glenda frowned, slightly annoyed. On the way back, you could get some flowers, please, Mr. Bernard, said Lady Arista. A few spring-like arrangements for the entrance hall, the dining table, and the music room. Nothing garish, not like those bright parrot tulips you got the other day. I suggest shades of white, yet pale yellow, and lilac. Mum kissed us all goodbye before setting off to go to work. If you see any pots of forget-me-not, you can get me a couple, Mr. Bernard, or lily of the valley if the florist has any. Certainly, said Mr. Bernard. And while you're about it, we might as well have a few lilies, too, I groused. They can be planted on my grave when I'm dead and gone because I was sent to school when I was sick. But my mother was already out of the doorway. Don't worry, Zemirius tried to console me. If that red-hatted battle-axe stays at home, Charlotte simply can't march into your room. Even if she does, she'd have to think of opening up the back of your wardrobe and crawling into the space behind it. And even if she did think of it, she'd never pluck up the courage to investigate the insides of the crocodile. Now, are you glad I made you slit it open last night? I nodded, although inwardly I shuddered at the thought of crawling into that dark corner full of cobwebs. And of course I was still worried. If Charlotte really guessed or actually knew what she ought to be looking for, she wasn't going to give up in a hurry. And I would be going home even later than usual if I couldn't manage to put off going to that ball. I'd be home too late, possibly. What would happen if the guardians discovered that the stolen chronograph was here in our house? A chronograph needing only Gideon's blood to close the circle. I suddenly had goosebumps all over. They'd probably freak out when they suddenly realized how close they were to completing the mission of their lives. And who was I to keep something hidden from them? Something that might turn out to be a cure for all the diseases in the world.
And there's always a chance that the poor girl really is sick, said Zemirius. Yes, right, and the earth is flat, I replied. Stupidly, I said it out loud. Everyone else at the table looked at me, taken aback. No, Gwenny, the earth is a globe, Carolyn kindly told me. I couldn't believe it at first either, but apparently it flies through the universe at lightning speed. She broke off a piece of her toast and held it in front of the crochet pig's pink nose. Still, that's the way it is, isn't it, Margaret? Have another bit of toast and ham? Nick quietly went, oink, and Lady Arista's mouth twisted in disapproval. Don't we have a rule? No soft toys or dolls here at mealtimes, and no friends, real or imaginary. But Margaret is being very good, said Caroline. All the same, she obediently put the pig on the floor under the table. Aunt Glenda sneezed reproachfully. These days, she was obviously allergic to soft toys, too. Although Zemirius had promised to guard the chronograph with his life, at this point I laughed, if not very heartily, and tell me at once if Charlotte was trying to get into my room. I couldn't stop wondering what would happen if the guardians got their hands on the chronograph. But brooding was no use. I had to get through the day somehow and hope for the best. First on my to-do list, I got off the bus one stop early to find a cure for my weariness in Starbucks. Can you add 3 espressos to a caramel macchiato? I asked the guy behind the counter. If you give me your mobile number, he said, grinning. I took a rather closer look at him and grinned back, feeling flattered. With his dark hair and long fringe, he reminded me of one of those good-looking guys from a French feature film. Of course, he was good-looking only until I compared him with Gideon in my mind, which stupidly I did at once. She already has a boyfriend, someone said behind me. It was Raphael. His green eyes were twinkling at me when I turned around, frowning. Anyway, she's too young for you, as you can easily tell from her school uniform. A cafe latte and a cranberry muffin, please. I rolled my eyes and took my specially strong brew with an apologetic smile. I don't have a boyfriend, as it happens, but right now I do have, well, kind of a time problem. Ask me again in another 2 years. I will, said the guy. He won't, you know, said Raphael. Bet you he asks every pretty girl for her phone number. I simply walked off, but Raphael caught up with me. Hey, hang on. Sorry I disturbed your flirtation. He looked suspiciously at his coffee. Do you think he spat in this? I took a large sip from my paper cup and promptly burnt my lips, tongue, and the front of my palate. When I could think again, I wondered whether an intravenous coffee injection might not have been a better idea. I went to the cinema with that girl Celia from our class yesterday, Raphael went on. Terrific girl. Amazingly pretty and funny, don't you think? I said, with my nose in the milk foam. The company of Zemirius was beginning to affect me. We had a lot of fun together, he went on. Only don't tell Lesley. She might feel jealous. I had to laugh. How sweet. He was trying to manipulate me. Okay, I'll be silent as the grave. So do you really think she might be jealous? Asked Raphael eagerly. Oh, sure, green with jealousy, seeing that there's no one called Celia in our class. Raphael rubbed his nose, looking awkward. That blonde? The one throwing the party? Cynthia. I really did go to the cinema with her, though, said Raphael unhappily. The school uniform, with its unfortunate combination of dismal yellow and navy blue, looked even worse on him than on us, and the way he ran his hand through his hair reminded me of Nick, and appealed to my maternal feelings. I thought he'd earned a reward for not being as arrogant and high-handed as his big brother. I'll break it to Lesley gently, okay? I offered. He smiled hesitantly. But don't tell her I got the names mixed up. Oh, better not tell her anything. Or maybe you just leave it to me. As we parted, I gave his tie a little tug. Hey, congratulations, you tied it properly today. Cindy did it for me, said Raphael with a wry grin. Or whatever her name is. Our first class that day was English with Mr. Whitman. He acknowledged my apologies on behalf of Charlotte with a nod, although I couldn't resist drawing quotation marks in the air with my fingers around the word sick. You should have brought it with you, Lesley whispered as Mr. Whitman handed out our marked homework from last week. What, the chronograph? To school? Are you crazy? Suppose Mr. Whitman discovered it. Poor Mr. Squirrel, he'd have a heart attack. Quite apart from the fact that he'd tell his friends the other guardians right away, and then they would hang, draw, and quarter me, or break me on the wheel, or do whatever their stupid golden rule says is the penalty for a case like mine. I handed Lesley the key to her chest. Here you are, the key to your heart. I really wanted to give it to Raphael, but I suppose you wouldn't like that. Lesley rolled her eyes and peered at the front row, where Raphael was sitting, and being very careful not even to glance at her. Put it back on at once, I said, and don't let Charlotte take it away from you. Krav Maga, murmured Lesley. Wasn't there a film where Jennifer Lopez could do that? The one where she beat up her violent ex-husband at the end? I'd like to learn Krav Maga, too. Do you think Charlotte might just kick the wardrobe open? Come to think of it, I wouldn't be surprised if she and Gideon had been taught how to open locks without a key. They probably had a workshop with an MI6 agent. No need for a sledgehammer, just try the elegant hairpin method. I heaved a sigh. If Charlotte really knew what we'd found, she'd have told the guardians by now. She thinks she's going to discover something that will make her look important and you look bad. Yes, and if she does find it. I very much hope you two are talking about sonnet number 130. Mr. Whitman was suddenly towering over us. We've talked of nothing else for days, said Lesley. Mr. Whitman raised an eyebrow. I can't help getting the impression that you girls have recently had your minds on things that are no help to your schoolwork. Perhaps a letter to your parents would be a good idea. Considering the fees they pay for the privilege of having you educated here, I think they can expect a certain amount of commitment on your part in return. He put our homework down on the table in front of us. A little more attention to Shakespeare would have improved your essays. I'm afraid only average marks. And why does he think that is? I muttered crossly. The nerve of it. First I had to devote all my spare time to time travel, trying on costumes, and having dancing lessons, and now Mr. Whitman told me I was neglecting my schoolwork. Charlotte has shown you that it's perfectly possible to combine the two, Gwyneth, said Mr. Whitman, as if he had guessed my thoughts. Her marks were excellent, and she never complained. You do well to follow her example and exercise a little self-discipline. I stared angrily after him as he walked away. Lesley dug a friendly elbow into my ribs. One of these days we'll tell horrible Mr. Squirrel what we think of him, when we're about to leave school at the latest, but it would be a sheer waste of energy today. Yes, you're right. I need all my energy just to stay awake, I promptly yawned. I wish those 3 espressos I drank would hurry up and find their way into my bloodstream. Lesley nodded. Okay, and once they have, we urgently need to think how you can get out of going to that ball. But you can't be sick, said Mr. Marley, wringing his hands in desperation. All the preparations have been made. I don't know how I'm going to tell the others. It's not your fault that I'm sick, I said in a weary voice, hauling myself out of the limousine with difficulty. Or mine either. It's an act of God, and there's nothing to be done about those. Oh, yes, there is. There must be. Mr. Marley looked at me indignantly. You don't look as sick at all that, he added, which was rather unfair, because I'd overcome my vanity and wiped Mum's concealer off my face again. At first, Lesley had thought about helping me out a little with some gray and lilac eyeshadow, but after one look at my face, she put her makeup bag away again. The rings under my eyes could have featured in any vampire film just the way they were, and I was pale as a corpse into the bargain. Maybe, but it's not how sick that I look that matters, it's how sick I really am, I said, handing Mr. Marley my school bag. Seeing that I was so weak and feeble, he was welcome to carry it this time. And I do think that, under these circumstances, the visit to the ball can be postponed. Impossible! Cried Mr. Marley, only to clap his hand to his mouth the next moment and look around in alarm in case he'd been heard. Do you know how much time and trouble has gone into those preparations? He went on, in a whisper as we made for the headquarters of the lodge. I was trailing along in such a limp way that we made only slow progress. It wasn't easy to get your school principal to let that amateur dramatic society use the art room in the cellar for their rehearsal. Today! And Count Saint-Germain expressly said that... Mr. Marley was getting on my nerves. Amateur dramatic society? Mr. Gillis, the principal? I didn't understand any of this. Listen, I'm sick. Sick! I took 3 aspirins, but they didn't help. In fact, it's getting worse and worse. I'm running a high temperature as well, and I'm short of breath. To emphasize what I said, I clung to the rail of the flight of steps leading up to the house and did some heavy breathing. Tomorrow! You can be sick tomorrow, bleated Mr. Marley. Mr. George, tell her she can't be sick until tomorrow, or the whole timetable will be ruined." "Aren't you feeling well, Gwyneth?" Mr. George, who had appeared in the doorway, considerately put an arm around me and led me into the house. This was better. I nodded as if I were suffering. "I probably caught Charlotte's flu bug." "Ha, ha, exactly. We both had the same imaginary flu. Might as well go the whole hog. My head is splitting." "Oh dear, it's really very unfortunate just now," said Mr. George. "That's what I've been trying to get her to understand," said Mr. Marley, trotting busily along after us. For a change, his face wasn't red as a lobster, but white with red spots, as if it couldn't make up its mind which was the right color for this situation. "Surely Dr. White can give her an injection of something, can't he? She only has to get through a few hours." "Yes, that's a possibility," said Mr. George. Shaken, I gave him a sidelong glance. I'd have expected a little more sympathy and support from Mr. George. I was beginning to feel genuinely sick, but with fear. I somehow had a feeling that if the guardians realized I was simply pretending, they wouldn't handle me with kid gloves, but it was too late now. There was no going back. Instead of making for Madame Rossini's studio, where I was supposed to be getting dressed in my 18th century clothes, Mr. George took me to the Dragon Hall, and Mr. Marley followed us, still carrying my bag and talking to himself indignantly. Dr. White, Falk Devier, Mr. Whitman, and a man I didn't know, maybe the Minister of Health, were sitting around the table. When Mr. George gently pushed me into the room, they all turned their heads to the doorway and stared. I was feeling more and more uncomfortable. "She says she's sick!" exclaimed Mr. Marley as he marched into the room after us. Falk Devier stood up. "Close the door first, please, Marley. Now let's start again. Who's sick?" "She is!" Mr. Marley pointed his forefinger accusingly in my direction, and I only just resisted the temptation to roll my eyes. Mr. George let go of me, sat down with a groan on an empty chair, and mopped the sweat off his bald patch with his handkerchief. "That's right, Gwyneth isn't feeling well." "I'm really sorry," I said, taking care to look down and to my right. I'd read somewhere that people always look up and to their left when they're telling lies. "But I don't feel up to going to that ball today. I could hardly keep on my feet, and it's getting worse all the time." I emphasized my point by leaning on the back of Mr. George's chair for support. Only now did I notice that Gideon was present too, and my heart missed a couple of beats. It was so unfair that the mere sight of him was enough to upset me, while he stood casually by the window, hands deep in the pockets of his jeans, just smiling at me. Well, okay, it wasn't an outright broad, beaming smile, only a tiny lift of the corners of his mouth, but his eyes were smiling at the same time, and for some reason I had a lump in my throat again. I quickly looked in another direction, and saw little Robert, Dr. White's son, who had drowned in a swimming pool when he was 7, over by the fireplace. The little ghost boy had been shy at first, but by now he trusted me. He gave me a big wave, but I could only nod briefly to him. "What kind of sudden, unexpected sickness do you have, if I may ask?" Mr. Whitman looked at me with mockery in his eyes. "You were sound as a bell in school just now." He folded his arms, before obviously thinking better of it, and changing his tactics. At this point he switched to his soft, nice guy voice, gentle and sympathetic. "If you are by any chance nervous about the ball, Gwyneth, we can understand that. Maybe Dr. White can give you something to help you with your stage fright." Falk nodded. "We really can't put off today's appointment," he said. Now Mr. George was stabbing me in the back as well. "Mr. Whitman is right, and a little stage fright is perfectly normal. Anyone would feel nervous in your place, so there's no need to be ashamed of it." "And you won't be on your own," added Falk. "Gideon will be with you the whole time." I didn't mean to do it, but I glanced quickly at Gideon and looked away again just as quickly when his eyes seemed to fasten on mine. "Before you know it," Falk went on, "you'll be back again and it will be all over." "And just think of that lovely dress," said the man I took to be the Minister of Health, trying to tempt me. Hello? Did he think I was a 10-year-old still playing with Barbie dolls? The others murmured their agreement, and they all smiled at me encouragingly, except for Dr. White, whose eyebrows were drawn together in his usual frown. His hostile expression would have terrified anyone. Little Robert put his head apologetically to one side. "My throat hurts. I have a headache and my joints all ache," I said as firmly as I could. "I don't think that's how stage fright feels. My cousin stayed at home with flu today, and now I've caught her bug. It's as simple as that." Someone ought to explain to her again that this is an event of historical importance, squeaked Mr. Marley in the background, but Mr. Whitman interrupted him. Gwyneth, do you remember our conversation this morning? He asked, and his tone of voice became, if anything, a tad slimier. Which one did he mean? Surely he wasn't seriously describing his grousing about the trouble with my schoolwork as a conversation. Yes, he obviously was. It may be because of our training, but I feel fairly sure that in your place, Charlotte would have been aware of her duty. She would never rate her own physical state above her mission in our cause. Well, it wasn't my fault if they'd gone and trained the wrong girl, was it? I clung even harder to the back of the chair. Honestly, if Charlotte felt as sick as I do, she wouldn't be able to go to that ball either. Mr. Whitman looked as if he was about to lose his temper any moment now. I don't think you understand what I'm talking about. This is getting us nowhere, said Dr. White, speaking in his usual brusque way. We're only losing valuable time. If the girl really is sick, we can hardly talk her back into good health, and if she's only pretending... He pushed his chair back, got to his feet, and came around the table toward me so quickly that little Robert found it hard to keep up with him. Mouth open! This was really going too far. I stared at him indignantly, but he had taken my head in both hands, and his fingers ran down from my ears to my throat. Then he put a hand on my forehead. My heart sank. He said, and now his expression was even darker, if possible. Swollen lymph nodes, high temperature, this really doesn't look good. Open your mouth, please, Gwyneth. Astonished, I did as he said. Swollen lymph nodes? High temperature? Was I genuinely sick with sheer fright now? Just as I thought. Dr. White had taken a wooden spatula out of his breast pocket and pressed my tongue down with it. Pharynx inflamed, tonsil swollen. No wonder you have a sore throat. It must hurt like hell when you swallow. You poor thing, said Robert sympathetically. Now I expect you'll have to take horrible cough syrup. He made a face. Are you cold? His father asked me. I nodded uncertainly. Why on earth was he doing this? Why was he helping me? Dr. White, of all people, who always acted as if I'd taken the first opportunity I got of running off with the chronograph. I thought so. Your temperature will go on rising for a while. Dr. White turned to the others. Seems like a viral infection. The guardians present looked upset. I forced myself not to look at Gideon, although I'd have loved to see his face. Can you give her anything for it, Jake? Asked Falk Devier. Something to lower her temperature, that's all. But there's no way she can be fit for the ball this evening in a hurry. She ought to be in bed. Dr. White looked grimly at me. If she's lucky, it'll be the one-day infection that's been going around at present. But it could well take several days for her to... All the same, surely we could... Mr. Whitman began. No, we couldn't. Dr. White rudely interrupted him. I was doing my best not to stare at him as if he were the seventh wonder of the world. Apart from the fact that Gideon could hardly push her to the ball in a wheelchair, it would be irresponsible and an offense against the golden rules to send her into the 18th century with an acute viral infection. That's true, said the unknown man, whom I took for the Minister of Health. We don't know how the immune system of people in the late 18th century would react to a modern virus. It could have devastating effects. As with the Maya Indians in the past, murmured Mr. George. Falk sighed deeply. Well, the decision seems to have been made for us. Gideon and Gwyneth won't go to the ball this evening. Maybe we can bring Operation Opal forward instead. Marley, would you please let the others know about our change of plan? Yes, sir. Mr. Marley made for the door, visibly upset. The glance he cast me was full of reproach. I couldn't have cared less. The main thing was that I put off the visit to the ball. I still couldn't grasp my luck. Now I did risk a cautious look at Gideon. Unlike the others, he didn't seem to be bothered by the postponement of our excursion, because he was smiling at me. Did he guess that I was faking my infection? Or was he just glad to be spared the nuisance of dressing in those clothes today? One way or another, I resisted the temptation to smile back and let my eyes go to Dr. White, who was standing there talking to the Minister of Health. I'd have loved a private word with him, but the doctor seemed to have forgotten me entirely, he was so deep in his conversation. Come along, Gwyneth, I heard a sympathetic voice saying. Mr. George. We'll take you straight off to relapse, and after that you can go home. I nodded. That sounded like the idea of the day. A journey back in time with the aid of the chronograph can last for between 120 seconds and 240 minutes.
with the aquamarine, citron, jade, sapphire, and ruby. The minimum setting is 121 seconds, and the maximum setting 239 minutes. To avoid uncontrolled time travel, the gene carriers have to elapse for 180 minutes every day. If they elapse for less than that time, there can be uncontrolled time travel within the next 24 hours. See Records of Time Travel, January 6, 1902, February 17, 1902. Timothy Devier. According to the empirical investigations of Count Saint-Germain in the years 1720 to 1738, a gene carrier can elapse, with the aid of the chronograph, for up to 5.5 hours a day, that is, 330 minutes. If that time is exceeded, gene carriers will suffer headache and sensations of vertigo and weakness, and their faculties of perception and coordination will be severely affected. The Devier brothers were able to establish these facts in 3 parallel experiments on themselves in the year 1902. From The Chronicles of the Guardians, Volume 3, Chapter 1, The Mysteries of the Chronograph. Chapter 6. I'd never before elapsed in such comfort as I did that afternoon. I'd been given a hamper to take along with me, containing rugs, a thermos flask of hot tea, biscuits, of course, and fruit cut up small in a lunchbox. I almost had a guilty conscience as I settled down on the green sofa. I thought briefly of taking the key out of its secret hiding place and setting off upstairs, but that would only mean additional complications and the risk of being caught. I was somewhere in the year 1953. I hadn't asked the precise date, because I'd had to act the part of a poor, feeble invalid with flu. Once Falk had decided on a change of plan, hectic activity had broken out among the Guardians. In the end, I'd been sent off to the chronograph room with the reluctant Mr. Marley. It was obvious he didn't want to be lumbered with me, and would much rather have stayed to join the discussion. So I dared not ask him any questions about Operation Opal. I just looked as grumpy as he did. Our relationship had definitely deteriorated over the last 2 days, but Mr. Marley was the last person I was bothered about right now. So, in the year 1953, I ate first the fruit, then the biscuits, and finally I nestled down under the rugs and stretched out on the sofa. In spite of the uncomfortable light cast by the naked bulb in the ceiling, it wasn't 5 minutes before I was fast asleep. Not even the thought of the headless ghost who was supposed to haunt these cellars could keep me awake. I woke up feeling refreshed, just in time to travel back, which was a good thing, because otherwise I'd have crash-landed at Mr. Marley's feet, flat on my back. While Mr. Marley, after greeting me with a single nod, was making his entry in the journal, probably something along the lines of, "Instead of doing her duty, that spoil-sport Ruby lounged around in the year 1953, feeding her face with fruit," I asked him whether Dr. White was still in the building. I really did want to know why he hadn't given me away by telling the others I was only pretending. "He doesn't have time to bother about your little aches and pains. About your flu," replied Mr. Marley. "At the moment, the others are all setting off to the Ministry of Defense for Operation Opal." The words, "and I can't be there, all because of you," hung in the air, as clearly as if he'd said them out loud. Ministry of Defense? Why on earth? I knew it was no use asking Mr. Huffy there just what that was about. In his present mood, he wasn't about to tell me anything. In fact, he seemed to have decided that it would be better not to talk to me at all anymore. He blindfolded me, fastidiously using his fingertips, and led me through the labyrinth of corridors in the cellar with one hand on my elbow and the other on my waist. I found this physical contact more unpleasant with every step we took, particularly as his hands were hot and sweaty. I could hardly wait to shake them off when we had finally gone up the spiral staircase to the ground floor. Sighing, I took off the blindfold and said I'd find my own way from there to the limousine. "I haven't given you permission yet," protested Mr. Marley. "Anyway, it's my duty to escort you to the front of your house." "Oh, stop that!" I hit out at him in annoyance when he tried to put the scarf around my head again. "I know the rest of the way, and if you insist on going to my front door, then you're definitely not doing it with your hand on my waist." And I set off again. Mr. Marley followed me, snorting indignantly. "You're acting as if I'd touched you improperly." "Yes, so I am," I said, to annoy him. "That is really cried Mr. Marley, but whatever he was going to say was drowned out by excitable shouting and a strong French accent. "Don't you dare leave here without this rough young man!" The door to the sewing room flew open, and out came Gideon, closely followed by a furious Madame Rossini. She was waving her arms about in the air, along with the intricately pleated piece of white fabric they were holding. "You stay here! Do you think I have made you this rough just for fun?" Gideon had already stopped when he saw us. I had stopped too, but unfortunately not in the same casual way. More like someone turned into a pillar of salt. Not because I was surprised by his peculiar padded jacket, with shoulders that made him look like a wrestler on anabolic steroids, but because whenever we met, I obviously couldn't do a thing but goggle at him, with my heart thudding. "As if I would touch you at all of my own free will! I'm only doing it because I have to," groused Mr. Marley behind me. Gideon raised an eyebrow and gave me a sardonic smile. I quickly smiled back just as sardonically, letting my glance wander as slowly as possible from the weird jacket down over the comical padded trunk hose and his stockinged calves, all the way to the buckled shoes he was wearing. "Authenticity, young man!" Madame Rossini was still waving the stiff pleated collar about. "How often do I have to tell you? Ah, here is my little swan-necked beauty." A broad smile spread over her round face. "Bonsoir, ma petite. Tell that idiot not to make me so angry." "Okay, hand the thing over." Gideon let Madame Rossini put the ruff around his neck. "Although I'm not likely to come face to face with anyone, and even if I did, I can't imagine that people went about day and night wearing starched pie frills like this." "Oh, yes, they did. At least the gentlemen at court." "I don't know what's bothering you. It really suits you," I said, with a mean grin. "Makes your head look like an enormous chocolate in its little paper case." "Yes, I know." Gideon was grinning too. "Good enough to eat. But at least it takes people's eyes off these trunk hose. Or so I hope." "They are very, very sexy," claimed Madame Rossini. I couldn't help giggling. "Glad to see I've cheered you up a bit," said Gideon. "My cloak, please, Madame Rossini." I bit my lower lip to keep the giggles back. All I needed now was to be fooling around with this bastard, as if nothing had happened. As if we really were friends. But it was too late. In passing, he caressed my cheek, and it was so quick that I was incapable of any reaction. "Get well soon, Gwen." "Ah, there he goes. At least he looks right for his adventure in the time of Queen Elizabeth I, that little rebel." Madame Rossini was grinning. "But I am sure you will take the ruff off on the way, that bad boy." I was staring after the bad boy myself. Maybe the trunk hose were just a tiny bit sexy after all. "Come on, we have to go as well," said Mr. Marley, taking my elbow, and then letting go of it at once, as if it had burnt him. He kept several feet away from me on the way to the car. All the same, I heard him mutter, "Outrageous! She is definitely not my type." My fears that Charlotte might have found the chronograph by now were unfounded. I'd underestimated my family's ingenuity. When I arrived home, Nick was playing with a yo-yo outside my door. "Only members allowed into HQ," he said. "Password?" "I'm the boss, remember?" I ruffled his red curls. "Yuck, is that chewing gum again?" Nick began to protest indignantly, but I took my chance to slip into my room. I hardly recognized it. Aunt Mattie, called in by Mr. Bernard, who was probably still chasing from flower shop to flower shop, had spent all day in here, and she had given the room a little of her own special Aunt Mattie touch. I wasn't exactly untidy, but all the same, my things, for some unknown reason, had a tendency to lie around covering all parts of the floor. Today, for the first time in a long while, you could see the rug again. And the bed was neatly made. Aunt Mattie had conjured up a pretty white bedspread from somewhere. My clothes lay neatly folded on a chair. Loose sheets of paper, exercise books, and textbooks had been sorted and stacked on my desk, and even the pot with the dead fern on the windowsill had gone. Instead, there was a beautiful flower arrangement there, smelling deliciously of freesias. Even Zemirius wasn't dangling untidily from the ceiling light, but sitting decoratively on the chest of drawers, with his dragon tail coiled around him, right beside a huge dish of candy.
Gives the room a totally different feel, doesn't it? He said. I must say your auntie knows something about feng shui. Don't worry, I haven't thrown anything away, said Aunt Mattie, who was sitting on the bed with a book. I just cleared up a bit and did some dusting, so that I could make myself comfortable. I couldn't help it. I had to give her a big kiss. And I was worrying dreadfully all day. Zemirius nodded energetically. You were right to worry. We'd hardly read 10 pages, Aunt Mattie had hardly read 10 pages before Charlotte came slinking in, he said. She looked really surprised to see your auntie, but she made a quick recovery, claimed she wanted to borrow an eraser. Aunt Mattie told the same story. Since I just tidied your desk, I was able to help her. Oh, and I sharpened your crayons and sorted them by color. Later she came back, saying it was to return the eraser. Then Nick and I took turns all afternoon. I had to go to the loo now and then, after all. 5 times to be precise, said Nick, who had followed me in. All that tea I drank, she said apologetically. Oh, thank you, Aunt Mattie. You've both been wonderful. I tousled Nick's hair again. Aunt Mattie laughed. I liked to make myself useful, and I told Violet that we'd have to meet in your room tomorrow. Aunt Mattie, you haven't gone and told Violet anything about the chronograph, have you? Cried Nick. Aunt Mattie's friend, Violet Purpleplum, was much what Lesley was to me. Of course not. She looked at him indignantly. I swore by my life not to breathe a word. I told her the light is better for needlework up here, and Arista can't disturb us. Although one of your window frames needs repairing, Gwyneth dear. There's a draft coming from somewhere. I could feel a breath of cold air all the time. Zemirius looked guilty. I don't do it on purpose, he said, but the book was so exciting. My thoughts were already busy with the coming night. Aunt Mattie, who was sleeping in my room in November of 1993? My great-aunt frowned thoughtfully. Let me think. 1993? Was Margaret Thatcher still Prime Minister? If so, then... Oh, what was her name? Oh, dear, your old auntie is getting it all confused, said Zemirius. You'd do better to ask me. That was the year Groundhog Day hit cinema screens. I've seen it 14 times. And the affair between Prince Charles and Camilla Parker Bowles went public, and the name of the Prime Minister was... It doesn't really matter, I interrupted him. I only want to know if I can travel back from here safely to 1993. I suspected that Charlotte might have dug out a black combat suit and was now lurking in the corridor all around the clock. Was anyone sleeping in this room at the time or not, Aunt Mattie? Cried Aunt Mattie. Zemirius, Nick, and I stared at her, baffled. Now she's gone right off her rocker, said Zemirius. I thought as much this afternoon when she kept laughing at the wrong places in her book. Repeated Aunt Mattie, beaming happily and popping a sherbet lemon into her mouth. That's the name of our housekeeper's hometown in Wales. No one can say I don't have a good memory. Aunt Mattie, I only want to know whether... Yes. Our housekeeper at the time was called Gladiola Langdon, and at the beginning of the 90s, she slept in what is now your mother's room. Aunt Mattie interrupted me. Surprised, are you? Contrary to general opinion, your great-aunt has a fully functioning brain. At the time, the other rooms up here were used only occasionally, as guest rooms. The rest of the time they were empty. Gladiola was rather hard of hearing, so you can get into your time machine and climb out of it again in 1993. There's nothing to worry about. She giggled. Gladiola Langdon. I don't think we'll ever forget her apple pie. Poor soul. It never occurred to her to core the apples and throw the cores and pips away. Mum had a rather guilty conscience about the flu I'd claimed to have. Falk Devier himself had called her in the afternoon and passed on Dr. White's prescription of bed rest and plenty of hot drinks. She told me 100 times how sorry she was she hadn't listened to me, and she squeezed me 3 lemons with her own hands. Then she sat beside my bed for half an hour to make sure I finished the hot lemon drink. I must have made my teeth chatter rather too convincingly, because she wrapped me in 2 extra blankets and put a hot water bottle down at my feet. I'm a terrible mother, she said, stroking my head. And you're having such a difficult time at the moment anyway. She was right about that, and not just because I felt like I was in a sauna. You could probably have fried eggs on my tummy." For a few seconds I allowed myself to wallow in self-pity. But then I said, "You are not a terrible mother at all, Mum." Mum looked, if anything, even more upset. "I do hope those old men won't make you do anything dangerous. They're so obsessed with all their mysteries." I quickly drank 4 mouthfuls of my hot lemon straight off. As usual, I was torn both ways. Should I tell Mum everything or not? It wasn't a good feeling to be telling her lies, or at least concealing such important things from her. But then, I didn't want her worrying about me or picking a fight with the Guardians, and she probably wouldn't be very happy to know I was hiding the stolen chronograph here and traveling back in time with it unsupervised. "Falk assured me that all you have to do in the past is sit in a cellar getting your homework done," she said. "He said I had nothing to worry about except making sure that you saw enough daylight." I hesitated for a second again, and then I smiled wryly. "He's right. It's dark and dead boring down there." "Good. I'd hate it if anything like what happened to Lucy back in the past also happened to you." "Mom, what exactly did happen back then?" It wasn't the first time I had asked that question in the last 2 weeks, and she still hadn't given me a satisfactory answer. "You know what happened." Mum stroked my forehead again. "Oh, my poor little mousie, you're burning with fever." I gently pushed her hand away. I was burning all right, but not with fever. "Mom, I really do want to know just what happened to Lucy," I said. She hesitated for a moment, and then she told me all over again what I already knew. Lucy and Paul thought the circle of blood ought not to be closed, so they had stolen the chronograph and gone into hiding with it, because the Guardians didn't see things the same way. And since it was totally impossible to escape the Guardians and their network, you can bet they had eyes and ears everywhere, people planted in Scotland Yard and the Secret Service. In the end, all Lucy and Paul could do was travel into the past with the chronograph, I said, unobtrusively loosening the bedclothes over my feet to get a bit of cool air. "You just don't know what year they went to." "That's right. Believe me, it wasn't easy for them to go away, leaving everything here behind them." Mum looked as if she were fighting back tears. "Yes, but why did they think the circle of blood ought not to be closed?" Heavens above, I was boiling hot. Why had I ever claimed to be having shivering fits? Mum stared past me into space. "All I know is that they didn't trust Count Saint-Germain's motives, and they were convinced the secret of the Guardians was built on a foundation of lies. I'm sorry now that I didn't ask more questions at the time, but I think Lucy was glad of that. She didn't want to put me in danger too. The Guardians think the secret of the circle of blood is some kind of miracle-working medicine, a cure for all the diseases of mankind," I said, and I could tell from Mum's expression that this information wasn't news to her. Why would Lucy and Paul want to keep this miraculous cure from being found? Why would they be against it? Because they thought the price to be paid was too high." Mum whispered those words. A tear ran out of the corner of her eye and down her cheek. She quickly wiped it away with the back of her hand and stood up. "Try to get some sleep, darling," she said in her normal voice. "I'm sure you'll feel better soon. Sleep is always the best medicine." "Good night, Mom." In other circumstances, I'd certainly have bombarded her with more questions, but I could hardly wait for her to close my bedroom door. I flung the blankets off with great relief, and opened the window so suddenly that I scared 2 pigeons, or were they the ghost of pigeons, off the sill, where they had settled down for the night. By the time Zemirius came back from his flight around the house, checking up on everything, I had changed my sweat-drenched pajamas for a clean, dry pair. "Everyone in bed, including Charlotte," reported Zemirius, although she's staring at the ceiling with her eyes wide open and doing stretching exercises for her calves. "You look like a lobster." "I feel like a lobster." Sighing, I bolted the door. I didn't want anyone, least of all Charlotte, coming into this room while I was gone. Whatever she planned to do with her well-stretched calves, she wasn't getting in here to do it. I opened the wardrobe and took a deep breath. It was difficult clambering through the hole and crawling over to the crocodile with a chronograph hidden inside it. My clean pajamas were soon dirty gray, all the way down the front, and any number of cobwebs were clinging to me. Disgusting. "You have a little something there,"
said Zemirius as I crawled out again with the chronograph under my arm. The little something turned out to be a spider the size of Caroline's hand. Well, almost, anyway. It cost me enormous self-control to hold back a scream that would have woken up not only everyone in the house, but the whole part of this town. Once I'd shaken it off, the spider scuttled under my bed. It's amazing how fast something with 8 legs can run. I stood there gasping for about a minute. Then I shook myself again with disgust as I set the chronograph. "Don't carry on like that," said Zemirius. "Some spiders are easily 20 times that big." "Where? On planet Zog?" "There, that should be okay." I lifted the chronograph up on its little chest in the wardrobe and put my finger into the little compartment under the ruby. "I'll be back in an hour and a half. And keep an eye on Tarantula there, will you?" Holding Nick's flashlight, I waved to Zemirius and took a deep breath. With a dramatic flourish, he put a hand to his breast. "Wilt thou be gone? It is not yet near day." "Oh, shut up, Juliet," I said, pressing my finger firmly down on the needle. When I took my next breath, my mouth was full of flannel. I hastily spat it out and switched on the flashlight. It was a bathrobe, right in front of my face. The wardrobe was crammed full of clothes, hanging in 2 rows, and it took me some time to scramble to my feet in there among them. "Did you hear that?" asked a woman's voice out in the wardrobe. "Oh, no. Please not." "What is it, darling?" That was a man's voice. It sounded very, very hesitant. I was transfixed with fright. "There's a light in the wardrobe," said the woman's voice. It sounded the opposite of hesitant. In fact, to be precise, it sounded very much like my Aunt Glenda. Hell! I switched off the flashlight and cautiously retreated behind the second row of clothes until I could feel the wall at my back. "Perhaps you—" "No, Charles!" The voice was more imperious than ever. "I am not imagining things, if that's what you were going to say. But there was a light in the wardrobe, and you will now kindly get up and investigate it, or else you can spend the night in the sewing room." Charlotte had obviously inherited her mother's way of hissing. "Or no, wait, you'd better not. If Mrs. Langdon sees you there in the morning, Mother will ask me whether our marriage is going through a bad patch, which is the last thing I want, because our marriage is not going through a bad patch, or not my marriage anyway, even if you only married me because your father wanted to be related to the aristocracy. But, Glenda, don't you try pretending to me. Only the other day, Lady Presdemere told me that—" And Aunt Glenda went on calling her unfortunate husband names, which made her forget all about the light in the wardrobe. She also forgot that it was the middle of the night, and she went on nagging him for what felt like 2 hours. All I heard from Charles was a terrified squeak now and then. No wonder those 2 got divorced. You couldn't help wondering how on earth they had ever managed to bring dear little Charlotte into the world first. At long last, Glenda told her husband that he was trying to spoil her well-earned sleep. And then the bed springs creaked. Only moments later, I heard her snoring. Hot milk and honey helps some people to sleep. With Aunt Glenda, it seems to be different. Cursing Aunt Mattie and her phenomenal memory, I waited another half-hour to be on the safe side, and then cautiously pushed the wardrobe door open. After all, I couldn't spend the whole of my time in 1993 there. Grandpa must be sick with anxiety by now. It was a little lighter in the room than in the wardrobe. At least, there was enough light for me to see the outlines of the furniture and not bump into anything. I stole over to the door as quietly as possible, and pressed the handle down. At exactly that moment, Aunt Glenda sat up in bed. "There's an intruder here! Charles!" I didn't wait for poor Charles to wake up, or for the light to go on. I flung the door open and sprinted as fast as I could along the corridor and downstairs, then all along the corridor on the 2nd floor, and on down the next flight of stairs, without looking for creaking steps. I didn't know myself just where I was running, but I had an odd sense of déjà vu. Hadn't I done all this once before? On the 1st floor, I crashed into a figure, which, after my first moment's fright, turned out to be my grandfather. He took hold of me and steered me into the library. "What's all this racket about?" he whispered when he had closed the door. "And why are you so late? I've been cooling my heels in front of great-great-great-Uncle Hugh's portrait, thinking something must have happened to you." "It did, thanks to Aunt Mattie. I landed right in Aunt Glenda's bedroom," I said breathlessly.
And I'm afraid she saw me. She's probably phoning the police at this very moment." The sight of Lucas was a bit of a shock. In 1993 he looked like the grandpa I had known when I was a little girl. There was only a slight resemblance to the young Lucas who kept his hair down with some kind of gel or cream. It was silly, but that brought tears to my eyes. Grandpa didn't notice. He was listening at the door. "Wait here while I take a look around." He turned briefly to me and smiled. "There are sandwiches over there, just in case. And if anyone happens to come in—" "I'm your cousin Hazel," I said, finishing his sentence. "No, if anyone comes in, you'd better hide at the far side of the room under the desk." But there was no need to hide. Lucas soon returned. I'd used the time to get my breath back, eat a sandwich, and work out how many minutes I had left before I traveled back. "Don't worry," he said. "She's just telling Charles he's responsible for the nightmares she's had ever since the wedding." He shook his head. "Who'd have thought the sole heir to a chain of hotels would put up with that sort of thing?" "Never mind. We can forget Glenda. Let's have a look at you, granddaughter. Exactly as I remember you, maybe even a little prettier. What happened to your pajamas? You look like a chimney sweep." I waved that question away. "It wasn't too easy getting here. In 2011, I can't just carry the chronograph around the house, because Charlotte suspects something, and she's watching me like a lynx. Maybe she's breaking open the lock of my door at this very second. It wouldn't surprise me. And now I don't have much time left because I had to wait about upstairs in the wardrobe forever." I clicked my tongue, annoyed. "And if I don't travel back to my own room, I've locked myself out of it. Oh, wonderful." I dropped into an armchair with a groan. "What a mess. We'll have to meet some other time, and before that wretched ball. I suggest we meet up on the roof. I think it's the only place where we won't be disturbed. How about tomorrow at midnight, from your point of view? Or is it too difficult for you to climb up to the roof unnoticed? There's a way up to the chimney, Zemirius says, but I don't know whether—" "Hang on a minute," said Grandpa, grinning. "I've had a few years to think all this over, after all, and I have something ready for you in advance." He pointed to the table. There was a book lying on it beside the plate of sandwiches, a really fat volume. "Anna Karenina?" Grandpa nodded. "Open it." "You've hidden a code in it?" I suggested, "like in the Green Rider?" I didn't believe this. Lucas had spent 37 years setting me another puzzle. I'd probably have to spend days counting letters. "You know, I'd really rather you just told me what it says. We still have a few minutes left." "Don't jump to conclusions. Read the first lines." Grandpa told me. I opened the book at the first chapter. "Happy families are all alike. Every unhappy family is unhappy in its own way." Yes. Very nicely put. And so wise. But all the same— "Looks normal, doesn't it?" Lucas was beaming. "But it's a specially prepared edition. The first 300 and last 300 pages are genuine Tolstoy, as well as 200 pages in the middle. But the rest of it is from me to you, set in exactly the same typeface. A perfect disguise. In here you'll find all the information that I've been able to gather in 37 years, although I don't know exactly what the particular reason for Lucy and Paul to run away with the chronograph." He took the book from me and ripped through the pages. "We have proof that the Count withheld certain important documents from the Guardians right from the year of the Lodge's foundation onward, prophecies suggesting that the Philosopher's Stone isn't what he wanted to make everyone think." "Then what is it?" "We aren't quite sure yet. We're still working on getting those documents." Grandpa scratched his head. "Listen, I've done a lot of thinking, and I realize I won't be alive in the year 2011. I'll probably have died before you're old enough for me to tell you everything I managed to discover before my death." I didn't know what to say, but I nodded. My grandpa smiled his wonderful grandpa smile, the one that creased up his whole face in wrinkles. "It's not so bad, Gwen, I assure you. Even if I had to die today, I wouldn't be sad about it. I've had a wonderful life." The laughter lines deepened. "It's just a shame that I won't be able to help you in your own time." I nodded again, fighting back tears. "Oh, come along, little Raven. You should know better than anyone that death is part of life." Lucas patted my arm. "I might at least be expected to have the decency to haunt this house as a ghost when I'm dead. You really could do with some support." "Yes, that would be nice," I whispered, "but not so nice, too." The ghosts I knew were not particularly happy. I was sure that they would rather have been somewhere else. Not one of them enjoyed being a ghost. In fact, most of them didn't even think they were dead. No, it was a good thing that Grandpa wouldn't be among them. "When do you have to travel back?" he said. I looked at the clock. My God, to think time could pass so fast. In 9 minutes, and I have to elapse in Aunt Glenda's bedroom, because in my own time I've bolted the door of the room on the inside. "We could try simply pushing you into the room a few seconds in advance," said Lucas. "You'd disappear before she really grasped the fact that—" At that moment there was a knock on the library door. "Lucas, are you in there?" "Hide!" whispered Lucas, but I'd already reacted, diving under the desk just before the door opened, and Lady Arista came in. I could only see her feet and the hem of her bathrobe, but her voice was unmistakable. "What are you doing down here in the middle of the night? And are those by any chance tuna sandwiches? You know what Dr. White said." She dropped, sighing, into the chair I had warmed for her. Now she was in view up to the shoulders, which were ramrod straight as usual. I wondered if she'd see part of me too, if she turned her head. She clicked her tongue, sounding annoyed. "Charles just came to see me. He said Glenda's been threatening to hit him." "Oh dear," said Lucas. He sounded remarkably relaxed about it. "Poor lad. What did you do?" "Gave him a whiskey," replied my grandmother, and she giggled. I held my breath. My grandmother? Giggling? I'd never heard her do such a thing. We were always surprised when she even laughed, and giggling was in an entirely different league. Rather as if you were hearing an opera by Wagner playing on the descant recorder. "And then he started crying," said my grandmother scornfully. That sounded more like Lady Arista. "So after that, I needed a whiskey." "That's my girl." I could tell from his voice that my grandfather was smiling, and suddenly I had a warm sensation around my heart. The two of them looked really happy together. Well, from the neck down, anyway. Only now did I realize that I'd had no real idea what their marriage was like. "High time for Glenda and Charles to move out of this house at long last," said Lady Arista. "I don't think our children are especially good at choosing partners, do you? Harry's Jane is such a bore, Charles is a weakling, and Grace's Nicholas is as poor as a church mouse." "But he makes her happy, and that's what matters." Lady Arista stood up. "Yes, I like Nicholas best of them all. It would be much worse if Grace had stayed fixated on that impossible Devier boy, the ambitious one." I could see herself giving herself a little shake. "The Devier men are all shockingly arrogant. I hope Lucy will soon see reason." "I think Paul is rather different from the rest of them." Grandpa was grinning. "He's a nice boy." "I doubt it. There's little to choose between them in that family. Coming upstairs with me?" "I was going to read for a little while longer." "Yes, and you're going to talk to your granddaughter from the future, please, because my time was running out." I couldn't see the clock from here, but I could hear it ticking, and I was beginning to get that damn roller coaster sensation in the pit of my stomach. "Anna Karenina. Rather a melancholy book, don't you think, my dear?" I saw my grandfather's slender hands pick up the book and open it at random. Presumably Lucas was holding his breath. I know I was holding mine. Can one ever explain to someone else exactly how one feels? Maybe I ought to reread it sometime, but I need my glasses. "I'm rereading it first," said Lucas firmly. "Yes, but no more reading tonight." She put the book back on the table and bent down to Lucas. I couldn't see for sure, but it looked as if the two of them were kissing. "I'll come up in a couple of minutes, honey bunch," said Lucas, which was a mistake on his part, because at the word honey bunch, good heavens, he meant Lady Arista. I jumped so violently that my head banged against the desktop. "What was that?" asked my grandmother sternly. "What do you mean?" I saw Lucas's hand sweeping Anna Karenina off the table. "That noise!" "I didn't hear anything," said Lucas, but he couldn't prevent Lady Arista from turning my way. I could almost feel her eyes sparkling suspiciously above her Roman nose. Now what? Lucas cleared his throat and gave the book a good kick. It slid over the parquet floorboards in my direction and came to rest 18 inches from the desk. My stomach cramped as Lady Arista took a step toward me. "But that's—" she was murmuring to herself. "Now or never," said Lucas, and I assumed that he meant it for me. With a sudden gesture I put out my arm, snatched the book, and clutched it to my breast. My grandmother let out a little scream of surprise, but before she could bend down to look under the desk,
Her embroidered slippers blurred before my eyes. Back in 2011, I crawled out from under the desk with my heart thudding and thanked my stars that no one had moved it an inch since 1993. Poor Lady Arista, after seeing the desk grow an arm and gobble up a book, she'd probably need another whiskey. As for me, all I needed was my bed. When Charlotte barred my way up on the second floor, I wasn't even startled anymore, as if my heart had had quite enough excitement for one day. "I heard you were very sick and had to stay in bed." She switched on a flashlight, dazzling me with its bright LED beam. That reminded me that I'd left Nick's flashlights behind somewhere in 1993, presumably in the wardrobe. "That's right. Obviously I caught your bug," I said. "Seems to be a bug that keeps us from sleeping at night. I went to find something to read. And what are you doing? A little fitness training?" "Why not?" Charlotte came a step closer and directed the beam of the flashlight on my book. "Anna Karenina. Isn't that rather heavy going for you?" "You think so? Well then, maybe we'd better swap. I'll give you Anna Karenina, and you can lend me your copy of In the Shadow of Vampire Mountain." Charlotte was so taken aback that she said nothing for full 3 seconds. Then she dazzled me with the bright flashlight again. "Show me what's in that chest, and then maybe I can help you, Gunny. Help you to avert the worst." She could sound all gentle and persuasive when she liked, almost concerned on my behalf. Tensing my stomach muscles, I pushed past her. "Forget it, Charlotte, and stay away from my room, will you?" "If I'm on the right track, then you really are even stupider than I thought." Her voice was back to normal, but although I expected her to go on standing in my way, and probably to smash my shin bone at the very least, she let me pass. Only the beam of the flashlight followed me a little distance.
We can't stop time, but it will sometimes stand still for love. Pearl S. Buck. Chapter 7. At almost 10 o'clock, there was a knock at the door of my room. I woke from deep sleep abruptly, although it was the third time I had been woken that morning. The first time had been at 7, when Mum came in to see how I was. "Your temperature's gone right down. It just shows what a tough constitution you have. You can go back to school tomorrow." The second time was Lesley waking me 3/4 of an hour later. She'd come in on her way to school on purpose, because I'd sent her a text message in the middle of the night. I was surprised that the message had made any sense at all, because when I wrote it, I was almost out of my mind with fear, and my hands had trembled so much that I could hardly press the letter keys. The only way into my locked room had been from outside, over the windowsill, which was about 40 feet above the road. Zemirius had come up with the idea that if I climbed out of the window of Nick's room, I could keep close to the wall of the house and work my way along it to the sill of my own window. Zemirius himself had contributed nothing to the success of the operation except to say, "Don't look down," and add, "My word, it's a long way to the road." Lesley and I had only a few minutes before she had to go on to school, while I went back to catching up with my sleep, until I heard loud voices outside the door. It opened, and Mr. Marley's red head appeared. "Good morning," he said stiffly. Zemirius, who had been dozing at the foot of my bed, sat up with a start. "What's that ginger knob doing here?" I pulled the covers up to my chin. "House on fire or something?" I asked Mr. Marley, not very imaginatively. According to my mother, I wasn't expected to relapse until this afternoon. And then not, I sincerely hoped, straight from my bed. "This is going too far, young man," cried a voice behind him. It was Aunt Mattie. She nudged Mr. Marley to make him move aside, and pushed her way past him into my room. "Obviously you have no manners at all, or you wouldn't just burst into a young lady's room like that." "Yes, and I'm not fit to be seen in public yet myself," said Zemirius, licking his forepaw. I, stammered Mr. Marley, red as beetroot in the face. "It's really no way to behave." "You keep out of this, Aunt Mattie." A third person appeared. Charlotte in jeans and a bright green sweater that made her hair shine like fire. "Mr. Marley and Mr. Brewer have just come to fetch something." Mr. Brewer was obviously the young man in the black suit who now appeared. That made 4 of them. My bedroom was beginning to feel like Victoria Station at rush hour, only with nowhere near enough space in it. Charlotte made her way to the front, using her elbows. "Where's the chest?" she asked. "Tell-tale tit, your tongue shall be split," sang Zemirius. "What chest?" I was still huddled under my quilt as if rooted to the spot. And I didn't want to get out of bed because I was still wearing the grubby pajamas, and I had no intention of giving Mr. Marley a look at them. It was bad enough for him to see my untidy hair. "You know perfectly well what chest." Charlotte was looming over me. "So where is it?" Aunt Mattie's curls shook with her indignation. "No one is to touch that chest," she said in surprisingly imperious tones. But they were nothing compared with the cutting edge of Lady Arista's voice. "Madeline! I told you to stay downstairs." Now my grandmother also entered the room, straight as a ramrod, chin in the air. "This is none of your business." Meanwhile, Charlotte had flung her way through the crowd over to the wardrobe. She flung the door open and pointed to the chest. "There it is!" "It certainly is my business. It's my chest," cried Aunt Mattie again, this time with desperation in her voice. "I only lent it to Gwyneth." "Nonsense," said Lady Arista. "That chest belonged to Lucas. All these years I've wondered where it was." Her icy blue eyes examined me. "Young lady, if Charlotte is right in what she says, I wouldn't care to be in your shoes." I pulled the quilt a little farther up, and considered disappearing under it entirely. "It's locked," Charlotte announced, leaning over the chest. Lady Arista put out her hand. "The key, Gwyneth." "I don't have it." My voice was muffled by the quilt. "And I don't see what—" "Don't be so stubborn," Lady Arista interrupted me. But as the key was back on its chain around Leslie's neck, there was nothing I could do but keep on being stubborn. Charlotte began searching the drawers of my desk, and Aunt Mattie slapped her fingers. "You should be ashamed of yourself." Mr. Marley cleared his throat. "With respect, Lady Montrose, at the Temple we have ways and means of opening locks without a key." "Ways and means," said Zemirius, imitating his mysterious tone of voice, "as if there is anything magical about a crowbar." "Very well. You had better take the chest away with you," said Lady Arista. She turned to the door. "Mr. Bernard," I heard her call, "please show these gentlemen downstairs." "You'd have thought the guardians had enough antiques already," said Zemirius. "A greedy bunch, if you ask me." "I want to make a formal protest again," said Aunt Mattie, while Mr. Marley and the other man carried the chest out of my room without so much as a civil goodbye. "This is trespassing. When Grace hears that people have been simply marching into her apartment, she'll be furious." "This is still my house," said Lady Arista coolly. She was already turning to go. "And my rules apply here. One may perhaps ascribe the fact that Gwyneth is unaware of her duties, and unfortunately shows that she is unworthy of the Montrose family to her youth and lack of training. But you, Madeline, ought to know what your brother was working for all his life. I would have expected more of a sense of the honor of the Montroses from you. I am severely disappointed by you both." "And I'm disappointed too." Aunt Mattie put her hands on her hips and stared angrily at the retreating figure of Lady Arista. "By you both. After all, we're a family." And as Lady Arista couldn't hear her any more, she turned to Charlotte. "Little Bunny, oh, how could you?" Charlotte went red. For a moment she looked like the unspeakable Mr. Marley, and I wondered where my mobile was. I'd have loved to take a photo for posterity. Or maybe for purposes of blackmail later. "I couldn't allow Gwyneth to sabotage something she doesn't even understand," said Charlotte. Her voice shook slightly. "Simply because she always wants to be the center of attention. She has no respect for the mysteries. She doesn't deserve to be linked to them." She gave me a nasty look, which seemed to help her recover her self-control. "You brought it on yourself," she spat with new venom. "And I even offered to help you. But no, you just have to go around breaking the rules the whole time." With those words, she was her old self again, doing what she did best, tossing her head and marching out. "Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear," said Aunt Mattie, sitting down on the edge of my bed. Zemirius was only just in time to roll out of her way. "What are we going to do now? I'm sure they'll come for you when they've opened the chest, and they won't be gentle." She fished her bag of sherbet lemons out of her pocket and put 5 in her mouth at once. "I can't bear it." "Take it easy, Aunt Mattie." I ran the fingers of both hands through my hair and grinned at her. "When they get inside the chest, they'll find my school atlas and the collected works of Jane Austen that you gave me for Christmas." "Oh." Aunt Mattie rubbed her nose and heaved a sigh of relief. "I thought it would be something like that, of course," she said, sucking sherbet lemons vigorously. "Then where—" "In a safe place, I hope." Sighing deeply myself, I swung my legs over the edge of the bed. "But in case they do happen to come back again, with a warrant to search the house or something, maybe I'd better go and shower. By the way, thanks very much for your advice yesterday. So all the rooms up here were empty in 1993, were they? I landed right in Aunt Glenda and ex-Uncle Charlie's bedroom."
"Whoops," said Aunt Mattie, almost choking on a sherbet lemon in alarm. I didn't see Charlotte and my grandmother any more that morning. The phone rang on the lower levels a couple of times, and once it rang up on our floor, but it was only Mum wanting to know how I was. Later in the day, Aunt Mattie's friend, Mrs. Purpleplum, came to see her, and I heard the pair of them giggling like two little girls. Otherwise, all was quiet. Before I was collected and driven to the temple at midday, Zemirius and I had been able to read some of Anna Karenina, or rather the part of it that Tolstoy hadn't written. Pages 300 to 500 were mostly full of texts copied from the Chronicles and Annals of the Guardians. Lucas had written, "These are only the interesting parts, dear granddaughter." But to be honest, I didn't think any of it very interesting at first. The general laws of time travel, written by Count Saint-Germain himself, was too much of a strain on my brain from the first sentence. Although in the present the past has already happened, one must take great care not to allow the past to endanger the present by making it the present. "Do you understand that?" I asked Zemirius. "On the one hand, everything has already happened anyway, so it's going to happen the way it did happen. On the other hand, you mustn't risk infecting anyone with a flu virus. Or what does it mean?" Zemirius shook his head. "Let's just skip that bit, okay?" But even the essay by a certain Dr. M. Giordano, surely that couldn't be a coincidence, entitled Count Saint-Germain, Time Traveler and Visionary, Analysis of the Sources from Records of the Inquisition and Letters, published in a Journal of Historical Research in 1992, began with a sentence that took up 8 lines and looked like going on forever, which didn't exactly make you want to read more. Zemirius seemed to feel the same. "Boring, boring, boring!" he complained, and I skipped to the place where Lucas had collected all the rhymes and verses. I knew some of them already, but those new to me were confused and full of symbolism, and you could interpret them as meaning all sorts of things, depending on how you looked at them, just like Aunt Mattie's visions. The words blood and ever kept coming up, often rhyming with flood and never. "Well, they're not by Shakespeare anyway," Zemirius agreed with me. "Sounds like a couple of drunks got together to think up some rhymes to sound as cryptic as possible. Hey folks, let's think what rhymes with fox of jade? Marmalade? Wade? Maid? No, let's try masquerade. Sounds much more mysterious." I couldn't help laughing. Those verses really were the end, but I knew Lesley would fall on them gleefully. She loved anything cryptic, and she was firmly convinced that reading Anna Karenina would get us a whole lot farther. "Today is the beginning of a new era," she had announced dramatically early that morning, waving the book in the air. "Knowledge is power!" She stopped short for a moment. "I heard that in some film, and I can't remember straight off which it was. Never mind. Now we can finally get to the bottom of the mystery." Maybe she was right. But later, when I was sitting on the green sofa in the year 1953, I didn't feel in the least powerful or knowledgeable. I just felt terribly alone. How I wished Lesley could be with me, or at least Zemirius. Leafing aimlessly through Lucas's special edition of the book, I stumbled on the passage that Mr. Marley had mentioned. In October of 1782, there was indeed an entry in the annals which ran as follows. "Before leaving, the Count impressed it upon us again that, in future, points of contact between the power of the mysteries and the female time travelers, in particular the last born, the ruby, must be kept as slight as possible, and also that we must never underestimate the destructive force of feminine curiosity." Yes, I could well believe the Count had said that. In fact, I could almost hear his tone of voice. Destructive force of feminine curiosity. Huh! However, that didn't help me much over the ball, which unfortunately was only postponed, not cancelled, quite apart from the fact that all this garbage from the Guardians didn't make me exactly keen to face the Count again. With a certain uneasiness, I turned to study the Golden Rules. There was a lot about honor and conscience here,
and the duty of not doing anything in the past that could change the future. I'd probably broken Rule 4. No objects must be transported from one period to another, on every single one of my journeys through time. And the same with Rule 5, about never influencing the fate of people in the past. I put the book on my lap and thoughtfully chewed my lower lip. Maybe Charlotte was right, and I was hopelessly addicted to breaking rules on principle. Were the guardians searching my room at this very moment? Or even the whole house, with tracker dogs and metal detectors? A little while ago, anyway, it hadn't seemed as if our little deception had been enough to shake Charlotte's credibility. Although when Mr. Marley came to collect me from the house, he did seem slightly shaken. He could hardly look me in the eye, even though he was trying to act as if nothing had happened. "Probably ashamed of himself," suggested Samirius. "I'd love to have seen his silly face when he opened the chest. I hope he got such a fright that he dropped the crowbar on his foot." It certainly must have been an embarrassing moment for Mr. Marley when he found my books in the chest. And for Charlotte, of course, but she certainly wasn't about to give up in a hurry. Mr. Marley was now apparently trying to make light conversation, probably to hide his guilt feelings, as he held a black umbrella over me on the way from the car to the headquarters of the lodge. "Very cool today, don't you think?" he said briskly. That was really too much for me, so I answered him back just as briskly. "Yes, and when do I get my chest back?" He couldn't think of any answer to that. He just went red as a lobster again. "Can I at least have my books back, or are they still being searched for fingerprints?" No, I wasn't feeling sorry for him today. "We, regrettably, maybe a mistake," he stammered, and Zamirius and I went, in unison. Mr. Marley was visibly relieved to meet Mr. Whitman at the entrance to the building. Once again, he looked like a film star on the red carpet. He had obviously just arrived, like us, because he was taking off his coat with great elegance and shaking raindrops out of his thick hair. He smiled at us with his perfect white teeth. All we needed was a storm of camera flashes. If I'd been Cynthia, I'm sure I would have slobbered all over him, but I was totally immune to his good looks and charm. Not that he often switched on the charm for me, anyway. Also, Zamirius was fooling around behind his back, making faces. "Gwyneth, so I hear you're feeling better?" asked Mr. Whitman. Who told him that? A bit. To take his mind off my non-existent flu, and because I was in full swing anyway, I quickly went right on. "I was just asking Mr. Marley about my chest. Maybe you can tell me when I'm getting it back and why you had it taken away in the first place." "That's it. Attack is the best form of defense," Zamirius encouraged me. "I can see that you're going to manage here just fine without me, so I'll fly home to read to see everything's okay. See you later, alligator. Tee-hee." We misinformed," Mr. Marley went on, stammering. Mr. Whitman clicked his tongue in annoyance. Beside him, Mr. Marley looked even more awkward. "Marley, you can take a break for lunch now." "Yes, sir. Take a break for lunch, sir." Mr. Marley almost clicked his heels in military style. "Gwyneth, your cousin suspects that you are in possession of an item that doesn't belong to you," said Mr. Whitman when Mr. Marley had hurried off. He was looking at me hard. Lesley had nicknamed him Squirrel because of his lovely brown eyes, but with the best will in the world, I couldn't see anything cute about them now, and none of the warmth you're always supposed to sense in brown eyes. Under that gaze, my spirit of contradiction slipped away to the farthest corner of my mind. Suddenly I wished Mr. Marley had stayed. I had much more fun arguing with him than with Mr. Whitman. It was difficult lying to Mr. Whitman, maybe because of his experience as a teacher, but all the same, I tried. "Charlotte probably feels a bit left out," I murmured, looking down. "She's not having an easy time right now, so it could be that she invents things to get herself a little attention again." "Yes, the others think so too," said Mr. Whitman thoughtfully. "But I consider Charlotte a well-balanced character who doesn't need that kind of thing." He bent his head so close to my face that I could smell his aftershave. "If her suspicion should, after all, be confirmed, well, I'm not sure whether you are really aware of the consequences of your actions." That made two of us. It cost me a great effort to look into his eyes again. "May I at least ask what item you're talking about?" I tentatively inquired. Mr. Whitman raised one eyebrow and then, surprisingly, smiled. "It is quite possible that I have underestimated you, Gwyneth, but that's no reason for you to overestimate yourself." For a few seconds we stared into each other's eyes, and I suddenly felt exhausted. What was the point of all this play-acting? Suppose I simply handed the chronograph over to the guardians and let things take their course. Somewhere at the back of my mind, I heard Lesley saying, "Pull yourself together, for goodness sakes!" But why bother? I was groping about in the dark and getting no further anyway. Mr. Whitman was right. I could be massively overestimating myself and just making everything even worse. I didn't even know exactly why I landed myself in such nerve-wracking situations. Wouldn't it feel good to hand over responsibility, leaving it to other people to make the decisions? "Well?" asked Mr. Whitman in a soft voice, and now there really was a warm light in his eyes. "Is there something you want to tell me, Gwyneth?" Who knows? Maybe I'd have even done just that if Mr. George hadn't joined us at that moment. He had put an end to my moment of weakness with the words, "So there you are, Gwyneth." Mr. Whitman had clicked his tongue with annoyance again, but he didn't return to the subject in front of Mr. George. And now, here I was, sitting all alone in the green sofa, in the year 1953, still struggling to get my composure back. And a bit of confidence. "Knowledge is power," I said, through gritted teeth, trying to motivate myself, and I opened the book again. The entries from the annals that Lucas had copied were mainly from the years 1782 and 1912, because those, dear granddaughter, are the years that matter most to you. In September 1782, the so-called Florentine alliance was smashed, and the traitor in the inner circle of the Guardians unmasked. Although it does not say explicitly in the annals, we can assume that you and Gideon will be involved in those events in some way. I looked up. Was that the clue that I'd been looking for, wondering why the ball mattered so much? If so, then I was no wiser than before. "Thanks a lot, Grandpa," I sighed. "That was about as useful as, 'Beware of pastrami sandwiches.'" I turned the page. "Don't be so scared," said a voice behind me. Those must certainly fall into the category of famous last words, the sort that are the last thing you hear before your death, along with, "It isn't loaded," and "He only wants to play." Of course, I was terribly scared. "Only me." Gideon was standing behind the sofa smiling down at me. The sight of him instantly switched my body into emergency mode again, with all kinds of contradictory feelings swirling about inside me, unable to decide which way to go. "Mr. Whitman thought you could do with a little company," said Gideon casually, and I remembered that the light bulb down here really must need changing. He threw a bulb up in the air, like a juggling ball, caught it, and at the same time dropped on the sofa beside me in one graceful movement. "Hey, you're very comfortable down here. Cashmere blankets. And grapes. I think Mrs. Jenkins must have a soft spot for you." As I stared at his handsome pale face and tried to get my chaotic feelings under control, at least I had the presence of mind to close Anna Karenina. Gideon was looking at me attentively, his gaze wandering from my forehead over my eyes and down to my mouth. I wanted to turn away and move farther along the sofa, but at the same time I couldn't get enough of the sight of him, so I went on staring at him like a rabbit hypnotized by a snake. "A little hello, maybe?" he said, looking me in the eye again, "even if you're cross with me at the moment." The amused way the corners of his mouth lifted brought me back to myself. "Thanks for reminding me." I put the hair away from my forehead, straightened my back, and opened my book, quite close to the beginning this time. I'd simply ignore him. He needn't think everything was okay between us. But it wasn't so easy to put Gideon off his stroke. He looked up at the ceiling. "I'll have to switch the light out for a while to change the bulb. That would make it rather dark in here." I said nothing. "Do you have a flashlight with you?" I didn't reply. "On the other hand, the light doesn't seem to be giving much trouble today. Maybe we'll just wait until it does." I sensed the sidelong look he was giving me as clearly as if he were touching me, but I went on staring at my book. "Can I have some of your grapes?" At this, I lost my patience. "Oh, have the whole bunch, but leave me in peace to read," I snapped at him, "and just keep your mouth shut, will you? I don't feel like making silly small talk with you." He said nothing for the time it took him to eat the grapes. I turned a page, although I hadn't read a single word. "I hear you had visitors this morning." He began juggling 2 grapes. "Charlotte said something about a mysterious chest." "Oh, so that's the way the wind was blowing." I let the book sink to my lap. "Which part of 'keep your mouth shut' don't you understand?"
Gideon grinned broadly. Hey, I'm not making small talk. I'd like to know what gave Charlotte the idea that you may have something in your hands that was passed on to you by Lucy and Paul. He was here to interrogate me, obviously. Probably on behalf of Falk and the others. Be nice to her. Then she's sure to tell you whether she's keeping something hidden, and if so, where. After all, thinking women stupid was the Devier family hobby. I drew my legs up on the sofa and sat cross-legged. When I was angry, it was easier to look him in the eye without letting my lower lip quiver. Ask Charlotte yourself what gave her the idea, I said coldly. I did. Gideon sat cross-legged too, so that we were sitting opposite each other like two Native Americans in a teepee. Was there an opposite of smoking the pipe of peace? She thinks that somehow or other you come by the stolen chronograph, and that your brother and sister, your great-aunt, and even your butler are helping you to hide it. I shook my head. I must say, I'd never have suspected Charlotte of having too much imagination. Seems that all we have to do is carry an old chest to the house, and she goes right off her head. What was in the chest? He asked, in a rather uninterested tone. My goodness, how transparent. Nothing. We use it as a card table when we play poker. I thought this was such a good idea that I only just managed to suppress a grin. Arizona Hold'em? Inquired Gideon, paying more attention now. Ha, ha. Texas Hold'em, I said, as if he could unsettle me with such a feeble ruse. Lesley's father had taught us to play poker when we were 12. He thought that all girls should learn. Why? He never told us. Thanks to him, anyway, we knew all the tricks and were world champions at bluffing. To this day, Lesley rubbed her nose when she had a good hand, but I was the only person who knew. Also Omaha, but not so often. You know, I said, leaning confidingly forward. We're forbidden to play games of chance at home. My grandmother has some very strict rules. We began playing poker just out of protest and sheer defiance, Aunt Mattie, Mr. Bernard, Nick, and me, but then we started really enjoying it. Gideon had raised one eyebrow. He looked kind of impressed. I couldn't blame him. Although, maybe Lady Arista is right, and gambling is the root of all evil, I went on. I was in my element now. At first we played for sherbet lemons, but now the stakes are higher. My brother lost all his pocket money last week. My word, if Lady Arista got to hear about that... I leaned in even farther toward Gideon and looked deep into his eyes. But don't let Charlotte know, or she'd tell tales of us. I'd sooner she invented stories about stolen chronographs. I sat up straight again, feeling extremely pleased with myself. Gideon was still looking impressed. He gazed at me for a while in silence, and then he suddenly put out his hand and stroked my hair, which wrecked my self-control right away. Stop that! He really was trying every trick in the book, bastard. What do you want here anyway? I don't need company. Unfortunately, it didn't sound as venomous as I'd intended. More like rather pathetic. Shouldn't you be traveling around on secret missions, getting blood out of people? You mean Operation Trunkhose yesterday evening? He had stopped the stroking, but now he took a strand of my hair in his fingers and played with it. Mission accomplished. Elaine Burley's blood is in the chronograph. For a couple of seconds he stared past me into space, looking sad. Then he had control of himself again. So all we need is blood from the obstinate Lady Tilney, Lucy, and Paul. But now that we know what time Paul and Lucy are living in, and under what names, that's only a formality. In fact, I'm going to see Lady Tilney tomorrow morning. I thought you'd had some doubts about the aims we're all supposed to be pursuing, I said, freeing my hair from his hand. Suppose Lucy and Paul are right, and the circle of blood should never be closed. You did say that was a possibility. Correct, but I'm not about to say so to the Guardians. You're the only person I've told. Oh, what a cunning psychological move. You're the only one I trust. But I could be cunning as well if I wanted. I only had to remember the poker story. Lucy and Paul said the Count can't be trusted. Do you think so too? Gideon shook his head. Suddenly his face was serious, and he looked tensed up. No, I don't think he's evil. I just think... He hesitated. I think he considers the welfare of an individual less important than the common good. Including his own welfare? He didn't reply to that, but put out his hand again. This time he wound my strand of hair around his finger as if around a curler. Finally he said, Suppose you could develop something sensational, for example, well, let's say a cure for cancer, and AIDS, and all the other diseases in the world. But to get a hold of it, you had to let someone die. Would you do that? Let someone die? Was that why Lucy and Paul had stolen the chronograph? Because they thought the price to be paid was too high, I heard my mother's voice saying. Was the price a human life? I instantly had vivid scenes from films before my eyes, with crosses hanging upside down, human sacrifices on an altar, hooded men murmuring Babylonian incantations. Although that didn't seem quite right for the Guardians, maybe with one or two exceptions. Gideon was looking at me expectantly. Sacrifice one human life to save many others? I murmured. I don't think the price for curing all those dreadful things would be too high, if you look at it from a practical viewpoint, I mean. How about you? Gideon said nothing for quite a long time. He just let his eyes wander over my face and went on playing with my strand of hair. Yes, I do think it would be too high, he finally said. The end doesn't always justify the means. Does that mean you're not going to carry on doing what the Count tells you to do? I burst out with that, admittedly not very subtly. Like playing with my feelings, for instance? Or with my hair? Gideon took his hand out of my hair and looked at it in surprise, as if it didn't belong to him. The Count didn't tell me to play with your feelings. Oh, no? All of a sudden, I was furiously angry with him. Well, he more or less told me he did. Oh, come on, he was impressed, he said, to see how well you'd played your part, when you'd had so little time to manipulate my feelings, and when, stupidly, you'd put so much energy into working on the wrong victim, meaning Charlotte. Gideon sighed and rubbed his forehead with the back of his hand. The Count and I did have a few conversations about, well, the things men do talk about. His view is, and please remember the man lived over 200 years ago, so we might take that into account. His view was that women are ruled solely by their emotions, whereas men let reason guide them. So it would be better for me if my female partner in time travel were in love with me, so then I could control what she did if there was any difficulty. I thought, You thought, I interrupted him angrily. You thought, right, so we'll see about getting that to work as well. Gideon unwound his long legs, stood up, and began pacing up and down the room. For some reason or other, he suddenly looked upset. Gwyneth, I didn't make you do anything, did I? In fact, I've often been pretty lousy to you. I stared at him, speechless for a moment. And I'm supposed to be grateful to you for that, am I? Of course not, he said. Or rather, yes. What does that mean? His eyes flashed at me. Why do girls fancy guys who treat them badly? Obviously, nice types aren't half so interesting. That sometimes makes it difficult to preserve your respect for girls. He was still prowling up and down the room, with long, almost angry strides, especially as boys with jug ears and spots don't take liberties nearly so often. You're just so cynical and superficial. I was totally baffled by the turn this conversation had suddenly taken. Gideon shrugged his shoulders. Who's being superficial here, I wonder? Or would you have let Marley kiss you? For a moment, I was genuinely put off my stroke. Maybe there was a tiny, very tiny grain of truth in what he had said. But then I shook my head. You've forgotten something in your impressive chain of reasoning. In spite of your spot-free appearance, oh, and congratulations on your healthy sense of self-confidence, I wouldn't have let you kiss me if you hadn't lied to me and pretended to have real feelings for me. All of a sudden, tears shot into my eyes. But I went on, even though my voice was unsteady. I wouldn't have fallen in love with you. Or even if I had, I wouldn't have let it show. Gideon turned away from me. For a moment, he stood there motionless. Then he suddenly kicked the wall with all his might. Damn it, Gwyneth, have you been so scrupulous about the truth with me? You lied to me whenever you could. Isn't that more like it? As I was looking for an answer, he really was an expert at turning the tables. The familiar old dizzy sensation came over me, and this time it made me sick to my stomach. Horrified, I clutched Anna Karenina to my breast. It was probably too late to pick up the basket. I just had time to hear Gideon say, Okay, so you let me kiss you, but you never trusted me. I didn't catch the rest because next moment I landed in the present, and I had to concentrate on not throwing up in front of Mr. Marley's feet. When I finally had my stomach under control again, Gideon had traveled back too. He was leaning against the wall. All the anger had left his face, and it wore a melancholy smile.
I'd really like to join in one of your poker games some day, he said. I'm rather good at bluffing. And then he left the room without once looking back. June 25th, 1542. Still at the convent of S, investigating the case of young Elisabetta, who, according to her father, is with child by a demon. In my report to the head of the congregation, I did not conceal my suspicion that M is inclined to entertain religious ideas of transfiguration, to put it kindly, and feels that he is called by the Lord God to root out evil from the world. He would clearly rather accuse his daughter of witchcraft than accept the fact that she does not comply with his concept of morality. I have mentioned above his good relations with R.M., and his influence in this region is considerable, so we cannot yet consider the case closed. The interrogation of the witnesses was grotesque. 2 of Elisabetta's young fellow pupils confirmed what the Comte had said about the appearance of a demon in the convent garden. Little Sophia, who had no credible story to explain why, purely by chance, she happened to be hiding behind a bush in the garden at midnight, described a giant with horns, burning eyes, and cloven hooves, who, curiously enough, played Elisabetta a serenade on a violin before committing the sin of unchastity with her. The other girl witness, a close friend of Elisabetta, made an impression of being far more sensible. She spoke of a well-dressed and very tall young man who beguiled Elisabetta with fair words. He would appear from nowhere and could then dissolve into thin air again, although she herself had not seen him do it. For her own part, Elisabetta told me that the young man who had so cleverly made his way into the convent walls had neither horns nor cloven hooves, but was descended from a well-respected family, and that she even knew his name. I was already feeling glad that I could bring the matter to a satisfactory conclusion, when she added that, unfortunately, she could not tell me of any way to get in touch with him, since he had flown through the air to her from the future, to be precise, from the year of our Lord 1723. You may imagine my desperation with regard to the state of mind of the persons surrounding me. I hope very much that the head of the congregation will soon recall me to Florence, where genuine cases worthy of investigation await me. From the records of the Inquisition, as drawn up by Father John Petro Baribi of the Dominican Order, Archives of the University Library, Padua, deciphered, translated, and edited by Dr. M. Giordano. Chapter 8. Shimmering birds of paradise, leaves and flowers in shades of blue and silver twined their way over the brocade bodice, and the sleeves and skirt were made of heavy midnight blue silk that rustled at every step, swishing with a sound like the sea on a stormy day. I realized that anyone would have looked like a princess in that dress, but all the same, I was amazed by the sight of my own reflection in the mirror. It's incredibly lovely, I whispered in awe. Zemirius snorted. He was sitting beside the sewing machine on a leftover scrap of brocade, picking his nose. Girls, he said. First they do all they can to get out of going to a ball, and as soon as they have on some silly old outfit like this to wear, they practically wet themselves with excitement. I ignored him and turned to the creator of this masterpiece. But the other dress was perfect too, Madame Rossini. Yes, I know. She was smiling broadly. You can have it on another time. Madame Rossini, you're an artist, I assured her fervently. Oui, n'est-ce pas? She winked at me. And as an artist, you have to look at things a little bit differently. The other dress was too pale for the white wig. You have a complexion that cries out for strong, comment on dit, contrasts. Oh, my goodness, yes, the wig, I sighed. It's going to ruin the whole effect. Could you take a quick picture of me first, please? Bien sûr. Madame Rossini moved me to a stool at the dressing table and took my mobile when I held it out to her. Zemirius unfolded his wings, flew over to me, and made a rather clumsy landing right in front of the china head with the wig on it. I suppose you know what usually lives in a wig like this, do you? He put his head back and looked up at the towering, white-powdered heap of imitation hair. Crab lice, certainly. Probably moths as well. Maybe even worse. He raised his paws in a theatrical gesture. All I'll say is tarantula. I bit back a sharp reply. I'd been about to tell him that urban legends were old hat these days, and yawned ostentatiously. Zemirius put his claws on his sides. "It's true," he said, "and there's more than just spiders for you to be aware of. There are certain counts to watch out for, too, in case you'd forgotten that fact in your enthusiasm for this costume." Unfortunately, he was right. But today, well again and declared fit to go to the ball even by the guardians, all I wanted was to think positively. And where could that be done more easily than in Madame Rossini's studio? I looked sternly at Zemirius, and then let my eyes wander all over the dresses hanging side by side on clothes rails. Each was more beautiful than the last. "I don't suppose you happen to have anything green?" I asked wistfully. I had remembered Cynthia's party and Lesley's idea for us to go as little green men from Mars. "We'll only need green garbage bags, a few pipe cleaners, some empty cans, and a few polystyrene foam balls," she had said. "With a stapler and hot melt glue gun, we can turn ourselves into really cool Martians in no time. Kind of like live works of modern art, and it won't cost us a penny." "Green? Mais oui," said Madame Rossini. "When everyone still thought that red-headed clothes hanger would travel to the past, I used many shades of green. It harmonized perfectly with the red hair, and, of course, with that bad boy's green eyes." "Uh-oh," said Zemirius, threatening her with one paw. "Keep off, lady. This is dangerous ground." He was right there. That bad boy, the bastard, was definitely not on the list of positive things that I wanted to think about. But if Gideon really was going to turn up at the party with Charlotte, I would most certainly not be wearing a garbage bag, whatever Lesley said about cool modern art. Madame Rossini brushed my long hair and fixed it on top of my head with a scrunchie. "By the way, you will be wearing green this evening, a dark sea green. I have spent hours choosing the fabric so that your colors will not clash. In the end, I looked at it all by candlelight. Absolument honorique. Together you will look like the Sea King and the Sea Queen." "Absolument," crowed Zemirius. "And if you don't both end up dead, you'll have lots of little sea princes and sea princesses together." I sighed. He'd have done better to stay at home keeping an eye on Charlotte, but he'd insisted on coming to the temple with me, and that was rather sweet of him too. Zemirius knew how scared I was of the ball. As Madame Rossini divided my hair into 3 strands and plaited them into a braid, which she then gathered into a bun, fixing it in place with hairpins, she was frowning with concentration. "Green, you said? Let me think. We had a riding habit of the late 18th century, green velvet, and there was... Ah, yes, just the thing. An evening ensemble of 1922, eau de Nil silk, with a hat to match and a coat and a handbag. Très chic. And I have copied several dresses by Balenciaga that Grace Kelly wore in the 60s. But the best of all is the ball dress color of rose leaves. It would really suit you." She carefully picked up the wig. Snow white and decorated with blue ribbons and brocade flowers, it reminded me slightly of a wedding cake with several tiers. It even gave off a fragrance of vanilla and orange. Madame Rossini skillfully put the wedding cake over the bird's nest of hair on top of my head. And when I next looked into the mirror, I hardly knew myself. "Hey, I look like a cross between Marie Antoinette and my grandmother," I said. And because of my black eyebrows, I also looked a bit like Groucho Marx, if he dressed up as a woman. "Nonsense," said Madame Rossini, fixing the wig with large hairpins. They looked like little daggers, with glittering artificial jewels at the ends that stuck out of the structure of white curls like blue stars. "It is the contrasts that matter, my little swan-necked beauty. The contrasts are important." She pointed to the makeup box lying open on the dressing table. "And the makeup. Smoky eyes were in vogue by candlelight in the 18th century. Now, a little powder, et c'est parfait. You will be the loveliest lady at the ball." Not that she would ever know, because, of course, she wouldn't be there. I smiled at her. "You're so sweet to me. You're the nicest of them all, and you deserve an Oscar for your costumes." "I know," said Madame Rossini modestly. "It is important that the head go into the car first and out of it first when you get out. Always the head first, sweetheart." Madame Rossini had accompanied me to the limousine and was helping me to get in. I felt rather like Marge Simpson except that my towering pile of hair was white and not blue, and luckily there was room for it in the car.
"Who'd have thought such a slender girl could take up so much space?" said Mr. George, laughing, as I finally got my skirts neatly spread out on the seat.
"Too true. I really need a postcode all to myself in these clothes." Madame Rossini blew me a cheerful goodbye kiss. She was such a darling. When I was with her, I always entirely forgot how horrible my life was at the moment. The car started moving off. At that moment, the front door of the Guardian's headquarters flew open, and out came Giordano in a hurry. His plucked eyebrows were raised, and I was sure he was deathly pale under his fake tan. His mouth, with its puffy lips, was opening and closing, making him look like a deep-sea fish on the verge of extinction. Luckily, I couldn't make out what he was saying to Madame Rossini, but I could well imagine it. "Stupid thing! No idea of history and dancing the minuet! She'll put us all to shame with her ignorance! A disgrace to the human race!" Madame Rossini gave him a sugary sweet smile, and said something that made his fishy mouth close abruptly. But then I lost sight of them both as the driver turned into the street leading to the Strand. I leaned back, grinning, but my good mood quickly went away again during the drive, giving way to alarm and anxiety. I was afraid of just about everything, the uncertainty of it all, the people, the looks, the questions, the dancing, and most of all, of course, I was afraid of another meeting with the Count. My fears had followed me into my dreams yesterday, although I was glad I had at least slept through the night. Just before waking up, I had a particularly confused dream, in which I stumbled over my own skirts, and then fell down a huge staircase to land in front of Count Saint-Germain, who helped me to my feet, hauling me upright by my throat, without touching me. As he did so, he snapped, oddly enough in Charlotte's voice, "You're a disgrace to the whole family!" And Mr. Marley stood beside him, holding up Lesley's backpack and saying reproachfully, "There's only £1.20 left on the oyster card." "How unfair! When I'd only just topped it up." Lesley had laughed herself silly over my dream this morning. Although it hadn't really been so far-fetched. Her backpack had been stolen after school yesterday just as she was about to get into the bus, roughly snatched off her back by a young man who, according to Lesley, could run faster than Dwayne Chambers. By now, we were fairly well used to the Guardians and what they might do, and we wouldn't have expected anything else of Charlotte, who must have been behind the theft, indirectly anyway. All the same, we thought those methods a little, well, crude. If we needed further evidence, it was the fact that the woman next to Lesley had been carrying a Hermes bag. I mean, honestly, what thief worth his salt would steal a shabby old rucksack instead of that? According to Zemirius, as soon as I'd left the house yesterday, Charlotte had combed my room for the chronograph, looking under every nook and cranny. She'd even searched under my pillow. What an original idea for a hiding place! After her meticulous exploration of my wardrobe, she had finally discovered the place where I had loosened the plasterboard and then crawled through into the lumber room beyond, with a triumphant grin on her face, so Zemirius said. Not even the sister of my little spider friend had been able to scare her. She didn't hesitate to reach right inside the crocodile either. Of course, if she'd done that a day earlier. But the early bird catches the worm, as Lady Arista was always saying, and only the early bird. After Charlotte had crawled out of the lumber room and the wardrobe, frustrated, she had set her sights on Lesley, and that had cost my friend her rucksack. So now the Guardians were in possession of a recently topped-up oyster card, a pencil case, and a lip gloss, cherry tint, as well as a couple of books from the school library about the extent of the eastern delta of the river Ganges. But that was all. Not even Charlotte could hide this setback behind the usual arrogant expression on her face when she appeared at the breakfast table this morning. Lady Arista, on the other hand, had the decency to admit that she had been wrong. "The chest is on its way back to us," she said coolly. "Charlotte's nerves are obviously rather on edge, and I must admit that I was mistaken in believing what she said. Let us now consider the matter closed and turn to other subjects." That was a genuine apology, at least by Lady Arista's standards. While Charlotte, on hearing these words, stared intently at her plate, the rest of us exchanged glances of astonishment and then obediently turned to the only other subject that occurred to us in a hurry, the weather. Only Aunt Glenda, who had red blotches on her throat, wasn't taking anything that reflected badly on her daughter.
she couldn't help saying, "I'd have thought we ought to be grateful to Charlotte for retaining a sense of responsibility and keeping her eyes open, instead of saying she was wrong. But there we are. Ingratitude is only too widespread. I am sure that—" However, we never found out what Aunt Glenda was sure of, because Lady Arista said, in icy tones, "If you don't want to change the subject, Glenda, you are of course at liberty to leave the table." Which Aunt Glenda did, along with Charlotte, who said she wasn't hungry anymore. "Everything all right?" Mr. George, who was sitting opposite me, or diagonally opposite me, because my skirts were so huge that they filled half the car, and so far had left me to my thoughts, was smiling at me. "Did Dr. White give you something to help with your stage fright?" I shook my head. "No," I said. "I was too scared of seeing double in the 18th century. Or worse." But I wasn't going to say so to Mr. George. At the soiree last Sunday, I had needed Lady Brompton's special punch to help keep me calm, and it was the same punch that had made me perform Memory from Cats, to the astonished guests, about 200 years before Andrew Lloyd Webber composed it. I'd also had a conversation out loud with a ghost in front of everyone, which I certainly wouldn't have done entirely sober. I'd hoped I could have at least a few moments alone with Dr. White, so that I could ask why he helped me out, but he had examined me in front of Falk Devier and pronounced me better to everyone's delight. When I gave him a conspiratorial wink as we parted, Dr. White only frowned and asked whether I had something in my eye. Remembering that, I sighed. "Don't worry," said Mr. George sympathetically. "It won't last long, and you'll be soon back. You'll be through with the whole occasion before supper." "But I can do all sorts of things wrong in that time. I might even cause an international crisis. Just ask Giordano. The wrong sort of smile, the wrong sort of curtsy, saying the wrong thing, and wow! The whole 18th century goes up in flames." Mr. George laughed. "Oh, Giordano is just envious. He'd commit murder for a chance to travel in time." I stroked the soft silk of my skirts, running my fingers over the embroidered outlines of the pattern. "Seriously, I still don't understand why the ball is so important, and what I have to do there." "You mean as well as dancing and amusing yourself and enjoying the privilege of meeting the famous Duchess of Devonshire in person?" When I didn't smile back, Mr. George suddenly sounded serious, took a handkerchief out of his breast pocket, and dabbed his forehead with it. "My dear girl, the day is of the utmost importance, because at that ball it will be discovered which of the guardians of the time is the traitor who has been passing on information to the Florentine alliance. Through your presence, the Count hopes to induce both Lord Alistair and the traitor to give themselves away." "Ah. Well, at least that was more specific than the mysterious stuff in the middle of Anna Karenina." "So, strictly speaking, we're decoys?" I frowned. "But, wouldn't you have found out ages ago whether the plan worked, and who the traitor was? I mean, it all happened 230 years ago." "Yes and no," replied Mr. George. "For some reason, the reports on those days and weeks in the annals are extremely vague. In addition, a whole section is missing. There are several references to the traitor, who has been dismissed from his high office, but his name is never given. 4 weeks later, there is a brief mention, almost by the way, saying that no one honored the traitor by attending his last rites because he had earned no honor." I had goosebumps again. "You mean the traitor was dead 4 weeks after being thrown out of the lodge? How practical." Mr. George wasn't listening to me anymore. He tapped on the window between us and the driver. "I'm afraid the gateway will be too narrow for the limousine. You better drive into the schoolyard through the side entrance." He smiled at me. "Here we are. And you look lovely. I've been wanting to say so all this time. As if you'd stepped straight out of an old painting." The car stopped in front of the steps up to the school building. "Only much, much more beautiful," said Mr. George. "Thank you." I felt so embarrassed that I quite forgot what Madame Rossini had said. "Always the head first, sweethearts," and I made the mistake of trying to get out of the car in the same way as usual, with the result that I got hopelessly entangled in my skirts, and felt like an angry little bee caught in a spider's web. As I cursed and Mr. George had a fit of helpless giggles, 2 hands were reached out to me, and since I had no other option, I took them both and let them pull me out and set me on my feet. One hand belonged to Gideon, the other to Mr. Whitman. I dropped them as if I'd burnt myself. "Oh, thanks," I murmured, hastily smoothing down my dress, and trying to calm my racing pulse. Then I took a closer look at Gideon, and grinned. I just couldn't help it. Although Madame Rossini was right about the beautiful sea-green fabric, and the magnificent coat fitted Gideon's broad shoulders perfectly, and he was a truly dazzling sight down to his buckled shoes, the white wig destroyed the whole effect. "And I thought I was the only one who had to look like an idiot in a wig," I said. His eyes sparkled with amusement. "At least I convinced Giordano that he could leave out the face powder and beauty spots." Well, he was pale enough anyway. For a second or so, I reveled in the sight of the finely traced lines of his chin and lips, then I pulled myself together and looked at him as darkly as I could. "The others are waiting downstairs. We'd better hurry before there are too many people around," said Mr. Whitman, glancing at the pavement where two ladies walking their dogs had stopped and were looking curiously our way. If they didn't want to attract attention, I thought, the Guardians oughtn't to drive such flashy cars, or drive people in peculiar historical costumes about London. Gideon put out his hand, but at that moment I heard a dull thud behind me and looked around. Zemirius had landed on the car roof and lay there on the metal for a moment, flat as a flounder. "Oof!" he gasped. "Couldn't you have waited for me?" He'd missed the moment when we left the temple because of a cat, if I understood him correctly. "I had to fly the whole way, but I did want to say goodbye to you." He scrambled up and hopped onto my shoulder, and I felt something like a cold, wet hug. "Right, Grand Mistress of the Order of the Crochet Pigs," he said. "When you're dancing with him whose name we don't mention," he added, giving Gideon a nasty look, "don't forget to give him a good kick. And watch out for that Count." There was genuine concern in his voice. I swallowed, but next moment he added, "If you mess things up, you'll have to see how you get by without me in future. I'll be looking for a new human." He gave me a cheeky grin and flew toward the dogs, who tore free of their leashes a moment later and ran in panic, with their tails between their legs. "Asleep and dreaming, Gwyneth?" Gideon gave me his arm. "Sorry, of course, I mean Miss Grey. Would you be kind enough to follow me to the year 1782? "Oh, forget it. You can leave out the play acting until we arrive," I said in an undertone, so that Mr. George and Mr. Whitman, going ahead of us, couldn't hear it. "And for now, I'd like to keep physical contact with you to an absolute minimum, if you don't mind. What's more, I know my way around here. After all, this building is my school." It was as good as deserted that early Friday evening. In the foyer, we met Mr. Gillis, the principal, pulling a golf bag along behind him. He'd already changed his suit for a pair of check trousers and a polo shirt. However, he politely welcomed our esteemed Mr. Whitman's Amateur Dramatics Society. Then he shook hands with us all. "I'm very keen on art. It's a pleasure to make the school available for rehearsals while you can't use your usual rehearsal room. What delightful costumes!" When he got to shaking hands with me, he stopped in surprise. "Well, well, I know that face. You're one of those naughty frog girls, aren't you?" I forced a smile. "Yes, Mr. Gillis," I said. "I'm glad you found such a nice hobby. I'm sure it will keep you from thinking up any more stupid ideas like that frog." He beamed jovially at everyone. "Good luck to you all, then. Or what is it you say in the theater? Break a leg?" He waved cheerfully to us again and then disappeared through the doorway with his golf clubs, off to enjoy the weekend. I watched him go, feeling a little envious. For once, I'd happily have changed places with him, even if it meant turning into a middle-aged baldy in check trousers. "Naughty frog girl?" inquired Gideon on the way down to the art room in the cellars, and looking curiously at me sideways. I was concentrating on holding my rustling skirts far enough up not to trip over them. "A couple of years ago, my friend Lesley and I had to put a squashed frog into another girl's soup. Mr. Gillis still holds it as against us." "You had to put a frog in another girl's soup?" "Yes," I said, giving him a haughty look. "For educational reasons, one sometimes has to do things that may seem odd to outsiders." Down in the cellar, right under the quote from Edgar Degas painted on the wall, "A picture should be painted with the same care that a criminal puts into carrying out his crime." The usual suspects were already gathered around the chronograph. Falk Devier, Mr. Marley, and Dr. White, who was setting out surgical instruments and bandages on one of the tables. I was glad, at least, that we'd left Giordano behind at the temple. He was probably still standing at the top of the steps to the entrance, wringing his hands. Mr. George winked at me. "I've just had a bright idea," he whispered. "If you find yourself at a loss, you can simply faint. Ladies were always fainting in those days. No one knows for sure whether it was because their corsets were laced so tightly, or because of the bad air, or because fainting became unuseful." "I'll keep that at the back of my mind," I said. In fact, I was tempted to try out Mr. George's idea right away. Unfortunately, Gideon seemed to have seen through me, because he took my arm with a slight smile. And then Falk Devier unwrapped the chronograph, and when he beckoned me over, I resigned myself to my fate, not without putting up a fervent prayer to heaven that Lady Brompton had passed on the recipe for her special punch to her good friend Lady Pimpool Botham. My ideas of a ball were vague. My ideas of a ball in past history were zero. So it was probably not surprising that, after Aunt Mattie's vision and my dreams that morning, I expected something between Gone with the Wind and the glittering parties in Marie Antoinette. The good part of my dream had been that I'd looked amazingly like Kirsten Dunst. But before I could check my ideas against the real thing, we had to come up from the cellar. Again! I only hoped that my calves wouldn't suffer long-term damage from all that climbing up and down stairs. Though I might moan about it, however, I had to admit that this time the Guardians had fixed things very neatly. Falk had set the chronograph so that we'd arrived when the ball in the house above us had been in progress for hours. I was enormously relieved not to have to file past our hosts. Secretly, I'd have been terrified that there'd be a master of ceremonies banging his stick on the floor and announcing our false names in a loud voice. Or, even worse, announcing the truth. "Ladies and gentlemen," knock, knock. "Gideon Devier and Gwyneth Shepherd, confidence tricksters from the 21st century, kindly notice that the young woman's corset, as well as the hoops of her skirt, are not made of whalebone, but of high-tech carbon fiber. Furthermore, the pair entered the house surreptitiously by way of the cellar." And this was a particularly dark cellar, so that, unfortunately, there was no alternative to taking Gideon's hand, or my dress and I would never have made it to the top of the stairs intact. Only at the front of the cellar were there torches in holders, casting a flickering light on the walls where you turned off into the media rooms in the time when this building was my school. It looked as if now there were larders and pantries for provisions down here, probably a good idea, because the place was freezing cold. Out of sheer curiosity, I glanced into one of the rooms, and was rooted to the spot with amazement. I'd never seen so much food all at once. There was obviously going to be some kind of banquet after the ball, because countless platters, dishes, and large basins, lavishly piled high with things to eat, were sitting around on tables and the floor. Much of it was artistically arranged, and surrounded by wobbly transparent aspic. I saw large quantities of meat. It smelled too strongly for my liking. And there was a breathtaking amount of confectionery in all shapes and sizes, plus an amazingly lifelike gilded figure of a swan. "Hey, look, they even have to chill their table decorations," I whispered. Gideon made me go on. "It's not a table decoration, it's a real swan, what they call a centerpiece," he whispered back, but at the same moment he jumped, and I'm afraid I have to admit I let out a screech, because a figure was emerging from the shadows, right behind a cake with about 19 layers and 2 dead nightingales on top of it, and was coming toward us in silence with a drawn sword. It was Rakoczy, the Count's right-hand man, and he could have walked straight into a job in a haunted house with his dramatic appearances. He welcomed us in a husky voice, and then whispered, "Follow me." As I tried to get over my fright, Gideon asked him impatiently, "Shouldn't you have been here to meet us?" Rakoczy didn't want to seem to answer that. I wasn't surprised. He was exactly the sort who can never admit to a mistake. Without a word, he took a torch from its holder, beckoned us to follow, and stole around a corridor that branched off and led to another flight of stairs. I could hear stringed instruments playing music above us now, and a babble of voices getting louder and louder. Just before we reached the top of the stairs, Rakoczy left us with the words, "I'll be keeping watch over you from the shadows, along with my men." Then he disappeared, as silent as a leopard. "I guess he didn't get an invitation," I said, trying to make a joke of it. "He's gate-crashing." In fact, the idea that one of Rakoczy's men was lurking in every dark corner watching us in secret gave me the creeps. "Of course he was invited, but I expect he doesn't want to part with his sword, and swords aren't allowed in a ballroom." Gideon looked me up and down. "Any cobwebs left on your dress?" I gave him an indignant glance. "No, they've all migrated to your brain," I said, pushing past him. I cautiously opened the door. I'd been worrying over how we'd get into the foyer unnoticed, but when we plunged into the noise of the milling throng of guests at the ball, I wondered why we'd gone to all that trouble with the cellar. Presumably just out of habit. We could easily have traveled straight to the ballroom, and no one would have noticed our sudden appearance. Lord and Lady Pimpool Bottom's house was magnificent. My friend James hadn't exaggerated. With the damask wallpaper, stucco decoration, paintings, frescoes on the ceiling, and crystal chandeliers, I hardly recognized my own school. The floors were covered with mosaic tiles and thick rugs, and on the way to the first floor, it seemed to me that there were more passages and staircases than in my own day. And the place was full. Full and very noisy. In the 21st century, this party would have been closed down by the police because of the risk of overcrowding, or maybe the neighbors would have complained to the Pimpool Bottoms for disturbing their night's rest. And that was only in the foyer and the corridors. The ballroom was in a different league. It took up half the first floor and was teeming with people. They stood around in little groups, or formed long lines in order to dance. The room was buzzing like a beehive with their voices and laughter, although the beehive comparison wasn't quite right, because the decibel count must have been as high as the sound of a jumbo jet taking off from Heathrow. After all, there were up to 400 people here, all shouting at each other, and the 20-man orchestra in the gallery was trying to rise above their voices. The whole scene was lit by such a vast number of candles that I automatically looked around for a fire extinguisher. In fact, after that soiree we'd been to at the Bromptons' house, this ball was like a nightclub by comparison with one of Aunt Mattie's tea parties, and I could see why people would call it a glittering occasion. Our appearance didn't attract any special attention, particularly as there was coming and going in the ballroom the whole time. All the same, several of the white-wigged guests were staring curiously at us, and Gideon took my arm more firmly. I sensed that I was being inspected from head to foot, and felt an urgent wish to look at myself in the mirror, just in case I'd made a mistake and there was a cobweb on my dress after all. "It's all fine," said Gideon. "You look perfect." I cleared my throat, embarrassed. Gideon grinned down at me. "Ready?" he whispered. "Ready when you are," I replied automatically. It just slipped out, and for a moment I thought of the fun we'd had before he let me down so treacherously. Although, come to think of it, even then, it hadn't been as much fun as all that. A couple of girls began whispering as we passed them. I wasn't sure if it was because of my dress, or because they thought Gideon looked so cool. I stood up as straight as possible. The wig was surprisingly well balanced, and followed every movement I made, although its weight must have been like those jugs of water that African women carry on their heads. As we crossed the ballroom, I kept my eyes open for James. After all, his parents were giving the ball. Surely he'd be here somewhere. Gideon, who towered above most of the people in the ballroom, had quickly spotted Count Saint-Germain. He was standing, elegant as ever, on a small balcony, talking to a small man in brightly colored clothes who struck me as vaguely familiar. Without thinking much of it, I lost myself in daydreams and regretted it a moment later when I remembered how, last time we met, Count Saint-Germain had broken my heart into 10,000 tiny pieces with his gentle voice. "My dear children, you are wonderfully punctual," said the Count, beckoning us over. He nodded graciously to me. I supposed that was an honor, considering that, as a woman, I had an intelligent quotient reaching about as far from the balcony door to the nearest candle. Gideon, on the other hand, got a warm embrace. "Well, what do you say, Alcott? Do you see any of my inheritance in this fine young man's features?" The man, dressed as brightly as a parrot, shook his head, smiling. His thin, long face was not just powdered, he had also rubbed red rouge on his cheeks, so that he looked like a clown. "Ah, how can anyone compare such a youthful face with my old one?" The Count gave a wry, self-mocking smile. "The years have wreaked havoc on my features. Sometimes I hardly know myself in the mirror." He fanned himself with a handkerchief. "May I introduce you? Sir Alfred Alcott, first secretary of the lodge at this period. We have already met on my various visits to the temple, said Gideon with a slight bow. So you have, the Count laughed. Now I knew why the parrot looked familiar. He was the man who had welcomed us to the temple on our first meeting with the Count, and he had ordered the coach to drive us to Lord Brompton's house. I'm afraid you have missed the appearance of the Duke and Duchess, Alcott said. Her Grace's hairstyle was greatly admired. I fear the wig-makers of London will hardly be able to move for customers tomorrow. A truly beautiful woman, the Duchess. What a shame she feels that she has to meddle with politics and men's affairs in general. Alcott, could you find these new arrivals something to drink? As so often, the Count spoke in a soft, gentle voice, but in spite of the noise surrounding us, he could be heard very distinctly. I shivered at the sound, and definitely not just because of the cold night air blowing in through the open doorway of the balcony. Of course. The first secretary's eagerness to oblige reminded me of Mr. Marley. White wine? I will be back in a moment. Just my luck. No punch this time. The Count waited for Alcott to disappear into the ballroom, then put his hand in his coat pocket and brought out a sealed letter, which he handed to Gideon. This is for your Grand Master. It contains details concerning our next meeting. Gideon pocketed the letter and handed the Count another sealed envelope in return. And this is a full report on the events of the last few days. You'll be glad to hear that the blood of Elaine Burley and Lady Tilney has been read into the chronograph. I jumped in surprise. Lady Tilney? How had he fixed that? Last time we met, it hadn't seemed at all likely that she'd give her blood voluntarily. I cast Gideon a suspicious sidelong glance. Surely he hadn't taken blood from her by force. I imagined her desperately defending herself by pelting him with crochet pigs. The Count clapped him on the shoulder. Then now we only have to track down Sapphire and Black Tourmaline. He was leaning on his cane, but there was nothing frail about his posture. Indeed, he looked very powerful. Ah, if he only knew how close we are to changing the world! He jerked his head in the direction of the ballroom, where I saw Lord Alistair of the Florentine Alliance on the other side of the room, loaded with any amount of jewelry, just like last time I saw him. The large gems in his many rings sparkled right across the ballroom. So did his eyes, icy and full of hatred, even at this distance. A menacing black-clad figure towered up behind him, but this time I didn't make the mistake of thinking he was a guest at the ball. The black figure was a ghost who went around everywhere with Lord Alistair, just as little Robert went around with Dr. White. When the ghost saw me, his mouth moved, and I was glad it was so noisy I couldn't hear the nasty remarks he was making. It was bad enough to have him haunting my dreams. There he stands, dreaming of running us through with his sword, said the Count, sounding almost pleased about it. In fact, he's thought of nothing else for days. He has even managed to smuggle his sword into this ballroom. He stroked his chin, which is why he is neither dancing nor sitting down, merely standing around stiffly like a tin soldier, waiting for his opportunity. And I wasn't allowed to bring my own sword, said Gideon reproachfully. Have no fear, dear boy. Rakosi and his men will not take their eyes off Alistair. We can leave any bloodshed to the bold Currachs this evening. I glanced again at Lord Alistair and the black-clad ghost, who was now waving his sword at me in a bloodthirsty way. But would he really? In front of all these people? I mean, even in the 18th century, surely you couldn't commit murder and simply get away with it. I swallowed. Lord Alistair wouldn't risk ending up on the gallows because of us, would he? The Count's heavy lids hid his dark eyes for a few seconds, as if he were concentrating on the way his enemy's mind worked. No, he's too clever for that, he said slowly. But he also knows how few chances he will ever get of having you two within reach of his sword again. He won't miss this one, as I have passed information to the man whom I believe to be the traitor in our ranks, and only to him, about the time when you two will have to return to the cellar, unarmed and alone, in order to travel back. We shall see what happens. Oh, I said, but... The Count raised his hand. Don't be anxious, child. The traitor has no idea that Rakosi and his men are keeping watch on everything you do. Alistair sees himself committing the perfect murder. The corpses will dissolve into thin air the next moment. Very useful. He laughed. With me, of course, that would not work, so he destines for me a different kind of death. Well, great. Before I could digest the news that we were fair game to be thrown to the wolves, which changed my attitude to balls in general, and this one in particular. The garishly dressed first secretary, I've forgotten his name again, returned with 2 glasses of white wine. In his wake came another old acquaintance, fat Lord Brompton. He was delighted to see us, and kissed my hand more often than I thought quite proper. "The evening is saved!" he cried. "I'm so glad you are here. Lady Brompton and Lady Lavinia saw you as well, but they were held up on the dance floor." He laughed so much that his fat paunch wobbled. "I'm told to take you both over to join the dancing." "A good idea," said the Count. "Young people should dance. I never missed an opportunity to do so in my youth." So here we went. Now everyone was going to see that I had 2 left feet and wasn't very good at turning right, a problem that Giordano had described as a striking lack of any sense of direction. I was about to drain my glass of white wine, but Gideon took it away from me and handed it to the first secretary. On the dance floor they were getting into position for the next minuet. Lady Brompton waved to us enthusiastically, Lord Brompton disappeared into the crowd, and just before the music began, Gideon stationed me in the row of ladies. To be precise, I was in between a pale gold dress and a green embroidered one. The green one, a sideways glance told me, belonged to Lady Lavinia. She was just as beautiful as I remembered her, and even for the fashions of this period, her décolletage was generous, giving anyone who wanted a good look. In her place, I wouldn't have ventured to bend over, but Lady Lavinia didn't seem bothered. "How wonderful to see you again!" She cast a radiant smile all around, but directed it mainly at Gideon, and then sank into the opening curtsy. I imitated her. In sudden panic, I found that I couldn't move my feet. A number of instructions were buzzing around in my head, and I almost muttered out loud, "Left is the side where your thumb is on the right." But then Gideon stepped past me, performing the tour de main, and oddly enough, my legs seemed to find the right rhythm of their own accord. The cheerful sound of the orchestra filled every corner of the ballroom, and the conversations around us died down. Gideon put his left hand on his hip and gave me his right hand. "Wonderful music, these Haydn minuets," he said in a conversational tone. "Did you know that the composer almost joined the Guardians? In about 10 years from now, on one of his visits to England. He was thinking of settling permanently here in London at the time." "You don't say." I danced past him, tilting my head slightly to one side, so as not to lose sight of him. "All I knew about Haydn until now was that he liked torturing children. At least, he tortured me as a child, when Charlotte used to practice her piano sonatas all with the same grim determination that she was now putting into searching for the chronograph. But I couldn't explain that to Gideon further, because by now we had danced out of a figure of 4 into a large circle, and I had to concentrate on going around to the right. Just how it happened I didn't know, but all of a sudden I was really enjoying myself. The candles cast a beautiful light on the magnificent ball dresses, the music no longer sounded boring and dry as dust, but exactly right, and the dancers in front of me, behind me, and beside me were laughing happily. Even the wigs didn't look quite so silly, and for a moment I felt light as air and free. When the circle broke up, I danced toward Gideon as if I'd never done anything else in my life, and he was looking at me as if we were suddenly alone in the ballroom. In my curious mood of elation, I couldn't help smiling at him radiantly. Never mind Giordano's stern warning never to show my teeth in the 18th century. For some reason or other, my smile seemed to be making Gideon struggle to stay calm and composed. He took my outstretched hand, but instead of just placing his fingers lightly under mine, he took them and held them hard. "Gwyneth, I'm not going to let anyone—" But I never found out what he wasn't going to let anyone do, because at that moment Lady Lavinia reached for his hand, placing mine in the hand of her own dancing partner, and saying with a smile, "Let's change partners for a little while, all right?" No, it was not all right from my point of view, and Gideon, too, hesitated briefly. But then he bowed to Lady Lavinia, and abandoned me like the unimportant little sister I was supposed to be. My cheerful mood disappeared as quickly as it had come. "I've been admiring you from afar," said my new partner, as I came up out of my curtsy and offered him my hand. I'd have liked to wrench it right away again, because his fingers were damp and sticky. "My friend, Mr. Marchant, has already had the pleasure of meeting you at Lady Brompton's soirée. He wanted to introduce us, but now I can introduce myself. I am Lord Fleet. The Lord Fleet." I smiled politely.
A friend of Mr. Marchant, the bosom groper, was he? And as the next sequence of dance steps took us away from each other, I was hoping that the Lord Fleet would take the chance to wipe his damp hands on his evening breeches. I glanced at Gideon for help, but he seemed to be deep in contemplation of Lady Lavinia. The man beside him, too, seemed to have eyes for nothing but her, or rather her plunging neckline, while he studiously ignored the lady he was supposed to be dancing with. And the man beside him, oh my God, it was James! My James! I'd found him at last. He was dancing with a girl in a dress the color of plum jam, and he looked as alive as anyone can if he's wearing a white wig and has white powder on his face. Instead of giving my hand back to Lord Fleet, I danced past Lady Lavinia and Gideon in the direction of James, saying as nicely as I could, "Please would you all move up one place?" and taking no notice of the protests. 2 more changeover steps and I was facing James. "Excuse me, please move one place up." I gave the plum jam girl a little nudge that sent her straight into the arms of the man opposite her, and then I offered the astonished James my hand, and tried, breathlessly, to fall back into the rhythm of the dance. A glance to the left showed me that the other dancers were also rearranging their positions, and then dancing on as if nothing had happened. I didn't look at Gideon, for safety's sake, but stared at James. It was hard to believe that I could hold his hand, and the hand felt warm and alive. "You have upset the whole set," he said reproachfully, examining me from head to toe. "And you pushed Miss Amelia away from me in an extremely uncivil manner." Oh yes, this was James! The same supercilious tone of voice that I knew so well. I beamed at him. "I'm really sorry, James, but I just have to ask you about something very important." "As far as I am aware, we have not been introduced," said James, nose in the air, while he stepped gracefully from foot to foot. "I'm Penelope Gray, from the country, but that doesn't matter. I have some very important information for you. So you must meet me somewhere. It's urgent. If you value your life," I added for extra dramatic effect. "What in the world are you thinking of?" James looked at me baffled. "Whether you are from the country or not, your behavior is most improper." "Yes, I know." Out of the corner of my eye, I saw that the line of dancers was being disturbed again, this time on the men's side. Something sea green was approaching, keeping in time with the dance steps. "But all the same, it's important for you to listen to me. This is a matter of life, and, it's about your horse, Hector the Grey. You must absolutely meet me in Hyde Park tomorrow morning at 11, on the bridge over the lake." I could only hope that the lake and the bridge were both there in the 18th century. "You want me to meet you in Hyde Park because of Hector?" James's raised eyebrows almost touched his hairline. I nodded. "Excuse me," said Gideon with a little bow, and he pushed James gently aside. "I think there's some mistake here." "You may well say so." He shaking his head, James turned back to Miss Plumjam, while Gideon took my hand and led me, not at all gently, into the next figure of the dance. "Are you crazy?" he asked. "What was that all about?" "I met an old friend, that's all." I turned once more to look at James. Had he taken me seriously? Probably not. He was still shaking his head. "You really are hell-bent on attracting attention, aren't you?" said Gideon in a furious whisper. "Why can't you just do as you're told for 3 hours, just for a change?" "What a stupid question! Because I'm a woman, and totally unacquainted with reason, of course. Anyway, you were the first to step out of line in the dance with Lady Oops, my bosom is falling right out of my dress." "Yes, only because she—" "Oh, stop it." "Stop it yourself." We glared angrily at each other as the final note on the violins died away. At last. That must have been the longest minuet in the world ever. I sank into my curtsy, relieved, and turned to walk away before Gideon could offer me his hand again, or rather, grab my own roughly. I was so annoyed with myself for not thinking over what to say to James better. It seemed rather unlikely that he would turn up to meet me in the park. I'd have to talk to him again, and this time I'd tell him the whole truth. But where was he? Those silly white wigs made the men all look alike. The lines of dancers had wound their zigzag way right up through the huge ballroom, and now we had reached the other side of it. I craned my neck to see just above the crowd, trying to get a sense of direction. Just as I thought I'd caught a glimpse of James's red velvet coat, Gideon took me by the elbow. "This way," he said briefly. I'd had about enough of his tone of command, but there was no need for me to shake him off this time.
Lady Lavinia did it for me, coming between us in a cloud of lily-of-the-valley perfume. "You promised me another dance," she said, pouting, and at the same time her smile conjured up cute little dimples in her cheeks. Behind her, Lord Brompton was making his way toward us, breathing heavily. "There, that's enough dancing for this season," he announced. "I'm getting too old for that kind of pleasure. Speaking of pleasure, did anyone else see my wife with that dashing rear admiral, the one said to have lost an arm in the battle recently? Not a word of truth in it. I clearly saw him take her in 2 arms." He laughed, and his many chins wobbled alarmingly. The orchestra began playing again, and rows of dancers were forming. "Oh, please, surely you won't refuse me," said Lady Lavinia, clinging to the lapels of Gideon's coat, and looking appealingly up at him. "Just this one dance?" "I have already promised to find my sister something to drink," said Gideon, casting me a dark look. Well, of course he was cross to be kept from flirting with Lady Lavinia. "And the Count is expecting our company over there." The Count had now left his place on the balcony, but not to sit down and rest. His eager eyes were bent on us, and he looked as if he could hear every word we said. "It would be an honor for me to find your lovely sister a drink," said Lord Brompton, winking at me. "You'd be leaving her in the very best of hands." "There, you see!" Lady Lavinia drew Gideon away, laughing, and moved onto the dance floor. "I'll be right back," he assured me, over his shoulder. "Don't hurry," I muttered. Lord Brompton and his rolls of fat started moving. "I know a good place to sit," he said, beckoning me on. "They call it the Old Maid's Corner, but we won't let that bother us. We'll shock the old maids into going away by telling improper stories." He led me up a few steps to a small gallery where there was a sofa. From up there you had a good view of the whole ballroom, and sure enough, the sofa was already occupied by 2 ladies, who were not as young as they had been, and probably not as pretty, but they happily adjusted their skirts to make room for me. Lord Brompton rubbed his hands. "Comfortable, don't you think? I'll be back in a minute with the Count and something to drink. I'll make haste." And he really did, pushing his huge body through the sea of velvet, silk, and brocade, like a galumphing hippopotamus. I took advantage of being above the crowd to look out for James, but I couldn't see him anywhere. However, I did spot Lady Lavinia and Gideon dancing, quite close, and I felt a pang to see how well they harmonized. Even the color of their clothes matched, as if Madame Rossini had chosen them herself, and whenever their hands touched, electric sparks seemed to fly between them. I felt as if I could hear Lady Lavinia's musical chime of laughter all the way from where I was sitting. The 2 old maids beside me sighed wistfully. I abruptly got to my feet. I really didn't have to put up with this. Wasn't that James's red coat just disappearing through one of the doorways? I decided to follow him. After all, this was his home, and also my school, so I'd soon find him, and then I would try to straighten out the Hector business. As I left the ballroom, I glanced at Lord Alistair, who was still standing in the same place, and never took his eyes off the Count. His ghostly friend was shaking his sword with a murderous light in his eyes, and he would certainly be croaking words full of hatred. None of them noticed me. But my disappearance did seem to register with Gideon. There was another disturbance in the line of dancers. Damn! I turned and made my escape. The corridors outside were more dimly lit, but there were still any number of guests milling around in them. I had the impression that several of the couples were looking for a quiet, private corner somewhere, and right opposite the ballroom there was a kind of gambling salon to which a few gentlemen had withdrawn. Cigar smoke wafted through the half-open door. I thought I saw James's red coat at the end of the passage, just turning the corner, and I ran after him as fast as my dress would let me. When I reached the next passage, however, there was no sign of him, which meant that he must have gone into one of the rooms opening off it. I opened the nearest door and closed it again at once, when the glimmer of light caught from a chaise lounge in front of which a man, not James, was kneeling, busy taking off a lady's garter. Well, if you could call her a lady in those circumstances. Smiling slightly, I made for the next door. These party guests behaved very much like people partying in my own time. I heard raised voices in the corridor behind me. "Why are you in such a hurry? Can't your sister be left on her own for 5 minutes?" Unmistakably the voice of Lady Lavinia. Like lightning, I slipped into the nearest room and leaned against the door from the inside to get my breath back.
Cowards may die many times before their deaths. The valiant never taste of death but once. Of all the wonders that I yet have heard, it seems to me most strange that men should fear, seeing that death, a necessary end, will come when it will come. William Shakespeare, Julius Caesar. Chapter 9. It wasn't dark, as I had expected. The room was lit by a few candles, casting their light on a bookcase and a desk. Obviously, I was in some kind of study. And I wasn't alone. On the chair behind the desk sat Rakoczy, with a glass and 2 bottles in front of him. One bottle contained something liquid with a red glow. It looked like red wine, while the contents of the other, a delicate and gracefully curving flask, were a suspiciously grubby gray. The Baron's sword lay right across the desk. "That was quick," said Rakoczy. His voice, with its harsh East European accent, sounded slightly blurred. "I was just wishing for the presence of an angel, and lo and behold, the pearly gates opened and sent me the most charming angel that heaven can offer. This wonderful medicine is better than anything I have ever tried." Weren't you supposed to be watching us from the shadows or something?" I asked, wondering whether it mightn't be a better idea to clear out of this room right away, even if I risked running straight into Gideon's clutches. I didn't much like Rakoczy, even when he was stone-cold sober. However, my remarks did seem to bring him some way back to himself. He frowned. "Oh, so it's you," he said, still in a blurred voice, but sounding considerably less ecstatic. "Not an angel, only a stupid little girl." And with a single supple movement, almost faster than I could blink, he had picked up the delicate little flask from the desk and was advancing on me with it. Heaven knows what kind of substance he'd been taking, but it didn't seem to affect his ability to move fast. Although a very beautiful, stupid little girl. He was so close now that his breath hit my face. It smelled of wine and something else, a sharper, strange odor. He stroked my cheek with his free hand, and ran a rough thumb over my lower lip. I was transfixed with terror. "I'll wager these lips have never done anything forbidden, am I right? A little of Alcott's miraculous potion here will change all that." "No, thanks." I ducked under his arm and stumbled out into the room. "No, thanks. Oh, great. Next thing I knew I'd be bobbing him a curtsy. Keep that stuff away from me, will you?" I said rather more firmly. Before I could take another step, with the vague idea of jumping out the window, Rakoczy was beside me, forcing me over to the desk again. He was so much stronger than me that he didn't even notice my resistance. "Shh, shh, never fear, little one. I'll promise you'll like this." There was a little plop as he took the cork out of the little flask, and then he tipped my head back by force. "Drink this!" I pressed my lips together and tried to push Rakoczy away with my free hand. I might just as well have had a shot at shifting a mountain. Desperately, I thought of what little I knew about self-defense. Charlotte's knowledge of Krav Maga would have come in very useful at this point. When the flask was already touching my lips, and the sharp smell of the liquid inside it rose to my nostrils, I finally had a good idea. I snatched a hairpin out of my towering wig and dug it as hard as I could into the hand holding the flask. At the same time, the door flew open and I heard Gideon call, "Let go of her at once, Rakoczy!" Too late I realized that it would have been better to run the hairpin into Rakoczy's eye, or at least his throat. It stuck there in his flesh, but he didn't even drop the flask. However, his iron grip on me did slacken, and he turned around. Gideon, who was standing in the doorway with Lady Lavinia, looked at him in horror. "What the hell are you doing?" "Nothing at all. I only wanted to help this little girl to gain a little more enlightenment." Rakoczy threw back his head with a raucous laugh. "Will you venture to try a sip? I assure you it will give you sensations such as you have never known before." I took my chance to break free. "Are you all right?" Gideon was looking at me with concern, while Lady Lavinia clung anxiously to his arm. Would you believe it? The pair of them had probably been looking for a room where they could smooch in peace, while Rakoczy was trying to get heaven knew what kind of drug inside me, and then do heaven knew what else. And now I was expected to be grateful to Gideon and Lady Big Tits for picking this of all rooms. "I'm just fine," I growled, crossing my arms so that no one could see how my hands were shaking. Rakoczy, still laughing, took a gulp from the flask himself, and then put the cork firmly back in. Does the Count know you're experimenting with drugs in this quiet little study, instead of devoting yourself to your duties?" asked Gideon in icy tones. "Surely you had other things to do this evening." Rakosi was swaying slightly. He looked in surprise at the hairpin still sticking in the back of his hand, then pulled it out with a jerk and licked the blood away like a big cat. "The Black Leopard is capable of anything, at any time," he said. Then he put his hands to his head, staggered around the desk, and fell heavily into the chair. "Although there really does seem to be something about this potion that—" he murmured, whereupon his head dropped forward and hit the top of the desk with a crash. Shuddering, Lady Lavinia leaned against Gideon's shoulder. "Is he—" "Probably not, I'm afraid." Gideon went over to the desk, took the little flask, and held it up to the light. Then he uncorked it and sniffed. "I've no idea what it is, but if even Rakosi is poleaxed so quickly—" He put down the flask again. "Opium is my guess. Didn't mix with alcohol in his usual drugs." Well, that was obvious. Rakosi lay there as if he were dead. You couldn't hear him breathing. "Maybe someone gave it to him. Someone who didn't want him to have all of his senses about him this evening," I said. My arms were still crossed. "Can you find his pulse?" I'd have felt for it, but I couldn't bring myself to go any closer to Rakosi. Shaking all over as I was, it was hard enough even to keep on my feet. "Gwen, are you really sure you're all right?" Gideon looked at me with a frown. I hate to admit it, but at that moment I'd have loved to fling myself into his arms and have a good cry. But he didn't look at all keen to give me a comforting hug. Rather the opposite. When I nodded, he said angrily, "What the hell were you doing in here anyway?" He pointed to the motionless Rakosi. "It could easily have been you down and out on the floor." By now my teeth were chattering so much that I could hardly speak. I had no idea that," I stammered, but Lavinia, still sticking to Gideon like a very large, very green burr, interrupted me. She was obviously one of those women who hate anyone else to attract attention. "Death!" she whispered dramatically, looking at Gideon with her eyes very wide. "I felt the breath of death when it entered this room. Oh, please—" Her eyelids fluttered. "Hold me tight." I wouldn't have believed it. She simply fainted away. For no reason at all, and of course falling very elegantly into Gideon's arms. I don't know why, but I was infuriated to see him catch her. So infuriated that I forgot about my trembling and my chattering teeth. But at the same time, as if I hadn't run the gamut of enough feelings already, I sensed tears coming into my eyes. Oh, damn it! Falling down in a faint was definitely the best option. Except that, of course, there'd have been no one to catch me. At that moment, the dead Rakosi said, in a voice so hoarse and deep that it could have come from the world beyond the grave, "Dosis sola fatit venenum. Have no fear. Only the quantity makes the poison. It would take more than that to finish me off." Lavinia, I decided that she was no lady, so far as I was concerned, let out a little shriek of alarm and opened her eyes to stare at Rakosi. Then she must have remembered that she was supposed to be in a deep swoon, and, with a dramatic groan for effect, she sank limply back into Gideon's arms. "I shall be better in a moment. No need for any fuss." Rakosi had raised his head and was looking at us with bloodshot eyes. "My fault. It should be taken only a few drops at a time, he says." "Who says?" asked Gideon, holding Lavinia in his arms like a store display mannequin. With some difficulty, Rakosi got himself into a sitting position, let his head drop back, and looked up at the ceiling with a peal of laughter. "Do you see all the stars dancing?" Gideon sighed. "I'll have to find the count," he said. "Gwen, if you could just lend me a hand." I stared at him blankly. "Lend you a hand with her? You must be joking." With a couple of steps, I was in the doorway and then out in the corridor, so that he wouldn't see the silly tears flowing down my face in torrents. I didn't know either why I was crying or where I was going as I ran away. It must have been post-traumatic reaction, the kind you're always reading about. People do the weirdest things when they're in shock, like that baker up in Yorkshire who crushed his arm in the dough press. He finished baking 7 more trays of cinnamon croissants before he called the emergency services.
Those cinnamon croissants were the nastiest sight the paramedics had ever seen. I hesitated when I reached the stairs. I didn't want to go down, in case Lord Alistair was already waiting there to commit his perfect murder, so I ran on up. I hadn't gone very far before I heard Gideon behind me calling, "Gwenny, please stop! Please!" For a moment it occurred to me that he might simply have dropped Lavinia on the floor so that he could run after me, but it was no good. I was still feeling furious, or sad, or scared, or all of them together. I stumbled on up the stairs, blinded by tears, and into the next corridor. "Where do you think you're going?" Now Gideon was beside me, trying to take my hand. "Anywhere, away from you, that's all," I sobbed, running into the nearest room. Gideon followed me. Of course, I nearly passed my sleeve over my face to wipe away the tears, but I remembered Madame Rossini's makeup at the last minute. I probably looked battered enough already. I glanced around the room, so as not to have to look at Gideon. Light from candles and brackets on the walls fell on the pretty furnishings, all in shades of gold. There was a sofa, a delicate little desk, a few chairs, a painting of a dead pheasant and some pears, a collection of exotic-looking sabers above the mantelpiece, and magnificent golden-yellow curtains at the windows. For some reason, I had a sudden feeling that I'd been here before. Gideon was standing in front of me, waiting. "Leave me alone," I said, rather feebly. "I can't leave you alone. Whenever I leave you alone, you do something rash without thinking first." "Go away!" I felt like throwing myself on the sofa, staying there for a while, and drumming on the cushions with my fists. Was that too much to ask? "No, I won't," said Gideon. "Listen, I'm sorry that happened. I ought not to have allowed it." My God, wasn't that downright typical? A classic case of over-responsibility syndrome. It was nothing to do with Gideon that I'd happened to meet Rakosi, was it? Or that right now Rakosi didn't have all of his marvels, as Zemirius would say. On the other hand, a few guilt feelings wouldn't hurt him. So I said, "But you did!" And I added, "because you only had eyes for her." "You're jealous!" Gideon had the nerve to burst out laughing. He sounded kind of relieved. "You'd like that, wouldn't you?" My tears had stopped, and I surreptitiously wiped my nose. "The Count will wonder where we are," said Gideon after a slight pause. "Then he can just send his Transylvanian friend looking for us. That's what your Count can do." I finally managed to look him in the eye again. "He's not even really a Count. His title's as much of a fake as the rosy cheeks of that... What was her name again?" Gideon laughed quietly. "I've forgotten her name already." "Liar!" I said, but stupidly I couldn't help grinning a bit myself. Next moment, Gideon was serious again. "The Count's not responsible for Rakosi's behavior. He'll certainly be reprimanded for that. You don't have to like the Count. You only have to respect him." I snorted angrily. "I don't have to do anything," I said, abruptly turning toward the window. And there I saw myself, in my school uniform, peering out from behind the curtain, with a rather foolish expression on my face. Good heavens! That was why the room had looked familiar to me. It was Mrs. Counter's classroom, and the Gwyneth behind the curtain had just traveled to the past for the third time. I made a sign with my hand for her to hide again. "What was that?" asked Gideon. "Nothing," I said, sounding as stupid as possible. "At the window." He put his hand out into thin air, a reflex action as he felt for the sword he wasn't wearing. "Nothing," I said. What I did next has to be put down to post-traumatic shock again, like that baker and the blood in his cinnamon croissants. In the normal way, I'd never have done such a thing, but I also thought I'd seen something green scurry past the doorway, and, well, fundamentally I did it only because I already knew I was going to. You might say there was nothing else that I could do. "There could be someone standing behind the curtain, listening to..." Gideon was still saying, as I flung my arms around his neck and planted my lips on his. And while I was about it, I also pressed the rest of me close to him. Lady Lavinia herself couldn't have done it better. For a few seconds I was afraid Gideon would push me away, but then he gave a quiet groan, put his arms around my waist, and drew me even closer. He returned the kiss so warmly that I forgot everything else and closed my eyes. It was the same as when we'd been dancing just now.
Suddenly, it didn't matter what was happening around us, or what was going to happen next. It didn't even matter that he really was an utter bastard. All I knew was that I loved him, and I always would, and I wanted him to go on kissing me forever. A small inner voice was whispering to me, saying I'd better come to my senses, but Gideon's lips and hands were telling me the opposite, so I can't say how long it was before we moved apart and stared at each other, stunned. Why did you do that?" asked Gideon, breathing heavily. He seemed totally bewildered. He took a few steps back, almost swaying, as if to put as much distance between us as possible. "What do you mean, why?" My heart was thudding so fast and so noisily that he could surely hear it. I glanced at the door. I'd probably only imagined the glimpse of a green dress that I thought I'd seen out of the corner of my eye, and the dress was still lying on the rug, one floor lower down, with Lady Lavinia inside it, still waiting to be kissed awake. Gideon had narrowed his eyes suspiciously. "But you—" With a couple of strides, he was at the window, pulling the curtains aside. There he went again. Typical. No sooner did he do something, nice, than he had to do his best to spoil it as fast as possible. "Looking for anything in particular?" I asked sarcastically. Of course there was no one behind the curtains now. My younger self had traveled back some time ago, and would be wondering where on earth she'd learnt to kiss so improbably well. Gideon turned around again. The bewilderment had disappeared from his face, giving way to his usual arrogant expression. He leaned back against the windowsill with his arms folded. "What was all that in aid of, Gwyneth? A few seconds earlier you were still looking at me as if you hated my guts." I began, but then I thought better of it. "Why ask in that silly way? You've never told me why you kissed me either, have you?" A little defiantly I added, "I just felt like it, and you didn't have to go along with me." Although then I'd probably have sunk right into the earth with shame. Gideon's eyes flashed. "You just felt like it?" he repeated, coming toward me again. "Damn it, Gwyneth, there are very good reasons why. For days now I've been trying to... all this time..." He frowned, obviously annoyed by his own stammering. "Do you think I'm made of stone?" He said that in quite a loud voice. I didn't know what to say, and it was probably more of a rhetorical question. No, of course I didn't think he was made of stone, but what in the world was that supposed to mean? The unfinished sentences before he asked it didn't exactly make it any clearer either. We stared at each other for a little while, and then he turned away and said, in a perfectly normal voice, "We must go. If we don't get down to the cellar punctually, the whole plan will fail." Oh yes, too true. The plan. The plan seeing us as potential murder victims who would conveniently disappear into thin air. Wild horses aren't dragging me down there, not while Rakoczy's lying over that desk, stoned out of his mind, I said firmly. Look, first, he'll be back on his feet again by now, and second, at least 5 of his men are waiting down there. He put his hand to me. Come now, we must hurry, and there's nothing to be afraid of. Alistair wouldn't stand a chance against those Kurooks, even if he brought in reinforcements with him. They can see in the dark like cats, and I've seen them do things with knives and swords that verge on magic. He waited until I put my hand in his, then smiled slightly and added, "And I'm still here as well." But before we'd even started, Lavinia appeared in the doorway, and with her, as breathless as she was, the first secretary in his bright parrot plumage. "Ah, here they are, both of them," said Lavinia. She looked remarkably fit for someone who had been fainting away just now, if not quite as beautiful as before. Streaks of reddened skin showed through the layer of pale powder on her face. All that running up and down stairs must have made her break out in a sweat. There were spots of red on her plunging neckline, too. I was glad to see that Gideon didn't even glance at her. "I know we're late, Sir Alfred," he said. "We were just on our way down." "That won't be necessary," replied Alcott, gasping for air. "There's been a little change of plan." He didn't have to explain any further, because Lord Alistair came into the room after him, not in the least out of breath, but smiling unpleasantly. "So we meet again," he said. He was followed like a shadow by his ghostly black-clad ancestor, who instantly started uttering murderous threats. "May the unworthy die an unworthy death," and so on. I'd nicknamed him Darth Vader when we last met, because of his hoarse voice,
and I envied everyone else present, who could neither see him nor hear him. His dead, beetle-black eyes were fixed on us with sheer hatred in them. Gideon bowed his head. Lord Alistair, what a surprise! Just as I intended, said Lord Alistair, smiling smugly. A surprise is what I wanted to give you. Almost imperceptibly, Gideon steered me farther into the corner, so that the desk was between us and the visitors, which didn't make me feel much better, because it was a very fragile lady's desk in the Rococo style. I'd rather it had been a good, stout oak table. I understand you, said Gideon politely. I understood him too. The murder scene had obviously been simply shifted from the cellar to this pretty room, because the first secretary was the traitor in the ranks of the Guardians, and Lavinia was a snake in the grass. Simple, really. Instead of shaking with fear, I suddenly felt more like giggling. This was just too much for one day. But I thought you'd have been a little more discriminating in your murder plans, after getting the lines of descent of the time travelers into your hands, said Gideon. Lord Alistair made a dismissive gesture. The family trees the demon from the future brought us showed only that it is impossible to wipe out your lines of descent entirely, he said. I prefer the direct method. Madame d'Urfalone, the lady who lived at the court of the King of France, had so many descendants that it would take more than one human life to track them all down, added the first secretary. Putting an end to you here and now seems to me an absolute necessity. If you hadn't defended yourself so ably in Hyde Park the other day, it would be all over and done with now. What are you getting in return for this, Alcott? Asked Gideon, sounding as if he were really interested. What can Lord Alistair offer you to make you break the Guardian's oath and betray the Lodge? Well, Alcott obligingly began to tell us, but Lord Alistair cut him short. A clear conscience, that's what he gets in return. The certainty that the angels in heaven will praise his deeds is worth far more than gold. We must rid the earth of demonic monstrosities like you two, and God will thank us for shedding your blood. Sure. Briefly, I felt a spurt of hope that Lord Alistair just needed someone to listen to him. Maybe he only wanted an appreciative audience to hear him talk about his religious delusions. But then Darth Vader hissed, Your lives are forfeit, demon's brood! And I abandoned that idea again. So you think God would approve of the murder of an innocent girl? Interesting. Gideon's hand went to the inside pocket of his coat. Then he imperceptibly jumped. Is this what you were looking for? Asked the first secretary maliciously. He reached into the pocket of his own lemon-yellow coat and brought out a small black pistol, holding it up in his fingertips. Undoubtedly some diabolical weapon from the future, am I right? He looked at Lord Alistair for approval. I asked our seductive friend, Lady Lavinia, to search you thoroughly for such weapons, time traveler. Lavinia cast Gideon a guilty smile, and for a moment he looked as if he could have kicked himself. Understandably, because the pistol would have saved us. Men with swords stood no chance against a Smith & Wesson automatic. I wished the treacherous Alcott would accidentally pull the trigger and shoot himself in the foot. The noise of the shot might also be heard in the ballroom, or then again, it might not. However, Alcott put the pistol back into his pocket, and my heart sank. Surprised, are you? I thought of everything. I knew that dear Lady Lavinia had gambling debts, said Alcott in a conversational tone. Like most villains, he evidently longed to have his cunning admired. I thought his long face was rather rat-like. Debts for large sums of money that she could no longer, as usual, pay off by showing her generosity to her creditors. Here he laughed in a slimy way. You must forgive me, my lady, for not being especially interested in those services of yours, but this wipes out your debts. Lavinia didn't look particularly pleased. I'm so sorry. I had no other choice, she said to Gideon, but he didn't appear to be listening to her at all. I thought it more likely that he was wondering how fast he could get to the fireplace and snatch one of the sabers off the wall above it before Lord Alistair ran him through with his sword. Following his eyes, I came to the conclusion that he didn't have much chance of success, unless he'd forgotten to let me know that he really was Superman. The fireplace was too far away, and moreover, Lord Alistair, who never took his eyes off Gideon, was standing much closer to it. This is all very well, I said slowly, playing for time, but you've reckoned without the Count. Alcott laughed. I suppose you mean without Rakosi. He rubbed his hands. Well, his special, let's call them preferences, will make him unable to do his duty tonight. Don't you agree? He was all puffed up with pride. His liking for intoxicated substances made him easy prey, if you know what I mean. But Rakosi isn't alone, I said. His Curricks are keeping watch on every move we make. Slightly unsettled, Alcott looked briefly at Lord Alistair, and then laughed again. Oh yes, and where are those Curricks of yours now? Down in the cellar, presumably. Waiting in the shadows, I murmured, in as menacingly a tone as I could manage. Ready to strike at any time, and they can do things with their swords and knives that verge on magic. But unfortunately, Alcott wasn't to be intimidated. He made a few nasty remarks about Rakosi and his Curricks, praising himself all over again for his brilliant planning and his even more brilliant change of plan. I'm afraid our clever friend the Count will wait for you and his black leopard in vain today, he said, turning to Gideon. Why not ask me what plans I have for him? But Gideon had obviously lost any interest in Alcott's boasting. He said nothing. Lord Alistair seemed to have had enough of the First Secretary's time-wasting babbling as well. He wanted to get down to business. You had better go away, he impatiently told Lady Lavinia, drawing his sword and pointing it at her. So now came the crunch. And I always thought you were a man of honor and wouldn't fight a duel with an unarmed opponent, said Gideon. I am indeed a man of honor, but you are a demon. I am not going to fight a duel with you. I'm going to slaughter you, said Alistair coldly. Lady Lavinia let out a stifled sound of horror. I didn't want this, she whispered, looking in Gideon's direction. No, sure. Now she had scruples. You silly cow. Fall down in another faint, why don't you? Get her out of here, I said. For once, Lord Alistair took the words out of my mouth. He let his sword whistle through the air, trying out the blade. Of course, this is no sight for a lady. Alcott bundled Lavinia out into the corridor. Close the door, and make sure no one tries to get in. But I haven't given you back your IOUs yet, hissed Alcott. If I say so, the bailiffs will come to your house tomorrow, and then it won't be your house any more for quite some time. That shut Lavinia up. Alcott bolted the door, turned to us, and took a dagger out of his coat pocket. Rather a delicate model. I ought to have been feeling terrified, but somehow the fear wouldn't really set in. Probably because the whole thing seemed to me downright absurd, unreal, like a clip from a film. And surely we'd be traveling back any moment now. How much time is there still to go? I whispered to Gideon. Too much, he said through gritted teeth. Alcott's rat face wore a look of cheerful excitement. I'll deal with the girl, he said, positively bubbling over with his thirst for action. You deal with the boy, but be careful. He's cunning, and he's quick. Lord Alistair just snorted scornfully. Since Gideon still seemed to be eyeing up the saber so tantalizingly out of reach, and his whole body was tense with concentration, I looked around for an alternative weapon. On the spur of the moment, I picked up one of the upholstered chairs and pointed its fragile legs at Alcott. For some reason, he thought that amusing. He just grinned even more murderously than before, and slowly advanced on me. Well, one thing was for sure. Whatever his motives, he wasn't about to have a clear conscience ever again in this life. Lord Alistair was also coming closer. And then everything happened at once. Stay right there, Gideon called to me as he overturned the delicate little desk, and, with a kick, sent it slithering over to the polished wooden floorboards toward Lord Alistair. At almost the same time, he tore one of the heavy candle-holder brackets off the wall and flung it with all his might at the First Secretary. It hit Sir Alfred on the head with a nasty sound, and he dropped to the floor like a stone. Gideon didn't wait to see if his throw had been on target. While the bracket was still in the air, he had dived for the collection of sabers on the wall. In his own turn, Lord Alistair had stepped aside to avoid the desk's getting his way, but instead of preventing Gideon from snatching a saber off the wall, he took a few quick steps toward me. All this had happened in the time it takes to blink an eye, and I hardly had time to raise the chair I was holding, with the firm intention of smashing it down over Lord Alistair's head, before he was lunging at me with his sword. The blade passed through my dress and ran far into me under the left side of my rib cage. Before I could really grasp what had happened, Lord Alistair withdrew his sword again, uttered a cry of triumph, and spun around to meet Gideon, pointing the sword at him. The end of the blade was red with my blood. The pain got to me a second later. Like a puppet with its strings cut, I fell forward on my knees and instinctively put my hand to my breast. I heard Gideon shout my name. I saw him wrench 2 sabers at once off the wall, swinging them above his head like a samurai warrior. Meanwhile, I finally dropped to the ground, and the back of my head didn't even hit the floorboards too hard. A wig like the one I was wearing came in useful. Then, as if by magic, the pain went away. For a moment, I stared at nothing, astonished. Then I was hovering in the air, weightless, bodiless, rising higher and higher in space, up to the stucco decoration on the ceiling. Little golden motes of dust danced around me in the candlelight. It was almost as if I had turned into one of them. I saw myself lying far below, eyes wide open, struggling for air. A blood stain was slowly spreading over the dark blue silk of my dress. The color quickly drained out of my face until my skin was as white as my wig. I watched in surprise as my eyelids quivered and then closed. But the part of me hovering in the air could still see everything that was going on. I saw the first secretary lying motionless beside the candle-holder bracket. He was bleeding from a large wound in his temple. I saw Gideon, white with anger, rushing toward Alistair. His lordship retreated to the doorway, parrying Gideon's saber thrusts with his own sword, but after only a few seconds, Gideon had driven him into a corner of the room. I saw the two of them fighting a fierce duel, although, from up where I was floating, the clash of their blades was muted. His lordship fainted and then tried to lunge under Gideon's left arm, but Gideon saw through his intention, and at almost the same moment, his blade pierced Lord Alistair's unguarded right upper arm. Lord Alistair looked at his adversary incredulously, and then his expression distorted into a silent scream. His fingers opened, and his sword fell to the floor with a clatter. Gideon had pinned his arm to the wall. Stuck like that, he began hissing furious curses in spite of the pain he must have been feeling. Gideon turned away without giving him another glance, and flung himself down on the floor beside me. That's to say, beside my body. I myself was still hovering around in the air, feeling useless. "Gwyneth! Oh my God, Gwenny, please don't!" He pressed his hand to the spot below my breast where the sword had made a tiny hole in my dress. "Too late!" cried Darth Vader in ringing tones. "Do you not see the life-blood draining out of her?" "She'll die, and there's nothing you can do to change that," said Lord Alistair from where he was pinned to the wall, taking care not to move his immobilized arm. Blood was dripping from it, forming a little puddle beside his feet. "I ran her right through her demonic heart." "Keep your mouth shut!" Gideon snapped furiously. He had both hands on my wound now, and was pressing down on it with his full weight. "I'm not letting her bleed to death. If only we can get back in time." He sobbed desperately. "You mustn't die, Gwenny, do you hear me?" My breast was still rising and falling, and my skin was covered with tiny beads of sweat, but you couldn't rule out the possibility that Darth Vader and Lord Alistair were right. I mean, I was already flying through the air as a glittering mote of dust, and there wasn't any trace of color left in my face down below. Even my lips had gone gray. Gideon had tears pouring down his face. He was still pressing his hands down on my wound as hard as he could. "Stay with me, Gwenny, stay with me," he whispered, and suddenly I couldn't see anything, but I did feel the hard floor under me again, and the dull pain inside me, and the full weight of my body. I drew a last rattling breath, and knew I wouldn't have the strength for another. I wanted to open my eyes to look at Gideon for the last time, but I couldn't do it. "I love you, Gwenny. Please don't leave me," said Gideon. That was the last thing I heard before a great void swallowed me up. All kinds of inanimate items and materials can be transported through space in both directions without any problems. However, at the moment when an item is transported, it must not be in contact with anything or anyone, apart from the time traveler who is carrying it. The largest object moved so far through time was a refectory table 12 feet long, taken from the year 1805 by the Devier twins in 1900 and back again. See Volume 4, Chapter 3, Experiments and Empirical Investigations, pages
188 FF. No plants or parts of plants, and no living creatures of any kind, can be transported, since time travel would destroy or entirely dissolve their cell structure, as many experiments on algae, various seedlings, slipper animalcules, woodlice, and mice have shown. Again, see Volume 4, Chapter 3. The transportation of any items other than under supervision or for experimental purposes is strictly forbidden. From the Chronicles of the Guardians, Volume 2, General Laws of Time Travel. Chapter 10. "She looks to me strangely familiar," I heard someone say. There was no mistaking James's plummy tone of voice. "Of course she does, bonehead," replied another voice that could only belong to Zemirius. "It's Gwyneth, but wearing a wig and minus her school uniform." And now other sounds and agitated voices began getting through to me. It was like a radio with the volume slowly being turned up. I was still lying on my back, or maybe I was lying on my back again. The terrible weight on my breast had gone away, and so had the dull pain deep inside me. Was I a ghost like James now? Someone cut my bodice open and ripped it apart, with an ugly tearing noise. "He got her aorta," I heard Gideon saying desperately. "I tried to stop the flow of blood, but it went on too long." Cool hands were feeling my upper body and touched a painful spot under my rib cage. Then Dr. White said, sounding relieved, "It's only a superficial cut. Good heavens, what a fright you gave me." "What? But that can't be so. The sword only scratched her skin. See that? Madame Rossini's corset has obviously done good service. Aorta abdominalis. Good God, Gideon, what on earth do they teach you in medical school? For a moment I really believed you." Dr. White's fingers were pressing against my throat. "And her pulse is strong." "Is she all right? What exactly happened?" "How could Lord Alistair do such a thing to her?" Mr. George Falk-Devier and Mr. Whitman all spoke at once. There wasn't another squeak out of Gideon. I tried to open my eyes, and this time it was easy. I could even sit up without difficulty. I was surrounded by the familiar brightly painted walls of our school art room in the cellar, and the heads of the assembled guardians were bending over me. They were all smiling at me, even Mr. Marley. Only Gideon was staring at me as if he couldn't believe his eyes. His face was white as a sheet, and I could still see the traces of tears on his cheeks. Farther away stood James, holding his lace handkerchief to his eyes. "Tell me when it's safe to look again." "Not yet, anyway, or you'll be struck blind on the spot," said Zemirius, who was sitting cross-legged at my feet. "Half her bosom is falling out of her bodice." Oops. He was right. Feeling embarrassed, I tried to cover myself up with the torn remnants of Madame Rossini's wonderful dress. Dr. White gently pressed me back on the table where they must have laid me down. "I'll have to clean the scratch and get a dressing on it," he said. "Then I'll give you a thorough examination. Do you feel pain anywhere?" I shook my head, only to groan, "Ouch!" Next moment, I had a splitting headache. Mr. George put his hand on my shoulder from behind me. "Oh my God, Gwyneth, you really gave us quite a fright." He laughed softly. "That's what I call a really good feint. When Gideon came back with you in his arms, I seriously thought you could be—" "Dead," said Zemirius, finishing the sentence that Mr. George had left tactfully hanging in the air. "To be honest, you certainly looked dead, and that boy was beside himself, yelling for vein clamps and stammering all sorts of other confused stuff, and shedding buckets of tears. What are you staring at?" This last remark was for little Robert, who was gazing at Zemirius, fascinated. "He's so cute. May I stroke him?" "Not if you want to keep your hand, kid," said Zemirius. "It's bad enough having that perfumed coxcomb there thinking I'm a cat all the time." "Oh, really, cats don't have wings. I know that perfectly well," cried James, with his eyes still shut tight. "You're a cat out of my fevered dreams, a degenerate cat." "One more word and I'll eat you," said Zemirius. Gideon had taken a couple of steps away and dropped into a chair. He took off his wig, ran all his fingers through his dark hair, and buried his face in his hands. "I don't understand it," he said indistinctly through his fingers. I felt just the same. How could this be possible? I mean, I'd just died, and now here I was feeling alive and well again. Can you imagine a thing like that? I looked down at the injury that Dr. White was treating. He was right. It really was just a scratch. The cut I'd given myself with the vegetable knife had been far longer and hurt much more. Gideon's face surfaced from his hands again. How green his eyes were in his pale face. I remembered the last thing I'd heard him say, and once again I'd tried to sit up, but Dr. White wouldn't let me. "Can someone please take this unspeakable wig off her?" he said brusquely. Several hands at once began taking the hairpins out, and it was a wonderful feeling to be free of the wig again. "Careful, Marley," warned Falk Devier. "Remember Madame Rossini." "Yes, sir," stammered Mr. Marley, almost dropping the wig in alarm. "Madame Rossini, sir." Mr. George took the hairpins out of my hair and gently undid the braid. "Better like that?" he asked. Yes, it was much better. Curly locks, wilt thou be mine? Thou shalt not wash dishes, nor yet feed the swine," sang Zamirius in a silly voice. "Your hair's a mess. Pity you don't have a hat. That's the answer to a bad hair day. Oh, I'm so glad you're still alive and I don't have to look for a new human. It's making me talk nonsense. Curly locks indeed." Little Robert giggled. "Can I look now?" asked James, but he didn't wait for an answer. After one glance at me, he closed his eyes again. "Upon my word, it really is Miss Gwyneth. Forgive me for not recognizing you when that young dandy carried you past my niche just now," he sighed. "That in itself was odd enough. You never see people properly dressed in this house now." Mr. Whitman put an arm around Gideon's shoulders. "What exactly happened, my boy? Were you able to give the Count our message? And did he give you instructions for the next meeting?" "Oh, get him a whiskey and leave him in peace for a few minutes," growled Dr. White, sticking 2 small strips of plaster over my wound. "He's in shock." No, I'm fine," murmured Gideon. He cast another quick glance at me, then took the sealed letter from his coat pocket and handed it to Falk. "Come along," said Mr. Whitman. He helped Gideon to his feet and led him to the door. "There's a bottle of whiskey up in the principal's office, and a sofa in case you want to lie down for a while." He looked around. "Coming with us, Falk?" "Certainly," said Falk. "I hope old Gillis has enough whiskey for us all up there." He turned to the others. "And don't take Gwyneth home in that bedraggled state. Is that clear?" "Perfectly clear, sir," Mr. Marley assured him. "Clear as day, if I may say so." Falk cast his eyes upward. "No one's stopping you," he said, and then he, Mr. Whitman, and Gideon disappeared through the doorway. It was Mr. Bernard's evening off, so Caroline opened the door to let me in. She was talking 19 to the dozen. "Charlotte's been trying on her elf costume for the party. It's ever so beautiful, and she was going to let me pin on the wings, but then Aunt Glenda said I must go and wash my hands first, because she was sure I'd been petting dirty animals again." She got no farther, because I grabbed her and hugged her so tightly that she could hardly breathe. "That's right, go on, squash her," said Zamirius, flying into the house after me. "Your mum can always get another little girl if you hug this one to death." "My darling, sweet, dearest, cute little sister," I was murmuring into Caroline's hair, laughing and crying at the same time. "Oh, I love you so much." "Okay, I love you too, but you're blowing in my ear," said Caroline, cautiously wriggling free. "Come on, we're in the middle of supper. There's going to be chocolate cake from the Hummingbird Bakery for dessert." "Oh, I love chocolate devil's food cake," I cried, "and I love life that gives us such wonderful things." "Aren't you overdoing it a bit? Anyone would think you'd just been having electric shock treatment," Zamirius sneezed grouchily. I meant to give him a reproachful look, but I could only smile lovingly at him, my darling, cute, grouchy little gargoyle demon. "I love you too," I told him. "Oh, wow," he groaned. "If you were a TV program, I'd switch channels." Caroline was looking at me rather anxiously. On the way up to the first floor, she took my hand. "What's the matter with you, Gwenny?" I wiped the tears off my cheek and laughed. "I'm absolutely fine," I assured her. "I'm just so happy because I'm alive, and because I have such a wonderful family, and because these banisters feel so wonderfully smooth and familiar, and because life is just so good." When the tears came back into my eyes again, I wondered whether it really was just aspirin that Dr. White had dissolved in a glass of water for me. But my euphoria could be simply because of the overwhelming fact that I'd survived, and now I wouldn't have to spend the rest of my days as a tiny mote of dust. So outside the dining room door, I picked Caroline up again in the air and whirled her around in a circle. I was the happiest person in the world because I was alive, and Gideon had said, "I love you." Of course, the last bit could have been a near-death hallucination. I mustn't rule that possibility out entirely. My sister squealed happily while Zemirius mimed holding a remote control and trying in vain to work it. When I put her down again, Caroline asked, "Is what Charlotte said true? You're going to Cynthia's party as green garbage sacks?" That brought me down to earth from my euphoria trip for a moment. "Ha ha ha!" laughed Zemirius. "I can just see it. A happy green garbage sack who wants to hug and kiss everyone because life is so wonderful." No, not if I can help it." Good heavens, I hoped I could convince Lesley that it would be better to keep her modern art Martians for another party later. If the rumor was already going the rounds, she must be really keen on the idea. And when Lesley was really keen on something, it was very difficult to get her to change her mind. I knew that from past experience. My whole family was sitting around the dining table, and I had to exert great self-control to keep myself from hugging them all with the same enthusiasm. I could even have hugged Aunt Glenda and Charlotte, which just shows what a peculiar state of mind I was in. But Zemirius gave me a warning glance, so I contented myself with a beaming smile and only ruffled Nick's hair in passing. However, when I was sitting in front of my plate, my mother had already put the starter on it. I immediately forgot all about self-control again. "Asparagus quiche!" I cried. "Oh, isn't life just wonderful? There's so much to be happy about, isn't there?" "If you say wonderful once again, I'm going to throw up all over your silly asparagus quiche," growled Zemirius. I smiled at him, put a piece of quiche in my mouth, beamed happily around the table, and asked, "How was your day, all of you?" Aunt Mattie beamed back. "Well, yours seems to have been pretty good anyway." Charlotte's fork scraped over her plate with a harsh, grating noise. Yes, in the end, my day really had been pretty good, even though Gideon, Falk, and Mr. Whitman hadn't shown up again before I left, so I'd had no chance of checking up on whether "I love you, Gwenny, please don't leave me" was all my imagination, or whether Gideon had really said it. The other guardians had done their best to improve what Falk Devier had called my bedraggled appearance. Mr. Marley had even wanted to brush my hair with his own hands, but I said I'd rather do it myself. Now I was wearing my school uniform, and my hair was neatly combed and hanging down my back again. Mum patted my hand. "I'm glad you're better again, darling." Aunt Glenda muttered something featuring the words, "Constitution of an ox." Then she asked, with an artificial smile, "So, what's all this I hear about a green garbage sack? I can't believe that you and your friend Lassie will go to the party the Dales are giving for their daughter like that. Tobias Dale would take it as a political insult, I'm sure. He's really a big noise among the Tories." I went. "What did you say?" Zemirius corrected me. "Glenda, I am surprised at you." Lady Arista clicked her tongue. "None of my granddaughters would ever dream of such a thing. Going to a party in a garbage sack? What nonsense!" "Well, it's better than nothing for someone who doesn't have a green costume to wear," said Charlotte nastily. "At least, for Gwen it will be." "Oh dear." Aunt Mattie looked sympathetic. "Let's think. I have a fluffy green toweling bathrobe I could lend you." Charlotte, Nick, Caroline, and Zemirius giggled, and I grinned at Aunt Mattie. "That's really nice of you, but I don't think Lesley would like it. Little green men from Mars don't wear bathrobes." "There you are. They mean it seriously," snapped Aunt Glenda. "My word, that girl Lassie is a bad influence on Gwyneth." She wrinkled up her nose. "Not that you'd expect anything else from the child of such lower-class parents. It's bad enough having her sort allowed to go to St. Lennox High School, after all. I, for one, certainly would not allow my daughter to mingle with—" "That will do, Glenda!" Mum's eyes flashed angrily at her sister. "Lesley is a clever, well-brought-up girl, and her parents are not lower class. Her father is a civil engineer," I prompted her. "A civil engineer, and her mother works as a dietitian," I said. "And the dog studied at Goldsmiths College," said Zemirius. "Very respectable family." "Our costumes don't make any political statement," I assured Aunt Glenda and Lady Arista, who were looking at me with raised eyebrows. "It's just supposed to be modern art." On the other hand, it would be typical Lesley if she also gave the whole thing a political meaning, just to put the crowning touch on it. As if it weren't bad enough that we were going to look terrible. And it's Cynthia who's giving the party, not her parents. Or the theme might not have been so green after all. That's not funny, said Aunt Glenda, and I call it very impolite not to take any trouble with your costumes when the other guests and the hosts of the party are sparing no expense. Charlotte's costume, for instance, cost a fortune, and it suits her perfectly. You've said so 34 times already today, Mum interrupted. You're just envious. You always were. But at least I'm concerned for my daughter's welfare, unlike you, snapped Aunt Glenda. The fact that you take so little interest in the company Gwyneth keeps and won't even get her a good costume speaks for it. The company Gwyneth keeps? Mum rolled her eyes. How unrealistic can you get, Glenda? This is a school friend's birthday party, that's all. It's bad enough for the poor kids anyway, having to dress up. Lady Arista put her fork and knife down with a clatter. My goodness, you two are over 40 and still acting like teenagers. Of course Gwyneth is not going to any party in a garbage sack, and now we will change the subject if you please. Yes, let's talk about despotic old dragons, suggested Zemirius, and women over 40 who still live with their mothers. You can't tell Gwyneth what to... Mum began, but I kicked her shin under the table and grinned at her. She sighed, but then she grinned back. I'm afraid I can't sit by and watch Gwyneth tarnishing the reputation of our... Aunt Glenda began, but Lady Arista didn't let her finish what she was saying. Glenda, if you don't keep your mouth shut, you can go to bed without any supper, she snapped. And that made us all laugh, except Lady Arista herself, and Aunt Glenda. Even Charlotte laughed. At that moment, the front doorbell rang. No one reacted for a few seconds. We just went on eating until we remembered that it was Mr. Bernard's day off. Lady Arista sighed. Would you be good enough to answer it again, Caroline? If it's Mr. Turner about this year's floral decorations for the lampposts in the street, tell him I'm not at home. She waited until Caroline had disappeared and then shook her head. That man is a plague! I will only say this. Orange begonias. I very much hope there's a special hell for people who like orange begonias. So do I, agreed Aunt Mattie loyally. A minute later, Caroline was back. It's Gollum, she said, and he wants to see Gwyneth. Gollum? Repeated Mum, Nick, and I in chorus. It so happened that Lord of the Rings was our favorite film of all time. Caroline was the only one who hadn't been allowed to see it yet, because she was too young. Nick laughed. Wow, that's great, my precious. I must take a look at Gollum. Me too, said Zemirius, but he went on dangling lazily from the chandelier, scratching his tummy. You must mean Gordon, said Charlotte, standing up, and he wants to see me. He's too early, that's all. I said 8:30. Oh, a boyfriend, little bunny? Inquired Aunt Mattie. How nice. That will give you something new to think about. Charlotte looked annoyed. No, Aunt Mattie. Gordon is just a boy in my class, and I'm helping him with an essay. But he said Gwyneth, insisted Caroline. However, Charlotte had already pushed her aside and hurried out of the room. Caroline went after her. He can eat with us, Aunt Glenda called after them. Charlotte is always ready to help others, she added, turning to us. By the way, Gordon Gelderman is the son of Kyle Arthur Gelderman. Hear, hear, said Zemirius. Whoever he may be, said Mum. Kyle Arthur Gelderman, repeated Aunt Glenda, stressing every syllable this time. The department store tycoon. Doesn't that mean anything to you? Typical. You have no idea about the people your daughter mixes with. Your commitment as a mother leaves so much to be desired. Well, the boy isn't interested in Gwyneth anyway. Mum groaned. Glenn, you really ought to take some more of those tablets for the change of life. Lady Arista was frowning so sternly that her eyebrows almost met in the middle, and she was already taking a deep breath, probably to send Mum and Aunt Glenda to bed without any dessert, when Caroline came back, saying triumphantly, And Gollum did want to see Gwyneth. I'd just put a large piece of quiche in my mouth. I almost spat it out again when I saw Gideon come into the room, followed by Charlotte, whose face had suddenly turned to stone. Good evening, said Gideon politely. He was wearing jeans and a washed-out green shirt. He'd obviously showered since we got back, since his hair was still damp and curling wildly around his face. I'm sorry. I really didn't mean to disturb you in the middle of your evening meal. I just wanted to see Gwyneth. For a moment there was silence. That is, if you don't count Zemirius, who was killing himself with laughter as he swung from the chandelier. I couldn't say a word because I was busy getting that piece of quiche down. Nick giggled. My mum looked from Gideon to me and back again several times. Aunt Glenda got red marks on her throat, and the way Lady Arista looked at Gideon, you might have thought he was an orange begonia. Only Aunt Mattie remembered her manners. "You're not disturbing us at all," she said in friendly tones. "Here, sit down beside me. Charlotte, lay another place, would you?" "Yup, a place for Gollum," Nick whispered to me, grinning. Charlotte ignored Aunt Mattie and went back to her own place at the table, still with that stony expression. "That's very kind of you, but no thanks. I've already eaten this evening," said Gideon. I'd finally managed to get the bit of quiche down, and I quickly got to my feet. "And I've had enough," I've said. "Is it all right if I leave the table?" I looked first at Mum and then at my grandmother. The two of them exchanged a strange look, as if they understood something that we didn't. Then they sighed deeply in unison. "Of course," said Mum. "But there's chocolate cake for dessert," Caroline reminded me. "We'll save a piece for Gwyneth." Lady Arista nodded to me. Rather awkwardly, I went toward Gideon. And there was deathly silence in the room, Zemirius whispered from the chandelier. All eyes rested on the girl in the piss-yellow blouse. Eek, he was right. I was cross with myself for not showering and changing quickly when I came in. The stupid school uniform was about the least attractive outfit I had. But who could have guessed I'd have a visitor this evening, and one I wanted to look good for? "Hi," said Gideon, smiling for the first time since he'd come into the room. I smiled shyly back. "Hi, Gollum." Gideon's smile widened. Even the shadows on the walls were silent, while the two of them looked at each other as if they'd just sat on a whoopee cushion, said Zemirius, coming down from the chandelier and flying after us. Romantic violin music began to play as the girl in the piss-yellow blouse and the boy who badly needed a haircut walked out of the room side by side. He was still flying along behind us, but when we reached the stairs, he turned left. The clever and handsome demon Zemirius would have followed them to play gooseberry if he hadn't had to satisfy his appetite after seeing so many emotions on display. Today he was finally going to eat the ghost of the fat clarinet player who haunted number 23 and murdered the music of Glenn Miller all day. He waved, and then disappeared through the window of the corridor. When we reached my room, I saw with relief that, luckily, I'd had no time to wreck the wonderfully tidy state in which Aunt Mattie had left it on Wednesday. Okay, so the bed was unmade, but it was the work of a moment to pick up the few clothes lying around and put them on the chair with the others. Then I turned to Gideon, who hadn't said a word all the way upstairs. Well, he'd had no choice because I was still feeling so shy that, after Zemirius left us, I'd started talking 19 to the dozen. I'd chattered and chattered as if I were under some compulsion, telling him about all the pictures we passed, about 11,000 of them. Those are my great-grandparents. I've no idea why they had themselves painted in oil. There were photographers in their day. The fat child on the stool is great-great-great-great-great-Uncle Hugh, as a little boy, with his sister Petronella and 3 rabbits. This is a duchess whose name I can't remember. No relation, but in the pictures she's wearing a necklace that belonged to the Montrose family, so she's allowed to hang there. And now we're on the 2nd floor, so you can admire Charlotte and all the pictures in this corridor. Every 3 months, Aunt Glenda takes her to a photographer who apparently also takes pictures of the royal family. This one's my favorite. Charlotte, aged 10, with a pug who had bad breath. Somehow you can see it from the way Charlotte looks, don't you think? And so on and so forth. It was terrible. I didn't manage to stop until we reached my room, and only because then there were no pictures there. I straightened the bedspread, unobtrusively hiding my Hello Kitty nightshirt under the pillow, and then turned to look at Gideon. I waited. It would be fine for him to say something now. But he didn't. He just kept smiling at me, as if he couldn't really believe what he saw. My heart leapt and then missed a beat. Oh great, it could cope with a sword thrust, no problem, but Gideon was too much for it, especially when he looked the way he was looking now. "I tried to call you before I came, but you weren't answering your mobile," he said at last. "The battery needs recharging." It had given out in the middle of my conversation with Lesley in the limousine taking me home. Gideon didn't reply to that, so I took the mobile out of my skirt pocket and began looking for the charger. Aunt Mattie had coiled its cable up neatly and put it away in a drawer in my desk. Gideon was leaning back against the door. That was quite a day, wasn't it? I nodded. The mobile was plugged in again now. Since I didn't know what else to do, I propped myself on the edge of the desk. I think it was the worst day of my entire life, said Gideon. When you were lying there on the floor, his voice faltered slightly. He moved away from the door and came toward me. I suddenly felt an overpowering need to comfort him. I'm sorry I gave you such a fright, but I really did think I was going to die. So did I. He swallowed and took another step toward me. Even though Zemirius had gone off for his date with the clarinet player long ago, part of my mind was still adding his running commentary. His flashing green eyes kindled the flame of her heart under the piss-yellow blouse. Clinging close to his manly breast, she let her tears flow freely. Oh, for heaven's sakes, Gwyneth, how hysterical can you get? I clutched the edge of the desk harder. You really ought to have known better. I mean, about what had happened to me, I said. After all, you're studying medicine. Yes, and that's exactly why I knew for certain that you... He stopped in front of me, and for a change, he was the one biting his lower lip, which somehow went to my heart. He slowly raised his hand. The point of the sword had gone that far into you. He spread his thumb and forefinger quite a long way apart. A little scratch wouldn't have made you collapse. And then all the color went out of your face at once, and you broke out in a cold sweat. So I knew that Alistair must have hit a major artery. You were suffering from internal bleeding. I stared at his hand in front of my face. But you've seen the wound yourself. It really is nothing, I said, clearing my throat. Something about being so close to him was affecting my vocal cords. It must have been... Maybe it was simply the shock. You know, I imagined I was seriously wounded, so it looked as if I was really... No, Gwenny, you didn't imagine it. But then how did I get off so lightly, with just that little injury? I whispered. He lowered his hand and began pacing up and down the room. That's what I didn't understand myself at first, he said almost fiercely. I was so relieved that you were alive, I convinced myself that there would be some logical explanation for the wound. But under the shower just now, light suddenly dawned on me. Ah, that must be it, I said. I haven't showered yet. I loosened my convulsive grip on the edge of the desk and sat down on the rug. Okay, that was better. At least my knees had stopped shaking. With my back against the side of my bed, I looked up at him. Do you have to prowl around like that? It's making me nervous. I mean, even more nervous than I am already. Gideon knelt down on the rug right in front of me and put his hand on my shoulder. Without stopping to think that, from now on, I was in no position to listen properly to what he was saying, since my mind was busy with less important ideas, such as, I hope I at least smell good, and I mustn't forget to breathe. You know the feeling when you're solving Sudoku, and you find the one number that makes it easy to fill in all the other spaces at once? I tentatively nod. Lost in thought, Gideon was caressing me. I've been thinking over so many things for days, but only this evening did I find that one magic number. Do you see what I mean? I read those papers over and over again, so often that I almost knew them by heart. What paper? I interrupted him. He let go of me. The papers that Paul got from Lord Alistair in return for our family trees. Paul gave them to me on the day you had your conversation with the Count. When he saw all the question marks in my face, he gave me a wry smile. I'd have told you then, only you were too busy asking me weird questions and then running away, acting all insulted. I couldn't go after you, because Dr. White insisted on cleaning my wound, remember? That was only on Monday, Gideon. Yes, you're right. Seems like an eternity ago, doesn't it? So, when he finally let me go home, I was calling you every 10 minutes to tell you that I... He cleared his throat and then took my hand again. To explain it all to you, but your mobile was always busy. Maybe because I was telling Lesley what a bastard you are, I said. We do have a landline, you know. He took no notice of that. In the intervals between calling you, I started reading the papers. They're prophecies and notes from the Count's private papers, documents that the Guardians don't know about, documents that he intentionally kept from his own people. I groaned. Let me guess. More silly verses and you didn't understand a word of what they said. Gideon leaned forward. No, he said slowly. Far from it. They were perfectly clear. They say that if the Philosopher's Stone is to take full effect, someone must die. He was looking straight into my eyes. And that someone is you. Oh, I see. I wasn't as impressed as I probably should have been. Then I'm the price that has to be paid. I was shocked when I read that. A strand of hair fell over Gideon's face, but he didn't notice it. At first, I couldn't believe it, but the prophecies all agreed. The ruby-red life is extinguished, the raven's death reveals the end, the 12th star fades, and so on and so forth. It went on like that forever. He paused for a moment. And the notes that the Count had written in the margins were even clearer. As soon as the circle is closed and the elixir has reached its true destination, you're to die. He says so almost word for word. I swallowed after all. How am I supposed to die? Instinctively, I thought of the blood-stained blade of Lord Alistair's sword again. Did the papers say that as well? Gideon smiled slightly. Well, as usual, the prophecies are vague on that point, but they make one thing very clear. It's obvious that I mean the diamond, the lion, number 11, will have something to do with it. The smile disappeared from his face, and there was a note in his voice that I'd never heard before. The papers say that you're going to die because of me. For love. Oh, I said, not very imaginatively. But they're only a set of old rhymes. Gideon shook his head. Don't you understand? I couldn't let that happen, Gwenny. It's the only reason I went along with your silly game and made out that I'd been lying and playing with your feelings. Light finally dawned. So in case I got some silly idea of dying for love of you, next day you made sure I'd hate you? That was how can I put it? Very chivalrous of you. I leaned forward and put the unruly strand of hair back from his face. Really, very chivalrous. Gideon grinned faintly. Most difficult thing I've ever done, believe me. Once I'd started, I couldn't keep my hands off him. My fingers wandered slowly over his face. He obviously hadn't gotten around to shaving, but the stubble felt kind of sexy. Let's stay friends. That really was a brilliant move, I murmured. The moment you said that, I hated your guts. Gideon groaned. But that's not what I wanted. I really wanted us to be friends, he said. He took my hand and held it tight for a moment. The idea that saying so would infuriate you so much. He left the rest of his sentence hanging in the air. I leaned even closer and took his face in both my hands. Well, maybe you'd better remember it for future reference, I whispered. You never, never, never say that to anyone you've kissed. Wait, Gwen, that's not all. There's something else I have to... he began. But I didn't intend to delay this any longer. I cautiously placed my lips on his and began kissing him. Gideon responded, gently and carefully at first, but when I put my arms around his neck and nestled against him, he kissed me harder. His left hand was buried in my hair, and his right hand began stroking my throat, slowly wandering on down. Just as it reached the top button of my blouse, my mobile rang. Reluctantly, I moved away from him. It's Lesley, I said, looking at the display. I'll have to answer. Just a quick reply anyway, or she'll be worrying. Gideon grinned. That's okay. I've no intention of dissolving into thin air. Lesley, can I call you back? But Lesley wasn't listening to me. Gwen, listen! I've been right through Anna Karenina, she said excitedly, and I think I know what the Count really plans to do with the Philosopher's Stone. I couldn't have cared less about the Philosopher's Stone. At this moment, anyway. That's great, I said, glancing at Gideon. You must tell me all about it later. Don't worry, said Lesley. I'm on my way. Really? But well, to be precise, I'm already here. Where? Here. I'm standing at the end of the corridor leading to your room, and your mum and your brother and sister are coming upstairs after me, with your great aunt puffing along in their wake. Oh, they've overtaken me now. I'm afraid they'll be knocking on your door any moment. But Caroline didn't go to the trouble of knocking. She just flung the door open and cried, beaming happily, Chocolate cake for everyone! Then she turned to the others. Told you so, she said. They're not necking at all.
Chapter 11. The day really had been full of all kinds of strange revelations, and the most important was that Gideon really did love me after all. Oh, and then of course there was the bit about Lord Alistair's sword dying,
But in a way, the family picnic in my room this evening seemed the strangest of today's events. Here was almost everyone who meant most to me in the world, sitting on the rug, laughing, all of them talking at once. Mum, Aunt Mattie, Nick, Caroline, Lesley, and Gideon, and they all had chocolate on their faces. As Aunt Glenda and Charlotte had lost their appetite, and Lady Arista had no sweet tooth at all, we had the whole chocolate cake to ourselves. Maybe it was because of the cake that Gideon and my family immediately seemed to be on very good terms, or maybe it was because he was more relaxed than I'd ever seen him before, even though Mum and Aunt Mattie kept asking him any number of questions, ranging from genuinely curious to embarrassing, and Nick still insisted on calling him Gollum. When we'd finished the last crumbs, Aunt Mattie got up, groaning. "I think I'd better go down and give Arissa some moral backing. Mr. Turner managed to slip into the house when that boyfriend of Charlotte's arrived, and I'm sure they're still quarreling about begonias." She gave Gideon one of her dimpled, rosy smiles. "You know, you're unusually nice for one of the Devier family, Gideon." Gideon got to his feet as well. "Thank you very much," he said cheerfully, shaking hands with Aunt Mattie. "I'm delighted to have met you properly." "See that?" Lesley whispered, nudging me in the ribs. "Good manners. Gets his bum off the floor when a lady stands up. Cute little bum, too. Pity he's such a bastard." I rolled my eyes. Mum brushed crumbs off her dress and hauled Caroline and Nick up. "Come along, you two. Time for bed." "Mum," said Nick, sounding deeply injured, "it's a Friday, and I'm 12. And I want to stay here, please." Caroline looked innocently up at Gideon. "I like you," she said. "You're ever so nice and ever so good-looking." "Yes, ever so," Lesley whispered to me. "Is he by any chance blushing?" "Seemed like it." "How sweet." Leslie's elbow landed in my ribs. "You're gawping like a sheep," she hissed. At that moment, Zemirius flew through the closed window and came down on my desk, with a satisfied belch. When the clever and extraordinarily handsome demon returned from his outing, full of hope, he was disappointed to see that in his absence the girl had lost neither the piss-yellow blouse nor her innocence, he quoted from his unwritten novel. I mouthed a silent, "Shut up," in his direction. "All I mean," he said, sounding hurt, "is that it was a good opportunity. You're not as young as you were, and who knows, you may be hating the guy's guts again tomorrow." When Aunt Mattie had left and Mum had shooed my brother and sister out of the room ahead of her, Gideon closed the door behind them and looked at us, grinning. Lesley raised both hands. "No, forget it. I'm not going. I have important things to discuss with Gwen. Strictly secret things." "Then I'm not going either," said Zemirius, hopping on my bed and curling up on the pillow. "Lesley, I don't think we need to keep things secret from Gideon anymore," I said. "It wouldn't be a bad idea if, for the common good, we pooled all our knowledge to date." I thought I'd put that rather well. "Especially as I doubt whether Google will be much help in the circumstances," said Gideon, with a touch of sarcasm. "Sorry, Lesley, but I hear that Mr. Whitman was showing people a folder in which you'd, collected up all sorts of information." "Oh, yes?" Lesley put her hands on her hips. "And there I was just now, thinking maybe after all you weren't such an arrogant asshole as Gwen always said, but quite cute." "Cute? That's a joke." "It was—" She wrinkled up her nose, looking rather embarrassed. "How mean of Mr. Squirrel to show my folder around. Those internet researches were all we had to go on at first, and I was quite proud of them." "But now we've found out far more," I said. "In the first place, Lesley is a genius, and in the second place, I've had several conversations with my Of course, we are not about to give away our sources." Lesley's eyes flashed at me. "He's still one of the arrogant sort, Gwen, even if he's cast some kind of spell over you. Remember, it's only hormonal." Gideon gave us a broad grin as he sat down cross-legged on the rug. "Okay, then I'll be the first to tell you two what I know," he said, and without waiting to get the go-ahead from Lesley, he began talking about the papers that Paul had given him again. Unlike me, Lesley was more than horrified to hear that I was supposed to die as soon as the circle of blood was closed. She went really pale under her freckles. "Can I have a look at those papers?" she asked. "Sure." Gideon took several folded sheets out of his jeans pocket, and a few more from the breast pocket of his shirt. The papers were rather yellowed, and as far as I could see, they looked flimsy along the folds. Lesley stared at him blankly. "You just walk about with stuff like this in your pockets? Those documents are valuable originals, not snot rags."
She put out her hand for them. "They're practically falling apart. Isn't that just typical of a man?" Carefully, she unfolded the papers. "And you're sure they're not forgeries?" Gideon shrugged his shoulders. "I'm not a graphologist or a historian, but they look exactly like the other originals, the papers in the keeping of the Guardians." "Yes, and I bet those are kept under glass and at the right temperature," said Lesley, still accusingly. "The way such things ought to be stored." "But how did the Florentine Alliance people get their hands on the papers?" I asked. Gideon shrugged again. "Theft, I assume. I haven't had time to sift right through the annals for a clue, or to check up on all of what they say, but I've been going around with these papers for days. I know them by heart, although I can't make much of most of the contents, apart from that one crucial point." "At least you didn't go straight off to Falk and show them to him," I said appreciatively. "Although I did think of doing just that, but then—" Gideon sighed. "Right now I simply don't know who I can trust." "Trust no one," I whispered, rolling my eyes dramatically. "Or that's what my mother told me." "Your mother," murmured Gideon. "I'd be interested to know how much she knows about everything." "And it means that when the circle is closed and the Count has this elixir he's after, Gwyneth will—" Lesley couldn't bring herself to finish the sentence. "Die, yes," I said. "Pop her clogs, pass over to the other side, kick the bucket, go west, shuffle off this mortal coil, breathe her last, start pushing up daisies." Zemirius made his own drowsy contribution. "We'll be murdered!" Lesley reached for my hand with a dramatic gesture. "Because you're not about to fall down dead of your own accord." She ran her fingers through her hair, which was sticking out untidily in all directions already. Gideon cleared his throat, but Lesley wasn't letting him get in a word edgewise. "To be honest, I've had a bad feeling about it all along," she said. "Those other rhymes are terribly ominous, too. About the raven, the ruby, the number 12, and the outlook is kind of grim for them. And it does fit in with what I've found myself." She let go of my hand and reached for her backpack, a brand new one, to fish out Anna Karenina. "Well, really, I suppose Lucy and Paul and your grandfather found it out. And Giordano." "Giordano?" I repeated, bewildered. "Yes, haven't you read his essays?" Lesley leafed through the book. "The Guardians had to take him into the lodge to keep him from broadcasting his theories to the world at large." I shook my head, feeling a bit ashamed of myself. I'd lost all interest in Giordano's writing after the first long-winded sentence. Even apart from the fact that they were by Giordano, well, I mean to say. "Wake me up if this gets interesting," said Zemirius, closing his eyes. "I need a nap to help me digest my supper." "No one has ever taken Giordano really seriously, not even the Guardians," Gideon said. "He's published confused theories in dubious journals about the supernatural. The readers of such things regard the Count as one transformed and an ascended master, whatever that's supposed to mean." "I can tell you all about it." Lesley held Anna Karenina under his nose as if she were producing Exhibit A in court as evidence. "As a historian, Giordano stumbled on letters and records of the Inquisition from the 16th century. The sources show that when the Count was a very young man, and on one of his journeys in time, he met a girl who was living in a convent. Elisabetta di Madrone, daughter of the Count di Madrone, seduced her and made her pregnant. On that occasion—" She hesitated for a moment. "Or, well, presumably either before or after it, he told her all kinds of things about himself, maybe because he was still young and rash, or simply because he lulled himself into a false sense of security." "What kind of things?" I asked. "He was very free with information, beginning with his origins and his real name, going on to the fact that he could travel in time, and finally claiming that he was in possession of priceless secrets that would enable him to create the Philosopher's Stone." Gideon nodded as if he knew the story, but he didn't fool Lesley. "Unfortunately, that didn't go down too well in the 16th century, she went on. "At that time people thought the Count was a dangerous demon, and this girl, Elisabetta's father, was so furious about what had happened to his daughter that he founded the Florentine Alliance and devoted the rest of his life to looking for the Count and others like him. So have many generations after him." She stopped. "Where was I? My goodness, my head's so full of information that I feel it might explode any moment now." "What on earth does any of this have to do with Tolstoy?" asked Gideon, looking impatiently at Lucas's special edition of the novel. "Don't snap my nose off, but so far you haven't told me anything really new." Lesley cast him a dark glance. Well, you've told me a lot I didn't know, I was quick to say. But you were going to explain what the Count really intends to do with the Philosopher's Stone, Lesley. Right, Lesley frowned. But I had to go farther back because, of course, it was some time before the descendants of the Comte de Madrone got on the track of the first time-traveler, Lancelot Davier, in— You can cut it short if you like, Gideon interrupted her. We don't have all the time in the world. The day after tomorrow we're meeting the Count again, and meanwhile, on his instructions, I'm supposed to be getting some blood from Lucy and Paul. I'm afraid that if I don't succeed, he'll come up with an alternative plan. He sighed. Well? But we can't neglect the details. Lesley also sighed and buried her face in her hands for a moment. Oh, all right. The Guardians think the Philosopher's Stone is something that will work wonders for mankind. Because it will be a cure for all sickness and disease, right? Right, Gideon and I said in unison. But Lucy and Paul and Gwenny's grandfather, and, yes, strictly speaking, the Alliance people as well, all thought that was a lie. I nodded. Hang on. Gideon's eyebrows were drawn together. Gwenny's grandfather? Our Grand Master before Uncle Falk took over? I nodded, this time a little guiltily. He was staring at me, and suddenly he looked as if light had dawned on him. Go on, Lesley, he said. What exactly did you find out? Lucy and Paul thought the Count just wants the Philosopher's Stone for himself. Lesley stopped for a moment to make sure that we were really hanging on her lips. Because he intends the stone to make him, and only him, immortal. Gideon and I said nothing. I was suitably impressed, speaking for myself. I wasn't so sure about Gideon. His face didn't even begin to tell me what he was thinking. Of course the Count had to invent all that about benefit to mankind, blah blah blah, so that he could convince people it would be a good idea to work for him, Lesley went on. He could hardly have built up such a massive secret organization if he'd said what he was really planning to do. You mean that's all? It's simply because that old buffer the Count is scared of dying? I said. I was almost disappointed. Was that really supposed to be the secret behind the secret? All the fuss and expense? Just for this? As I was shaking my head skeptically and trying to think what to say next, something beginning with but, Gideon's eyebrows moved even closer together. It would fit, he murmured. Damn it, Lesley's right. It does fit. What fits? I asked. He jumped up and began prowling around my room. I can't believe that my family's been blindly falling for his tricks for centuries, he said. That I've been blindly falling for his tricks. He stopped in front of me and took a deep breath. The precious stones shall all unite. The scent of time shall fill the night. Once time links the fraternity, one man lives for eternity. Read that the right way, and you see what it's all about. Under the sign of the 12-fold star, all sickness and ills will flee afar. Of course, if it's going to give someone eternal life, that substance must be able to cure anything. He rubbed his forehead and pointed to the papers lying on the rug. They looked the worse for wear. And the prophecies that the Count never let the Guardians see say so even more clearly. The Philosopher's Stone shall eternity bind. New strength will arise in the young at that hour, making one man immortal, for he holds the power. It's so simple! Why didn't I catch on long ago? I was so stunned by the idea that Gwyneth was going to die, and it could be my fault. I just didn't see the truth, although it was staring me right in the face. Oh well, said Lesley, allowing herself a small, triumphant smile. I guess your strengths lie in other areas. Right, Gwenny? She added kindly, and you had plenty of other problems on your hands. I reached for Gideon's papers. But beware, when the 12th star shows its own force, his life here on earth runs its natural course, and if youth is destroyed, then the oak tree will stand, to the end of all time, rooted fast in the land. I read hesitantly, trying to ignore the fact that the little hairs on my arms stood up when I took in those words. Okay, so I'm the 12th, I get that, but the rest of it might as well be in Chinese, for all the sense that it makes to me. Here, see what's written in the margin? As soon as I have the elixir, she must die, murmured Lesley, her head beside mine as we looked at the papers. You get that bit, don't you? She hugged me hard. You must never, never go near that murderer again. That grisly circle of blood simply mustn't be closed, not at any price. She held me a little way away from her. Lucy and Paul were acting for the best when they ran off with the chronograph. It's a shame there was a second one lying about. Letting go of me, she accusingly looked at Gideon. And to think that someone in this room had nothing better to do than go around busily getting blood from all the time travelers to fuel it. Promise me here and now that the Count will never get a chance to throttle Gwyneth or stab her. Zemirius woke from deep sleep with a start. Poison her, shoot her, hang her, behead her, trample her to death, drown her, throw her off a tower block, he cried enthusiastically. What are you talking about? As the star dies, the ego arises supreme, filling his ancient and magical dream, said Gideon quietly. Except that she can't die. Mustn't die, you mean, Lesley corrected him. Must, can, should, would, droned Zemirius, and he dropped his head on his paws again. Gideon got down on the floor in front of us. His expression was very serious again. That was what I was going to tell you just now, before we started. He cleared his throat. Did you tell Lesley how Lord Alistair ran you through with his sword? I nodded, and Lesley said, She was really amazingly lucky that he didn't wound her seriously. Lord Alistair is one of the best swordsmen I know, said Gideon, and he did wound Gwyneth seriously. It was a very dangerous wound indeed. He touched my hand with his fingertips. As a matter of fact, it was a fatal wound. Lesley was gasping for air. But I only imagine, I murmured, but then I thought of the way I'd floated up to the ceiling, and the spectacular view I had from up there of what was going on down below. No, Gideon shook his head. You didn't only imagine it. I don't know if anyone could imagine a thing like that, and I was there at the time. For a moment, he seemed unable to go on. Then he got himself under control. When we traveled back, you hadn't been breathing for at least half a minute, and when I arrived in the cellar with you, you still had no pulse. I'm certain of that. Then a minute later, you sat up as if nothing had happened. Does that mean? Asked Lesley, and this time she was the one gawping like a sheep. It means Gwenny is the one who's immortal, said Gideon, giving me a flickering smile. I could only stare back, baffled. Zemirius had sat up and was scratching his tummy uncertainly. His mouth opened and then closed, but instead of making any comment, he just spat a little gush of water over my pillow. Immortal? Lesley's eyes were wide open. Like the Highlander? Gideon nodded. Except that she won't die, even if she's beheaded. He stood up again, and his face set hard. Gwyneth can't die unless she takes her own life. And he recited in a low voice, For a star goes out in the sky above, if it freely chooses to die for love. When I opened my eyes, the light of the rising sun was flooding into my room, and little dust motes were dancing in the air, bathed in bright rosy light. I was wide awake at once. It wasn't at all like the last few mornings. Cautiously, I felt beneath my nightdress for the wound under my breast, and ran my finger along the scab over it. Immortal. I'd refused to believe what Gideon said at first, because it was so absurd, and my life seemed about to collapse under the sheer weight of all these complications anyway. My mind just wouldn't face facts. But deep inside, I'd known that Gideon was right as soon as he'd said it. Lord Alistair's sword had killed me. I had felt the pain and watched what little life was left in me simply drain away. I had drawn my last breath, and here I was, alive and well. The subject of immortality had kept us talking all the rest of the evening. After the first shock, there was no stopping Lesley, and Zemirius in particular. Does that mean she'll never get any wrinkles? Suppose an 8-ton concrete block falls on you. Would you have to live forever squashed as flat as a postage stamp? Maybe you're not really immortal. You just have 9 lives, like a cat. If someone put out one of her eyes, would it grow back? Gideon didn't know the answers to any of these questions, but that didn't bother anyone much. We'd probably have gone on all night if Mom hadn't come in and sent Lesley and Gideon home. She was firm about it. Don't forget you were still sick only yesterday, Gwyneth, she told me. I want you to get a good night's sleep. A good night's sleep, as if I could think of sleeping after a day like this, and there was still so much to discuss. I went downstairs with Gideon and Lesley to say good night at the front door. Lesley, like the good friend she is, took the hint at once and went a little way ahead, looking as if she was making an urgent phone call. I heard her telling her dog, Hi, Birdie, I'm on my way home. Zemirius wasn't so considerate. He dangled upside down from the roof of the porch, chanting, Necking in the porch, fit to make it scorch. If things get too hot, I shall laugh a lot. Finally, and reluctantly, I'd said good night to Gideon and gone back to my room, firmly intending to spend all night thinking, phoning, and making plans. but I thought I'd just lie down on my bed for a few minutes first, and then I fell fast asleep. It must have been the same with the others. When I woke in the morning, I didn't see a single missed call on the display of my mobile. I looked accusingly at Zemirius, who had curled up at the end of my bed and was now stretching and yawning. "You might have woken me!" "Am I your alarm clock, O immortal mistress?" "I thought demons, didn't need any sleep." "Maybe we don't need it," said Zemirius, "but after such a hearty supper, I felt I could do with a little nap." He wrinkled up his nose. "Like you could do with a shower right now." He was right. All the others were asleep. It was Saturday, after all, so I could spend ages in the bathroom using vast amounts of shampoo, shower gel, toothpaste, body lotion, and Mom's anti-wrinkle cream. "Let me guess," said Zemirius dryly later, when I came out and beamed at my own reflection in the mirror as I got dressed. "Life is wonderful, 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 and you feel reborn. Ha, ha, ha." "That's right. You know, all of a sudden, I seem to be seeing life through entirely new eyes." Zemirius snorted. "Maybe you think you've seen a great light, but it's really just hormones. One day up in the clouds, the next day down in the dumps," he said. "Girls, and this will go on for the next 20 or 30 years. Then, next thing we know, it'll be all that change of life stuff. Or, come to think of it, maybe not with you. An immortal with a midlife crisis somehow doesn't sound right." I gave him a forgiving smile. "You know, my little grouch, you're really—" But the ringtone of my mobile interrupted me. It was Lesley, wanting to know when we were going to meet to stick the Martian costumes for Cynthia's party together. Party? How could she think of a thing like that now? "Listen, Lesley, I've been thinking I may not go at all. So much has happened, and—" "You must come, and you will." Lesley obviously wasn't taking no for an answer. "Because I organized company for us yesterday, and it would be very embarrassing if I had to call that off." I groaned. "Not your silly cousin again and his friend who's always farting, Lesley." For a frightful moment I imagined a green garbage sack slowly inflating itself. "You promised after last time that you never do it again. I hope I don't have to remind you of those chocolate marshmallows that—" "How stupid do you think I am? I never make the same mistake twice. You know I don't." Lesley paused for a moment, and then went on, apparently unruffled. "On the way to the bus stop yesterday, I told Gideon about the party. He positively insisted on coming with us." Another little pause. "And his little brother, too, so you can't wriggle out of it now." "Lesley!" I could only imagine exactly how that conversation had gone. Lesley was a brilliant manipulator. Gideon probably didn't even know what had hit him. "You can thank me later," said Lesley, giggling. "Now, we just have to think how to fix our costumes. I've already stuck feelers in a green kitchen sieve. That'll look good as a hat for a Martian. You can have it if you like." I groaned. "Oh my God, are you really asking me to go on my first official date with Gideon in a garbage sack with a kitchen sieve on my head?" Lesley hesitated, but only for a moment. "It's art, and witty, and it won't cost us anything," she explained. "Anyway, he's so crazy about you, he won't mind at all." I could see I'd have to try a little more subtlety here. "Okay," I said, pretending to be resigned to my plastic fate. "If you absolutely insist, we'll go as green garbage men. You're so cool. And I'm a little envious of you, because you couldn't care less whether Raphael thinks girls with feelers and sieves on their heads are sexy. And you don't mind whether you crackle while you're dancing, and you'll feel like, well, like a garbage sack. Or give off a faintly chemical smell, while Charlotte sweeps past us in her elf costume making snide remarks." Lesley didn't reply for all of 3 seconds. Then she said slowly, "No, I don't care in the least about any of that." "I know. Otherwise I'd have suggested letting Madame Rossini dress us. She said she'd lend us anything she has that's green. The kind of dresses that Grace Kelly and Audrey Hepburn wear in films. Charleston dance dresses from the Golden Twenties, or ball gowns from—" Okay, Lesley interrupted me impatiently. "You hooked me when you said Grace Kelly, so let's forget the stupid garbage sacks. Do you think your Madame Rossini is awake yet?" "How do I look?" Mum pirouetted on her own axis. Since Mrs. Jenkins, the secretary at the Guardian's Lodge, had phoned this morning asking her to come with me when I went to the temple to elapse, she'd changed 3 times already. "Great," I said, without really looking. The limousine would be coming around the corner at any moment. Would Gideon be in it to collect me, or would he be waiting for me at the Guardian's headquarters? Yesterday evening had ended far too suddenly. There was still so much we had to say to each other. "If I may say so, I thought the blue outfit was better," remarked Mr. Bernard, who was dusting the picture frames in the hall with a huge feather duster. Mum ran straight upstairs again, calling back, "You're right, Mr. Bernard, this one looks much too formal, too elegant for a Saturday afternoon. Goodness knows what he'd think, as if I'd prettified myself specially for him." I gave Mr. Bernard a reproachful smile. "Did you have to say that?" "She did ask." His brown eyes behind the owl-like glasses twinkled at me, but then he looked through the window in the front hall. "Ah, here comes the limousine. Shall I tell the driver he'll have to wait a little while? She's not going to find the right shoes to go with the blue outfit in a hurry." "I'll do it." I put my bag over my shoulder. "See you later, Mr. Bernard, and please keep an eye on you-know-who." "Of course, Miss Gwyneth. You-know-who won't get anywhere near you-know-what." With a smile that you would have hardly noticed, he went back to his dusting. No Gideon in the limousine. Instead, it was Mr. Marley, who had already opened the door of the car as I came out of the house. His moon face looked as disapproving as it ever had during the last few days, maybe even more disapproving, and he said nothing at all in reply to my exuberant, "Isn't this a wonderful spring day?" "Where's Mrs. Grace Shepherd?" he asked instead. "I have orders to deliver her to the temple at once." "Sounds like you were going to bring her up before the magistrates," I said. If I'd known how close this flippant remark was to the facts, I wouldn't have felt half as cheerful as I did when I settled into the back seat of the car. Once Mum was finally ready, the drive to the temple was quite fast for London conditions. We got stuck in only 3 traffic jams, it took us 50 minutes, and once again I wondered why we couldn't simply take the tube. Mr. George met us at the entrance to the Guardian's headquarters. I thought he was looking more serious than usual, and his smile somehow seemed forced. "Gwyneth, Mr. Marley will take you downstairs to elapse. Grace, you're expected in the Dragon Hall." I looked inquiringly at Mum. "What do they want to see you for?" Mum shrugged her shoulders, but she suddenly looked tense. Mr. Marley brought out the black silk scarf. "Come along, Miss Shepherd," he said. He took my elbow, but let go of it again at once when he saw the look in my eyes. Lips tight, ears bright red, he growled, "Follow me. We have a very tight schedule today. I've already set the chronograph." I gave Mum an encouraging smile, and then stumbled down the corridor after Mr. Marley. He was setting a fast pace, and as usual he was muttering to himself. He'd have run straight into Gideon around the next corner, if Gideon hadn't stepped aside in time. "Morning, Marley," he said casually, as Mr. Marley, a good deal too late, did a little jump. So did my heart, particularly as the sight of me made a smile about as wide as the eastern delta of the Ganges, at least, spread over Gideon's face. "Hi, Gwenny, did you sleep well?" he asked affectionately. "What are you doing up here?" snapped Mr. Marley. "You're supposed to have been with Madame Rossini ages ago, getting into costume. We really do have a very tight schedule today, and Operation Black Tourmaline /Saf. You just go on ahead, Marley," Gideon told him in friendly tones. "Gwenny and I will catch up with you in a couple of minutes. And after that, I can get into costume quickly. That's no problem." "You're not allowed to," Mr. Marley began, but suddenly all the friendliness had disappeared from Gideon's eyes, and they looked so chilly that Mr. Marley ducked his head. "But you mustn't forget to blindfold her," he said, and then he handed Gideon the black scarf and hurried away. Gideon didn't wait for him to be out of sight. He put his arms around me and kissed me hard on the mouth. "I've missed you very much." I was very glad Zamirius wasn't there when I whispered, "Missed you too," and put my arms around his neck and kissed him passionately back. Gideon pressed me against the wall, and we didn't let go of each other until a picture fell down. An oil painting of a four-master sailing ship in a storm at sea. Breathlessly, I tried to hang it back on its nail. Gideon helped me. "I was going to call you yesterday evening, but then I thought your mother was right. You badly needed some sleep." "Yes, I did." I leaned back against the wall again and grinned at him. "I hear we're going to a party together this evening." Gideon laughed. "Yes, a foursome with my little brother Raphael. He was very keen to go, especially when he heard that it was Lesley's idea." He stroked my cheek with his fingertips. "I somehow didn't imagine our first date quite like that, but your friend can be very convincing." "Did she tell you it's a costume party?" Gideon shrugged his shoulders. "Nothing shocks me any more." His fingertips wandered down my cheeks to my throat. "We had so much, So much to talk about yesterday evening." He cleared his throat. "I'd love to hear all about your grandfather, and how on earth you managed to meet him. Or rather, when you managed to meet him. And what does that book that Lesley kept holding up like the Holy Grail have to do with it?" "Oh, Anna Karenina. I brought it with me, although Lesley thought we ought to wait a little longer, until we could really be sure that you were on our side. I was about to pick up my bag, but it wasn't there." I clicked my tongue, annoyed. "Oh no, my mum took it with her when we got out of the car." The tune of Nice Guys Finish Last was playing somewhere. I couldn't help laughing. "Isn't that kind of, maybe, unsuitable?" Gideon fished his mobile out of his jeans pocket. "If that's Marley, I'm going to... Oh, my mother." He sighed. "Seems like she's found a boarding school for Raphael and wants me to persuade him to go to it. I'll call her back later." The mobile went on ringing. "It's okay. Go ahead and answer it," I said. "Meanwhile, I'll just run back and collect that book." I sprinted away without waiting for him to reply. Down in the cellar, Mr. Marley was probably freaked out, but who cared? The door to the Dragon Hall was open just a crack, and even from a distance I could hear my mum's agitated voice. "What's this meant to be? An interrogation? I've told you my reasons already. I wanted to protect my daughter, and I hoped Charlotte would be the one to inherit the gene. That's all there is to it." "Sit down again." That was unmistakably Mr. Whitman, in the tone he used for troublesome students. Chairs were shifted. Several people cleared their throats. I stole slowly closer. "We did warn you, Grace." Falk Devier spoke in icy tones. Mum was probably staring at her shoes and wondering why the hell she'd taken so much trouble with her outfit. I leaned back against the wall by the door so that I could hear them better. "It was stupid of you to think we wouldn't find out the truth." Dr. White's grumpy voice. Not another squeak out of Mum. "We went on a little excursion to the Cotswold yesterday to visit a Mrs. Dawn Heller," said Falk. "That name means something to you, doesn't it?" When Mum still said nothing, he went on. "She's the midwife who helped bring Gwyneth into the world. Since you paid the rent of her holiday cottage with your credit card not so long ago, I'd really have expected you to remember her better." "Dear heaven, what have you done to the poor woman?" exclaimed Mum. "Nothing, of course. What in the world are you thinking of?" That was Mr. George. And Mr. Whitman, his voice dripping with sarcasm, added, "Because she really seemed to think we wanted to involve her in satanic rites of some kind. She threw a fit of hysterics, crossing herself the whole time, and when she saw Jake, she almost fell down in a faint." "I was only going to give her a tranquilizing injection," grumbled Dr. White. "However, in the end, she calmed down enough for us to have a reasonably sensible conversation with her." That was Falk Devier again. "And she told us the very interesting story of the night when Gwyneth was born. It sounded like something out of a cross between a fairy tale and a horror story. An honest but credulous midwife is called out to a young girl in labor. The girl has been living in a small terraced house in Durham, hiding away from a satanic sect. The cruel sect, fixated on numerological rituals, is not only after the girl, but also her baby. The midwife doesn't know exactly what the Satanists plan to do with the poor little thing, but her imagination obviously works overtime. She has such a kind heart, and she is also being paid such a considerable sum of money. You can tell me how you came by it sometime, Grace. That after helping the baby into the world in a home birth, she falsifies the date on the child's birth certificate, and she promises never to tell anyone a word about the deal." There was a silence for some time. Then Mum said, a little defiantly, "Well, what about it? That's exactly what I've already told you." "And so we thought ourselves at first," said Mr. Whitman, "but then we found that a few of the details of Mrs. Heller's story surprised us." "You were almost 28 in 1994. But yes, admittedly in the midwife's eyes you could have still been considered a young girl." Falk went on. "In that case, however, who was the anxious red-haired sister of the mother-to-be whom Mrs. Heller mentioned?" "She was getting on in years at the time," said Mum quietly. "Sounds as if she's senile by now." "Possibly, but she had no difficulty at all in recognizing the young girl in a photograph," said Mr. Whitman. "The young girl who had a baby daughter that night." "It was a photograph of Lucy," said Falk. His words hit me like a punch in the stomach. As an icy silence spread in the Dragon Hall, my knees gave way, and I slowly slid down the wall to the floor. That's a mistake," I finally heard Mum whisper. Footsteps were coming toward me along the corridor,
but I was unable to turn my head. Only when he bent over me did I realize that it was Gideon. "What's going on?" he whispered, crouching down on the floor in front of me. "A mistake, Grace?" I could hear Falk Devier quite clearly. The woman also recognized you in the photograph as the supposed big sister who handed her an envelope with an extraordinarily large sum of money in it, and she recognized the man who held Lucy's hands while she was giving birth. My brother! And, as if it hadn't quite gone home to me yet, he added, "Gwyneth is the child of Paul and Lucy." I let out an odd sort of whimper. Gideon, who had turned very pale, took my hands. Inside the Dragon Hall, my mum began crying. Except that she wasn't my mum. "None of it would have been necessary if you'd all of you left them alone," she sobbed, "if you hadn't pursued them so mercilessly." "No one knew that Lucy and Paul were expecting a baby," said Falk heatedly. "They'd committed theft," snorted Dr. White. "They had stolen the lodge's most precious possession, and they were about to destroy everything that, in the course of the centuries—" "Oh, shut up, for heaven's sakes!" cried Mum. "You forced those young people to abandon the daughter they loved so much, only 2 days after her birth." It was at that point that I jumped up, I don't know how, and got to my feet again. I couldn't listen to this for a second longer. "Gwenny!" said Gideon urgently, but I shook off his hands and ran. "Where are you going?" After a few steps he caught up with me. "Away from here, that's all." I ran even faster. The porcelain in the glass cases clinked softly as we passed. Gideon grabbed my hand. "I'm coming with you," he said. "I'm not leaving you alone now." Somewhere or other in the corridors behind us, someone called our names. "I don't want—" I gasped. "I don't want to talk to anyone." Gideon tightened his grip on my hand. "I know where no one will find us for the next few hours. Come along."
June 27th, 1542. Without my knowledge, M. persuaded Dr. Dominic of the Third Order, a man of extremely dubious reputation, to perform an exorcism on his daughter Elisabetta, of a kind intended to cure her of what he claims is demonic possession. By the time news of this wicked project reached me, it was too late. Although I gained access to the chapel in which the disgraceful procedure was being carried out, I could not prevent certain substances of a questionable nature from being administered to the girl, causing her to foam at the mouth, roll her eyes, and speak confusedly in tongues, while Father Dominic sprinkled her with holy water. As the result of this treatment, which I do not hesitate to describe as torture, Elisabetta lost the fruit of her womb that same night. Before he left, her father showed no remorse, but was triumphant at the supposed exorcism of the demon. He carefully recorded Elisabetta's confession, made under the influence of pain and the aforesaid substances, and had it written down as evidence of her deranged state of mind. I declined the offer of a copy. My report to the head of the congregation will meet with a lack of understanding in any case, that much is certain. I only wish that my report may contribute to causing M. to fall into disfavor with his patrons, but I do not feel very hopeful in that respect. From the records of the Inquisition, as drawn up by Father John Petro Baribi, of the Dominican Order, archives of the University Library, Padua, deciphered, translated, and edited by Dr. M. Giordano. Chapter 12. Mr. Marley frowned as we burst into the chronograph room. "Didn't you blindfold her?" he started to say, but Gideon gave him no chance to finish the sentence. "I'll be elapsing to 1953 with Gwenny today," he said. Mr. Marley put his hands on his hips. "You can't," he said. "You need your time travel quota for Operation Black Tourmaline /Sapphire, and in case you've forgotten, that takes place at the same time." The chronograph was on the table in front of Mr. Marley, with its jewels sparkling in the artificial light. "Change of plan," said Gideon briefly, and squeezed my hand. "I don't know anything about a change of any plan. And I don't believe you." Mr. Marley's mouth twisted in annoyance. "My last orders say clearly that—" "Call them upstairs, then, and find out for yourself," Gideon interrupted him, pointing to the telephone on the wall. "I'll do just that." With his ears scarlet, Mr. Marley made for the phone. Gideon let go of me and bent over the chronograph, while I stood by the door like a store window dummy. Now that we were here, I was rooted to the spot, feeling like a music box that had run down. I seemed to be slowly turning to stone. The thoughts ought really to have been going around and around in my head, but they weren't. I felt nothing but a dull pain. "Gwenny, it's already set for you. Come over here." Gideon didn't wait for me to do as he said, and he took no notice of Mr. Marley's protests. Stop that! That's my job!" But drew me to him, took my limp hand, and placed one finger carefully in the little compartment under the ruby. "I'll be right with you in a moment." "You don't have permission to use the chronograph on your own," said Mr. Marley angrily, picking up the receiver of the phone. "I'm going to tell your uncle this minute about your high-handed disregard for the rules." I had just enough time to see him dial a number, and then I was floating away in a fury of red light. I landed in pitch darkness and automatically groped my way toward the place where I thought I'd find the light switch. "Let me do that," I heard Gideon say. He had landed behind me without a sound. 2 seconds later, the electric light bulb hanging from the ceiling flickered on. "That was quick," I murmured. Gideon turned toward me. "Oh, Gwenny," he said gently, "I'm so sorry about that." When I neither moved nor answered him, he was beside me in 2 long strides, taking me in his arms. He drew my head down to rest on his shoulder, laid his chin on my hair, and whispered, "It will be all right. I promise you, everything will be all right again." I don't know how long we stood there like that. Maybe it was his words and the way he kept repeating them, or maybe the warmth of his body, but gradually I began to thaw out. At least, I finally managed to whisper something. "My mum isn't my mum," I said helplessly. Gideon steered me over to the green sofa in the middle of the room and sat down beside me. "I wish I'd known," he said, distressed. "Then I could have warned you. Are you cold? Your teeth are chattering." I shook my head, leaned against him, and closed my eyes. For a moment, I wished that time would stand still here, in 1953 on this green sofa, when there were no problems, no questions, no lies, only Gideon and his comforting presence beside me, enveloping me. But unfortunately, as I knew from bitter experience, my wishes didn't usually come true. I opened my eyes again and looked sideways at Gideon. "You were right," I said miserably. "This is probably the only place where they can't bother us, but you're going to be in trouble." "I certainly am." Gideon smiled slightly, "particularly because I had to be, well, rather rough with Marley to keep him from snatching the chronograph away from me." His smile was a grim one. "Operation Black Tourmaline and Sapphire will just have to wait for another day. Although there are even more questions I'd like to ask Lucy and Paul now, and a meeting with them is exactly what we could do at the moment." I thought of our last meeting with Lucy and Paul at Lady Tilney's house, and my teeth chattered when I remembered how Lucy had looked at me and whispered my name. My God, and I'd had no idea. "If Lucy and Paul are my parents, does that mean you and I are related?" I asked. Gideon smiled again. "That was the first thing that crossed my own mind," he said. "But Falk and Paul are only distant relatives of mine, uncles twice removed, I think. They're descended from one of the Carnelian twins. I'm descended from the other." The cogwheels in my brain were beginning to turn and engage with each other again. Suddenly, I had a lump in my throat. "Before Dad got so sick, he always sang us something in the evening and played the guitar. Nick and I really loved that," I said. "He used to say I'd inherited my musical talent from him. But he wasn't even related to me. I get my black hair from Paul." I swallowed. Gideon said nothing, but I saw the sympathy in his face. "If Lucy isn't my cousin but my mother, then my mother is my great-aunt," I went on, "and my grandmother is really my great-grandmother, and Grandpa's not my grandfather. Uncle Harry is." That was the last straw. I began crying my eyes out. "I can't stand Uncle Harry. I don't want him to be my grandfather, and I don't want Nick and Caroline not to be my brother and sister. I love them so much." Gideon let me cry for a while, and then he began stroking my hair and making soothing sounds. "Hey, it's okay, Gwenny. None of that makes any difference. They're the same people. Never mind exactly how they're related to you." But I went on sobbing inconsolably. I hardly noticed Gideon gently drawing me toward him. He put both arms around me and held me tight. "She ought to have told me," I finally managed to say. Gideon's t-shirt was all wet with my tears. Mom ought to have told me." "Maybe she would have told you sometime, but put yourself in her position. She loves you, so she knew very well that the truth would hurt you. She probably couldn't bring herself to do it." Gideon's hand was stroking my back. "It must have been terrible for all of them, particularly Lucy and Paul." My tears started flowing again. "But why did they leave me behind on my own? The guardians would never have done me any harm. Why didn't they simply take me with them?" Gideon didn't answer at once. Then he said, slowly, I would guess that they tried to. Probably when Lucy found out that she was pregnant, and they realized he would be the Ruby. He cleared his throat. But at the same time, they still had no proof of their theories about the Count. Their stories were dismissed as childish attempts to excuse their unauthorized time travel. It even says so in the annals. Marley's grandfather in particular got terribly angry about their accusations. According to his account of it, they had dragged the sacred memory of the Count through the dirt. But my grandfather! My mind refused to think of Lucas as anyone but my grandpa. He knew everything that was going on, and he, for one, believed Lucy and Paul. Why didn't he stop them running away? I've no idea. Gideon shrugged a shoulder wet with my tears. Without evidence, even he couldn't have done very much. He couldn't endanger his position in the inner circle, and who knows whether he could trust all the guardians of the time. We can't rule out the possibility that there was someone there in his own day who knew about the Count's real plans. Someone who may have even murdered my grandfather in the end. I shook my head. This was all too much for me, but Gideon hadn't finished with his theories yet. Whatever made him do it, maybe it was your grandfather's idea to send Lucy and Paul back into the past, taking the chronograph with them. Sounds like he supported them. I sobbed. They could have taken me with them, too, I said. Before I was born, I mean. To bring you into the world of 1912, and bring you up under a false name, just before the First World War? He shook his head. Who'd have looked after you if anything happened to them? He stroked my hair. I can't come anywhere near imagining how it must have hurt to discover a thing like this, Gwen, but I can understand Lucy and Paul. They knew for certain that your mother was someone who would love you like her own child and bring you up in safety. I bit my lower lip. I don't know. Feeling exhausted, I sat up. I don't know anything anymore. I wish I could just turn time back. A few weeks ago, maybe I wasn't the happiest girl in the world, but I was kind of normal. Not a time traveler, not immortal, and definitely not the child of two teenagers who live in the year 1912. Gideon smiled at me. Yes, but look at it in this way. There are a few positive things as well. He carefully ran his thumb under my eyes, probably wiping up a huge puddle full of mascara. I think you're very brave. And I do love you. That washed the dull pain out of my heart. I put my arms around his neck. Could you say that again, please? And then kiss me? So hard that I forget everything else? Gideon let his eyes wander down from my eyes to my lips. I can always try, he murmured. Gideon's efforts were crowned by success, if you'd like to put it that way. At least, I for one wouldn't have minded spending the rest of the day, or maybe my whole life here, in his arms, on the sofa in 1953. But after a while, he moved a little way away from me, propped himself on his elbows, and looked down at me. I guess we'd better stop this now, or I can't answer for myself, he said rather breathlessly. I didn't say anything. Why would he feel any different from me? Except that I couldn't have just stopped like that. I wondered whether I ought to feel slightly offended that he did. But I didn't have long to think about it, because Gideon glanced at the time, and suddenly sat up very straight. Hey, Gwen, he said hastily. Time's nearly up. You'd better do something to your hair. They're probably all gathered around the chronograph in a circle, waiting to haul us over the coals when we travel back. I sighed. Oh, God, I said unhappily. But first we must discuss what to do next. Gideon frowned. They'll have to postpone the operation, of course, but maybe I can persuade them at least to send me back to 1912 for the 2 hours left of my time quota. We really do urgently need to talk to Lucy and Paul. We could visit them together this evening, I said, although for a moment my stomach churned at the idea. Hi, nice to meet you, Mum and Dad. Forget it, Gwen. They're never going to let you go to 1912 with me again, not unless it's on the Count's express orders. Gideon put his hand out, pulled me to my feet, and then rather clumsily tried to smooth down the hair at the back of my head. He'd got it into that untidy state himself. What a good thing that I just happened to have a chronograph of my own hidden at home, then, I said as casually as I could. And, by the way, it works perfectly. Gideon stared at me. You what? Oh, come on, surely you knew. How else could I have met Lucas so often? I put one hand on my stomach. It was already beginning to give me that roller coaster feeling. I thought you'd found some way to meet him while you were elapsing, and... Gideon dissolved into thin air before my eyes. I followed him a few seconds later, after running my hands over my hair once again. I'd been sure that the chronograph room would be teeming with guardians when we came back, all of them furious with Gideon for his unauthorized action, and secretly I expected Mr. Marley, with a black eye, to stand in a corner and insist that Gideon must be taken away in handcuffs. But all was quiet. There was only Falk Devier in the room, and my mum. She was sitting on a chair, a picture of misery, wringing her hands, and she gave me a tearful look. Her mascara and eyeshadow made an irregular pattern of stripes on her cheeks. "Ah, so there you two are," said Falk. His voice and expression were neutral, but I thought it perfectly possible that beneath his facade he was seething with rage. There was a strange gleam in his amber-colored wolf eyes. Beside me, Gideon instinctively stood up very straight and raised his chin slightly, as if bracing himself for a lecture. I quickly reached for his hand. "It's not his fault. I didn't want to elapse on my own," I said quickly. "Gideon didn't mean to spoil the plan." "That's all right, Gwyneth." Falk gave me a weary smile. "Right now, various things aren't going according to plan." He passed his hand over his forehead and cast Mum a brief sidelong glance. "I'm very sorry that when we were talking at midday, you had to learn the facts like that. It certainly wasn't intentional." He looked at Mum again. News like that ought to be broken more gently. Mum said nothing, just tried hard to hold back her tears. Gideon squeezed my hand. Falk sighed. "I guess you and Grace will have a good deal to talk about. We'd better leave you alone," he said. "There's an adept waiting outside the door to escort you upstairs when you're ready. Coming, Gideon?" Reluctantly, Gideon let go of my hand and kissed me on the cheek. As he did so, he whispered in my ear, "You'll do fine, Gwen, and later we'll talk about what you have hiding at home." It took all of my self-control not to cling to him and say, "Oh, please stay with me." I waited in silence until he and Falk had left, closing the door behind them. Then I turned to Mum and tried to smile. "I'm surprised they let you into their Holy of Holies here." Mom got up, tottering like an old lady, and gave me a wry smile in return. "They blindfolded me. Well, that boy with the face like a moon did. He had a split lip, and I expect that's why he tied the knot so tight. It tweaked my hair horribly, but I didn't dare to complain." I know about all that. I couldn't sum up much sympathy for Mr. Marley's split lip. "Mum, I know you must hate me now." Mum didn't let me finish, and I absolutely understand that. "Mum, I'm so dreadfully sorry for all of it. I ought never to have let it get so far." She took a step toward me and put out her arms, only to let them fall helplessly to her sides again. "I've always been terrified of this day. I knew it would happen some time or other, and the older you grew, the more afraid I was. Your grandfather—" She stopped, then took a deep breath and went on. "My father and I were going to tell you together, once you were old enough to understand the facts and come to terms with them." "So Lucas knew?" "Of course. He hid Lucy and Paul in Durham with us, and it was his idea for me to make out that I was pregnant so that I could pretend the baby, that was you, was mine. Lucy went for medical checkups in Durham under my name. She and Paul spent almost 4 months with us, while Dad was busy laying false trails over half of Europe. It was really the perfect hiding place. No one cared about my pregnancy. We said that the baby would be born in December, so that meant that you weren't of any interest to the guardians in the family." Mum looked past me at the tapestry on the wall, and her eyes were glazed. "Up to the end, we hoped it wouldn't be necessary for Lucy and Paul to travel back into the past with a chronograph. But a private detective hired by the guardians was watching our house." She shuddered at the memory. "My father managed to warn us just in time. Lucy and Paul had no other option. They had to run for it and leave you with us, a tiny baby with a funny little tuft of hair on your head and big blue eyes." Now the tears were streaming down her cheeks. "Nicholas and I swore to keep you safe, and we loved you like our own child from the very first second." Without noticing it, I'd begun to cry again myself. "Oh, Mum. You see, we'd never wanted to have children. There was so much poor health in Nicholas's family, and I always thought I wasn't the maternal type. But all that changed when Lucy and Paul had entrusted you to us." Mum's tears were unstoppable now. "You made us so happy. You changed our lives and showed us how wonderful children are. But for you, Nick and Caroline would never have been born." She was sobbing so hard that she was unable to go on. I couldn't stand it anymore. I flung myself into her arms. "It's all right, Mum," I tried to say, but only a kind of snorkeling sound like a gurgle came out.
Mum seemed to understand it all the same. She wound her arms around me and hugged me, and for quite a long time we weren't in any position to talk or to stop crying. Until Zemirius put his head through the wall and said, "Oh, here you are." He squeezed the rest of himself through into the room, flew over to the table, and settled there, staring curiously at us. Oh no, 2 indoor water fountains now. The Niagara Falls model must have been on special offer. I gently moved away from Mum. "Mum, we must go. Do you have any tissues on you?" "If we're lucky." She rummaged in her bag and handed me one. "Why isn't your mascara all over your face?" she asked with a faint grin. I blew my nose noisily. "I'm afraid I already left it all over Gideon's t-shirt." "He does seem like a nice boy, although I ought to warn you against him. Those Devier men are nothing but bad news for us Montrose women." Mum opened her powder compact, looked in the little mirror, and sighed. "Oh, mercy, I look like Frankenstein's mother." "Yep, nothing but soap and water will do the job there," said Zemirius. He hopped off the table, settled on a chest in the corner, and put his head to one side. "Looks like I've missed out on a lot. By the way, they're all in an uproar upstairs. Lots of terribly important men in black suits, and that useless Marley looking like someone punched him in the face. And Gwyneth, they're all going on at your nice boy. He obviously turned their plans upside down. Also, he's infuriating every last one of them by grinning to himself like an idiot the whole time. And although I suppose there was absolutely no reason for it, all of a sudden I was doing exactly the same, grinning to myself like another idiot." Mum looked at me over the edge of her compact. "Can you forgive me?" she asked quietly. "Dear Mum!" I hugged her so hard that she dropped everything she was holding. "I do love you so much." "Oh, please," groaned Zemirius. "Here we go again. Isn't it damp enough in here already?" "This is my idea of heaven," said Lesley, pivoting on her own axis, so as to take in the atmosphere of Madame Rossini's stocks of costumes. Her eyes wandered over the shelves of boots and shoes from all periods, and then went on to the hats, from there to the apparently endless racks of clothes hanging, and finally back to Madame Rossini, who had opened the door of this paradise to us. "And you are God in person." "You are so sweet," Madame Rossini beamed at her. "My own opinion entirely," said Raphael. Gideon cast him a glance of amusement. I didn't know how, after all that fuss this afternoon, he'd managed to get Falk to agree. Maybe Gideon's uncle was more of a sheep in wolf's clothing than the other way around. But we and Lesley and Raphael really did have permission to borrow costumes for Cynthia's party from the Guardian's stocks, under Madame Rossini's supervision. It was early evening when we met outside her stockrooms, and Lesley was so excited at being allowed into the headquarters of the lodge that she could hardly keep still. Although she didn't get to see any of the other rooms that I described to her, and was only led along an ordinary corridor to the stockroom, she was bubbling with enthusiasm. "Have you noticed?" she whispered to me. "This place positively reeks of puzzles and mysteries. Oh God, I just love it." Once in the stockroom with the costumes, she was practically hyperventilating. In other circumstances, I expect it would have been the same with me. Up to now, I'd thought of Madame Rossini's studio as the Garden of Eden, but this was even better. Much better. But first, by now, I was pretty well used to all the clothes, and second, my head and heart were busy with very different things. Of course, I have not made all the costumes that are here. It is the Guardian's collection. They began it 200 years ago, and they added to it in the course of time. Madame Rossini took a slightly yellowing lace dress off of one of the racks, and Lesley and I sighed, enchanted. "Many of the historical dresses are very lovely, but they cannot be used for time travel these days." She carefully hung up the dress again. "And the costumes made for the last but one generation are not up to the standard of today." "You mean all these wonderful dresses are slowly rotting away here?" Lesley stroked the lace dress sympathetically. Madame Rossini shrugged her plump shoulders. "It is valuable material for illustrating the historical styles, even for me. But you are right, it is a shame that so few see it. All the better that you are here this evening. You will be the loveliest ladies at the ball, mes petits." "It isn't a ball, Madame Rossini, just a rather boring party," said Lesley. "A party is only as boring as the guests," said Madame Rossini firmly. "That's what I say, too," said Raphael, giving Lesley a sidelong look. "How about we two go as Robin Hood and Maid Marian? They went around in Lincoln Green." He perched a small lady's hat
with a feather in it on his head. Then everyone will see that we're together." Said Lesley. Madame Rossini walked along the racks, cheerfully commenting, "Oh, this is fun! Such fun! 4 young people and une fête disguisée. What could be better?" "I can think of a few things," whispered Gideon, with his mouth close to my ear. "Listen, you girls must distract her attention to give me a chance to find clothes for our visit to 1912. Out loud, he said, "I'll wear that green thing I had on yesterday, Madame Rossini, if I may." Madame Rossini swung around to us. "That green thing from yesterday?" One of her eyebrows shot up. He means the sea-green coat with the emerald clasps," I said. "Yes, and the rest of the stuff that goes with it," Gideon smiled. "Can't get any greener than that." "The stuff! Pearls before swine!" Madame Rossini flung her hands up in the air, but she was smiling. "Alors, the late 18th century for this little rebel. Then we must dress my little swan-necked beauty to go with him. I am afraid there is no green ball dress from that period." "The period doesn't matter, Madame Rossini. The people at that party won't know the first thing about historical periods." "Just so long as the dress looks old, and it's long, with a full skirt," added Lesley. "Bien sûr, that is so," said Madame Rossini, reluctantly. Lesley and I followed her right across the room like puppies following the lure of a bone. Gideon disappeared among the racks of clothes, while Raphael tried on more ladies' hats. "Over there I have a dream of a dress, shimmering green taffeta and tulle, 1865, said Madame Rossini, twinkling at us. With her tiny eyes and lack of neck, she always looked a little like a tortoise. "The color would go well with that little rebel's green coat. For the period, however, the style would be all wrong, as if Casanova were taking Queen Alexandra to a ball in her youth, if you see what I mean. Like I said, the guests at this evening's party won't know a thing about such details," I said, holding my breath as Madame Rossini took the Queen Alexandra dress off the rail where it hung. It really was dreamy. "Well, it certainly has a full skirt," Lesley laughed. "Turn around in that and you'll sweep the entire cold buffet onto the floor." "Try it on, my little swan-necked beauty. There's a tiara to go with it. And now for you." Madame Rossini took Lesley's arm and led her to the next row of dresses. "We have here French and Italian haute couture of the last century. Green was not the fashionable color then, but we will find you something, never fear." Lesley was going to say something, but she choked with excitement at the words haute couture and had a fit of coughing. "May I try on these weird knee breeches?" called Raphael from behind us. "Of course, but be careful with the buttons." Unobtrusively, I was keeping an eye open for Gideon. He already had a couple of garments hanging on his arm, and he smiled at me over the top of the clothes racks. Madame Rossini didn't notice him plundering her stocks. She happily walked along the haute couture rails, with Lesley close behind her, breathing heavily. "For cette petite with her freckles, maybe." "This one!" Lesley interrupted her. "Please, it's so beautiful." "Mais, ma chérie, it is not green," said Madame Rossini. "Well, it's almost green." Lesley looked as if she'd burst into tears with disappointment right away. "No, it is ice blue," said Madame Rossini firmly. "Grace Kelly wore it to a gala when the country girl had won a prize. Not this precise dress, bien sûr, but it is an exact copy." "It's the loveliest dress I ever saw," whispered Lesley. "It does have something kind of green about it," I said, trying to support her. "Or at least turquoise, with a touch of green. If the light is a little yellowish, it practically is green." Madame Rossini sounded undecided. I looked around for Gideon. He was quietly making for the door. "I expect it wouldn't fit me anyway," murmured Lesley. "I think it would." Madame Rossini looked Lesley up and down, and then gazed thoughtfully into the distance. "You young girls all have such wonderful little waists." "Zut alors!" Suddenly she looked fierce. "Young man, where are you going with those clothes?" Stammered Gideon, taken by surprise. He'd almost reached the door. The tourist turned into a raging elephant breaking through jungle undergrowth. Madame Rossini was beside Gideon in an instant. I'd have never thought she could move so fast. "What is this?" She tore the garments out of his hand, and her French accent got the better of her. "Were you going to steal these things from me?" "No, of course not, Madame Rossini. I just wanted to, borrow them." Gideon looked as remorseful as he could, but it didn't work with Madame Rossini. She held the clothes up and examined them. "Why have you chosen these, you impossible boy? They are not even green." I came to Gideon's aid. "Please don't be cross with us. We need to borrow them for an expedition to the year 1912. I hesitated for a moment, and then decided to stake everything on a single card. "A secret expedition, Madame Rossini." "Secret? To the year 1912?" repeated Madame Rossini, clutching the garments to her like Caroline clutching her crochet pig. "And these things? Is this a joke?" I'd never seen her so angry before. "This is a gentleman's suit from the year 1932, she said menacingly, gasping indignantly for air between each word. "And this dress belonged to a cigar girl. If you went out in the street in these things in 1912, there would be an uproar, a riot." She put her hand on her hips. "Have you learned nothing from me, young man? What do I always say these costumes are about? They are about authenticity." Gideon sheepishly supplied the word. "Précisément." Madame Rossini bared her teeth. "If you have plans for a secret visit to the year 1912, then not in these clothes. You might as well land in the city in a spaceship. That would be just as discreet." Her eyes were still flashing angrily as she looked from Gideon to me and back again. But all at once she started moving and, under our startled gaze, navigated from one rail of clothes to another. A little later she came back with an armful of clothes and peculiar hats. "Bien," she said in a voice that told us she wasn't going to accept any protests. "Let this be a lesson to you not to go behind Madame Rossini's back." She held the clothes out to us, and suddenly her face changed. It was like the sun coming out after dark rain clouds. "And if I find out that this wicked boy has not been wearing his hat again," she said, wagging her finger at Gideon, "then I will have to tell your uncle about this secret outing." I smiled with relief and gave her a big hug. "Oh, you really are a darling, Madame Rossini." Caroline and Nick were sitting on the sofa in the sewing room. They looked surprised when Gideon and I came quietly through the door. But while a beaming smile spread over Caroline's face, Nick seemed rather embarrassed. "I thought you were both at that party," said my little brother. I wasn't sure which bothered him most, but being found watching a kids' film with his little sister, or the fact that they were both already in their pajamas, and the pajamas, a Christmas present from Aunt Mattie, had hoods with rabbit ears. Like Aunt Mattie, I thought that was cute, but when you're 12, maybe it seems different. Especially when you get unexpected visitors and your big sister's boyfriend is wearing a mega cool leather jacket. "Charlotte left half an hour ago," Nick explained, "and Glenda was fussing around her like a mother hen who's just laid an egg." "Yuck, no, do stop all that kissing stuff, Gwenny. You're as bad as Mum was just now. Why are you two here, anyway?" "We're going on to the party later," said Gideon, sitting down on the sofa beside him. "Sure," said Zamirius, who was lounging about on a stack of old Homes and Gardens magazines. "The really cool guys always arrive last." Caroline was gazing adoringly at Gideon with big saucer eyes. "Have you met Margaret?" She had been holding her crochet pig on her lap, and now she offered it to him. "You can stroke her if you like." Gideon obediently patted the pig's back. "Lovely and soft." Then he glanced at the screen with an apparent interest. "Oh, looks like you've already reached the bit where the paint gun explodes. That's my favorite part." Nick gave him a suspicious sidelong glance. "You know Tinker Bell?" "I think her ideas are really cool," claimed Gideon. "Me too," said Zamirius, "only her hairstyle is, well, the pits." Caroline sighed amorously. "You're so nice. Will you be visiting us often?" "I'm afraid so, yes," said Zamirius. "I hope so, yes," said Gideon, and our eyes met. I couldn't suppress an amorous sigh of my own. After our successful visit to the costume stockroom, we'd also made a little side trip to Dr. White's treatment room, and while Gideon was providing himself with a couple of instruments there, I suddenly had an idea. "While we're burgling this place anyway, could you find a kit for smallpox vaccination that we can take with us?" "Don't worry, you'll have been inoculated against all the diseases you could meet while traveling in time," Gideon had reassured me. "Including the variola virus, of course." "It's not for me, it's for a friend," I told him. "Please, I'll explain later." Gideon had raised an eyebrow, but he opened Dr. White's medication cupboard without comment, and after a little searching he found a red box and put it in his pocket.
I loved him all the more for not asking questions. "You look as if you were about to start drooling," said Zemirius, bringing me back to reality. I fished the key of the door leading up to the roof out of its hiding place in the sugar bowl in the cupboard. "How long has Mum been in the bathroom?" I asked Nick and Caroline. "Quarter of an hour at most." Nick was looking far more relaxed now. "She was kind of odd this evening, kept on kissing us and sighing. She didn't stop until Mr. Bernard brought her a whiskey." "Only a quarter of an hour? Then we ought to have plenty of time. But if she does happen to come out earlier than anyone expects, please don't tell her we're up on the roof." "Okay," said Nick, while Zemirius chanted his silly song about necking in the porch again. I glanced mockingly at Gideon. "If you can tear yourself away from Tinker Bell, let's get going." "Luckily, I know how the film ends." Gideon reached for his backpack and picked it up. "See you soon," Caroline breathed. "Yep, see you soon. I'd rather watch fairies at work than you two smooching," said Zemirius. "A demon has his pride, you know. I wouldn't like anyone to say I was a peeping Tom." I took no notice of him, but climbed the narrow chimney-sweep staircase up to the roof, and opened the trapdoor at the top of it. It was a fairly mild spring night, the perfect evening to come up here, and yes, for smooching, too. Why not? From up here there was a wonderful view over the nearby buildings, and the moon was shining in the east above the rooftops. "Where are you?" I quietly called down. Gideon's curly head appeared in the hatch above the trapdoor, and then the rest of him followed. "Wow, I can understand this being your favorite place," he said, taking his backpack off and kneeling cautiously down. I'd never noticed before that the roof really was romantic, especially at this time of night, with the sea of bright city lights reaching out forever beyond the intricately decorated roof ridge of the house. Sometime we'd come up here, with a picnic plus soft cushions and candles, and Gideon could bring his violin, and with any luck, Zemirius would be taking a day off. "What are you grinning at?" asked Gideon. "Oh, nothing. Just letting the fancy roam." Gideon made a face. "Oh, yes?" He looked carefully around. "Okay, I guess the show can begin." I nodded and cautiously made my way forward. The roof here was flat, but the slope began a couple of feet beyond the chimneys, marked off only by the knee-high decorative iron border. And, immortal or not, I didn't feel that plunging 4 floors down to street level was a great way to enjoy the weekend. I opened the ventilation flap in the nearest of the broad chimneys. "Why up here, of all places, Gwenny?" I heard Gideon ask behind me. "Charlotte's afraid of heights," I explained. "I knew she'd never come up to the roof because of her vertigo." I took the heavy bundle out of the chimney, balancing it carefully in my arms. Gideon jumped up. "Don't drop it," he said nervously. "Please." "Don't worry." I had to laugh at his horrified expression. "Look, even standing on one leg, I can—" Gideon let out what sounded like a tiny whimper. "This is no joking matter, Gwenny," he gasped. Obviously, all that instruction in the mysteries had gone deeper than I thought. He took the bundle from my arms and cradled it like a baby. "Is that really—" he began. I felt a cold draft of air behind us. "No, dummy!" crowed Zemirius, putting his head through the hatch. "It's an old cheese that Gwyneth keeps up here in case she feels peckish in the middle of the night." I rolled my eyes, and signed him to go away, which, to my surprise, he did. I suppose Tinker Bell was so exciting that he had to go back to it. Meanwhile, Gideon had put the chronograph down on the roof, and now he began carefully unwrapping it. "Did you know that Charlotte was phoning us about every 10 minutes, trying to convince us that you had this chronograph? In the end, even she got on Marley's nerves." "What a shame," I said, "and the two of them might have been made for each other." Gideon nodded. Then he removed the last of the wrappings and audibly took a deep breath. I carefully stroked the shiny, polished wood. "There it is, then." Gideon said nothing for a moment. For more than a moment, to tell you the truth. "Gideon?" I finally asked uncertainly. Lesley had begged me to wait a few days longer, until we could be sure that he really was to be trusted. But I dismissed the idea out of hand. "I simply didn't believe it," Gideon finally whispered. "I didn't for a second believe Charlotte." He looked at me, and his eyes were dark in this light. "Do you realize what would happen if anyone knew about this?" I didn't bother to point out that quite a number of people did know about it already. Maybe it was just because all of a sudden Gideon seemed so bewildered, but I was suddenly afraid. Are we really going through with the plan? I asked. I had a queasy sensation inside me, and this time it was nothing to do with the beginning of a journey through time. It was one thing for my grandfather to read my blood into the chronograph. What we were about to do now was something else. We'd be closing the circle of blood, and there was no way we could foresee the possible consequences. To put it in as positive a way as possible. My memory went through all those horrifying prophecies, with lines ending in death and last breath, and dredged up a few more rhyming slain and pain. The fact that I was apparently immortal was no consolation whatsoever. Oddly enough, it seemed to be my own uncertainty that brought Gideon back to his normal self. Are we going through with it? He leaned forward and dropped a little kiss on my nose. Do you mean that seriously? He stripped off his jacket and took the loot we'd lifted from Dr. White's room out of the backpack. Okay, here goes. First he put an elastic band around his left upper arm and tightened it. Then he removed a syringe from its sterile plastic pack and grinned at me. Nurse, he said in commanding tones, flashlight. I made a face. That's one way to do it, of course, I replied, shining the beam of the flashlight on the inside of his elbow. Typical medical student. Do I hear a touch of scorn in your voice? Gideon cast me an amused glance. How did you do it, then? With a Japanese vegetable knife, I said, a little boastfully, and Grandpa caught the blood in a teacup. Ah, I see. That cut on your forearm. All of a sudden he didn't sound so amused at all. He plunged the needle of the syringe into his skin, and blood began flowing into the cannula under the end of it. Are you sure you know exactly what you have to do? I asked, jerking my chin at the chronograph. That thing has so many different flaps and little compartments you could easily turn the wrong cogwheel. Chronograph studies is one of the exams you have to pass to become an adept, and I did all that ages ago. Gideon handed me the syringe with the blood in it and undid the elastic band on his arm. Makes me wonder how you had any leisure time left to watch masterpieces of the silver screen like Tinker Bell. Gideon shook his head. A little more respect would do no harm. Give me that cannula. Now, turn the flashlight on the chronograph. Yes, that's it. And the occasional please and thank you would do no harm either, I remarked, while Gideon began dripping his blood into the chronograph. Unlike Lucas, he did it with hands that didn't shake in the least. Maybe he'd make a good surgeon someday. I was biting my lower lip in excitement. 3 drops here, under the head of the lion, Gideon murmured, concentrating hard. Then to turn this cogwheel and switch the lever over. There we are. He lowered the cannula, and I switched off the flashlight in a reflex action. Several little wheels began going around inside the chronograph, clicking, clattering, and humming, just like last time. Then the clattering grew louder and the volume of the humming rose. It sounded almost like a tune. A wave of heat hit us in the face, and I clung to Gideon's arm, as if the next thing would be a gust of wind strong enough to blow us off the roof. But instead, the jewels in the chronograph lit up, one by one. There was a flickering all around it, and if it had seemed like a fire was blazing inside the chronograph at first, now the air was suddenly icy cold. The flickering light went out, and the cogwheel stopped turning. The whole thing had taken less than half a minute. I let go of Gideon and rubbed my arm. All the little hairs on it were standing on end. Is that all? Gideon took a deep breath and raised his hand. This time it was shaking slightly. We're about to find out, he said. I took one of Dr. White's little laboratory flasks from my pocket and handed it to him. Go carefully. If it's a powder, a breeze could simply blow it away. That might not be such a bad thing, murmured Gideon. He turned to me. His eyes were shining. You see? Under the sign of the 12-fold star, all sickness and ills will flee afar. We'll see about that. The hell with the 12-fold star. I'd really rather rely on my flashlight. Go on, I said impatiently, leaning forward, and then Gideon pulled out a tiny drawer in the chronograph. I'll admit I was disappointed. After all that mysterious carrying on blah 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 about secrets, it was kind of an anticlimax. The little drawer contained neither a liquid, Lesley's best guess, sure to be red as blood, she had said, wide-eyed, nor a powder, nor a stone of any kind. All it held was a substance that looked like salt, although particularly beautiful salt, if you looked more closely, tiny opalescent little crystals. Crazy, I whispered. I don't believe it. All that trouble and expense over the centuries, just for these few crumbs of whatever it is.
Gideon held his hand protectively over the drawer. "Let's hope no one finds out that these crumbs of whatever it is are in our hands now," he said rather breathlessly. I nodded. Again, apart from the people who already did know. I took the cork out of the flask. "Hurry up, then," I whispered. I suddenly had a vision of Lady Arista, who, as far as I knew, was afraid of no one and nothing, certainly not of heights, coming up through the hatch to snatch the little flask away from us. Gideon seemed to be thinking something similar, because he tipped the crumbs into the flask without any ceremony at all, and put the cork back in. Only when it was safely stowed away in his jacket pocket did he breathe freely again. But at that moment another idea occurred to me. "Now that the chronograph has done what it's supposed to do, maybe it won't work any more for time travel," I said. "We're about to find that out, too," replied Gideon, smiling at me. "Off we go to the year 1912.
Chapter 13. "Oh, shit, I think I sat on that damned hat," Gideon whispered behind me. "Stop swearing, or the roof will fall in on us," I hissed, "and if you don't put that hat on, I'm telling tales of you to Madame Rossini." Zemirius cackled with laughter. He'd come along this far for the ride today. "The hat won't save him. With that hairstyle, everyone in 1912 will take him for a roughneck. He might at least have given himself a proper side parting." I heard Gideon swearing quietly again, this time because he'd obviously knocked his elbow on something. It wasn't all that easy to undress and get dressed again in a confessional, and I was pretty sure that it was also sacrilege to use one as a changing room. Quite apart from the fact that it was certainly also a secular offense to break into a church, even if you didn't want to steal anything, but just plan to use it as a launch pad for a quick trip to the year 1912. Gideon had unlocked the side door with a metal hook so fast that I didn't even have time to feel nervous. "Wow," Zemirius had whistled appreciatively through his teeth. "He ought to teach you that trick. The two of you would make an unbeatable team of burglars. Immortally good, even." We were back in the church where Zemirius and I had first met, and Gideon had first kissed me. Although there was no time to indulge in nostalgia, I felt as if all these events dated from long, long ago, particularly when I thought about how much had happened since then. In reality, it was only a few days since that first occasion. Gideon knocked on the door of the confessional from outside. "Ready?" "No, unfortunately they hadn't invented zipper fasteners in time for this dress," I said despairingly. Even with the most daring contortions, I couldn't reach all of the little buttons down the back. I slipped out of the confessional. Would my heart ever stop beating faster at the sight of Gideon? Would a time ever come when I didn't feel I was dazzled by something incredibly wonderful every time I set eyes on him? Probably not. Although this time he was wearing an unspectacular dark gray suit with a vest and a white shirt under the jacket, but it suited him so well, with his broad... Zemirius, dangling head down from the gallery of the church, cleared his throat. "What is this life, if, full of care, we have no time to stand and stare?" "Very nice," I said quickly. "Kind of a timeless mafia boss outfit. And the tie perfectly tied. Madame Rossini would be proud of you." Sighing, I went back to my buttons. The inventor of the zip fastener ought to have been made a saint long ago. Gideon grinned. "Turn around and let me do it," he said. "Oh," he added moments later, "there are hundreds of them." It took him some time to do up all the little buttons, which may have been because he kissed the back of my neck at every other button. I'd certainly have enjoyed that far more if Zemirius hadn't called out, "Kissy, kissy, kissy," every time. At last we were through. Madame Rossini had found me a high-necked pale gray dress with a lace collar. It was slightly too long, so that I kept stumbling over it, and I'd have fallen full length if Gideon hadn't caught me. "Next time, I'm wearing the suit," I said. Gideon laughed and looked as if he was going to kiss me again, but Zemirius groaned. "Oh no, not again," and I pushed him gently away. "We don't have time," I said. "Also, there's a bat-winged creature hanging 6 feet overhead, making horrible faces." I looked crossly up at Zemirius. "What's the matter?" asked Zemirius. "I thought this was an important mission, not a date. You ought to be grateful to me." "Oh, thanks," I grunted. Meanwhile, Gideon had gone into the choir of the church and was kneeling down in front of the chronograph. After much thought, we had put it under the altar. Hopefully, no one would find it there while we were gone, unless the church had a cleaning lady who worked Saturday evenings. "I'll hold the fort," Zemirius promised. "If anyone comes to steal that thing, I'll show no mercy. I'll spit torrents of water over them."
Gideon took my hand. Ready, Gwenny? I looked him straight in the eyes, and my heart did a little jump. Ready when you are, I said softly. Zemiri's probably said something caustic about that, but I didn't hear it because the needle was already pricking my finger, and waves of ruby red light carried me away. A moment later, I stood up. The church was empty and just as quiet as in our own time. I half hoped and half feared to see Zemirius in the gallery. He'd already been haunting this place in 1912. Then Gideon landed beside me and immediately took my hand again. Come on, we must hurry. We only have 2 hours, and I bet that won't be time for even 1/10 of our questions. Suppose we don't find Lucy and Paul at Lady Tilney's house, I said, and my teeth began chattering with alarm. I still couldn't bring myself to think of them as my parents. And if the conversation with Mum had been bad enough, what would it be like to face them, a couple of perfect strangers? When we left for the church, torrents of rain were pouring down. Oh, great, I said, and suddenly I'd have given anything for one of Madame Rossini's impossible hats. Couldn't you have looked at the weather forecast before we left? Oh, come on, it's only a light summer shower, said Gideon, pulling me on. But by the time we reached Eaton Place, the light summer shower had drenched us. You could say we attracted a lot of attention, because everyone else who was out and about had an umbrella, and looked at us pityingly. A good thing we didn't go to any trouble with authentic hairstyles, I said when we were outside Lady Tilney's front door. I nervously patted my hair, which was sticking to my scalp. My teeth were still chattering. Gideon rang the bell and squeezed my hand more tightly. I don't feel too good about this, I whispered. We still have time to disappear again. Maybe it would be best to think what order to ask our questions in first, in peace and quiet. Hush, 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 said Gideon. It's all right, Gwenny. I'm with you. Yes, you're with me, I said, and I went on repeating it like a soothing mantra. You're with me, you're with me, you're with me. The white-gloved butler opened the door, like last time. He didn't look at all pleased to see us. Mr. Stillman, isn't it? Gideon gave him a friendly smile. Would you be kind enough to announce us to Lady Tilney? Miss Gwyneth Shepherd and Gideon Tevier. The butler hesitated for a moment and then said, Wait here, closing the door in our faces. My goodness, Mr. Bernard would never allow such a thing, I said indignantly. Oh well, he probably thinks you have a pistol with you again and you've come for some of his employer's blood. He's not to know that Lady Lavinia stole your pistol, and I'm still wondering just how she fixed that. I mean, what on earth did she do to take your mind off essentials? If she ever crosses my path again, I'll ask her. Not that I'm sure I really want to know. Oh dear, here I go again, talking like a waterfall. I always do that when I'm nervous. I don't think I can face them, Gideon, and I can hardly breathe, or it could be that I'm simply not breathing, not that that makes any difference if I'm immortal. At this point, I could hear my voice rising hysterically, but I went on. Better step back, because next time the door opens, that man Stillman could well... The door opened. Hit you in the face, I murmured all the same. The beefy butler waved us in. Lady Tilney will see you upstairs in the small drawing-room, he said stiffly, as soon as I've searched you for weapons. If you must. Gideon spread his arms out and let Stillman pat him down. All right, you can go up, said the butler when he had finished. How about me? I asked, puzzled. You're a lady. Ladies don't carry guns. Gideon smiled at me, took my hand, and led me up the stairs. Talk about carelessness, I glanced at Stillman, who was following a few steps behind us. You mean he's not afraid of me just because I'm a woman? He ought to see Tomb Raider sometime. For all he knows, I could have a nuclear bomb under my dress and a hand grenade in every cup of my bra. I call it anti-feminist. I could have gone on like this without stopping till around sunset, but Lady Tilney was waiting for us at the top of the stairs, slender and straight as a ramrod. She was definitely a beautiful woman. Even her icy expression couldn't change that. I'd been going to smile spontaneously at her, but as the corners of my mouth began to stretch, I made them stop. In 1912, Lady Tilney was much more alarming than later, when she'd started making crochet pigs as a hobby, and I felt uncomfortably aware that not only was our hair all over the place, my dress was also hanging like a damp sack. I wondered instinctively whether hair dryers had been invented yet. You again, said Lady Tilney to Gideon, in a voice as cold as her eyes. Only Lady Arista could have outdone her. You're certainly persistent. You ought to have realized last time you visited that I have no intention of giving you any of my blood. We're not here about your blood, Lady Tilney, Gideon replied. That was all settled long ago. He cleared his throat.
We'd very much like to talk to you and Lucy and Paul again, this time without any misunderstandings." "Misunderstandings?" Lady Tilney folded her arms across her breast in its lace blouse. "Last time, young man, you can't be said to have behaved very well. Indeed, you showed a shocking propensity for violence. Moreover, I do not know where Lucy and Paul are at this moment, so even if the circumstances were different, I would not be able to help you." She paused for a moment, while her eyes rested on me. "However, I think I could arrange a conversation." Her voice was half a degree warmer. "Perhaps with Gwyneth on her own, and of course in some other period of I really don't want to be discourteous, but I'm sure you will understand that we have very little time at our disposal." Gideon interrupted her and led me on, up to the top of the stairs, where I and my dress dripped water all over the expensive rug. "And I know that Lucy and Paul are staying with you, so please would you just call them? I promise to behave myself this time." "This is not—" began Lady Tilney, but then a door opened and shut somewhere in the background, and soon after that a graceful young woman joined her. Lucy, my mother. I held Gideon's hand even more tightly while I stared at Lucy, this time taking in every detail of her appearance. All the other Montrose women were undeniably like each other, with red hair, pale porcelain complexions, and big blue eyes, but I was looking mainly for anything she had in common with me. Were those my ears? Didn't I have the same small nose? And the curve of her eyebrows, weren't mine just the same? And didn't my forehead trace the same funny folds when I frowned? "He's right. We don't want to waste any time, Margaret," said Lucy quietly. Her voice was shaking very slightly, and it went to my heart. "Would you be kind enough to find Paul, Mr. Stillman?" Lady Tilney sighed, but when Stillman looked inquiringly at her, she nodded. As the butler passed us and climbed up on another set of stairs, Lady Tilney said, "I would just like to remind you, Lucy, that last time he held a pistol to the back of your head." "I really am sorry about that," said Gideon. "On the other hand, the circumstances at the time left me no option." He gave Lucy a meaningful glance. "Now, however, we've come by information that has changed our minds." "Nicely put." I had a feeling that it was about time I contributed something soothing to this conversation. "But what?" "Mother, I know who you are. Come to my arms?" "Lucy, I forgive you for abandoning me. Nothing can part us now?" I must have made some funny kind of sound, and Gideon correctly interpreted it as the beginning of a fit of hysterics. He put his arm around my shoulder and supported me just at the right time, because my legs suddenly seemed about to give way. "Maybe we should go into the drawing room?" suggested Lucy. Good idea. If I remembered rightly, there were chairs to sit on in there. The tea table wasn't laid in the small round room this time, but otherwise it was just like when we were last here, except that the flower arrangements had been replaced by delphiniums and stocks. A group of armchairs and delicate little straight-backed chairs stood in the bay window looking out on the street. "Please sit down," said Lady Tilney. I dropped into one of the upholstered chintz armchairs, but the others stayed standing. Lucy smiled at me. She came a step closer and looked as if she might stroke my hair. I nervously jumped up again. "I'm so sorry we're wet. We never thought of bringing an umbrella," I babbled. Lucy's smile widened. "What does Lady Arista always say?" I couldn't keep back a grin. "Child, I won't have you soaking my good cushions," we said in chorus. Suddenly, Lucy's expression changed. Now she looked like bursting into tears. "I'll ring for some tea," said Lady Tilney in a matter-of-fact tones, picking up a little bell. "Peppermint tea with plenty of sugar and hot lemon." "No, please!" Gideon despairingly shook his head. "We can't stop for that. I don't know for sure if I've picked the right time, but I very much hope that, from your point of view, my meeting with Paul in 1782 has already taken place." Lucy, who had recovered her composure, slowly nodded, and Gideon breathed a sigh of relief. "Then you'll know that you gave me the Count's secret papers. It took us a little while to work out everything they told us, but now we know that the Philosopher's Stone is not a cure for all diseases. It's just supposed to make the Count immortal forever." "And his immortality comes to an end the moment Gwyneth is born, right?" whispered Lucy. "Which is why he'll try to kill her as soon as the circle is closed." Gideon nodded, but I looked at him in some annoyance. We hadn't had time to discuss those details properly yet. However, this didn't seem the right time for it, because he was already going on. "Everything you two did was to protect Gwyneth." "You see, Luce? I told you so." Paul had appeared in the doorway. He was wearing his arm in a sling, and as he came closer, his amber eyes were moving back and forth between Gideon, Lucy, and me.
I held my breath. He looked only a few years older than me, and, in normal life, I'd have thought he looked brilliant with that raven black hair, the unusual Devier eyes, and the little dimple in his chin. I supposed he couldn't help the side whiskers. It was probably the fashion for men at this period. But side whiskers or no side whiskers, he really didn't look old enough to be my father. Or anyone's father, in fact. Sometimes trusting people in advance pays off, he said, looking Gideon up and down. Even people like this young ruffian. And sometimes you just get outrageous good luck. Lucy snapped at him. She turned to Gideon. I'm very grateful to you for saving Paul's life, Gideon, she said with dignity. If you hadn't happened to be passing, he'd be dead now. You always exaggerate, Lucy. Paul made a face. I'd have thought of a way to get out of the hole I was in. Sure, said Gideon with a grin. Paul frowned, but then he grinned as well. Okay, maybe not. Alistair is a crafty so-and-so and a damn good swordsman, and there were 3 of them. If I ever meet him again... That's not very likely, I murmured, and when Paul looked at me with a question in his eyes, I added, Gideon pinned him to the wallpaper with a saber a bit later in 1782. Even if Rakosi found him in time, I don't think he'll have survived that evening for long. Lady Tilney sank into a chair. Pinned him to the wallpaper with a saber, she repeated. How barbaric. No more than that psychopath deserved. Paul put a hand on Lucy's shoulder. Definitely, Gideon quietly agreed. Oh, I'm so relieved, said Lucy, her eyes on my face. Now that you know the Count is planning to kill Gwyneth when the circle closes, it will never happen. Paul was going to add something, but she went straight on. With those papers, surely Grandpa can finally convince the Guardians that we were right, and the Count never had the welfare of mankind at heart, only his own. And those idiotic Guardians, particularly the repulsive Marley, won't be able to dismiss the evidence out of hand anymore. Huh, dragging the memory of Count Saint-Germain through the dirt, were we? He wasn't even a real Count, just an out-and-out villain. And, oh, like I said, I'm so relieved, so very, very relieved. She took a deep breath, giving the impression that she could go on and on like this for hours. But Paul put his arm around her. You see, Princess, it will all turn out all right, he whispered gently, and although he wasn't talking to me, for some strange reason, it brought me literally to the brink of tears. However hard I tried, I couldn't hold them back. But it won't, I burst out, and never mind about drenching the cushions, I dropped into the nearest chair. It won't turn out all right. Grandpa's been dead for 6 years, and he can't help us now. Lucy crouched down in front of me. Don't cry, she said helplessly, but she was crying herself. Darling, you mustn't cry like that. It's not good for the... She sobbed. His heart, I suppose. I was always telling him to lay off those buttercream cakes. Paul bent over us, and it looked as if he would like to burst in tears himself. Great. If Gideon joined in as well, we could compete with the summer showers outside, no problem. It was Lady Tilney who put a stop to all that. Taking 2 handkerchiefs out of her skirt pocket, she handed one each to Lucy and me, and said in a brisk tone of voice startlingly like Lady Arista's, Plenty of time for all this later, children. Pull yourselves together. We must concentrate. Who knows how much time we have left? Gideon patted my shoulder. She's right, he whispered. I sniffed once, and then laughed when I heard the trumpeting sound as Lucy blew her nose into her handkerchief. Hopefully that was one habit I hadn't inherited from her. Paul went over to the window and looked down the street. When he turned back, his expression was perfectly neutral again. Right. Back to business. He scratched his ear. So Lucas can't help us now, but even without him, with all those papers, it must be possible to convince the Guardians at last that the Count's intentions are selfish. He looked questioningly at Gideon. And then the circle will never be closed. It would take too long to get the authenticity of the papers checked, replied Gideon. At the moment, Falk is Grand Master of the Lodge, and he might even just possibly believe us, but I'm not 100% sure. So far, I haven't ventured to show the papers to anyone in the Lodge. I nodded. Back on that sofa in the year 1953, he had told me about his suspicion that there was a traitor among the Guardians. You see, I said, joining in, there's always a possibility that among the Guardians of our own time, there could be one or more who know about the real effect of the Philosopher's Stone and are backing the Count's plan to make himself immortal. I tried to concentrate on my facts, and to my surprise, I succeeded remarkably well, in spite of all the emotional stuff sloshing around in my mind, or maybe because of it. Suppose Grandpa discovered who the traitor was. That would also explain why he was murdered. He was murdered?
repeated Lucy, stunned. We can't prove it, said Gideon, but it looks very much like it. I told him about Aunt Mattie's vision and the burglary of the house on the day of the funeral. That would mean that there are people working to close the circle from both sides, said Lady Tilney thoughtfully. Count Saint-Germain pulling the strings in the past, and one or more of his allies supporting his plans in the future. Paul brought his fist down on the back of the chair in front of him. Oh, damn it to hell, he growled through gritted teeth. Lucy raised her head. But you can tell the Guardians you didn't find us. If our blood isn't read into the chronograph, the circle won't be closed. It's not that simple, said Gideon. The Guardians have... Yes, I know they've set private detectives on us, Lady Tilney interrupted him. The Devier twins and that stuffed shirt Pinkerton Smith. Luckily, they think themselves very clever, and they consider me, because I'm a woman, very stupid. It never occurs to them that private detectives might happily withhold information in return for an addition to their modest income. She allowed herself a triumphant smile. And our present arrangement is only temporary. Lucy and Paul will soon have covered up any traces behind them. Under another name, they're soon going to begin a new life and move into an apartment in Blandford Street, Gideon finished, and the triumphant smile disappeared from Lady Tilney's face. We know all that, and Mr. Pinkerton Smith was told to keep Lucy and Paul at the temple until I take some blood from them there. More precisely, a letter with the necessary information will reach him tomorrow morning. Tomorrow? Said Paul, who was looking just as confused as I felt. But then it's not too late. Yes, it is, said Gideon, because from my point of view it's already happened. I delivered the letter to the Guardians who were on duty during the Cerberus watch a couple of days ago. At the time, I had no idea what was going on. Then we'll just hide, said Lucy. Tomorrow morning? Lady Tilney looked grimly determined. I'll see what I can do. So will I, said Gideon, and he glanced at the grandfather clock. But I don't know if it will be enough, because even if we can keep the Guardians from getting their hands on Lucy and Paul, I'm convinced that the Count will find ways and means to achieve his ends. At least he won't get any of my blood, said Lady Tilney. Gideon sighed. You gave it to us long ago, Lady Tilney. I visited you in 1916, when you had to elapse in the cellar with the Devier twins during the First World War, and you were perfectly happy to let me have a few drops. I was surprised myself at the time. I very much hope that we'll have a chance to exchange our impressions of that occasion some day. Is it just me, or do the rest of you feel as if someone is building a subway system through your brains? Asked Paul. I couldn't help laughing. I feel exactly the same, I assured him. There's too much information coming in to be digested all at once. Every single idea starts off 10 more. And that's not by any means all, said Gideon. There's still a lot to discuss. Unfortunately, we'll be traveling back soon. But we'll be here again, say, in half an hour's time? That is, for you. For Gwyneth and me, it will be tomorrow morning, if all goes well. I don't understand, murmured Paul, but Lucy looked as if light had suddenly dawned on her. If you're not on an official mission from the Guardians, then how did you get here at all? She asked, slowly, turning pale. Or, rather, what got you here? I began, but Gideon cast me a quick glance and shook his head very slightly. We can explain all that next time, he said. I looked at the grandfather clock. Then I said, No. Gideon's eyebrows shot up. No? I took a deep breath. Suddenly, I knew that I couldn't wait a second longer. I was going to tell Lucy and Paul the truth, here and now. All at once, I didn't feel nervous anymore, only utterly exhausted, as if I'd run 40 miles without stopping and hadn't slept for about 100 years. I wished to goodness that Gideon had let Lady Tilney ring for that hot peppermint tea with sugar and lemon. As it was, we'd have to do without it. I looked straight at Lucy and Paul. Before we travel back, I began quietly, I have to tell you something else. There must be time for that. When Cynthia's brother, in costume, as a garden gnome, opened the door, it was as if he'd flung wide the gates of hell. The music was turned up to maximum, and it wasn't the kind of music that Cynthia's parents liked to dance to. It was somewhere between house and dubstep. A girl with a little tiara on her head pushed quickly past the garden gnome and threw up in the bed of hydrangeas near the porch. Her face was suitably green, but it could have been makeup. Touchdown! She cried, straightening up. I was afraid I wouldn't make it this far. "Oh, high school party," said Gideon quietly. "How nice." I gawped, puzzled. Something was all wrong here. This was the Dales' posh house in upmarket Chelsea, a place where you usually kept your voice down. So why were people dancing even in the front hall? Why were there so many of them? And where did all the laughter come from? There wasn't usually much of it at Cynthia's parties, just the odd giggle now and then. If the word boring hadn't already existed, it would certainly have been invented at one of those occasions. "Great, you're all in green, so come in along," crowed Cynthia's brother, handing me a glass of something. "Here, green Monster Punch, very healthy, pure fruit juice, fresh fruit, green food coloring, organic, and a tiny little drop of white wine. Organic white wine, of course." "Have your parents gone away for the weekend?" I asked, trying to get the huge skirt of my Queen Alexandra dress through the door somehow. "What?" I repeated the question 10 decibels louder. "Nope, they're here around somewhere." The garden gnome's voice was slightly slurred. "They quarreled because Dad had just had to juggle those little green soya balls, and then everyone wanted to do it too, and anyone who scored a hit on Mum's spiky hat was supposed to win a prize. Hey, Muriel, what are you doing in that cupboard? The toilet's that way." "There's definitely something wrong," I told Gideon. I had to shout for him to hear me. "Usually, people have to stand about in little groups as stiff as broccoli at these parties, waiting for midnight, and trying to get away from Cynthia's parents, because they always want to get you playing nice games that no one enjoys but themselves." Gideon took the glass from me and tried a sip. Then he said, grinning, "I guess this is the explanation. Tiny little drop of white wine. It must be half neat vodka, half at the very least." Okay, so that did explain a good deal. I peered at the dance floor in the living room, where Cynthia's mom, dressed as the Statue of Liberty, was dancing wildly. "Let's find Lesley and Raphael and get out of here as fast as I can," I said. A large green pepper collided with Gideon. "'Scuse me," muttered Sarah, who was sewn into the green pepper costume. Then her eyes widened. "Oh my God, are you real?" She dug her forefinger into Gideon's coat to find out. "Sarah, have you seen Lesley anywhere?" I asked. This was me getting down. "Or are you too drunk to remember?" "I'm stone cold sober," cried Sarah. She was staggering so much that she'd have fallen over if Gideon hadn't caught her. "I can prove it. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled pepper. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled pepper. Go on, you say it too. No one who's drunk can say it, right?" She cast a soulful glance at Gideon, who seemed to be enormously amused. "Hey, if you're a vampire, you're welcome to bite me." For a moment I was tempted to snatch the glass back from Gideon and tip the green Monster Punch straight down my throat. This seething, noisy green inferno was more than my shattered nerves could stand. We hadn't really meant to go on to the party, Queen Alexandra dress or no Queen Alexandra dress. After we'd peeled out of our Edwardian clothes and left the church, I was still feeling very trembly from our conversation with Lucy and Paul. All I wanted was to get into bed and not come out until everything was over. Or at least, because I soon rejected that idea as unrealistic, to give my brain, which was suffering from information overload, a chance to work everything out properly in peace and quiet. Usually notes in little boxes of arrows in different colors. Paul's comparison with the subway being built in our brains was only too apt. All we needed was a plan of the route. However, Lesley had sent me 4 text messages telling us to come on to the party right away. The last in particular sounded kind of urgent. "Better get yourselves over here double quick or I can't answer for the consequences." "Wow, Gwenny!" That was Gordon Gelderman in an artificial turf overall. He was looking down the low neckline of my Queen Alexandra dress and whistling through his teeth. "I always knew there was more than a kind heart under your school uniform." I rolled my eyes. Gordon couldn't help being embarrassing, but did Gideon have to grin in that silly way? "Hey, Gordon, say Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled pepper 4 times running," Sarah shouted. "Peter Pepper pecked a pop of pickled pepper. Pecker picker popped a pick of pipper popper. Pickle popper packed a pip of peppled potter," cried Gordon confidently. "Easy peasy. Hey, Gwenny, have you tried the punch?" He leaned closer to me in a confidential way and shouted in my ear, "I guess I wasn't the only one who thought of, giving it a bit more zing." For a moment I had a vision of party guests strolling past the buffet, surreptitiously spying out the land, and then, one by one, adding smuggled vodka to the punch. "How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood?" chanted Sarah, staggering and clutching at Gideon's behind.
Lesley's in the conservatory. There's karaoke in there. I'm going to listen, only I want a little more punch first. The tip of her green felt pepper costume wobbled on top of her head. This is the best party I've ever been to. Gordian giggled. Cynthia ought to be grateful. After tonight, no one will say her parties are boring ever again. She's so lucky. And the catering service delivered far too much green finger food, so we all called a couple of friends to come along. Some of them aren't even in costume, let alone green. I rolled my eyes again and firmly hauled Gideon away, right through the crowd of dancing lunatics and into the conservatory. Gordon followed us. Are you going to sing karaoke again too, Gwenny? Last time you were the best. I'd have voted for you if Katie hadn't drenched her t-shirt with water, so she looked kind of hot, and I... Shut up, Gordon. I was going to turn back to him, but at that moment I saw Charlotte. Or someone who could have been Charlotte if she hadn't been standing on a table in the middle of the conservatory, belting out Lady Gaga's paparazzi into a microphone. Oh my God, murmured Gideon, holding onto the doorframe. Ready for those flashing lights, sang Charlotte. I couldn't say a word for a moment. Any number of groupies were standing around the table catcalling, and Charlotte didn't sing badly at all. Gordon immediately mingled with the fans and started demanding a striptease. Get your things off, he bellowed. Get 'em off! I spotted Raphael and Lesley. She was looking lovely in the nearly green Grace Kelly dress, with her hair water-waved to be right for the period, and I pushed my way through the crowd and over to them. Gideon stayed in the doorway. At last! Lesley yelled, giving me a hug. She had some of the punch, and now she's not herself at all. Since 9:30 she's been trying to tell everyone about Count Saint-Germain's secret society, and how there are time travelers living among us. We did all we could to make her go home, but she's as slippery as an eel, and she keeps getting away. She's much stronger than us, said Raphael, who was wearing an amusing green hat, but didn't look at all amused himself. I almost got her to the front door just now, but then she twisted my arm and threatened to break my neck. And now she's grabbed the mic, said Lesley gloomily. We stared up at Charlotte as if she were a ticking time bomb. Admittedly, a very prettily packaged time bomb. Caroline hadn't been exaggerating. The elf costume was stunning. Even a real elf couldn't have looked lovelier than Charlotte, with her slender shoulders emerging from a cloud of green tulle. Her cheeks were flushed, her eyes were shining, and shimmering ringlets of hair curled their way down her back to the perfectly made wings, which looked as if she'd been born with them. I wouldn't have been surprised to see her take off next moment and fly through the conservatory. However, her singing voice wasn't at all elfin. In fact, it wasn't unlike Lady Gaga's own. You know that I'll be your paparazzi, she bawled into the microphone, and when Gordon shouted, Get 'em off! Again, she began suggestively removing one of her long green gloves, finger by finger, helping it off with her teeth. She got that out of a film, said Lesley, reluctantly impressed. I can't remember what film it was right now. The crowd roared as she threw the glove, and Gordon caught it. Go on, they all shouted, and Charlotte turned her attention to the other glove. But then she suddenly stopped. She'd seen Gideon in the doorway, and her eyes narrowed. Well, well, look who's here, she said into the mic, and her glance moved on over the heads of all the guests until it stopped at me. And my little cousin, too, of course. Listen, did you know that Gwyneth's really a time traveler? It was supposed to be me, but that's not how things turned out. And suddenly here I am, like one of Cinderella's stupid sisters. Go on singing, shouted her bewildered groupies. Get 'em off, shouted Gordon. Charlotte put her head on one side, and her burning eyes fixed on Gideon. But I won't stop until that boy is mine, she sang. Ha ha, that's a joke. I wouldn't stoop so low. She pointed her forefinger at Gideon and called, He can travel in time as well, and soon he'll be healing all the diseases in the world. Oh, shit, muttered Lesley. Someone must get her down from there, I said. Yes, but how? She's a fighting machine. Maybe we could simply throw something heavy at her, suggested Raphael. Charlotte's audience wasn't sure what was going on. However, some people seemed to notice that she was in anything but a relaxed mood. Only Gordon went on shouting cheerfully, Get 'em off! I tried to make eye contact with Gideon, but he was looking at Charlotte. He slowly made his way to the table on which she was standing. She took a deep breath, and the microphone broadcast her sigh to every corner of the conservatory. He and I, we know all about history. We studied time travel together. You should just see him dancing a minuet, or fencing, or playing the piano. Gideon had almost reached her. "He's eerily good at everything he does. Oh, and he can make declarations of love in 8 languages," said Charlotte dreamily, and for the first time in my life I saw tears come into her eyes. Not that he'd have ever made one to me. Oh, no, he has eyes for no one but my silly cousin. I bit my lip. That sounded like a broken heart, and no one in the world understood broken hearts better than me. Who'd have thought Charlotte even had a heart? Once again, I hoped that Lesley's marzipan theory was right, although my own heart felt a painful pang, and I had to work hard at suppressing the waves of jealousy that threatened to submerge me. Gideon reached his hand up to Charlotte. "Time to go home." "Boo!" shouted Gordon, who was about as sensitive as a combine harvester, but all the other guests were holding their breath in suspense. "Leave me alone," Charlotte told Gideon. She was swaying slightly. "I'm not through with what I have to say yet." With one bound, Gideon was up on the table himself, and the next moment he had wrestled the microphone from her grasp. "The show's over," he announced. "Come along, Charlotte. I'll take you home." Charlotte spat at him like a furious cat. "If you touch me, I'll break your neck. I can do Krav Maga, you know." "So can I, remember?" He held out his hand to her again. Hesitantly, Charlotte took it, and even let him lift her down from the table, a tired, tipsy elf who could hardly keep on her feet any longer. Gideon put an arm around her waist and turned to us. As so often, his expression didn't tell you what he was thinking. "I'll just deal with this. You girls go to my place with Raphael," he said briefly. "We'll meet there." For a moment our eyes met. "See you soon," he told me. I nodded. "See you soon." Charlotte didn't say another word. And I wondered whether, maybe, when Cinderella had ridden away with the prince on his white horse, she too had a few tiny little guilt feelings. Forever is composed of nows. Emily Dickinson. Chapter 14. "One more reason to stay on the wagon," groaned Lesley. "Look at it any way you like. When you've had too much to drink and made an exhibition of yourself, you feel like a real idiot. I wouldn't like to be in Charlotte's shoes at school on Monday." "Or Cynthia's," I said. As we left the house, we'd seen the birthday girl necking in the cloakroom with a boy 2 years younger than our class. In the circumstances, I hadn't bothered to say goodbye to Cynthia, particularly as we hadn't even said hello. "And I wouldn't like to be the poor guy who threw up all over Mr. Dale's funny froggy feet," said Raphael. We turned into Chelsea Manor Street. But Charlotte really took the cake. Lesley stopped outside the window of a furnishing fabrics store, not to look at the display, but to admire her own reflection. I hardly like to say it, but I did feel really sorry for her. "Me too," I said quietly. After all, I knew exactly what being in love with Gideon felt like, and unfortunately I also knew what it felt like to make an exhibition of myself in front of everyone. With luck, she'll have forgotten all about it in the morning. Raphael unlocked the front door of Gideon's apartment in a large red brick building. The Dales' house in Flood Street was very close, so it had seemed sensible to change at Gideon's place for the party. Only now did I take a closer look at it. Earlier, I'd been in too much of an emotional state after my meeting with Lucy and Paul in 1912 to notice anything. I'd been sure that Gideon lived in one of those ultra-hip apartments, 100 square yards of yawning void, all chrome and glass and a flat-screen TV the size of a football field. But I'd been wrong. A narrow hall led from the door past a small staircase to a living room flooded with light. Its back wall was a huge window. The other walls were lined with shelves up to the ceiling, with books, DVDs, and a few files stacked on them, all jumbled together, and in front of the windowsill there was a large gray sofa with a lot of cushions. But the heart of the room was an open grand piano, although an ironing board propped casually against it made it look slightly less impressive. And the 3-cornered hat slung over one corner of the piano lid didn't quite fit the picture either. Madame Rossini was probably searching desperately for that. Still, maybe this was Gideon's idea of homes and gardens. "What would you like to drink?" said Raphael, acting the perfect host. "What is there?" Lesley asked, looking suspiciously at the open door to the kitchen, where the sink was piled high with dishes and plates encrusted with what had been presumably tomato sauce. Or maybe it was a medical experiment and part of Gideon's studies. Raphael opened the fridge. Let's see. There's some milk, but its use-by date was last Wednesday. Orange juice. Oh, can orange juice solidify? It kind of rattles inside the carton. Ah, this looks hopeful. Could be some kind of lemonade. If we mix it with... I'd just like some water, please. Lesley was about to drop on the huge gray sofa, but remembered at the last minute that the Grace Kelly dress wasn't suitable for lounging in and sat primly on the edge of the seat instead. I flopped down beside her with a huge sigh. Poor Gwenny. She patted my cheek lovingly. What a day! You must be worn out. Is it any consolation if I say you don't look it? I shrugged my shoulders. A bit. Raphael came back with glasses and a bottle of water, and swept a few magazines and books off the coffee table, including an illustrated volume about men in the Rococo period. Can you move a few square yards of those skirts aside to make room for me on that sofa? He grinned down at me. Oh, never mind that, just sit on the dress, I said, letting my head drop back and closing my eyes. Lesley jumped up. No, no, don't! We'll tear something, and then we'll never be allowed to borrow any clothes from Madame Rossini again. Come on, get up, and I'll unlace the top. She pulled me to my feet again and started helping me out of the Queen Alexandra dress. You look somewhere else while we do this, Raphael. Raphael stretched out full length on the sofa and stared at the ceiling. Okay, like this? Once I was back in jeans and a t-shirt, and I'd drunk a few sips of water, I felt rather better. What was it like meeting Lucy and Paul? Asked Lesley quietly when we were sitting on the sofa again. Raphael looked sympathetically at me. Must be gross to have your own parents basically the same age as yourself. I nodded. It was rather weird and upsetting, but then I told them all about it, beginning with the butler's greeting, going on to our confession that we'd already closed the circle of blood with the stolen chronograph. It left them reeling to know that we actually had the Philosopher's Stone in our hands, or the glittery salt, as my gargoyle friend Zemirius calls it. They got terribly worked up, and when she's worked up, Lucy talks even more than I do. Can you believe it? They didn't stop saying what a dreadful thing we'd done until I told them I knew about the, exact way we were related. Lesley's eyes were wide. So? So then they shut up, until we all burst into tears again a moment later, I said, rubbing my tired eyes. I guess all the tears I've shed over the last few days would irrigate a drought-stricken field in Africa. Oh, Gwenny. Helplessly, Lesley stroked my arm. I tried to grin. Yes, and then we gave them the good news that, as it happens, the Count can't kill me because it seems I'm immortal. Of course, they couldn't believe it, and time was running short, so we couldn't prove it to them by getting Stillman to try a quick strangling act on me or something. We had to leave them looking stunned and run, if we were to get back to the church in time to travel back. So now what? Tomorrow morning we're going to meet them again, and then Gideon will tell them his brilliant plan, I said. The only trouble is that he still has to work it out overnight, and if he's half exhausted as I am, he won't even be able to think straight. Well, that's what coffee's for, and what I'm for as well. The brilliant Lesley Hay. Lesley gave me an encouraging smile. Then she sighed. But you're right, it's not that simple. I mean, it's great that you two have a chronograph for traveling in time under your own steam, but there are limits to the amount you can use. Especially when we remember that you have to go and see the Count again tomorrow, and that'll leave you only 2 hours or less of your quota of time for elapsing. What? I said blankly. Lesley sighed. Didn't you read that bit in Anna Karenina? You can't elapse for more than 5.5 hours a day, or there are side effects. Lesley acted as if she didn't notice Raphael's admiring expression. And I don't know that I like you having that salty stuff. It's dangerous. I hope at least you've hidden it somewhere where no one can find it. As far as I knew, the flask was still in the pocket of Gideon's leather jacket, but I didn't tell Lesley so. Paul told us at least 20 times we ought to destroy it. And he's no fool. No, I shook my head. Gideon thinks it could turn out to be our trump card. Gross, said Raphael. You could always auction it on eBay for a joke. Immortality powder, to be taken once only. Minimum bid £1. Apart from the Count, I really don't know anyone who wants to be immortal, I said, rather bitterly. I don't like the idea of staying alive when everyone else around me will have to die sometime. I'd sooner throw myself off a cliff than be left all alone in the world. I suppressed another sigh at this idea. Do you think this immortality thing could be kind of a genetic defect in me? After all, I have not just one time travel line in the family, I have 2 of them. There could be something in that, said Lesley, and the circle does close with you, in every sense. For a while we sat lost in thought, staring at the opposite wall. It had some words in Latin painted on the plaster in black lettering. "What does that say?" asked Lesley at last. "Don't forget to fill the fridge?" "No," said Raphael. "It's a quote from Leonardo da Vinci, and the Devier family stole it from him to use as their motto." "Then I expect that in English," said Lesley, "it means something like, 'We're not showing off, we really are wonderful,' or 'We know everything and we're always right.'" I giggled. "He who is fixed to a star does not change his mind," said Raphael. "That's what it says." He cleared his throat. "How about I find some pens and paper, to help us think better?" He grinned awkwardly. "Maybe it's kind of sick, but I must say I'm enjoying your mysterious game." Lesley sat up straight. A smile slowly spread over her face, and the freckles on her nose began to dance. "Me too," she said. "I mean, I know it's not really a game, it's a matter of life and death, but I've never had such fun before as these last 2 weeks." She cast me an apologetic glance. "Sorry, Gwenny, but it's mega cool to have an immortal time traveler for a friend. Much cooler, I guess, than actually being one." I couldn't help laughing. "You're right. I'd be having more fun myself if we could change places." When Raphael came back with paper and colored pencils, Lesley immediately began drawing little boxes and arrows. "It's that stuff about an accomplice of the Count among the Guardians that really gives me a headache." She chewed the end of her pencil for a moment. "Although that's only an assumption in itself, but never mind. Basically, it could be anyone, right? The Minister of Health, that weirdo the doctor, nice Mr. George, Mr. Whitman, Falk, or that red-headed idiot. What's his name again?" "Marley," I said, "but I don't think he's the type for that kind of thing." "He's descended from a cozy all the same, and is always the least likely person who did the deed. You know it is." "Right," agreed Raphael. "The ones who seem harmless are usually the villains. You want to be particularly careful with idiots who stutter." "This accomplice of the Count's, let's call him Mr. X for now, could have been the murderer of Gwenny's grandfather." Lesley scribbled busily on her piece of paper. "And he would probably have been the one told to kill off Gwenny once the Count has his elixir." She gave me a loving look. "At least, I've been a tiny little bit less worried about that since I've known you're immortal." "Immortal, but not invulnerable," said Gideon. We all jumped and looked at him in surprise. He'd come into the apartment unnoticed and was now leaning in the doorway with his arms folded. He was still wearing his 18th century outfit, and as always, my heart did a little painful thump at the sight of him. "How's Charlotte?" I asked, hoping the question sounded as neutral as I'd intended. Gideon wearily shrugged his shoulders. "I guess she'll have to take a few aspirins tomorrow morning." He came closer. "What are you all doing?" "Making plans." Lesley had her tongue wedged in the corners of her mouth as her pencil moved faster over the paper. "And we mustn't forget the magic of the raven," she added more to herself than anyone else. "Gid, who do you think the Count's secret accomplice among the Guardians could be?" Raphael was biting his nails. "I suspect Uncle Falk. I always thought he was very odd, even when I was little." "Nonsense." Gideon came over to me and dropped a kiss on my hair before plopping into the well-worn leather armchair opposite. He propped his elbows on his knees and put a strand of hair back from his face. "I can't get what Lucy said just now out of my mind. About the Count losing his immortality from the moment when Gwyneth was born." Lesley tore herself away from her diagrams and nodded. "But beware, when the 12th star shows its own force, his life here on earth runs its natural course," she quoted, and I was annoyed, yet again, to find that the silly jingle could send a shiver down my spine. "And if youth is destroyed, then the oak tree will stand, to the end of all time, rooted fast in the land." "Do you know all that stuff by heart?" asked Raphael. "Not all of it, but many of those verses sort of stick in the mind," said Lesley, slightly embarrassed. Then she turned to Gideon. "This is how I see it. If the Count swallows that powder in the past, he becomes immortal, but only until the 12th star rises, meaning, until Gwyneth is born. Then it's goodbye to his immortality, he'll age like anyone else. Unless he kills Gwyneth to stop the process in its tracks. But before that, she has to make it possible for him to get a hold of the elixir in the first place. And if he never gets the elixir, he won't get to be immortal either. Am I making sense?" "Sort of," I said, thinking of Paul and the subway systems being built in our brains. Gideon slowly shook his head. "But suppose we've been making a mistake all along in our reasoning?" he asked thoughtfully. "Suppose the Count got his hands on the powder long ago?" I almost said, "What?" again, but I managed to stop myself just in time. "That's not possible, because in one of the chronographs, the circle of blood still hasn't closed,
and I hope the elixir from the other one is hidden somewhere safe." "Yes," said Gideon, still slowly. "Yes, right at this minute it is, but it doesn't necessarily have to stay that way." He sighed as he saw our blank expressions. "Think about it. It's possible that at some point in the 18th century, the Count, by one means or another, did take the elixir, and it made him immortal." All three of us stared at him. I came out in goosebumps all over, without really knowing why. "Which in turn would mean that he may be alive at this very moment," Gideon went on, looking me straight in the eye. "He could be going around out there somewhere, just waiting for us to take the elixir back to him in the 18th century, and then looking for his chance to kill you, Gwyneth." For a few seconds silence reigned. Then Lesley said, "I don't say I entirely follow you, but even if for some reason you two change your minds, and you do take the Count the elixir, wouldn't he have one tiny problem?" At this point she laughed happily. "He can't kill Gwenny!" Raphael made his pencil spin on the table like a top. "And anyway, why would you change your minds, now that you know the Count's real intentions?" Gideon didn't answer at once, and his face was almost expressionless as he finally said, "Because we could be blackmailed." I woke up, feeling something damp and cold on my face, and Zemirius said, "Your alarm clock will go off in 10 minutes' time." Groaning, I pulled the quilt up over my head. "There's no satisfying you. Yesterday you complained because I didn't wake you." I seemed to have hurt Zemirius's feelings. "I hadn't set my alarm clock yesterday, and it's horribly early," I muttered. "You have to make a few sacrifices if you want to save the world from an immortal megalomaniac," said Zemirius. I could hear him humming as he flew around the room. "The megalomaniac you're due to meet this afternoon, in case you'd forgotten. Come on, rise and shine." I played dead. Which wasn't very difficult, because, immortal or not, I felt just about dead. However, Zemirius didn't seem much impressed by my efforts. He fluttered cheerfully up and down in front of my bed, churning out old wives' sayings along the lines of, "The early bird catches the worm." "The early bird's welcome to all the worms it likes," I said. But in the end, Zemirius got his way. Irritated, I rolled out of bed, and, as a result, I was at the Temple Tube station on the dot of 7 in the morning. Well, strictly speaking, it was 7:16, but the time on my mobile was a little fast. "You look as tired as I feel," groaned Lesley, who was already waiting for me on the platform where we'd agreed to meet. There wasn't much going on in the station at that time of a Sunday morning, but I wondered how Gideon expected to get into one of the underground tunnels from here unnoticed. The platforms were brightly lit, and the place was full of CCTV cameras. I put down my heavy traveling bag, which was packed full of stuff, and cast a sour glance at Zemirius, who was flying in and out between the columns in a headlong slalom race. "It's Zemirius's fault. He wouldn't let me use Mum's concealer because he said it was so late, and then he wouldn't let me stop off at Starbucks on the way here either." Lesley put her head on one side, with an interested look. "You slept at home?" "Yes, of course, where else?" I asked, rather impatiently. "Well, I thought the pair of you might have taken a break from making plans after Raphael and I left." She rubbed her nose. "Particularly as I spent ages saying goodnight to Raphael, on purpose to give you time to move from the sofa to the bedroom." "On purpose?" I asked slowly. "Wow, how self-sacrificing of you." Lesley grinned. "Yes, wasn't it?" She didn't even blush. "But don't change the subject. You could have told your mum you were sleeping over with me." I smiled wryly. "To be honest, I'd have done just that, but Gideon insisted on calling a taxi for me," I added, a little unhappily. "I obviously can't have looked as seductive as I thought." "It's only that he has a sense of, responsibility," Lesley consoled me. "You could call it that," said Zemirius, who had finally finished flying the slalom. Breathing hard, he came down on the floor beside me. "Or you could call him a bore, slow off the mark, a scaredy cat." He stopped to get his breath back. "A shirker, a guy with no guts, just plain chickening out." Lesley looked at her watch. She had to shout to be heard over the noise of an incoming Central Line train. "And he's apparently not particularly punctual. It's already 20 past." She looked at a few of the passengers getting out of the train. Then, all of a sudden, her eyes lit up. "Oh, there they are." That morning, the two eagerly awaited fairy tale princes had left their white horses in the stable for once and traveled by tube, declaimed Zemirius unctuously. At the sight of them, the eyes of the two princesses shone, and when the two concentrated sets of young hormones collided, expressing themselves in the form of embarrassed kisses and silly grins, the clever and incomparably handsome demon unfortunately had to throw up in a garbage bin. He was exaggerating outrageously. We none of us had silly grins on our faces. At the most, we were smiling blissfully, and no one was embarrassed except perhaps me, because I remembered how Gideon had unwound my arms from around his neck last night, saying, "I'd better call you a taxi now. We're going to have a strenuous day tomorrow." I felt a bit like a bird that had to be picked off a pullover, and the worst of it was that at that very moment I'd been getting ready to say, "I love you." Not that he hadn't known that for ages, but, well, I hadn't actually said it yet, and now I wasn't quite sure whether he really wanted to hear it. Gideon briefly caressed my cheek. "Gwenny, I can do this on my own, you know. I only have to intercept the guardian on duty while he's on his way to the lodge, and then get the letter away from him again." "Only is good," said Lesley. Although we were still far from having any really brilliant ideas up our sleeves, the four of us had worked out what Lesley called a rough plan of action. In any event, we had to see Lucy and Paul again, and we had to do it before we met the Count that afternoon. We also had to do something about the letter that Gideon had taken last week to the year 1912, saying where Lucy and Paul were hiding. On no account must it fall into the hands of the Grand Master of the time and the Devier twins. As the time we could spare for secret travel by private chronograph was, we calculated, an hour and a half maximum, if we didn't want to risk doing ourselves physical damage, for instance imitating Zemirius and throwing up. How to make good use of every minute was going to be a problem. At first, Raphael had seriously suggested that we could smuggle the chronograph into the Guardian's headquarters and travel straight back from there, but even his big brother didn't have nerves strong enough for that. As an alternative suggestion, Gideon had taken some rolled-up papers out of one of his bookshelves, and from between The Anatomy of Man in 3D and Structural System of the Human Hand, he conjured up a map of the underground passages running through the Temple District. That map was why we were now meeting at the tube station. "You want to do it without us?" I frowned. "But we agreed that in future we'd do everything together." "Exactly," said Raphael. "Otherwise you'll end up saying you saved the world all by yourself." He and Lesley were to stand guard over the chronograph, and although Zemirius, slightly offended, had said he could do the job just as well, it was comforting to know that they could pick it up and take it away with them if we were forced to travel back to somewhere else. "Anyway, you're sure to be in deep trouble without us," Lesley snapped at Gideon. Gideon raised his hands in the air. Okay, I get the idea." He picked up my traveling bag and looked at the time. "Right, pay attention. The next train arrives at 7:33. After that, we have exactly 4 minutes to reach the first passage before another train comes through. Don't switch your flashlights on until I say so." "You're right," Lesley whispered to me. "He's addicted to ordering people about." "Merde!" Raphael's curse was heartfelt. That was close. I could only agree. The beams of our flashlights passed over the tiled walls and lit up our pale faces. The carriages of the train were rattling through the tunnel behind us. 4 minutes, we now knew, was a very small window of time to climb over the barrier at the end of the platform, jump down, and run along the tunnel, keeping well away from the electrified track, not forgetting the time spent as we caught up with Gideon after the last 50 yards, and stood gasping for breath and helpless in front of the iron door that led into the right-hand wall of the tunnel, while he took a kind of skeleton key out of his pocket, and set about picking the lock. That was the moment when Lesley, Zemirius, and I had begun screeching in chorus, "Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up!" to the accompaniment of the noise of the approaching train. "It looked closer on the map," said Gideon, glancing at us apologetically. Lesley was the first to pull herself together. She shone the beam of her flashlight into the darkness ahead, lighting up the wall where the passage came to a sudden end 4 yards farther on. "Okay, this is the right place." She checked the map. "That wall hadn't been built yet in 1912. The passage goes on beyond it." As Gideon knelt down, unwrapped the chronograph, and entered the settings, I took our 1912 clothes out of the bag and prepared to take my jeans off. "What's the idea?" Gideon looked up at me, obviously preoccupied. "Are you planning to run along these passages in a long dress?" "I just thought, on account of authenticity." "The hell with authenticity," said Gideon. Zemirius clapped his claws. "Too right, the hell with it," he said enthusiastically. Then he turned to me. "Keeping bad company rubs off on you, and about time, too." "You first, Gwenny." Gideon nodded at me. I knelt in front of the chronograph. It was a little odd to be disappearing before the fascinated gaze of Lesley and Raphael, but by this time, I realized, the whole thing followed a familiar routine. Any time now, I'd probably be popping off to the last century to get fresh rolls for breakfast. Gideon landed beside me and shone his flashlight ahead. Sure enough, there was no wall there in 1912. The beam of the light went on until it was lost in a long, low passage. "Ready?" I asked with a grin. "Ready when you are," he replied, grinning back. I didn't know that I was really ready. The tube tunnel had been scary enough, and if I stuck around here long, I might need psychiatric treatment for acute claustrophobia. The farther we went, the lower the ceilings of the passages, and the more they kept branching. Here and there, flights of steps went down, and once we found ourselves facing a passage where the roof had fallen in, and we had to turn back. There wasn't a sound except for the breathing and the faint tap-tap of our footsteps, plus now and then the rustle of paper when Gideon stopped to consult the map. I imagined I also heard rustling, tripping sounds from somewhere else. There were probably whole armies of rats living in this labyrinth, and, still imagining things, I thought that if I were a giant spider, this would be an ideal place to live and go hunting. "Okay, there ought to be a right turn here," muttered Gideon, concentrating. We took what felt like the 40th turn. The passages were all as alike as two peas. There was nothing to give you any sense of direction, and who knew if that map was accurate? Suppose it had been drawn by some total idiot like Marley. In that case, Gideon and I would probably be dug out in the year 2250, two skeletons holding hands. Oh no, I was forgetting. If that happened, only Gideon would be a skeleton, while I, alive and well, would be clinging to his bones, which didn't exactly make the idea any better. Gideon stopped, folded up the map, and put it in his jeans pocket. "Are we lost?" I tried to keep calm. "Maybe that map is useless. Suppose we never—" "Gwyneth," he interrupted me impatiently, "from here on, I know the way. It's not far now. Come along." "Oh, I see." I felt ashamed of myself. I really was being rather, girly this morning. We hurried on in single file. It was a mystery to me how Gideon thought he knew his way around this labyrinth. "Damn!" I'd trodden in a puddle. And right beside the puddle sat a dark brown rat, blinking its red eyes in the beam of my flashlight. I squealed out loud. Probably my squeal meant, "You're so cute!" in rat language, because the rat sat up on its hind legs and put its head to one side. "You're not a bit cute," I squealed. "Go away!" "Where are you?" Gideon had already disappeared around the next corner. I swallowed and plucked up all my courage to run past the rat. Rats weren't like dogs, were they? A dog would have run after me to bite my calves. To be on the safe side, I kept the flashlight pointing back at the rat's eyes, to dazzle it until I had almost reached the corner where Gideon was waiting for me. Then I turned the beam forward and squealed again. The outline of a man had come into sight at the end of the passage. "Oh, shit!" Quick as a flash, Gideon grabbed me and pulled me back into the shadows, but it was already too late. Even if I hadn't squealed, the beam of my flashlight would have given me away. "I think he saw me," I whispered back. "You bet he did," said Gideon grimly. "He's me. What an idiot I was. Go on, you go first. Be nice to me." And with these words, he gave me a little nudge so that I staggered back into the passage. "What on earth?" I whispered as I was caught in the beam of another flashlight. "Gwyneth?" I heard Gideon's incredulous voice, but this time it came from ahead of me. It took me half a second to understand. Then I realized that we had crossed the path of Gideon's earlier self after he'd gone to hand that letter over to the Grand Master in 1912. I shone my flashlight on him. Oh God, yes, that was Gideon all right. He stopped a few yards from me, looking at me in a total amazement. For 2 seconds we went on dazzling each other with our flashlights, and then he said, "How did you get here?" I couldn't help smiling at him. "Well, it's a bit complicated to explain," I said, although I'd have liked to say, "Hey, you haven't changed a bit." Behind the projecting part of the wall where we'd taken cover, the other Gideon was gesticulating in the air. "Go on, explain," his younger self demanded, coming closer. Once again, the other Gideon gesticulated frantically. I didn't understand what signal he was trying to give me. "Just a moment, please." I gave his younger version a friendly smile. "There's something I have to clear up here. I'll be back soon." But obviously neither the older nor the younger Gideon felt like any explanations. While the younger one followed me, trying to grab my arm, the older one didn't wait for him to see around the corner, but leapt forward and struck his alter ego on the forehead with the full weight of his flashlight. The younger Gideon fell to the ground like a sack of potatoes. "You hurt him!" I knelt down and looked at the bleeding wound, horrified. "He'll survive," said the other Gideon, unmoved. "Come on, no time to waste. The letter's already been handed over. He said, giving himself a slight kick, "was already on his way back when he met you." I paid no attention to him, but stroked his unconscious younger self's hair. "You hit yourself on the head. Do you remember how horrible you were to me about that?" Gideon grinned faintly. "Yes, I do, and I'm really sorry, but who'd ever expect a thing like that? Come on, before that idiot wakes up again. He delivered the letter ages ago." Then he said something in French. I suspected that it consisted of hearty curses, because, as with Raphael just now, the word merde featured several times. Now, young man," said a voice quite close to us. "We may be close to the sewage system down here, but there's no reason to use the language of the sewers so freely." Gideon had spun around, but he didn't look as if he had plans to knock out the new arrival as well as his earlier self. Maybe because the voice had sounded kindly and amused. I raised my flashlight and shone it down on a middle-aged stranger's face, and then from there on down, in case he was pointing a pistol at us. He wasn't. "I'm Dr. Harrison." He introduced himself with a little bow, while his eyes, intrigued, went back and forth from Gideon's face to the Gideon lying on the ground. "And I've just retrieved your letter from our adept on duty during the Cerberus watch." He took an envelope with a large red seal on it out of his jacket. "Lady Tilney has assured me that it must not on any account fall into the hands of the Grand Master or any other members of the Inner Circle. Apart from me, that is." Gideon sighed and rubbed his forehead with the back of his hand. "We were on our way to prevent that very thing, but getting through all these passages took too long, and then, idiot that I am, I managed to cross my own path." He took the letter and stuffed it into his pocket. "Thank you." "A Devier admitting to a mistake?" Dr. Harrison laughed quietly. "Well, that's something new. But fortunately Lady Tilney has taken charge, and I have never yet known one of her plans to fail. Furthermore, arguing with her is entirely useless." He pointed to the Gideon lying on the floor. "Does he need help?" "It couldn't hurt to disinfect that wound and put something soft under the back of his head," I said, but Gideon interrupted me. "Nonsense, he'll be fine." Taking no notice of my protests, he pulled me to my feet. "We must get back now. Please give Lady Tilney our regards, Dr. Harrison, and tell her I'm very grateful." "A pleasure," said Dr. Harrison. He was about to turn and walk away, but then something else occurred to me. "Oh, Dr. Harrison," I said, "could you please tell Lady Tilney not to be scared if I come to see her in the future when she's elapsing?" Dr. Harrison nodded. "Certainly." He waved to us and said, "Good luck," and then hurried away. I was just calling, "Goodbye," after him, when Gideon tugged me in the other direction again. He left his unconscious alter ego lying all alone in the passage. "I'm sure this place is teeming with rats," I said, shaken by pity. "And they're attracted to blood." "You're confusing them with sharks," said Gideon, but then he suddenly stopped, turned to me, and took me in his arms. "I'm so sorry," he murmured into my hair. "I was such a fool. It would serve me right if a rat did come along to nibble me." I immediately forgot everything around us, come to think everything else in general, flung my arms around his neck, and began kissing him, first only where I could get at him at the moment, his throat, his ear, his temple, and then his mouth. He pulled me closer, only to push me away again 3 seconds later. "We really don't have time for this now, Gwenny," he said abruptly, and he reached for my hand and led me on. I sighed, several times, very deeply, but Gideon didn't say anything. 2 passages farther on, when he stopped and took out the map, I couldn't stand it any more, and asked, "Is it because I don't kiss properly?" "What?" Gideon looked at me over the top of the map, apparently baffled. "I'm an absolute disaster at kissing, right?" I tried to suppress the hysterical note in my voice, but I didn't succeed too well. "You see, before this to do it properly must take time and experience. Films don't tell you everything, you see, and it kind of hurts when you push me away." Gideon lowered the map, and the beam of his flashlight went down to the floor. "Gwenny, listen." "Yes, I know we're in a hurry," I interrupted him, "but I just have to say it. Anything would be better than pushing me away or calling a taxi. I can take criticism. At least, I can if you put it nicely." "Sometimes you really are—" Gideon shook his head. Then he took a deep breath and said seriously, "When you kiss me, Gwyneth, I feel like I'm losing touch with the ground. I don't know how you do it or where you learnt the trick of it. If it was from a film, well, we'll just have to go and see it together." He stopped for a moment. "What I really want to say is, when you kiss me, all I want is to feel you and hold you in my arms. Hell, I'm so in love with you, it feels like someone has emptied a can of gasoline somewhere inside me and set fire to it. But right now, we have to keep a cool head, or one of us anyway." The look he gave me finally put an end to my doubts. "Gwenny, all of this terrifies me. Without you, there'd be no sense in my life anymore. I'd want to die before anything happened to you." I tried smiling at him, but suddenly I had a huge lump in my throat. "Gideon," I began, but he didn't let me finish. "I don't want. Well, it mustn't be the same with you, Gwenny, because the Count can use feelings like that against us, and he will." "It's far too late for you to say that," I whispered. "I love you, and I wouldn't want to go on living without you." Gideon looked as if he'd burst into tears the next moment. He took my hand and almost crushed it. "Then we can only hope that the Count never, never, never finds that out." "And let's hope we can still think up our brilliant plan," I said. "So let's not hang around here any longer. We're in a hurry." "Quarter of an hour, not a minute longer," said Gideon. He was kneeling in front of the chronograph on the picnic rug that we had spread on the grass in Hyde Park, not far from the Serpentine Gallery, and with a view of the lake and the bridge. Although it looked like being as fine a spring day as yesterday, it was still freezing cold, and the grass was wet with dew. Joggers and dog walkers passed by, some of them looking curiously at our little group. "But a quarter of an hour isn't long enough," I said, as I strapped on the hooped framework with its padding at the hips. It would make sure that my dress billowed out around me like a ship in full sail, and didn't drag on the ground, and it had been my reason for bringing the outsized traveling bag along this morning instead of a backpack. Suppose he arrives late, or not at all. That was what I secretly feared most. I'm sure clocks didn't keep particularly good time in the 18th century. "Then it's just his bad luck," growled Gideon. "This is a crazy idea anyway, and today of all days." "For once he's right," said Zemirius, sounding tired. He hopped into the traveling bag, laid his head on his paws, and yawned widely. "Wake me when you get back. I definitely got up too early this morning." Soon after that, I heard a snore from the bag. Lesley carefully put the dress over my head. It was the flowered blue dress that I'd worn for my first meeting with the Count, and it had been hanging in my wardrobe ever since. "There'd be plenty of time to meet James later," she said. "For him it will always be on the same time on the same day, whenever it is here that you set out to visit him." She began doing up the little hooks behind my back. "The same applied to keeping that letter from being delivered," I contradicted her. "That didn't have to be done today either. Gideon could have hit himself over the head on Tuesday, for instance, or in August next year. It would have come to the same thing. Apart from which, Lady Tilney has taken charge at her end." "It always makes me feel dizzy when you lot bring up these ideas," complained Raphael. "I simply want to get it done and over with before we next meet Lucy and Paul," said Gideon. "Surely that's not so hard to understand." "And I want to get vaccinating James over and done with," I said, adding in dramatic tones, "Then if anything happens to us, at least we'll have saved his life." "Are you two really going to disappear and reappear in front of all these people?" asked Raphael. "Don't you think it'll get into the newspapers and people will want to interview you on TV?" Lesley shook her head. "Nonsense," she said firmly. "We're a good way from the path, and they won't be gone long. Only the dogs will notice anything." Zemirius' snoring changed pitch. "But remember to start back from exactly the same place where you landed," Lesley went on. "Tell you what, mark the place with one of these nice shoes." She handed me one of the shoes that Raphael had been wearing, and beamed at me. "This is fun. I want to do it every day from now on, please." "I don't," said Raphael, looking down for a moment at his socks, wiggling his toes gloomily, and then staring back at the path. "My nerves are stretched to breaking point. In the tube just now, I was sure we were being followed. It would be only logical for the guardians to have someone shadowing us, and if someone comes along to take the chronograph away from Lesley and me, I can't even kick him properly with no shoes on." "He's a bit paranoid," Lesley whispered to me. "I heard that," said Raphael, "and it's not true. I'm only being cautious." "And I can't understand how come I'm really doing this," said Gideon, getting Lesley's backpack on. He had put the vaccination kit into it. "We're breaking all the golden rules at once. Come on, Gwenny, you first." I knelt beside him, and smiled at him. He'd refused to put on his sea-green 18th century clothes for this expedition,
although I tried to explain that he'd scare James in his ordinary things, or even worse, James wouldn't take us seriously. "Thank you for doing this for me," I said all the same, putting my finger into the compartment under the ruby. "That's okay," said Gideon, and then his face blurred before my eyes. When I could see properly again, I was kneeling on wet leaves among a lot of fallen chestnuts. I quickly stood up and put Raphael's shoe down where I had landed. It was pouring rain, and there wasn't a soul in sight. Only a squirrel scurried to the top of the tree and looked curiously at us. Gideon had landed beside me and was looking around. He said, mopping rain off his face. "Perfect weather for riding and vaccination, I'd say." "We'll lie in wait behind that bush," I suggested. For once, I was the one to take Gideon's hand and lead him on. He was reluctant. "Only for 10 minutes, he insisted. "If he doesn't turn up by then, we're going back to Raphael's shoe." Yes, I said. There really was already a bridge over the narrow part of the lake. At this time, although it didn't look at all like the one I knew, a coach rattled on by the road around the park, and a single horseman was coming over the bridge from the opposite bank at a brisk trot, on a gray horse. "There he is!" I cried, and began waving for all I was worth. "James, here I am!" "How about making yourself even more conspicuous?" asked Gideon. James, who was wearing a coat with several rows of capes and a kind of three-cornered hat with rain dripping from its brim, brought his horse to a halt a few yards away from us. His eyes wandered over my wet hair and down to the hem of my dress, and then he inspected Gideon. "Are you a horse dealer?" he asked suspiciously, while Gideon rummaged about in Lesley's backpack. "No, he's a doctor," I explained. "As good as, anyway." I saw James staring at the lettering on the backpack. It said, "Hello Kitty must die." "Oh, James, I'm so glad you came," I began. "In this weather and all, and I didn't explain myself properly at the ball yesterday. It's like this, you see. I want to protect you from a disease that's going to infect you within the next year, and I'm afraid you'll die of it. Smallpox, I mean. I've forgotten the name of the guy who's going to give it to you, but never mind. The good news is, we've brought something that will save you from catching smallpox at all." I beamed at him. "You only have to get off your horse and roll up your sleeve, and then we'll inject you with it." James's eyes had grown wider and wider during my monologue. Hector, who really was a magnificent gray, took a nervous step backward. "This is outrageous," said James. "You asked me to meet you in the park, and then you try to sell me a dubious medicine and an even more dubious story, and your companion looks to me very much like a robber or a highwayman." He threw back the skirts of his coat, so that we could see the sword hanging by his side. "I warn you, I'm armed and I can defend myself." Gideon sighed. "Oh, James, do listen." I went closer and took hold of Hector's reins. "I only want to help you, and I'm afraid I don't have much time, so please just dismount your horse and take your coat off." "I'll do no such thing," said James indignantly, "and this conversation is now over. Out of my way, you strange girl. I hope this is our last meeting. Move aside." And he looked as if he was going to hit me with his riding crop. But he didn't get around to it, because Gideon had grabbed him and pulled him off the horse. "We don't have time to play games," he snapped, twisting both James's arms behind his back. "Help!" James squealed, twisting and turning like an eel. "Ruffians, I'm being attacked!" "James, this is all in your own best interests," I assured him, but he looked at me as if I were devil in person. "You don't know it, but where I come from, you and I are friends. Very good friends." "Help! Lunatics, I'm being attacked!" cried James, staring desperately at Hector, but the gray didn't seem to feel like putting on a black stallion act. Instead of heroically charging us, he bent his head and began placidly grazing. "I'm not a lunatic," I tried to explain. "I'm—" "Shut up and take his sword away, Gwenny, you ruffian," Gideon impatiently interrupted, "and then get the needle and the ampoule with the vaccine out of the backpack for me." Sighing, I did as he said. He was right. There was no point in expecting James to understand. "There," grunted Gideon, opening the ampoule with his teeth. "Right, she'll cut your throat if you move a muscle for the next 2 minutes, is that clear? And don't you dare call for help again." I pointed the tip of the sword at James's throat. "Honestly, James, I didn't think it would be like this, believe me. As far as I'm concerned, you'd be welcome to go on haunting my school forever. My God, I'm going to miss you so much. If I'm right, this is the last time we'll ever meet." Tears rose to my eyes. James looked as if he was going to faint with fright any moment now. "You can have my purse if you need money, but spare my life, please," he whispered. Yes, don't worry," said Gideon. He folded back the wide collar of the coat that James was wearing and put the needle directly against his throat. James whimpered quietly when he felt it prick his skin.
Doesn't it usually go into the upper arm? I asked. Usually there's no need to twist the patient's arms first, grumbled Gideon, and James whimpered again. This is a silly way to say goodbye, I said, unable to suppress a sniff. I'd far rather give you a hug than hold a sword to your throat. You've always been my best friend at school after Lesley. The first tear was running down my face. And without you, I'd have never known the difference between an ordinary royal highness, a serene highness, an illustrious highness, and— There we are, said Gideon, letting go of James, who staggered a couple of steps backward, clutching his throat. You should really put a plaster on it, but it will be all right without it. Take care not to get any dirt into it. Gideon took the sword from my hand. Now, mount your horse and ride away without looking back. Understand? James nodded. His eyes were still wide with fright, as if he couldn't believe that was all over. Goodbye, I sobbed. Goodbye, James Augustus Peregrine Pimpool Bodlum. You were the nicest ghost I ever met. Breathing heavily, unsteady on his legs, James mounted his horse. Your sword's under the chestnut tree if you want it back, added Gideon, but James had already dug his spurs into poor Hector's sides. I watched them go until they had disappeared among the trees. Satisfied? Asked Gideon, collecting our things. I wiped the tear off my cheeks and smiled at him. Thank you. It's really cool to have a boyfriend who's a medical student. Gideon grinned. I swear that's the last time I ever vaccinate anyone. Patients are so ungrateful. Unable are the loved to die, for love is immortality. Emily Dickinson. Chapter 15. Step on it, old chap, cried Zemirius. High time for a showdown with a baddie. I was in the passenger seat of Gideon's Mini, with Zemirius on my lap, as Gideon threaded his way through the afternoon traffic in the Strand. Shut up, I hissed at Zemirius. The Count can wait forever as far as I'm concerned. What did you say? Gideon cast me an inquiring glance. Oh, nothing. I stared out of the window. Gideon, do you really think our idea will work? My cheerful mood of this morning had worn off, to be replaced by a nail-biting uneasiness that left me feeling trembly. Gideon shrugged his shoulders. At least it's better than, what did you call it? The rough plan of action that was all we had before. I didn't call it that. It was Lesley. I corrected him. For a moment, we were both lost in our own thoughts. Our meeting with Lucy and Paul had shaken us both. And I hadn't realized how much time travel can take out of you until, on the way back, we arrived right in the middle of a choir practice and had to run for it, pursued by several 70-year-old screeching sopranos. But at least we were now forearmed with our meeting with Count Saint-Germain. It was Lucy who had come up with the brainwave, and that brainwave was also the reason for the afore nail-biting uneasiness. Watch what you're doing, laddie! Cried Zemirius, covering his eyes with his paws. That was a red light! Gideon stepped on the gas and failed to give way to a taxi before turning right toward the Guardian's headquarters. A little later, he was coming to a halt in the parking lot, tires squealing. He turned to me and put his hands on my shoulders. Gwyneth, he began in a serious voice, whatever happens, I want you to know that. He got no farther. At that moment, the door on my side of the car was flung open. I was about to turn and give the unspeakable Mr. Marley a piece of my mind, but it was Mr. George, looking anxious and running his hand over his shiny bald patch. Gideon, Gwyneth, at last, he said reproachfully. You're over an hour late. The later the evening, the better the party, crowed Zemirius, hopping off my lap. I glanced at Gideon, sighed, and got out. Come along, children, Mr. George urged us, taking my arm. Everything's ready for you. Everything meant a dream of a dress for me, combining cream embroidery and lace with velvet and brocade in a cool shade of gold, and a colorfully embroidered coat for Gideon. Are those monkeys on it? Gideon stared at the embroidery on the coat as if it were drenched in prussic acid. Yes, they are capuchin monkeys, to be precise. Madame Rossini beamed at Gideon, and assured him that exotic animal embroidery motifs were the latest thing in 1782. She started getting up a good head of steam to tell us how much time it had taken her to generate the embroidery data files on the model of original patterns so that her sewing machine could follow them. But Mr. George stopped her in her tracks. He had been waiting at the door, staring at his gold watch. I had no idea why he was in such a hurry. After all, it didn't make any difference to the Count how late it was here. You're lapsing the documents room today, announced Mr. George, going ahead of us for once. We hadn't set eyes on Falk or the other guardians yet.
Presumably they were sitting in the Dragon Hall, renewing the oaths they had sworn when they joined the lodge, or drinking toasts to the golden rules, or doing whatever it was that guardians did when they got together. Only Mrs. Jenkins hurried past with a thick folder, working on a Sunday for once, and waved to us. "Mr. George, what are today's instructions?" asked Gideon. "Any details we should bear in mind?" "Well, for Count Saint-Germain, exactly the same amount of time has passed since the ball as for you. That's 2 days," said Mr. George at once. "However, we ourselves are a little puzzled by the instructions in his letter. According to what it says, Gwyneth will spend 3.5 hours with him, while your visit is to last only 15 minutes, Gideon. But we are assuming that there's some other tasks he wants you to perform, because he expressly said that neither of you were to elapse earlier today." He stopped for a moment and looked out of the tall window at the Temple Church. There was a good view of it from here. We didn't know quite what to make of certain hints in the letter, but obviously the Count feels sure that the circle of blood is about to be closed. He wrote that we were all to hold ourselves in readiness. "Uh-oh," said Zemirius. "Uh-oh," I thought, glancing quickly at Gideon. It sounded very much as if, although Operation Sapphire and Black Tourmaline had really been intended for yesterday, the Count had expected it to fail, and as if he'd had another plan up his sleeve all along. Possibly a more brilliant plan than ours. My nail-biting uneasiness turned into outright fear. The idea of being alone with the Count brought my arms out in goosebumps. As if Gideon could read my thoughts, he stopped and held me tight, paying no attention to Mr. George. "It will be all right," he whispered into my ear. "Don't forget, he can't do anything to hurt you, and so long as he doesn't know that, you're safe." I clung to him like one of those capuchin monkeys on his coat. Mr. George cleared his throat. "Well, I'm glad to see that you two have made up your differences," he said. A mischievous smile flitted over his face. "All the same, we really must get moving." I just had time to hear Zemirius shouting, "Mind you look after her, bonehead!" And then I was in the year 1782. The first thing I saw when I landed was Rakoczy's face, only 12 inches or so away from mine. I let out a small shriek and swerved aside. Rakoczy himself jumped in alarm. I heard a laugh, and although it sounded pleasant and melodious, all the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. "I told you to step aside, Miro." While Gideon landed beside me, I slowly turned around. There was Count Saint-Germain in a plain, dark gray velvet coat, and, as always, in a white wig. He was leaning on his cane, and for a moment he looked frail and old, in fact, ancient. But then he straightened up, and in the candlelight I saw his lips twist into a mocking smile. "Welcome, my dears. I'm glad to see you're in good health, and that Alistair's gloating account of Gwyneth's death must, I suppose, have been only the fantasy of a dying man." He came a step closer, looking expectantly at me, and it was a second before it struck me that he was probably waiting for a curtsy. So I sank into one. By the time I straightened up again, the Count had turned his attention to Gideon. "We have no time to waste on formalities today. Have you a message for me from your Grand Master?" he asked, and Gideon handed him the sealed letter Mr. George had given us. As the Count broke the seal and read it, I looked briefly around the room. There were a desk and several chairs, some of them upholstered. The open shelves around the room were full of books, scrolls, and stacks of paper, and a painting hung over the mantelpiece.